The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. I've got some shows lined up that I hope you enjoy, but first, it's February the 6th, 2025. Here is what happened on this day in history. In 1508 AD, Maximilian I proclaimed Holy Roman Emperor, first emperor in centuries not crowned by the Pope. In 1778, Treaty of Amity and Commerce and the Treaty of Alliance signed in Paris between the United States and France, the first negotiated by the United States. The first established formal diplomatic and commercial relations, and the second formed a defense alliance. In 1819, Stamford Raffles founds Singapore as a British trading post. In 1840, the Treaty of Waitangi is signed between 40 Maori chiefs, later signed by 500, and representatives of the British Crown in Waitangi, New Zealand. The treaty was designed to share sovereignty between the two groups. In 1865, General Robert E. Lee is appointed General-in-Chief of the Confederate Armies. In 1952, Queen Elizabeth II succeeds King George VI to the British throne and proclaimed Queen of the United Kingdom and other Commonwealth realms, including Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. In 1989, Poland's communist government begins roundtable talks with Solidarity Trade Union and its leader, Lech Walesa, in an attempt to ease growing social unrest. In 2023, powerful earthquakes strike Turkey and Syria. First, 7.8 magnitude at 4:15 a.m., 23 kilometers east of Nurgadi. Second, 7.5 magnitude at 1:24 p.m., with many strong aftershocks causing buildings to collapse. Death toll is 59,000 in Turkey and 8,000 in Syria. In 1921, Charlie Chaplin releases his first full-length feature, The Kid, a silent film starring Charlie Chaplin and 6-year-old Jackie Coogan. In 2024, Dennis Villeneuve's science fiction epic Dune Part 2 premieres in Mexico City. In 1965, Righteous Brothers, You've Lost That Loving Feeling hits number 1. In 2018, Brazilian jockey Jorge Ricardo equals world record number of victories for a jockey, 12,844 in Rio de Janeiro. Born on this day, Chong Zhen, Anne Stewart, Aaron Burr, Jeb Stewart, Louis Bolcher, Ronald Reagan, Zsa Gabor, Tom Brokaw, Alice Eve, Charlie Heaton, Bob Marley, Natalie Cole, Alex Rose, Rick Astley, James Braid, and Babe Ruth. Dying on this day, Charles II, Joseph Priestley, George VI, Emilio Angaldo, Arthur Ashe, and the late, great Jack Kirby. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Fresno County Sheriff's Office calling all cars. Attention all cars, broadcast 145. Be on the lookout for James Kipp, described as an Indian, about 33 years, 5 feet 6 inches, 150 pounds. This man has been missing for 8 days, and that's all.
In the wild, mountainous regions of California, Arizona, and Nevada, the work of the city police is taken over by the county sheriffs and their deputies. Relentlessly, the never-ending manhunt goes on, through the dark streets and alleys of the cities, through the dangerous mountain roads and the trackless desert, where desperados hide from the officers of the law. To ensure their victory in the chase, police and sheriff's forces use the finest gasoline they can buy. Isn't it significant that more of these police and emergency cars are powered by Rio Grande cracked gasoline than by any other brand? Everywhere it is sold, in city, mountains, or desert, Rio Grande cracked gasoline is preferred above all other brands by the police, fire, and emergency cars. Your law enforcement officials can't afford to risk gasoline trouble. It would be fatal to have starting trouble, to have a carbon-clogged engine, or a fouled spark plug during the chase of a fleeing criminal. Emergencies arise every day in the operation of police and sheriff's cars. Emergencies when every second counts and desperate drivers call upon their cars for every bit of speed and power possible. That's when Rio Grande cracked gasoline delivers the performance which has won its preference with the officials of so many cities and counties in the West. You can get this same police car performance in your own car by specifying the same gasoline emergency cars use, Rio Grande cracked. And now it is our great pleasure to present Sheriff George Overholt of Fresno County. Sheriff Overholt.
Good evening. There are two elements almost always found in murder cases. First, the killer's own conscience, and second, his desire to cover up his movements. And in a great many cases, it is one of these two things that traps him. In the story you will hear tonight, both of these elements were highly instrumental in bringing the original crime to light and eventually placing the murderer in our hands. Had the killer not made the mistake of trying to cover up certain bits of evidence that he thought were dangerous to him, it might have been months or even years before the crime was discovered, and the chance of our locating the man who did it would have been pretty slim. However, as you will hear, his own fear of the law led him to make a mistake that in the end cost him his life on the gallows.
On a hot summer evening in 1932, Al Fuller, postmaster of Seville in Tulare County, California, and his partner Jim Kipp, a one-legged Indian, are just closing up shop when Mrs. Fuller comes in.
What a day. Oh, what a day.
Yeah, it's been a scorcher, all right.
It'll be just as hot all night. Al, how about driving me up into the hills the way so I can get a breath of cool air?
Not me. I'm fagged out. It's a cold bottle of home brew in bed for me.
Oh, please, honey, we wouldn't go far.
I said no, didn't you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. Jim,
Yes, Edna?
will you drive up in the hills with me?
Why, sure, I'd be glad to.
Thanks, Jim. How soon will you be ready?
Oh, in a few minutes. Just as soon as I get these crates outside.
Here, let me open the door for you.
Oh, thanks, Edna.
Al, you shouldn't let that poor boy do that heavy work. Look at him, pegging along on that crutch, trying to stack those heavy boxes.
Afraid it'll tire him out too much for his ride up into the hills?
Al, what do you mean?
You think I'm blind? You think I don't know what's going on? That poor boy, says you, licking your lips. I'll be glad to go for a ride with you, says he, losing his breath. Think I'm going to let you get away with that?
Oh, Al, you're crazy. I've never been with Jim a minute that you haven't been there.
And you're not going to start now.
I asked you to take me out for a breath of air. You refused.
So you figured that gave you the right to go off with that dirty one-legged Indian, huh?
Al, he's your partner and your friend.
He's still a wife-stealing Indian.
I won't stand here and let you talk about him like that.
Oh, you won't, eh? And what are you going to do to stop me, you tramp? That's just a sample. Let me see you making eyes at that redskin, and I'll break every bone in your body.
Edna, are you... Why, Edna, what's the matter?
Al hit me again. He accused you and me of...
Why the...
No, Jim. Don't do anything about it. That's what he thinks. Let him think it. He's hit me for the last time.
What do you mean?
I'm leaving, Jim.
Where are you going?
I don't know. To Fresno, I guess. I earned my living before I met Al. I can sling hash again.
I'll miss you, Edna. You've been mighty nice to me. He doesn't understand that. He doesn't know that a man and a woman can be just friends.
Jim, I want you to forget about this. You and him are partners. You got all your money invested in this place with him. Just forget about what he said and go on like nothing had happened at all. Will you promise me that?
He ought to have his eyes black for talking about you like that.
Yeah, but people like him don't get their eyes black. They get by with the stuff they pull.
Yes. At least they don't get their eyes black by Indians with one leg.
He'll get what's coming to him someday. You just wait and see.
Edna moves to Fresno, and Jim, on his frequent trips to town, never fails to drop in for a friendly chat. Then one day, not Jim, but Al drops in.
Hello, sugar.
Al, what do you want?
What's the matter? Ain't you glad to see your husband?
Sure. But...
I want to apologize for what I did that night, honey. I'm sorry.
It's all right, Al. I forgive you.
Thanks, kid. I don't know. Maybe it was the heat or something that made me go wild that night.
Well, I guess we might as well forget it, Al. How's everything down at Seville?
Not so good, Edna. Store burned down the other night.
Oh, Al, no.
Yeah. Lost everything.
But you had insurance.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do about the mail?
I'm still handling it. Set up over at Pop Andrews temporarily.
Going to get another place?
I don't know. I suppose so.
How's Jim taking it?
All right. Say, Edna, how about taking a little ride with me?
Where to?
Oh, up the valley a ways.
Well, all right.
Come on.
Wait till I get my hat.
Oh, you don't need a hat. We'll only go as far as Madeira.
All right, then.
Let's go.
Why, Al, this is Jim's car.
Yeah.
Was your car burned up in the fire?
No, it's all right. I just borrowed Jim's car for today. Come on, hop in.
Half an hour later, Al pulls into a garage in Madeira, parks the car at the back, opens the door for Edna.
Come on, Edna. This is as far as we go.
What do you mean?
Give me a check for this car, will you, buddy?
Yes, sir. How long will you be in?
Overnight.
Yes, sir. That'll be 35 cents.
Oh. Here you are. Keep the change. Don't let anybody monkey around the car.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
What's the idea, Al? I got to get back to Fresno. I got to go to work in half an hour.
I'll get you back if you'll stop the gab.
How?
By bus. There's one leaving in 5 minutes.
But I don't understand.
You don't have to. Come on.
The next day, Al calls for Edna again, forces her to accompany him to Madeira, this time in his own car. When they arrive, he parks around the corner, and the two of them walk toward the garage.
Oh, wait a minute, Al. You got to tell me what this is all about.
Listen, you'll be better off if you keep your mouth shut.
But where are you going now with Jim's car?
We're going to drive it to Merced and leave it there tonight.
How do we get back from Merced?
We're going to take a stage back here and pick up my car and go on to Fresno.
But why, Why, Al? What are you moving Jim's car north for? Where's Jim? What's he say about this?
Listen, Sugar, do you want another pat over the kisser? Now, you're doing as I say.
There's something funny about this.
Well, it's none of your business. You're doing as I say.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not going to do any dirty work for you.
What do you mean, dirty work?
Oh, no, you won't, Al. You lift a hand to me, and I'll have you put in jail this time.
Cocky, ain't you?
Maybe. But if you think you can make me a party to anything as shady as this looks, you got another thing coming. Al, what have you done to Jim?
Jim? I don't know anything about Jim. He walked out on me.
That ain't true, Al. If he'd done that, he'd have told me so.
Oh, he'd have told you, huh? You two are still at it, huh? I might have known it.
Oh, you're disgusting.
Wait a minute. Where you going?
Back to Fresno.
You keep your mouth shut.
You're not worth talking about.
But Edna feels that Jim is worth talking about. After a sleepless night of worry, she takes her problem and her suspicion to the district attorney, tells him the story.
So that's all I know about it, sir, but it doesn't sound right. Him moving Jim's car north by short jumps, and Jim never shown up for more than 2 weeks now.
Well, what do you think he might have done to this Jim Kipp?
I don't know. But Al's capable of doing anything low and mean. Why, he might have murdered him and thrown his... Yeah. That's it.
What?
Al was a partner with a fella in a mine up near Raymond a couple of years ago. I was up there with him one day, and we were looking down an old mine shaft. Al dropped a rock down it, and after a long time we heard it splash in the water in the bottom, and Al looked at me sort of funny-like and said, this would be a good place to do away with a person.
You think this husband of yours would do such a thing?
Of course he would.
Well, we'll investigate the matter and try to locate Mr. Kipp. In the meantime, please don't mention this to anyone, especially to your husband if you see him.
Don't worry, I won't.
The district attorney asks the assistance of the sheriff of Tulare County in checking up the background of Al Fuller and the whereabouts of Jim Kipp. He requests the sheriff of Madera County to ascertain the truth of Edna's statement regarding the moving of the car. When the officers are ready to report, they meet in the office of Sheriff Overholt of Fresno County.
I've asked you boys to meet me here in George's office so he can hear the result of your investigation. And if we have any proof that a crime has been committed, we can possibly discover in whose jurisdiction the case lies. Now, what did you find out, Sheriff Rhodes?
The girl's story is straight enough. A man who answers the description you gave me of Fuller left a Ford sedan, license number 6D721 in the Western Garage last Tuesday. He was accompanied by a woman answering the description of Edna Fuller. He picked up the car the next day, but the woman had left him after some angry words before they went into the garage. I did a little checking up in Merced and found the garage where the car had been left on Wednesday night. Now, my hunch is that we can trace the car right on up to Oakland or San Francisco. He probably stopped Thursday at Modesto.
Good. Now, how about Tulare County? What did you find down there?
Well, Kip hasn't been seen since the night before Fuller's store burned down. We haven't any evidence of arson, but... Here, look at this.
What's that?
The insurance papers on the store. Made out to both Kip and Fuller. Kip's signature is a forgery, apparently executed by Fuller. Here's an example of Kip's true signature.
I should say that's a better motive than Mrs. Fuller's more self-satisfying story of jealousy.
No question about it. $10,000 worth of insurance.
Well, you have a case of arson and forgery against Fuller in Tulare County. And you, Dusty, have a case of grand theft of the auto against him in Madera County. We've got to find the body now and find out who has the murder case against him. George, I think as sheriff of Fresno County, you've got the problem of finding the body.
Okay with me, but what have you to go on?
Mrs. Fuller told me about a mine up near Raymond. Well, Fuller was interested in. He remarked to her how easy it'd be to dispose of a body in one of the abandoned pipes up there. That's worth looking into.
You bet it is.
I suggest you get Mrs. Fuller to go along with you. Possibly she can find the place again.
Okay, I'll get on it right away.
Accompanied by Mrs. Overholt and Under Sheriff Jack Tarr, Sheriff Overholt and Mrs. Fuller leave Fresno late in the afternoon. The sun has set by the time they reach Raymond, and it is dark when they arrive at the point which Mrs. Fuller believes is nearest the mine. The party leaves the car, and their way, lit by flashlights, scramble up the steep rise toward an abandoned mine, the gaunt machinery of which is starkly silhouetted against the star-spangled sky like a gibbet for the moon.
I don't like this, Sheriff. I'm afraid.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of, Mrs. Fuller.
You don't know Al Fuller. He's a killer.
What makes you so sure of that?
I got a good idea he killed a bank clerk in a holdup back east somewhere. He was drunk one night and boasted about murdering a section hand in Macon, Georgia. He threatened me if I talked. Oh, I shouldn't have said anything about this.
Now, listen to me, Mrs. Fuller. You've done exactly the right thing, especially if this man has committed such crimes before.
I did it because of Jim Kipp. Oh, please understand, Sheriff, there was never anything between us, but he needed sympathy and understanding. That's what I gave him. That's what he gave me.
I understand.
And now we're looking for his grave. And if we find it, we'll be looking for mine soon.
Oh, Mrs. Fuller, be sensible.
No, I know it. Al will kill me. I know he will.
Well, what's the matter?
Something just twished on me. Something like a ghost. I gotta get out of here. I can't stand it. I gotta get out of
It's
here.
only a branch of a tree.
Oh, Dr. Jim's ghost. Oh, God in heaven, save me. Save me. Save me.
Well, Jack, we can't get anything out of her tonight, that's sure.
We'd better take her back to town, George. We know the general location of the place. We can come back here later and look for the body.
All right. But I think the next step is to arrest Fuller. I'm more convinced than ever that we've got a murder case on our hands.
The next day at a bootlegging joint in Fresno, Jack Tarr is talking to the bartender.
Know a fellow by the name of Al Fuller, Pete?
Sure.
You been around lately?
Hell, he's out in the back room now playing the slot machine.
Thanks. I want to talk to him. Tough luck, buddy. You'd have had a jackpot if that baby hadn't slipped a notch.
Yeah, well, I'll knock it over this time. Yeah, what did I tell you, huh?
Not quite a jackpot, but not bad.
Yeah, I'll get it yet.
I'm not so sure of that.
What do you mean?
This is one time you're going to walk out with your winnings.
What the devil are you talking about?
You're under arrest.
What for?
Suspicion of murder.
You got the wrong guy. So who are you looking for?
Al Fuller.
Well, you got the wrong guy, I tell you. I'm not.
Stick out your hands.
With Fuller safely lodged in the county jail, Sheriff Overholt leads a posse over the hills near Raymond searching for the body of Jim Kipp. Several days go by, and nothing is discovered. Finally, one day when he returns discouraged to his office, the sheriff is met by Fuller's attorney.
Now, look here, Sheriff. You've got to let my client loose.
Why?
Well, you know why. You've got him charged with murder, and you haven't proven the corpus delicti. You've got to have a case, and you know it. You can't keep a man in jail indefinitely like this. It just ain't constitutional.
I'll get the corpus delicti.
Yeah, and I'll get Fuller sprung. I'm going to file a suit for habeas corpus and make you let him go, and you can't do a thing to stop me.
Go ahead. Do anything you like, but I'm going to send Fuller up for murder.
Well, we'll just see about that. Good day.
He's right, though, Sheriff.
Of course he's right. If we can't find that body, we can't keep Fuller in jail. But I'm morally certain that he's the murderer.
So am I. But if that lawyer of his ever gets a habeas corpus, Fuller will beat the country.
Listen, that wife of his has a convenient memory. She may have remembered some more things about that dear husband. Get her over here. I want to go to work on her. Mrs. Fuller, I'm afraid we've got to release your husband.
Why? He's guilty. I know he is.
I feel he is, too, Mrs. Fuller, but unfortunately, we have so far been unable to prove that a crime has been committed. So when his attorney obtains the necessary court order, we'll have to release him. Now, what I asked you to come over here for was to arrange for the necessary bodyguard for you.
Bodyguard? For me? Well, what do you mean?
Well, naturally, your husband knows that his arrest came about because you told the authorities your story. Now, I'm afraid once he's at liberty, he will attempt to get his revenge on you. And our job is to prevent crime as well as solve them.
Oh, don't let him out, Sheriff. Please, for the love of heaven, don't. He'll kill me. Bodyguard or no bodyguard, he'll kill me.
I'm afraid we have no choice in the matter but to release him.
Isn't there some way?
Well, of course, if he committed a crime of any kind in Fresno for which we could hold him, it would be different. But apparently, the only thing we have on him is the suspicion of this murder.
Oh, but he did commit other crimes. He held up Johnny Schroeder's pool hall.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he did that job. He told me all about it.
Why didn't you tell us that before?
Why, I don't know. I didn't want to squeal on him too much.
Sometimes it's the safest course, Mrs. Fuller.
I feel like an awful heel, Sheriff.
Well, if you will think how you've just saved your neck, that feeling will pass. Thank you very much, Mrs. Fuller.
You're welcome.
I'll call you when I want to talk to you again.
Yes,
Pretty smart, Sheriff. Pretty smart.
They never did have a suspect on that Schroeder holdup. Fuller will do beautifully. That was a city case. We'll lend our prisoner to the police department until we find that body. Hello? Chief? This is George Overholt. Listen, I've got a suspect on that Schroeder holdup. Yeah, Fuller. The same guy I've got in on suspicion of murder. Well, listen, will you make out a warrant for robbery against him and hold him as your prisoner for a while? Yeah, I'm beating a smart lawyer with a habeas corpus at his own game. Thanks.
With Al Fuller safely and permanently jailed, awaiting trial for the Schroeder robbery, with Fresno police building a case against him on that crime, Sheriff Overholt and his posse renew their search for the corpus delicti of Fuller's greater crime. Then, one day, as the sheriff and Jack Tar are climbing a hill back of Raymond.
Certainly is a needle in the haystack job, Sheriff. These hills are pitted with old mine shafts. We could work out here for 6 months and never get any closer to a solution. You'd have to go down every one of these pipes to be sure a body had been thrown in them.
Not everyone, Jack. I have a hunch on this one. There's something down there. Let's take a look.
I'll take a look. No, it's too deep to see anything. Yeah, might be a cow down there.
Might be, but cows don't drive up to mine shafts in automobiles.
What do you mean?
Look at those tracks. The car came in here, stopped, then drove away. When it drove away, it drove fast. Look at the way it kicked up the dirt, making this turn. Come on.
Where are we going?
Back to Raymond to get a hard rock miner and some tackle to go down this shaft.
Back in Raymond, the sheriff enlists the professional assistance of an old prospector. And while he is assembling and loading his gear, Overholt and Tar drop into a beanery for a sandwich and a cup of coffee.
Would you like some pie with the coffee, gentlemen?
No, I don't think so. How about you, Jake?
Yeah, I'll have a piece of apple pie.
Apple pie coming up.
Hey, buddy, we're looking for a guy.
Yeah?
Did you ever see a fellow like this picture come through here?
Well, let me see. Yeah, he had some chili in here one day.
How long ago?
Oh, about 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I remember him because there was a one-legged guy with him. Yeah, one-legged guy. He looked like an Indian.
Are you sure?
Yeah, positive.
This is too good to be true. What time of day was it, do you recall?
I guess it was around 4:30 when they left, yeah. Funny thing, too, about 20 minutes later, I saw this guy on this picture come down the road like a bat out of Hades. Only he was alone. He didn't have the Indian with him.
Well, I guess that cinches the deal, Jack. Come on, let's get back to that mine.
Working in the glare of automobile headlights, the miner, with the willing assistance of the deputy sheriffs, assembles the windlass, and with 2 men slowly paying out the line, starts the descent into the deep.
Well, sure, that's a job I wouldn't want. Oh, it's bad enough up here.
Hey, you said it.
It certainly is a deep shaft.
What did you say?
Hold it! I'm down to water. God.
Guess he's found it.
You can hardly see his light down there.
Must be 40 feet.
Hold away.
Found something.
Hold it!
What's the matter?
A couple of more things you want. His cuts in his hat.
Aye, that was him. That was...
Okay, take it away.
Easy, Johnson, here.
Sounds like it. Stand by to give him a hand when he gets to the surface, boys.
All right. Here he is. Swing him up.
Take it easy, boys. Don't drop him. I don't want to have to go back down there again.
Get him under the shoulders.
Let's have a look at it.
Hard to tell anything. Been down there so long, but he's got only one leg.
See if there's any identification in his pocket.
Yeah, well.
Throw the rope in the truck. He's the one over. And then you put him plenty again.
Here are a couple of papers.
Some bills made out to Jim Kipp. Well, boys, I guess we've got our corpus delicti all right. Oh, yes, Doctor, come in.
I've just completed my autopsy on that body you brought in last night.
Yes?
Death was caused by drowning.
By drowning?
Exactly. The man was hit on the head by a sharp instrument, which fractured his skull, but that didn't kill him.
How do you know?
His lungs were full of water.
Then Fuller beat him over the head, knocked him unconscious, and then dumped him in the shaft, throwing his crutch and hat after him. Well, Jack.
Yes, Sheriff?
Bring Fuller down here. I want to talk to him. Sit down, Fuller.
What are you after me again for, Sheriff? I'm being held for the city cops.
We found Jim Kipp's body last night, Fuller.
His body? What happened to him?
You murdered him.
Oh, no, not me. You got the wrong guy.
Fuller, you drove Jim Kipp up to Raymond. You had a bowl of chili at a lunchroom there. You left Raymond about 4:30. You drove that boy up to a mine shaft 3 miles out of town. You hit him over the head with a miner's pick and dumped his body in the shaft. That happened at 4:45, which was the time his watch stopped when he hit the water in the bottom of the shaft. Then you backed your car out of there fast and raced back down the road. You went through Raymond 5 minutes later at 50 miles an hour. Your motive in committing this crime was to get the complete insurance on your store, which you set fire to yourself the same night you murdered Kip. Well, have I made any mistakes so far, Fuller?
It was him or me.
What do you mean by that?
He wanted me to go up there and look at a mine with him. When we got there, he said he was in love with Edna, and I had to get out. I said a couple of things to him, and he said he'd brought me up there to kill me. Then he drew his crutch back over his shoulder and started to swing at me with it. I picked up an old pick that was lying up there and tried to knock the crutch out of his hand. I hit him with the pick, and he went down, dead. Well, I was scared. I didn't know what to do, so I dumped him in the shaft, crutch and hat, pick and all.
Aside from the fact that he wasn't dead when he hit the water, there's another point I'd like to clear up. Just stand over there in the middle of the room, Fuller. Oh, away from the desk and the chairs.
Oh, yeah?
That's right. Now, what shoulder did he draw the crutch back over?
His left.
Are you sure of that?
Yeah.
And he swung it at you before you could defend yourself?
Yeah, a couple of times.
All right. Take this ruler, Fuller. Imagine it's a crutch. Now stand on your left leg.
What's all this for?
I just want to corroborate your story. Kip's right leg was missing, so stand on your left as he did. That's right. Now swing that ruler over your left shoulder and back toward me, just as he did. Go ahead. Oh, boy. You see, Fuller? It'd be quite impossible for a one-legged man to swing a crutch with murderous intent. He'd throw himself off balance and fall down, just as you did now.
Oh, dirty rat.
Al Fuller's weak story was blasted full of holes by the concerted efforts of the boys of my office and the sheriffs of Tulare and Madera counties. We brought him to trial, and we won our case. The jury found him guilty, and he sentenced him to hang in San Quentin prison.
Thank you, Sheriff Overholt. Ladies and gentlemen, today a new issue of the Calling All Cars News is displayed everywhere Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. And in the next few days, 500,000 motorists will drive in to get a free copy of the news. Have you ever read this interesting publication of crime news, true detective stories, movie and radio news? You'll enjoy this latest issue, and we urge you to drive into the Rio Grande station in your neighborhood and ask for your free copy. If you have a boy or girl in your family, they'll be thrilled to read how easily they can get a junior detective outfit of 14 valuable articles, all free. As you drive in your car tomorrow, just notice the number of service stations featuring Rio Grande cracked gasoline. These are all independent stations, free to choose any gasoline or oil they wish to sell. And as proof of the greater value in the Rio Grande products, we point to our rapidly increasing army of independent dealers. Only by offering you better gasoline and better oil can the independent service station hope to win and hold your trade. And by featuring Sinclair motor oil, the independent dealer guarantees his customers against motor trouble from oil breakdown. Sinclair motor oils have won a worldwide reputation for quality. Every Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer is qualified to tell you exactly what grade of Sinclair oil or lubricant is needed for every part of your car, and to give you scientific lubrication according to your own car manufacturer's specifications. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company. Company.
A terrifying threat from the past.
Kill it now.
Sparks a moral dilemma.
We can't leave him here. He won't survive.
And violent memories collide.
It's not a person, damn it, it's a Borg.
Now, will the crew seek revenge with a daring experiment?
Sending him back to destroy the others, like some sort of walking bomb.
Or will it lead them into an enemy trap?
And then they're gonna come looking for us, and they will destroy us.
On Star Trek: The Next Generation.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
wait for me.
Welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield. The Bing Crosby Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins of the Bears and Bing's guests, Carol Richards and Jimmy Stewart. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just been entertained by the Groucho Marx program. And in just 30 minutes, George Burns and Gracie Allen will entertain you. While we're waiting for George and Gracie, here's a man to fill in the gap, Bing Crosby.
A gap I am now, huh? Well, it's very nice of you to rave about Groucho Marx and Burns and Allen, but do you think it wise to kick me around with Christmas so close?
Oh, no,
You can
Bing.
get shut out entirely, you know.
When I sandwich you in between Groucho and Burns and Allen, that's a compliment.
Oh.
You see, in this Wednesday night sandwich, as I have named it.
You have?
Yes, I have. Groucho.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Groucho in this sandwich is one piece of bread,
Yes.
and Burns and Allen is the other piece of bread.
And me?
You are the meat.
Oh. You mean ham?
No.
Roast beef?
No.
Lamb?
No, I consider you more the liverwurst type.
Sliced?
No, more of a spread.
I think I was better off as a gap.
Bing, you're not offended about me mentioning George Burns, are you?
Say, if I'm not offended at liverwurst, why should I be offended at Sugar Throat Burns?
Well, you know how you are about other singers.
Oh, what are you talking about? I go out of my way to help other singers. I've boosted Sophie Tucker all my life. But that George Burns, it's impossible.
What about him?
Well, when Sugar Throat Burns sings, it sounds like the mules are beating him. What does he want? Why does he insist on becoming a singer?
I understand from the grapevine that he's going to step into Jolson's shoes when Al retires.
Oh, when Jolson retires, he's going to have a long wait. You know, Jolson's got one knee he hasn't even used yet. Now, Ken, enough of world problems. The Rhythmaires are approaching, and our opening selection is going to be Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. This is a powerful thing featuring Gloria Wood as Rudolph. You ready, Gloria?
Yes, I am.
John Scott, we're gone. This is exciting. Well, you know Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen.
Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen.
Ah, but do you recall the most famous reindeer of all? Watch it, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer had a very shiny nose. And if you ever saw it, you would even say it glowed. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer game. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeer loved him as they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, you'll go down in history.
I'm Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
You all right?
I got a very shiny nose.
And if you ever saw it, you would even say it glowed.
All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call me names.
They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer game.
Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say,
Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight?
then how the reindeer loved me as they shouted out with glee.
You're pressing, kid. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, you'll go down in history. On Dasher, on Dancer, on Prancer, on Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donner, on Jolson, on Rudolph. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
That was very good, Bing. morning, kid.
Thank you, Cap.
Bing, did you ever stop to think how wonderful it is that Santa Claus travels all over the world and stops at everybody's house in just one night?
Hey, he certainly gets around. Now, how does the jolly old boy accomplish this thing, Cap?
Why, he has the right combination of the world's best reindeers.
Right combination, huh?
Yes, and incidentally, it's that right combination of the world's best tobaccos that make Chesterfields get around so fast.
I follow you, Ken. Yep, it's the right combination of the world's best tobaccos, the way they're put together and blended, that make Chesterfields such a wonderful smoke.
Yes, and Chesterfields are always milder than other cigarettes because of that blend. And they're B, better tasting. Taste better than other cigarettes because of that blend.
And they're C, cooler smoking. They smoke cooler than other cigarettes because of that blend.
Believe us, friends, that right combination of the world's best tobaccos makes Chesterfield the best cigarette for you to smoke.
Chesterfield satisfy women and men. Chesterfield's over and over again. Milder, much milder, all smokers agree. Always buy Chesterfield's ABC. From the Paramount picture, The Great Lover, which incidentally seems like an extravagant title when you consider that Mr. Robert Holt is featured, comes the following ballad. They say, and gypsies know, one day, many moons ago, two lovers knew such bliss, 1,000 violins played when they would kiss. And now, like days gone by, when two gypsy lovers sigh, 1,000 violins, sighing violins, come from the sky. Ah, sweet serenade, please come to me. I need your aid to make her see. To make those lips that haunt me so and taunt me so, want me so. My darling, take my heart and make magic music start. Be still, and we may hear those 1,000 violins so near. Make those lips that haunt me so and haunt me so, want me so. My darling, take my heart and make magic music start. Be still, and we may hear those 1,000 violins so Make 9 violins sound like 1,000. That's hard to do.
See, that's a beautiful song, Bing, but it doesn't seem to belong in a Hope picture. I admit Bob is very clever.
By clever, you mean he's fooling the public.
Well, that's clever.
Well, I try. I didn't get much with it, but I threw it in there.
But, Bing, what I'm getting at, I can't understand a baggy pants comedian like Bob daring to sing a beautiful ballad like 1,000 violins.
Ken, you know what violin strings are made of, don't you?
Yeah.
That eliminates the next 3 lines of this script. But now, Ken, it's time to introduce our first guest, a very charming young vocalist, Miss Carol Richards.
Hiya, Bing.
Carol, you got a song ready for the folks?
Well, just happened to have one. I thought I might do I Can Dream, Cantor.
You might do it. You better do it, or we're going to have another gap right in. Go ahead and dream, Carol.
No matter how near you'll be, you'll never belong to me. But I can dream, can't I? Can't I pretend that I'm locked in the bend of your embrace? For dreams are just like wine, and I'm drunk with mine. I'm aware my heart is a sad affair. There's much disillusion there, but I can dream, can I? Can I adore you? Although we are oceans apart, I can't make you open your heart, but I can dream, and can I adore you? Although we are so far apart, I can't make you open your heart, but I can dream, can't
Very nice, Carol. That was beautifully done. Friends of ours in the Sagebrush Belt will be interested to hear that Carol Richards is currently appearing at El Rancho Vegas, along with our dear friend Joey Lewis. Give him our love, Carol. And now, folks, here's an old friend of ours. He's always been considered a catch, not only in the entertainment world, but also among the pursuing fair sex. However, since he was last with us, his status has changed considerably. In fact, I might even say completely. Because now Hollywood's most famous bachelor has went and did it. And it's with pleasure and congratulations that we welcome ex-bachelor Jimmy Stewart to the Chesterfield Show. James, you look wonderful.
Well, thanks, Bing. You know, all my friends tell me the same thing ever since Gloria and I got married.
It's a fact. I really mean it. Your eyes have real sparkle. You have more zip and zing.
I also snap, sizzle, and pop.
Well, you wait till you've been married as long as I have.
No more snap, sizzle, and pop?
No, just flap, fizzle, and flop. Hey, Jim, tell me, where'd you and your bride go for your honeymoon?
We went marlin fishing at Sun Valley.
You went marlin? Laddie boy. Sun Valley's 1,000 miles from the ocean. There's no marlin fishing there.
Well, who cares?
I guess you're right. Who wants a marlin when you have your darling, huh? You know, Jim, I'm sure your marriage made Gloria happy, but I want to tell you something. It made a lot of other women very unhappy.
It did?
Sure. The day you became a groom, Jimmy Stewart fan clubs throughout the nation wore their bobby socks at half-mast.
Golly.
Yes, and grown-up women all over the world drank a solemn farewell toast to their lover boy. Martinis with black olives in them.
Bang.
That's true. Gosh, what a tough year the poor girls have had. Why, before their tears had dried over losing you, the next shock came like a bolt out of the blue.
What?
Vice President Barkley.
Oh.
What an awful year, really.
Yeah. The Missouri Waltz used to be the theme song of Washington. Now it's St. Louis Woman.
I just can't get over you. And the Vice President, especially you. Everybody was betting 20 to 1 that you'd remain single the rest of your life. Did you know that? 20 to 1. What made you decide to get married?
Oh, Bing, I just couldn't pass up those odds.
Besides picking up a lovely bride, you also grabbed some lovely loot, huh?
No, enough to buy a license, pay a minister, and rent a tuxedo.
Now, Jimmy, besides making expenses, what are the reasons that made you forsake bachelordom?
Well, to tell you the truth, Bing, I wanted to get married a long time ago, but I didn't have a girl.
Well, I guess a girl's a definite must. If you want to get married.
Unless you're a girl yourself, and then, of course, a man would be necessary.
That's what I like about you, Jimmy, your innate ability to see both sides of a problem.
Thanks very much,
You're incisive in that respect.
Well, anyway, I finally found the right girl, and that's about all there is to my getting married.
What baffles me is how a girl could get used to a fellow as bashful as you are.
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, Gloria happens to be very shy herself.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember the first time we were introduced, she took one look at me and ran and hid in a closet.
Oh, she is shy.
Mm-hmm. I got so flustered, I ran and hid in a closet.
Well, a meeting like that can never lead to romance.
Well, it can if you both pick the same closet.
What a fair. Hey, boss, James, tell me, how did you ever get up nerve enough to kiss your bride after your wedding?
Oh, well, shucks. When it comes to girls, I'm just as aggressive as the next fella. After the ceremony, I just barged over and got in that line, like everybody else. Went around 6 times.
Oh. What a wolf.
And the next time I see one of those lines, she's going to get kissed again.
Jim, after living alone for so many years and being your own boss, how does married life strike you?
Well, I'll tell you, Luella.
Wait till I get my... How do you get...
We get along wonderfully. But women do funny things. Now, like at breakfast this morning, Gloria said, I had to pay the gardener this morning, so while you were sleeping, I took $20 out of your pants pocket.
Yeah, well, you can't break them of those habits. But if you want revenge, do what I do. Now, you know, when Dixie says to me, I took $20 out of your pocket, I say, that's all right, honey. I'll still get by today. I have a $10 bill in this other pocket.
Oh, what kind of revenge is that?
Oh, yeah. Drives them crazy when they think they missed something. They can't stand it. They can't abide it. Jimmy, I don't want to pry into your private life as if I haven't been, but I think that all of our listeners would really be interested in knowing how you finally got up enough nerve. Now, how did you really build yourself up to ask Gloria to marry you? How'd you do that?
You mean you want to know how I proposed?
Yeah.
In front of all these people?
Sure.
Well, Bing, a fella can't propose all alone. You need a girl.
Well, I'll help out. I'll be Gloria, and we'll reenact exactly what took place the night that you popped the question.
No, Bing, I can't do that.
Well, why not?
Well, suppose I ask you to marry me and you accept. That's big on me.
Come on, Jimmy. We'll put you in the mood. Come on, John.
We now take you to the home of Miss Gloria McLean, who will be played by Mr. Crosby. And we find Miss McLean and her suitor seated in the living room.
Oh, Jimmy.
Yes, Gloria?
Come over here and sit beside me.
Well, wait till I cover the birdcage. They keep staring at me.
Jiminy, those are lovebirds. You notice how they're snuggling together? Why don't we do that?
Oh, we could never get in that little cage.
Oh, Jimmy, you're so bashful.
No, I'm not. Now, as a matter of fact, I have something very important to ask you. Gloria?
Yes, Jimmy.
Gloria? Have you ever thought of changing your name?
Why, yes. What have you got in mind?
Well, Catherine might be a nice...
Oh, Jimmy.
No, what I started to say, I mean, I thought perhaps... Well, maybe I shouldn't mention it, but I've just got to come right out with it. Gloria?
Yes?
You said yes. You said yes.
Jimmy, what you so excited about?
Well, I just proposed to you. You said yes.
I did?
Oh, honey, you made me the happiest man in the world, I think.
Jimmy, aren't you going to kiss me?
No, I got to go home.
But, Jimmy, we're lovely. We use ponds. We're engaged.
Now, I'll phone you in the morning, Gloria.
Well, don't go. It's still early.
I really can't stay.
Baby, it's cold outside.
I got to go away.
Baby, it's cold outside.
This evening has been
hoping that you drop
so
in.
very nice.
I'll hold your hands there just like
I ought to say no.
Mind if I move in?
At least I'm going to say that I
Oh,
tried.
what's the sense of hurting my
I really can't
Oh,
stay.
baby, don't hold out.
Baby, it's cold outside.
Very romantic thing, and Jimmy, I'm sure that lovers all over the world will find inspiration in your little offering.
Oh, thanks very much, Ken.
Say, Jimmy, you know it's getting pretty close to Christmas, and for the smokers on your list, this year Chesterfield has something special, the Chesterfield Christmas carton.
Oh, it makes a nice gift, Jimmy.
Well, I got to pick some of them up.
Yeah, it's really an attractive package. It's in full color with a picture of Chesterfield's Arthur Godfrey dressed as Santa Claus.
Arthur Godfrey? Well, what's the matter with you, Bang? Why didn't Chesterfield put your picture on the Christmas card?
Well, I can't wear a Santa Claus suit, Jimmy. You see, I'm not stout enough to be believable as Santa.
Oh, uh-huh.
The costume would sag on me.
You can fill out the pants, all right.
I appreciate your confidence in me.
I'll bet Chesterfield didn't even ask you to have your picture on the Christmas carton.
Oh, yes, they did, Ken. I could have had my picture on that carton right with Godfrey.
Well, why didn't you then?
Well, they wanted to dress me up in a Buster Brown suit and sit me on Godfrey's lap. I wouldn't hold still for that. I'm supposed to hold a balloon in one hand and a candy cane in the other.
Anyhow, friends, just drop around or phone your neighborhood dealer and order the bright Arthur Godfrey Christmas Chesterfield carton. It'll completely satisfy every smoker on your list.
Here's a tune. It's called the Christmas Song. Looks like it's destined to become one of the Yuletide season's genuine standards. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Yuletide carols being sung by a choir, and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight. They know that Santa is on his way. He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh. And every mother's child is bound to spy to see if reindeer really know how to fly. And so I'm offering this simple phrase to kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to you. Offering this simple phrase to kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas. Thank you, Buddy Cole, for that very listenable piano interlude. Oh, my thanks to Carol Richards and Jimmy Stewart tonight, too, for joining us this evening.
Who's with you next week?
Well, next week, Jimmy, our guest will be Miss Ethel Barrymore.
Oh, there's a wonderful lady.
Isn't she? We're especially happy that Miss Barrymore will be with us next week, Jimmy, because it's our Christmas show.
Oh, it sounds like a real gift for everybody.
In addition to Jingle Bells, White Christmas, and some of the other favorite songs, we'll present a brand new Christmas play. Thanks again, Jimmy. We'll see you soon.
Oh, I enjoy it. Good night, Gloria.
Good night. See you next week for Chesterfield, folks. The best cigarette for you to smoke.
The Bing Crosby Show was produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear The Bing Crosby Show and Bing's guest, Miss Ethel Barrymore. Ladies, only 10 days till Christmas, so remember to get him a big Christmas humidor of smooth, sure fresh velvet pipe and cigarette tobacco. It's a double pleasure to any smoker when you give this generous humidor of velvet. It smokes cool and sweet in both pipe and cigarette. In every way, the gift for him is a Christmas humidor of velvet, America's smoothest smoke. Jimmy Stewart is currently seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, The Stratton Story. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show follows immediately.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Magee Marshall. Welcome once again to another adventurous journey across the mysterious and terror-filled terrain of the human imagination. The moving finger, the poet said, writes, and having writ, moves on. Not all your piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wash out a word of it. Well, we seek no quarrel with the great Omar, but the fact is that anything written can be rewritten, even erased. It's all merely a matter of knowing the right people.
What do you need the money for?
To bet with.
It's immoral.
It's a way to make a fortune.
Besides, you can lose.
Oh, not me.
I've heard people say that before on the way to the poorhouse.
Jerry, listen. I know who's going to win the World Series. I know who's going to be elected president next year. I know what stocks are going up.
You're crazy.
Just let me have the money, Jerry. I'll double it, quadruple it. There's no limit to what we can win. I know everything that will happen in the next 21 years. We can be the richest people in the world, Jerry. We can own the world.
Our mystery drama, Yesterday's Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. Admittedly, this is not the best of all possible worlds, but it's the only world we have at this point. And so there are times when we despair of the inequity and unfairness of so many things. But we should remember there is justice. Even though it may not always look that way, there is justice. And justice moves at its own pace, manifests itself in its own way. A way that is sometimes as obvious and dramatic as a bolt of lightning. Sometimes as silent, as unobtrusive as the fall of a leaf. But either way, justice will have been done, finally, irrevocably, and for all eternity. But let us begin our story, or rather continue, for who knows when any story really begins. At Ramelletti's, which is, as you know, a very chic, very exclusive watering place for the very wealthy.
May I get you something, madam?
Well, I'm expecting someone, so I'll just order a small... Why, it's Dottie. Dottie Malloy.
Hello, Jane.
Dottie, it can't be you.
Why not?
Well, because you look so
old.
Oh, I didn't mean that.
I suppose I do look old.
But you're just a year older than I am. You can't even be 40 yet.
I'm 2 years younger than you are, Jane. And I was just 43 last week. I didn't recognize you at first.
Have I changed that much in 20 years?
No, I was just so busy looking at the necklace and the earrings and the rings.
The diamonds are all genuine. But if you got them, wear them.
Well, to answer your question, you haven't changed. You look exactly the same. Same as you did when we were both working at Waterfield and Prentice. Actually, you look better.
I don't suppose. But that is, I guess you're not allowed to sit down and talk to me.
No, I'm very happy for you, Jane.
Well, that's another thing. I can't say that I'm happy for you. How's Harold? Oh, yes, Harold.
He's fine.
Still as handsome as ever?
Handsomer.
What's he doing now?
Oh, you know what he's doing.
Yeah, I suppose I do. Still selling men's suits at Westing's.
No, not at Westing's, but at a place just like it. That's all he ever wanted to do. Is to wear smart clothes.
I want to apologize to you, Dottie.
What for?
Oh, for the way I hated you. For taking Harold away from me.
I couldn't take what you didn't have.
I know. Actually, you did me a favor.
Yes, I can see that I did.
I would have been stuck with Harold just as I am. Well, this way I made 3 fantastic marriages, each one wealthier than the last.
I'm glad for you.
Oh, Dottie, I want to cry.
Why?
Because I look at you and I remember how you used to be, how you sparkled.
Well, that's life.
No, it's not life. It's money. Or I should say not having money. Dottie, let me do something for you.
What?
Well, now, just don't take what I'm about to say the wrong way, Dottie. Let me give you some money.
No, Jane. Money can't help me.
Don't say.
Nothing can help me. That's the only way to put it. And I'm serious, Jane. The only thing I can say is that I'm under a curse.
Dottie,
It's true. And I deserve it. So, what's your order?
Dottie? Is there any point in my saying that we should get together soon?
No. No, Jane, you know as well as I do, there is no point in your saying it.
Hey, you're late.
Yeah, I had to work dinner.
Oh, that's okay. I made myself a sandwich. You eat?
I'm not hungry.
Well, should you be...
No, maybe later.
Did anybody interesting come into the place today?
No, nobody.
I kind of wish I worked in a place where you could meet celebrities.
You don't meet them, Harold. You just wait on them.
Well, it would sure give you something to talk about, wouldn't it? Hey, I'm glad I had a chance to see you before I left.
So where are you going?
Where am I? You haven't changed a single little bit in 20 years. You're still the greatest little kidder in the whole wide world.
I forgot. It's Tuesday night.
Yes, indeedy, Dottie. It's Tuesday night, and old handsome Harold goes bowling for 17 years, man and boy, through rain and sleet and snow and hail.
Yeah, well, I think I'll go lie down.
Well, sure, honey. Why don't you do that? You look tired. And good night, honey.
Don't be too late.
You always say that.
Good night.
I'll see you.
Huh? What the... Oh, now what did he do? Forget his key? Look at me. I must have fallen asleep on the couch. All right. I'm coming. Honestly, Harold, the least you could do is take... Oh.
Good evening. Did I waken you?
Who are you?
I'm Mr. Carpenter. And you are Mrs. Malloy.
Yes. What do you want, Mr. Carpenter?
I should say, what do you want, Mrs. Malloy?
Well, you're the one who rang my bell.
Yes, because you sent for me.
I sent for you?
I'm from Opportunity Incorporated.
Opportunity Incorporated?
Why don't I come in? Thank you. I have a copy of your letter here.
My letter?
You don't recognize it?
Oh. You're the people who had that ad in the paper.
Precisely, Mrs. Malloy.
Well, what are you selling?
Nothing.
Well, let me put it this way. What will whatever you have to give away cost me?
Nothing.
Well, how do you stay in business? Whatever your business is.
We're a non-profit organization.
Well, then I don't understand.
A copy of our ad. See? Would you like an opportunity to change the course of your life? If so, write Opportunity Unlimited. You wrote, I'm here.
You know what it's about? What's it about? A job? Or a chance to go into a new business? I mean,
what do you want it to be?
Well, it's too late to change the course of my life.
It's never too late.
Well, you don't understand.
I think I do.
You see, something happened a long time ago.
21 years ago, to be exact.
Yes, that's right, and I...
And you think you're still being punished for it?
Wait a minute. How do you know...
I know everything.
What do you mean, everything? Who are you?
I told you. Mr. Carpenter, from Opportunity Unlimited. Now, on a certain evening, 21 years ago.
What? Wait. Which evening?
You know the evening. How can you ever forget it? You dream about it every night. You relive it in every nightmare.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure you do.
How would I be able to remember some evening?
Let me refresh your memory. You were working for a brokerage house called Waterfield and Prentice. It was 9 o'clock at night. The entire building was empty, deserted, except for you. What were you doing there at 9 o'clock at night? What were you doing in Mr. Waterfield's private office? What were you doing taking money out of Mr. Waterfield's safe? Suddenly you turn ashy white with fear. You hear a door open, and it's old Jerry, the night watchman. And he asks you the very same question.
What are you doing at that safe, Dottie?
Oh, Jerry. Oh, you scared me. Well, you see, Mr. Waterfield called me. And he asked, could I come down here and take this money out of the safe? And,
No, Dottie. It ain't so. He didn't ask you nothing of the sort.
Oh, but I tell you, he...
Besides, you ain't supposed to know the combination. How'd you find the combination, Dottie?
Jerry, listen.
I know you were tempted, and I can understand that, Dottie.
I need this money. It's not just for me. It's to help somebody. Jerry, I'm not supposed to know the combination. Nobody could ever trace this to me.
Well, I guess not.
And it's only $20,000. What's $20,000 to old man Waterfield? He can afford to lose it. Look, Jerry, I'll give you some of it. $5,000.
No, Dottie.
I'm taking this money. You can't stop me.
I'll have to report you, Dottie.
I'll deny it. It's your word against mine. Enough people around here think you're getting senile anyhow. Now, Jerry, get out of my way.
I'll have to stop you, Dottie. It's my duty.
You're an old man, and I don't want to hurt you. Now, let go of me.
Put the money back.
Get your hands off me.
Put it back, Dottie, please. Dottie, put it.
Jerry, I didn't touch you.
It's my heart. I have pills in my shirt pocket. Give me a...
Jerry, don't. Jerry, please don't die. I'll put the money back, but please, Jerry. Oh.
But he did die. And you didn't put the money back.
What do you want? Did you come here to blackmail me?
Tell me. Were you sincere? Would you really put the money back if you had another chance?
Yes. It would have saved Jerry's life if I'd done it when he asked me.
That's why I am here. To give you that opportunity to put the money back.
Put the money back? That money's been gone for years, $20,000. And I never had so much as a penny's worth of enjoyment out of it.
How would you like the chance to put the money back?
How can I put it back? I don't have it.
Would you like to have the chance to put it back while he was still asking you to do it?
What are you saying? What are you saying?
There can't be very much doubt about what he's saying. He's certainly saying it clearly enough. But can it be done? Even so, you certainly have to admit it isn't the kind of offer you get every day. Should she take him up on it? Would you? I shall return shortly with Act 2. They say you can't go back again. Once you leave a certain time and a certain place, it's gone forever. On the face of it, it sounds like an extremely sound rule. However, as everyone knows, every rule has its exceptions. And this is what a Mr. Carpenter seems to be discussing with Dottie Malloy.
What I'm saying, Mrs. Malloy, and I thought I was saying it clearly, is would you like to have the chance to put the money back when old Jerry asked you to?
But that's impossible.
I didn't ask you if it was possible. I asked you if you would like to have the chance to do it.
I know, I'm not asleep. I'm not dreaming all this.
No, you're wide awake. Well, your answer?
$20,000. That was a fortune. A fortune. I thought it would change my whole life.
And it did.
It made me an old woman long before my time.
I know.
I had to hide that money. I had to lie about every nickel of it. When Harold needed $5,000 to go into business, I made up a story of an aunt who died and left me them. But what's the difference? He went bankrupt anyhow. I bought stocks that dropped out of sight. I bet on horses. Some of them never even finished.
That's right.
It was as if there was a curse on that money. Well, you seem to know everything. Was there?
Well, let's say you should never have taken it.
Would my life have been different?
Yes.
Tell me how.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Without that murder on your conscience.
Don't call it murder. It was...
What was it? You would have looked at things differently, had a different attitude. Unless, of course...
Unless what?
Unless you happen to be a thief in your heart, in which case, one way or another, you'd wind up just about the way you are now. A failure filled with remorse.
I'm not a thief. I wasn't... I never stole anything in my life until...
Well, you probably never had the opportunity.
Don't say that.
I have to say that because there's no point in giving you a chance to make amends if in the end you do the same thing all over again.
Do you think I'd... Oh, Lord. To get one night's sleep. To lose the sight of that old man's face, I would give my soul.
You don't have to give anything.
Money. Once I thought it was everything. Oh, look what it did to me. I hate it. I don't want it. Please, give me that chance. Give me that chance. Oh, listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. I must be crazy. Somehow, a stranger comes into my house, and somehow he found out a secret about me. And for some reason which I can't understand, he chooses to amuse himself.
I admit this is shocking to you. But there's one way to prove that I'm serious and you're not crazy. Go back.
Go back? 21 years?
Yes.
I'm afraid.
Afraid? Afraid to be young again? Afraid to have another chance, another lifetime?
How would a thing like this work?
It's very simple. You agree to go back for the express purpose of rectifying an unfortunate action that you committed under stress. You are given an opportunity to do it.
And then, do I come back here to the present?
That's difficult to say. You're going back there. Here won't happen for another 21 years. So, where here is going to be will depend on the new life you'd make for yourself.
Well, what have I got to lose? My wonderful job, this beautiful apartment, my intelligent husband. I'm ready.
A word of caution. If you don't put that money back...
Oh, how can you even bring that up? That's what I'm going back there for, isn't it?
Well, I would just like to warn...
You don't have to warn me about anything. You just sold me. Now, how do we do it? Oh, listen to me. I must be crazy. I really believe what you're saying.
Now that you understand, come with me.
Where?
For a walk.
At this hour?
When we get downstairs, it won't be this hour.
But I'm not dressed to go walking.
You're not dressed for 21 years ago either. But don't worry. It will all adjust itself. Come.
But I...
Well?
Harold... He'll come back. He'll worry.
No, he won't. Once you walk out of here, this place no longer exists.
I'm scared.
That's perfectly natural. Don't be afraid. Come. Here, hold my hand. Now come with me. Come. We'll walk downstairs and into the street. Come.
It's day. It's daylight. How did it get to be daylight? It was just 9:30 at night. How did it get to be... Oh!
Now, don't be alarmed. Please.
But look at the cars. Look at them. Those cars are 20 years old. All those cars.
They're brand new.
And they're Snyder's. That's Snyder's coffee shop across the street. We used to go there for lunch. All of us from the office. But they tore it down 10 years ago. They built a new...
You've gone back, Dottie. Don't you understand? You're not Dottie Malloy. You're still Dottie Sanders.
Look at my dress. And these shoes. I threw these out long ago. No, I didn't. I remember...
You wanted to go back, Dottie. You're back.
Yeah, I feel so...
Young?
Yes, that's it. I feel young. But tell me, why do I remember everything that takes place for the next 21 years? Why do I know that?
Because you're not all the way back yet. Until that money is returned to the safe, your new life hasn't really begun.
Well, then let me go and return it. What are we waiting for?
It's only 9:30 in the morning. You have to wait till 9 o'clock tonight.
Oh. Well, what am I going to do until then?
Go through the day, just as you did last time.
No, I'd like to change some of the things I did last time.
You can only change one of them. The thing you did 9 o'clock at night. Say, we can't stand around here all day. You're late for work, and you know what a bear old Mr. Waterfield is. Well, goodbye, Dottie.
Goodbye?
Yes, goodbye.
But when will I see you again, Mr. Carpenter?
Never.
Never?
Never. Unless, of course, you don't live up to our bargain.
Then I guess this is goodbye.
Goodbye, Dottie, and good luck.
Dottie.
Hi, Jane.
You're 40 minutes late.
I know.
Old Waterfield is having a 14-carat fit. Honestly, he's given me such a headache. Oh, there he goes again.
I'll get it. Yes, Mr. Waterfield.
Well, where have you been?
I just got back, Mr. Waterfield.
From where? Oh, never mind. Come in here.
I'm so glad you're here, Dottie. He makes me ill.
Well, why don't you go lie down?
All right.
And if you don't feel any better, go on home.
Oh, but Harold's taking me to dinner tonight.
No, he isn't.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, he isn't. If you don't feel well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. I have to quit this job. That Mr. Waterfield, he makes me so nervous. I just wish Harold would ask me to marry him.
Just a minute. Now repeat that combination slowly. 12 left, 12 right, and a round to 0 twice. Yeah, I got it. Why do they always have to change the damn things? You no sooner remember one combination than Miss Sanders, Dottie.
I'm right here, sir.
Oh.
I was just coming in the door.
Now make a note. I want Kelly to pick up 5,000 shares of International Motors at the market.
International Motors?
That's what I said.
But wasn't there a big scandal?
Scandal? What scandal?
Yes, they went bankrupt. And the president, Abner Stilson, went to jail.
Miss Sanders, have you taken leave of your senses?
Excuse me, sir. What year is this?
Well, now I know there's something wrong.
Oh, that's right. It hasn't happened yet. And it won't for about it. I'm sorry, sir.
Dottie, I have enough problems with that flighty one outside, that Jane. Now, don't you go haywire on me, too.
I'm sorry, sir.
Now, I want Peters to buy 2,000 shares of Midwest Steel. That is, if you approve.
Midwest Steel? Sir, that's a...
That's a what?
That's a sleeper. That'll go to...
Yes.
Excuse me, sir. I'm just feeling... Oh, I don't know. I'm kind of wild this morning.
Well, maybe you better see a doctor.
No, sir, I'm all right. I'm just very happy.
About what?
Oh, about everything.
Hi, Dottie.
Oh, hi, Harold. Jane isn't here.
I know.
She just wasn't feeling well, so she went home.
I know. I didn't come to see Jane.
Oh?
I came to see you.
Me?
How about lunch?
Oh, now look, Harold.
You have to eat, don't you? And I have to eat, and I happen to be in the neighborhood.
When Jane happens to be my best friend.
I like her, too.
I don't do things that way.
Tell you what, I'll really splurge. I'll take you to Ramoletti's.
I'm sorry, Harold.
What time do you go out?
12:45.
Meet you downstairs.
Yeah, I think I'll have the...
Now, don't go looking for the cheapest thing on the menu.
Boy, even the cheapest thing is practically out of sight.
Dottie, you know what bothers me?
What?
That you're impressed by a place like this.
Well, it's very expensive.
It's only money, and it's all you need to eat here. Actually, it's all you need to go anywhere. Do anything. Money.
Yeah, well, I never had any money.
I never did either, but I'm going to. I'm not going to be a salesman all my life. I intend to own a place.
Oh, sure.
Well, there are plenty of good locations, and I know how to sell.
Yeah, you do have a wonderful personality, Harold.
No reason why I shouldn't be on my own. Well, there is a reason.
What's that?
Well, you can even sing it. Do, re, mi. Yes, indeed, Dottie. The good old cabbage leaves.
Yeah. And that's a shame.
Yeah, all it takes is a few thousand, 5, 6 maybe, to get set up. Well, let's enjoy the here and now. Why don't you try the rack of lamb?
Where is it? Oh, Harold, that costs $12.
It's delicious. I'm going to have it.
Yeah, but 12 for you and 12 for me, that's... Just for lunch, it adds up to...
It adds up to 0, Dottie. 12 and 12 are 0.
What? What did you say?
Nothing.
No, what did you say? About 12 and 12.
I said 12 and 12 add up to 0.
12 left, 12 right, and around to 0 twice.
What are you saying, Dottie?
What am I saying? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. But I think I will have the rack of lamb after all.
Great. Did you ever have it before?
Sure. Once.
Where?
Here.
Here? I thought you said you never ate here.
Well, I did. And I didn't.
You say the craziest things.
I know.
I think that's why I've fallen in love with you. How was the rack of lamb?
It's not so hot.
Well, in that case, let's not have it.
No. We must.
What are you saying?
I'm saying we can't change anything. Just yet.
So far, it's all on schedule. The day runs its course, just as it did 21 years ago. Dottie was late to work. She overheard the boss muttering the combination of the office safe. She stole her best friend's boyfriend. Stole may be a harsh word, but here we deal in realities. Realities so real that they can be considered fantastic. We'll find out how she handles the rest of the day when I return shortly with Act 3. Sometimes you get a chance to do it all over again. Sometimes. And you know exactly how to handle the situation this time. There's absolutely no way to commit that fatal blunder. Because this time, you are forewarned, forearmed. You have foresight. How could you possibly do it wrong?
Oh. Hello, Harold?
No, it isn't Harold.
Mr. Carpenter. Well, Harold was supposed to call me. He did last time.
And he will again.
And will I go to dinner with him?
Yes.
And do I have to go through that situation with Jane again?
You know you do. And then you must come back here to...
Oh, yes, I know. And I will.
The only reason I called was to wish you luck.
Oh, I don't need any luck.
Remind you of what it
have every intention of doing it.
I'd better hang up, because even now Harold is dialing your number to ask you to dinner. Goodbye, Daddy.
Why, from Ramoletti's to Snyder's, all in one day.
I have to admit the food's much cheaper here.
Yeah, well, I think it's better.
No, I have to improve your taste.
Harold, what were you saying about going into business?
Was I saying anything about...
Yeah, at lunch.
Oh, I always talk that way. It's just talk. Where could I ever get the kind of money it takes to...
Well, you could save it.
I don't make enough.
Well, still, you could put it aside.
Oh, sure, but you have to be the saving kind, and that's just not me.
Yeah, but if you did have the money, but just suppose...
You mean, like, just suppose the moon is made out of green cheese?
No, suppose.
If I had it? Oh, that'd be a brand new ball game. I'd open my own store. I'd know what styles to buy. I know how to handle my customers. Oh, Dottie, I could make a fortune.
I believe you would.
Well, look, I don't do too badly now. I'm still the best salesman Old Man Westing has. I make enough to...
To what?
Well, listen to me. I have no trouble selling a suit of clothes, but I have all kinds of trouble selling myself.
Well, don't oversell, Harold.
Huh?
I mean, you just about closed the deal.
Dottie.
No, don't. Don't kiss me, Harold, please.
But don't you realize what you just said?
Yeah, I know. But first, I have to talk to Jane.
Jane? Why?
Well, because she...
Dottie, I just dated Jane now and then. I never gave her any reason to think that there was...
I'm sure you didn't, but she seems to think so, and that's the same thing.
But look...
No. I really feel I owe her an explanation.
I thought you were my friend.
Jane.
Yeah, I see it all now.
Jane, there isn't anything to see except the truth. We just happened to fall in love with each other.
Oh, take him. Take him in good riddance. He's just a phony. Big, good-looking, but not a brain in his head. You'll never get anywhere, you'll never be anybody, and you'll never have anything. You'll wind up supporting him.
Oh, no, Jane. It's for the best. I know it's for the best. You don't see it now, but you will later.
I never want to see you again. Now, don't stand there. Get out.
All right, Jane. All right.
Daddy, please, for your own sake, give him back to me. Daddy, look at you, so pretty and so smart. You could do so much better than Harold. Don't let him ruin your life.
Me?
What does it matter?
I know. I'm just plain Jane.
He's good enough for me, but he's not good enough for you.
I know.
You know? Well, then why?
I can't help it, Jane. I can't help it.
Did you tell her?
Yes, I told her.
Was it bad?
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's nobody's fault.
Well, look, it's still early enough. How about a movie?
Harold, could you really make a go of it?
Make a go of what?
Your own business?
Well, sure, but that's just a wild dream.
Well, the wildest dreams can come true.
We're so serious tonight. Let's see a funny movie.
Harold, could you make a go of your own business? I have to know.
Well, the answer is sure. I could make $1 million. All I need is the chance. Now, how about that movie?
No. I want to go home. I have a headache.
Sure you just want to go to sleep?
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's been such a great day. I hate to see it end.
Well, I guess I'm just overexcited. After all, a girl doesn't get a proposal every day.
Why don't I come by for you in the morning? We'll have breakfast and lunch and dinner. And maybe in between we can get married.
And very soon I want my family to come in from the West Coast.
I'll be by bright and early in the a.m. Are you happy?
Yes.
You're beautiful, Dottie. See you, Angel.
Taxi! Would you take me to the Waterfield Prentice Building, 12th and Main? Right. 12 left. And around to 0. Twice. And I'm right. It opens.
What are you doing at the safe, Dottie?
Jerry? Oh, Jerry, you scared me. Well, you see, Mr. Waterfield called and asked me if I could take this money to...
Now, that ain't so, Dottie. He didn't ask you nothing of the sort.
But I tell you, he did.
Besides, you ain't supposed to know the combination. How'd you happen to learn the combination?
Well, I...
Well, what's the difference? You were tempted. I can understand that, Dottie.
Jerry, I need this money. It's not just for me. It's to help somebody. And it's only $20,000. What does $20,000 mean to old man Waterfield? Listen to me, Jerry. I'll give you some of it. Here, take $5,000.
No, Dottie. No.
Why don't we split it?
Put the money back. Lock the safe. And we'll both forget about tonight.
No. I'm taking this money.
Put it back, Dottie.
Well, of course, I'll put it back.
Now you're talking sense.
After all, that's what I came back here for.
You'll be happier in the long run. That's the kind of money that never brings anything good. This way, you'll always have your peace of mind.
Sure.
You're being smart, Dottie.
Jerry, listen to me. I'm not really going to take this money.
No?
No. I'm just going to borrow it. And you're right, I was a stupid, immature kid that last time. But not this time, Jerry. This time. Do you know what I know?
Now listen, Dottie.
This time, I know all the stocks that are going to go up. All the horses that are going to win. Listen, this year, the Sox are going to win the pennant.
Now I know you're crazy.
The Sox are going to come from nowhere to win it 100 to 1.
Dottie, you're out of your mind.
And Sweet Reward is going to win the Derby. And there's a stock, Midwest Steel. If you get in on it right now... Jerry, I know so many things.
Dottie, just put the money back.
Yeah, I will, Jerry, I will.
Right
now? No, not right now. Tomorrow. I just want to borrow it for one day.
Please, Dottie, I don't want you to get into trouble.
I need the cash just for a few hours. Jerry, you and I will be millionaires. Please trust me, believe me.
Put it back,
Get out of my way.
I'll have to report you.
I'm not stealing it. I'll put it back tomorrow. Tomorrow night, you'll see.
Dottie, right now, there's no harm done yet.
Let go of me.
Please, Dottie, I'm trying to help you.
Don't get your hand.
I have to stop you, Dottie.
It's not stealing this money. Don't you understand? I'm not stealing it.
Put it back. Put it back.
I don't want to hurt you, Jerry. You're an old man.
Money back, please.
Jerry, I have this gift. I can see into the future. You'd be able to retire.
Put it back.
I will.
My heart.
Jerry.
In my pocket. My shirt pocket.
What?
I've got pills.
Oh, please, don't die on me. Please don't die. Jerry.
I'm afraid he's dead.
Mr. Carpenter.
Yes. Mr. Carpenter.
Well, I didn't kill him. He died of a heart attack. You saw it.
Yes, I saw and I heard everything. Well, now we take a dim view of this sort of thing at Opportunities Unlimited. We do indeed.
Well, don't you see what I was trying to do for him? To give him an opportunity to better himself.
But that was not our agreement. You had agreed to put the money back.
What are you going to do to me?
I won't do anything to you.
I'll put the money back right now.
Where will you put it?
In a safe on the wall.
In which safe? On what wall?
It's dark. How did it get so dark? What happened to the lights?
No, you can keep the money.
I can keep the money?
Certainly. For all the good it will do you.
Oh, it'll do me plenty of good now. Now I know how to use it. I can do things that... Where are the lights?
The lights?
Yes, where are the lights? And what's that noise?
The lights, as you know, they won't be invented for at least 1,000 years.
What?
The noise, well...
Where am I?
I would say you're on the southern coast of England. The year is 874.
How could I go back to 874?
You're hiding in a tiny hut. The noise is that of a Viking raid.
Oh.
The village is burned, looted. There's quite a bit of murder, robbery, rape.
Why, what are you saying?
That's how things were in those days. Besides, why worry? You have money. Those pretty little pieces of green paper.
Will they kill me?
I don't know.
Oh, please. Please, Mr. Carpenter.
They don't kill everybody. And you've got $20,000 in good American money.
Oh, please, please, please save me. They're right outside.
You've got $20,000, Dottie. Let's see you buy your way out of this trap.
Dottie was lucky in one sense. The chief of the Viking raiders was Eric the Red. He had an eye for pretty ladies. So instead of killing her, he kept her for himself. So, basic relationships didn't really change. Instead of keeping house for Harold Malloy, she kept house for Eric the Red. And talking about houses, don't you leave the house till I come back shortly. Can you go all the way back and forth in time? Before you answer no, consider. Practically all of you have already done it. How, you ask? Well, don't you set your clocks for daylight savings time? But that's only an hour, sure. But it's the principle. Remember, the greatest oak was once a tiny acorn. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Patricia Wheel, Robert Maxwell, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Now, a preview of our next tale.
Raphael, why did you leave the stage after the Chopin?
I can't go on, Lottie.
After performing a miracle, you can't go on. The entire audience is on its feet calling for you, and you can't go on.
After what just happened?
What did happen out there, Mr. Klein?
It was as if... Oh,
well, go on, tell me. What happened to you?
Well, some force suddenly gripped my right arm. Began to pull my hand, my right hand, off the keyboard. I didn't know what was happening to me. I thought I was having some sort of seizure, or I was going mad, or I don't know what.
And then?
My left hand kept playing.
You mean you kept playing with your left hand?
No, Lottie, no. My right arm. It was forced down to my side, and I was scared. I was so scared I couldn't have gone on playing with my left, and I didn't. It did.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and True Shave, Be Beforehand Lotion, present the Eddie Cantor Show. With Nora Martin, Bert Gordon, our Russian friends, Billy Gray, Leonard Sousa's Orchestra, The Sportsman, yours truly, Harry Von Zell, and starring Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, say, Eddie, I'm glad you're back from your bond tour. How was Chicago?
Oh, Chicago was wonderful. We broadcast from the naval exhibit there, and Harry, I saw all of our new weapons. New torpedoes, T-2 boats, landing craft, bombers, submarines. Believe me, Hitler isn't dead. He's hiding.
Well, look. Eddie, I understand that you made 12 speeches in 3 days.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, but I just couldn't stand that Chicago wind.
Too much competition, huh?
Wait a minute. No kidding, Harry. The wind was so strong in Chicago, it knocked off my glasses and they broke. And what do you think happened?
What?
You know how nearsighted I am?
Yeah.
I kissed the mad Russian on the back of the neck and said to Nora Martin, why don't you get ashamed?
Ollie, I don't believe that. I'm going to ask the kid.
Go ahead and ask him. Oh, Nora Martin, Leonard Suze, come on in here, kid.
Say, Nora, did Eddie kiss you in Chicago? I should say not. Nora was out with me every night. Weren't you, Nora?
Well, Leonard is right. He bought a big bag of gumdrops. Black ones for him and red ones for me. Then he drove out in his car to a lonely road.
Yes. But it was so dark, we had to leave.
Leave? I don't understand. Leave? Why?
We couldn't tell the black ones from the red ones.
Am I glad I have girls?
Harry, did you hear the man who took your place in the program last Wednesday, Joe Kelly?
Yes. And I want to say in all seriousness, he was just fair.
Hey, Harry, how can you talk that way about your pal, Joe Kelly? He's a wonderful guy. I had him to dinner every night in Chicago, the State Police, the Pump Room, the Singapore.
Dinner every night.
Yeah, why?
All right. Eddie Cantor, if you ever speak to me again, I'll never speak to you again.
What is this all of a sudden, Harry? What's the matter? What got into you?
Well, I've been your announcer for 5 years. Have you ever taken me out to dinner?
Harry, I didn't know you felt that.
Well, now
way.
stop it. I never asked you to take me to those swell restaurants like Romanoff's or the Brown Derby. I'd be satisfied to go to Twisted. With you.
All right, Harry, all right. So I took Joe Kelly to dinner a few times for what?
Well, you could have been discreet. You didn't have to take him to Chicago's biggest restaurant where all my friends could see.
Harry, please.
I'm not going to play second fiddle. You're not going to make another John's other wife out of me.
Harry, if I hurt you, I'm sorry. You're about the best friend I ever had. You're so faithful. You follow me around like a big trained banana.
Well, why don't you ever take me to dinner?
You'd like one, too.
All right. So I'm quitting.
Quitting?
You can go ahead and sign up Joe Kelly. See if I care. A big quiz kid. He's so smart, he knows everything. Go ahead, sign it. I hope some night when he gets to the part where he's supposed to say in starring Eddie Cantor, I hope he says,
you hope he says what?
Your real name.
How can you talk like that, Harry?
I talk like that. Goodbye, Twitter. I'm Kent. It's not going to be easy, you know, to explain this to my 6-week-old baby. Eddie Cantor, bombshell.
Will you stop acting so foolish? You're my radio announcer. The way you talk, you think we were married.
Married or not, I gave you a baby boy bearing your name.
Harry Von Zell, you didn't give him to me. You just named him after me.
Yeah. You don't know what I went through. Now I'm going to change his name. I'm through. You hear me? I'm finished. I'm going out to forget you and Joe Kelly. Find a job. Don't worry. There are other radios to job. My heart may be broken. My spirit may be crushed. But I'll carry on like Pagliacci. I'll laugh. Laugh. Laugh.
What brought that on? Nora, Leonard. I've got to collect my thoughts. Let's make music, will you? I was walking down the street.
Down the street, down the street.
I met somebody who was mighty sweet.
Mighty sad to see.
I asked her, would she like to have a talk?
Have a talk?
Make with some talk. All the fellas standing on the walk, wishing they were me. Mama, Mama, let me dress up tonight.
Dress up tonight, dress up tonight.
I've got a secret, gonna fess up tonight.
Gonna dance by the light of the moon.
Gonna dance with a dollar with a hole in the stocking while the little people knocking and the old people rocking. Gonna dance with a dollar with a hole in the stocking. Dance by the light of the moon. Got more kisses than a candy store.
Candy store, candy store.
Sweeter than I've ever had before. Till I keep on crying for more. And now the young man with his horns, Leonard Scoop.
Dance by the light of the moon. Dance by the light of the moon.
By the light of the moon. Oh, that was very good. Nora, you're a lovely voice, Nora. I guess Come in. Mr. Cantor, I was told to deliver this record to you. Yeah, Hollywood told me to record you. Record your voice and send it to your nearest friend or relative. Probably someone trying to get a job in the program. Maybe somebody, you know? Maybe somebody's auditioning for Bonzel already. He's get around fast, don't he?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is yours truly, Harry Bonzel. But although I am no longer associated with that owl-eyed, three-timing, double-crossing little Cantor, his right name I won't say here because it's only a half-hour program. I still feel responsible for my millions of friends. And if I can no longer be of any help to Cantor, I can be of help to you. So look, if you ever wake up in the morning feeling sluggish and out of sorts, use the need of a laxative, take a glassful of sparkling salve-hepatica. For salve-hepatica taken then will bring quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to wait until night to take the laxative you need right away. You don't have to risk feeling miserable all day. You take salve-hepatica the moment you need it and get quick, gentle relief. What's more, salve-hepatica gives you this additional advantage.
This famous saline helps treat an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of salve-hepatica in your drink. Remembering this coffee is only extra weight. Keep it handy in your home and in your place of business. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better. Thanks to gentle, speedy salve-hepatica.
Yeah, it's such a wonderful voice. I can't even say I made him take his job.
Ask Joe Kelly to start.
After all these years of running the boys, now he means to come up and eat, and now he wants to change the kid's name. I wonder what he's calling. Maybe Georgie Gilford wants to. Oh, no. You can't do that to an innocent baby, no. Call him Georgie Gentleman a month ago if you wanted to get married. I gotta get married back somehow. I must find him.
What kind of work would you wish? I'm not proud. A wife, baby.
What about digging ditches?
Nothing doing. I don't think the wife and baby is strong enough for that.
Oh, Mrs. Bonzel? It's about Harry. He killed his dad. You're down. Even such a strange they can't Bonzel's name is name. Here, Mrs. Bonzel, potato got deeper. Potato got deeper. Broadcast off. For a real rest, sleep with a rest, all-wool Indian blanket. We are fortunate to have with us one of the workers in our native blanket factory.
a full-blooded Albuquerque Indian. He is Chief Laughing Boy.
He works for Resta Company. It's fine blanket. Resta blanket. R-E-S-T-A. B-L-A-N-K-E-T. Resta blanket. Resta blanket.
That's all, Bob.
What about myself? What do I get?
Oh, yeah. Here's a blanket. Poor Harry. He ran on the street with winter coming on. Oh, he got jealous because I treated Joe Kelly to a few dinners. Hard to believe, isn't it?
Anyone to a few dinners? Yes.
Yeah. No. Hello there, little fella. How is little Eddie today? Joe, I bet you're wondering where your father is too.
Maybe he's going to smile at me on account of this morning. Mommy told him not to pick me up. The other side. I can't understand him sitting in his car. And I will have no money, and my boys will have to look back because it's not paid for. And my house there will have to go back. That's not paid for. Holy smoke! I'm not paid for. I wish my old man didn't have a fight with his father. Some more. I just say what the papa is. When you pick me up and pat me on the back, even if I didn't have to, I'd go anywhere. He enjoyed it so much I used to go in and never sit there. Uh-oh. Here comes my mommy. Here I go again. Goes down like that. There's my leg. And there's that. Stop. I know that's taken on me. I'm going to do it. There's no one. Wait a minute. What am I laughing at? It's not something. Mommy must have made a mistake. She's giving me the swans on the teeth. My spirit tells me to sit away from me. I just know I'll get happy and you touch me.
For dinner?
No, for a nap. I'd like to invite you, Eddie, but I have such an enormous appetite, I can't stand to have guests for dinner.
Why, are you embarrassed?
No, but first thing you know, somebody asks you to pass the salt, and you have to stop eating.
You should hang the salt from the ceiling in a yo-yo. Then you could stuff yourself without losing a stroke. You know what I mean?
That's a wonderful idea, Eddie. Now, come over for dinner tomorrow, and we'll try it out.
Fine, Don. What time do you have dinner?
Oh, I eat every hour on the hour.
Now, what do you do between meals?
Supper!
Look, John, I didn't come here for food. Mrs. Von Zell sent me. We're looking for Harry.
Harry isn't here.
He's not, huh? Are you sure?
Well, it's a cinch. I haven't got him in my pocket.
No, but you could have him under your vest.
All right, come into the house, and I'll unbutton my vest.
If you unbutton your vest, there won't be any room in the house. Look, anyway, John, I've been all over town looking for Harry Von Zell. He walked out on me tonight.
Walked out on you? Eddie, how could Harry do that?
have a contract?
No, Don. You see, with me, it's just a handshake, and that's all there is to it.
You just shake hands.
Yes. Then I squeeze till I get what I want, and it's a deal. Don, look, until Harry comes back, do you think you could fill in sort of on...
Oh, now, Eddie, I wouldn't want to cut Bonzel's throat and take his job. Besides, I'm very happy working for Jack Benny on the Lucky Strike program.
Jack doesn't pay you money, does he?
Listen, what do you think started the real cigarette shortage?
Look, John Wilson, why don't you get smart? Come to work for me and make yourself some real salapatica.
Well, I'm sorry, Eddie, awfully sorry. If Harry Bonzel had reason to quit you, it wouldn't be right for me to take his job. I'd starve first.
But he didn't have reason. He was just jealous because I was... in Chicago, I took our guest announcer, Joe Kelly, out to dinner. That's all.
Nevertheless, I couldn't take Harry's job. Like I told you before, I'd rather start... What'd you have for dinner, huh?
Oh, steak and chops and steak and everything. I took him to all the best restaurants.
Oh, well, Eddie, do you always take your announcers to dinner?
Yes, every hour on the hour, Don. Yes.
Well, Eddie, I'd like to work for you, but still I wouldn't want to cut Bonzel's throat by taking his job.
That's how you feel about it, huh?
Yes. Of course, if you'd like to cut his throat...
Yes?
Well, Eddie, let me put it this way. You're on the air Wednesday. I work for Benny Sunday. Monday, I do nothing. Tuesday, I do nothing. Wednesday, I do nothing but nothing.
Look, John, I'm almost sure we can get together on a deal. Although there's one thing about Bonzel I don't think you could ever replace. You see, all my life...
Oh, the telephone, Eddie. Pardon me while I run into the next room and answer.
Go ahead, Don. If that guy can run, I've seen everything.
Hello? This is Don Wilson speaking.
Oh, hello, Don. This is Harry Bonzel. Hey, guess what? I just quit Eddie Cantor.
I know. He's here now.
Oh, at your house, huh? Probably asking you to take my job.
Yes, that's right.
What did you say?
What do you think?
Oh, gosh, Don, I don't know how to thank you.
Thank me, Harry? Well, you don't have to thank me. After all, if Jack Benny asked you to take my job, what would you say?
What do you think?
Well, Harry, I'm going to miss hearing you talk about salapatica and crochet.
Oh, Don, you mean you really listen to me?
Do I? Why, Harry, I've listened to you so much I know every word you say.
You do?
Sure. Use Crochet, the beforehand lotion.
Yeah.
Crochet, spelled P-R-U-S-H-A-Y.
That's good.
For women who put their hands in hot, soapy water will find the Crochet, the beforehand lotion...
Help keep their hands...
Don't stop me, Harry. I know it. Helps keep their hands soft, smooth, and lovely. So, ladies, if you want to keep your hands looking lovelier, smooth a little creamy Crochet on them before you do your soap and water job. Crochet's protection...
Crochet's beforehand protection.
Oh, all right, Harry. Crochet's beforehand protection will then help guard your hands from the rough drying effects of the hot, soapy water. So begin today to use Crochet. Well, there you are, Harry. Am I not a good friend of yours? Don't I know it word for word?
You know it too well to be a good friend of mine, Flubber.
So long, fastball.
Eddie. Oh, I'm here in the den, Don. I was just admiring all these Lucky Strike cigarettes you had. Gosh, there's so many here a person couldn't even count them.
Yes, they could. There are exactly 670.
Want to bet?
Well, anyway, Eddie, old pal, getting back to your offer...
Now, look, here's the thing. I know you're a great announcer, but there are a couple of little sentimental things between Harry and me that I don't think you could ever replace. For instance, Harry and I are buddies. We used to always exchange Christmas presents.
Well, Eddie, I could arrange that.
And Harry used to drive me to rehearsals.
Well, I could arrange that, too.
And then, after years of wishing for a son to bear my name, Harry had a baby boy.
Well, if I see Harry, I'll tell him you were looking for him.
Mrs. Bonzel, I just came from Don Wilson's home. Harry is not there.
Well, I sent for the head of the Missing Persons Bureau. He's in the next room.
Come in. How do you do? It's Fred Gordon, the Mad Russian. Russian. Yes. Mrs. Von Zell sent for the head. Mrs. Von Zell sent for the head of the Bureau of Missing Persons. Why are you here?
I'm taking his place.
Why?
He's missing.
Do you think you can solve this case?
Most of course. Just show me the body.
Body? Why, there's no one dead around here.
Let me hear you breathe. Sorry, you had me fooled.
Oh, please, Mr. Russian, my husband is missing.
Don't worry, I'll find him. Just give me a clue.
My husband weighs 200 pounds and stands 5'10" in his stocking feet.
Good. That eliminates everybody wearing shoes.
Oh, Russian.
We're wasting time with him.
You're right. The Russian knows nothing about finding missing persons.
Ridiculous. That's all. Once the police were looking for a beautiful girl for 3 months, but they couldn't find her.
No?
And all the time, I knew where she was.
Well, why didn't you let the police know?
Silly boy.
Mrs. Von Zell, I'm very sorry. The Russian will never find Harry.
But I will, if you answer these important questions. Mrs. Von Zell.
Go on.
I must know every move Harry has made. Tell me exactly. What does your husband do around the house? Don't answer that question.
Answer, Mrs. Von Zell. What did Harry do around here?
Well, he took care of the baby. He did the shopping, the cooking, the washing, the ironing.
I'll find him. And when I do...
Yes?
I'll marry him.
Get going, Russian, and report to me at the studio.
I'm so glad you came back to the studio. Did you find Harry?
No, I didn't. The Russian is looking for him. But I'm not worried. I'm Eddie Cantor. Who needs Von Zell? Who needs Von Zell?
Mr. Cantor, you'd better find Harry.
Leonard, too. I'm telling you, I'm Eddie Cantor. Who needs Von Zell?
If the sponsor phoned and said without Von Zell, they don't want you.
I'm Eddie Cantor who needs Von Zell. Play for me, Leonard. This may be the last time I sing.
There'll be a Yankee Christmas everywhere. There'll be a Yankee Christmas everywhere. From New Guinea to Nome, from China to Rome, a Yankee Christmas everywhere. There'll be a jubilation everywhere. There'll be the sound of carols in the air. There'll be snowflakes to see, if only in dreams, and home, sweet home in every prayer. Every guy overseas will be sharing Christmas pie and memories. Every care will depart when those jingle bells ring out in every heart. Wherever there's a liberated town, there'll be a GI and a cloth around. He'll put under the tree a new victory for a Yankee Christmas all over the world. Yes, and for every liberated town over there, there's a ward full of wounded Yanks over here. Fighting men in hospitals today who were on the firing line yesterday. And if there's to be a Yankee Christmas everywhere, let's see that the wounded heroes here get their share. We've already sent our packages to the boys overseas. Now will you join with me, with the American Legion, and with the department stores of America in making sure that every sick, wounded man in the Service Hospital is remembered? Make up a package and send it to your nearest American Legion post. Or if you purchase it in a department store, ask the question delivered. Come on, Americans. Let's give a gift to a Yank who gave. Let's put under the tree gifts of you and me. For a Yankee Christmas. A Yankee Christmas. For a
I didn't know how Sponsor felt about the whole thing. We've got to get hold of Bonzello, or we're all out of a job.
Got it.
Oh, is it that bad?
Eddie Cantor speaking.
Fibber, I had to call you right away.
Yes, Russian.
Bonzello's got blonde hair, blue eyes, a beauty mark on the cheek, Lucy's red lips, and a dimple in the chin.
Russian, are you crazy?
Okay, Chief, just as I thought. You see, honey, you'll have to come along with me.
I love to spend each Wednesday with you. This time next week, I may be through. I'm telling you just how I feel. Harry, come out wherever you are. Harry, you must come back. Will you be here next Wednesday, Harry? Will I be here next Wednesday? The people will be listening in to find out. Even if you're mad at me, Harry, you've got to remember the people. And remember the two products that make our Wednesdays together possible. Sal Hepatica with a smile of health and True Shade, the beforehand lotion. Please come back, Harry. Wherever you are, Harry, call me, Harry. Call me collect, Harry. I'll be at your house waiting for the call, Harry. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Come back, Harry, please.
Cantor, wait a minute. This is where Harry Bonzel usually tells people about Minute Rub, and he's not here. And certainly somebody suffering from a cold and should know about Minute Rub, because Minute Rub's a great help. Helps relieve those uncomfortable and annoying cold symptoms. And in a minute, too. You just massage a little Minute Rub on your back and chest. In a minute, you'll feel a comforting sensation of warmth, as Minute Rub helps soothe that cold discomfort. At the same time, Minute Rub's menthol vapors help relieve that clogged up feeling in the nose and throat. So why don't you help yourself to fast relief with this modern chest rub, Minute Rub. M-I-N-I-T-R-U-B. Minute Rub.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. KFI, Los Angeles.
My Favorite Husband is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Please enjoy it.
We present Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband, a new series based on the delightful stories of Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougar, starring Miss Ball with Richard Denning. As we drop in on the Cougars this morning, we find them still upstairs getting dressed. Liz is just asking George a question which proves how essential man is to woman. For as independent as women like to think they are, there's still one time when they have to turn to a man and say,
Darling, will you button me up the back, please?
all right.
What are you thinking about?
Women's clothes.
What's the matter with them?
Well, they're so silly. You couldn't even wear this dress if you didn't have a husband to button it for you.
Oh, that's it. I knew husbands must be good for something.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, George!
Oh, what's the matter? Oh, can't a husband kiss his wife anymore?
Oh, not on the back of the neck. It gives me duck bumps.
Yeah. Gee, they're big ones. There's one with ears on it.
That's my head. I aren't you through buttoning me yet?
Yes, but this dress is made all wrong.
Why?
Well, there's a button left over at the top and an extra buttonhole at the bottom.
George, here, do me again.
All right. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the Atterburys are giving a party tomorrow night.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me. I won't have time to shop.
Shop? For what? You've got a whole closet full of clothes.
It just seems that way to you, George. I was just looking through them, and you know what? I haven't got a thing to
wear.
How'd you know I was going to say that?
Well, you say it every time we're invited to a party.
Oh, I do not. There have been dozens of parties when I didn't want a new dress.
Name one.
All right. How about the... Well, there was the night... Well, the party that... I better get your socks for you.
Don't change the subject. You just tell me why you can't wear that green dress I like so much?
I just can't, that's all. The same people will be there and they've seen it.
Wait, you mean you won't wear a dress just because the people there have seen it once?
No, I won't.
Well, that's settled. Next year I'm going to buy you one dress and get 52 different sets of friends.
Oh, George, you made a funny. Anyway, I never did like that dress.
I don't get it. In 1 week's time, a dress goes from, George, wait till you see my beautiful new dress, to that old rag.
Ah, you're exaggerating.
Well, maybe. Say, how about that new black dress you bought last week?
What, that old rag?
Now, you see what I mean? Come here, Liz. I want to look in your closet with you.
George.
What?
Kiss me.
Oh, no. That's like a down payment on a new dress. We'll go through your closet first. Now, Liz, look at all those dresses.
You see? There's not a thing I can wear.
Well, what about this red one?
Color's all wrong for me. With my red hair and that red dress, I look like I'm peeking out of a carrot.
Well, all right. Well, how about this one?
Too short for the new style.
No, you can't win. Now, wait a minute. Now, what's the matter with this? It's certainly long enough. The color's fine, and it looks just as smart as any of these others.
All right, George. I'll wear it.
Yeah. Now, why couldn't you thought of wearing it yourself?
Because it happens to be my nightgown. You know, it's too bad it isn't a New Year's Eve party. Then all I need would be some ribbon.
Ribbon?
Yeah, I'd wrap it around my middle and go as 1949.
Go ahead. You might start a new fashion.
George, the Atterbury parties are always so swanky. If I don't get a new dress, you'll just have to go without me.
Yeah, and if I buy you a new dress, you'll have to go without me. I'll be home taking in washing.
Oh, why don't you work in a dress shop instead of a bank? Then I could wear a dress and take it back. Too bad you can't bring money home on approval.
Well, I guess I'd better get dressed for work. Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
I simply can't go to work today.
Why not?
Well, what'll I wear?
Now, George Cougat.
Well, certainly not the blue suit. All the boys have seen it.
That's not funny.
Well, I'll ask Mr. Atterbury to transfer me to another bank where they won't sneer at me.
Now, stop that. I'll tickle you.
Cut it out, will you?
Do I get the new dress?
No.
Listen, I'm going to wear a new dress to that party if I have to make it myself.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Now, there's a sensible idea.
I was only kidding. I couldn't make a dress.
Now, why not? The pioneer women did.
Well, you should have married a pioneer woman.
No, I'm serious. Now, why don't modern women pattern themselves after the pioneers?
For the same reason you don't ride to work in a covered wagon.
Oh, that's different. Why, those women not only made their own clothes, they sheared the wool right off the sheep and wove it into cloth.
You're right, George. I should be ashamed of myself. On the way home from the bank, pick me up a couple of sheep.
Go ahead. Kid your way out of it.
Oh, you don't think I could make a dress if I wanted to, do you?
Frankly, no.
All right. Just for that, George Cougat, I'll do it. By the time you come home tonight, I'll have on the dress I'm wearing to the Atterbury's party. Well, Katie, I'm all ready to make my new dress.
Oh, I didn't know you knew how to sew, Mrs. Cougat.
Well, I didn't this morning, but I've been reading a book on it. Let's see now. All I have to do is face the binding, pink the plackets, gather the peplums, and yoke the pleats.
What does all that mean?
I haven't the slightest idea. How do you like the material?
Oh, let's see. Oh, it's beautiful. I love purple.
Do you think I bought enough for a dress?
How much did you buy?
25 yards.
25? But you only need 3 yards for a dress.
Oh, really? Well, I wanted to make a wide hem.
Well, I think you're going to need my help, Mrs. Cougat. Where's your pattern?
Well, here's the envelope with a picture on the front, but they forgot to put the pattern in.
Really?
Yeah, when I opened it, there was nothing inside but a lot of tissue paper.
That's the pattern.
Oh.
Yes, you see? This piece says front, and this one says back.
Oh, yes, this is for the arm. Here's one for the neck. What part of me is my butterick?
That's the name of the pattern maker.
Oh.
You pin this pattern onto the material and cut around it.
Oh, I remember now. I did it in high school. I started out to make a dress, and I changed it to an apron, and it ended up as a dishcloth. But this doesn't look so hard. Let's see now. See, I'll lay the material out on the table and pin the pattern on there. And then I cut around it. Gee, this stuff is harder to cut than I thought.
Oh, no wonder. You forgot to unfold the material.
Uh-oh. Well, I wonder what I can do with 8 sleeves. Let's see now. Do I know any octopuses?
Oh, I think you still have enough material.
Well, you better cut it, Katie. I'll sew it. Hurry up.
There. Everything's all cut.
All right. I guess I'll sew the blouse together first. Whee! This is fun. We'll just stitch it up here and go over here, then across here, hold out my hand and make a left turn and go down here. There we are, all ready to try on. Well, I'll just slip it over my... What happened? Where'd everybody go? Hey, Katie, did you turn off the lights?
No, ma'am.
Oh, then I sewed up the hole for the neck.
I think you sewed up the armholes, too.
Oh, Katie. Oh, look. I didn't even try, and I made a beautiful purple pillowcase.
Congratulations.
Well, I guess I'll have to cut it open across the top. Hand me the scissors. Oops. Oh, well, that makes it strapless. Maybe I can fix it by cutting along here, huh?
Oh, that's enough.
Oh, well, now it's strapless and backless. Oh, Katie, there isn't enough material left to make a French bathing suit.
Oh, now, don't feel too bad, Mrs. Cougat. We'll fix it some way.
Oh, it's hopeless, and you know it. You know, it would serve George right if I wore it to the party anyway.
That I'd like to see.
Hey, that's not such a bad idea. I think I'll do it.
Wear that to the party?
No, but I'll tell George I'm going to, and he'll be so ashamed he'll insist I buy a new dress.
He's all settled down in the living room with his paper, Mrs. Cougat. Are you ready?
I think so. Does it look bad enough, Katie?
Let me see. Oh, you look awful.
Thank you. I've done everything I can to mess it up.
Oh, that was a wonderful idea, making a blouse out of the tablecloth.
Well, the jam stain matches the purple material.
And how did you ever think of pinning the sleeves to the bottom of the skirt?
Oh, it just came to me in a mad moment. Look what I found for a belt. I hooked together a pair of George's old garters.
Wonderful. Go in and see what he says.
All right. Now we'll see how he likes a pioneer woman for a wife. George.
Yes, dear?
Put down the paper. I want to show you something.
Yeah.
This is the dress I made. I'm going to wear it to Atterbury's party. Well?
Liz.
What's the matter, George? You look surprised.
I certainly am. I never dreamt you could make a dress that nice. Oh, what's the matter?
You think this dress is pretty. It is not. It's awful.
Okay, it's awful. Now what?
I slave all day making a dress and you think it's awful.
Oh, honey. I was just trying not to insult your work.
Oh.
Now, come over here and sit on my lap.
All right.
Yeah, that's it. Now, put your head on my shoulder and rest a minute.
Do you love me, George?
Of course I do.
Say it.
Well, don't you know I do without my saying it?
No, I want to hear it. Say you love me, George.
You love me, George.
Oh,
Hey, stop blowing in my ear. That tickles.
Hey, George, it sounds empty in there.
Oh, it does not.
It does, too. Here, hold a match by your other ear, and I'll see if I can blow it out from this side.
Oh, Liz, you are an idiot.
I know, but I'm pretty, huh?
You know, it's a lucky thing for you the marriage contract doesn't contain a sanity clause.
Oh, George, there is no sanity clause.
Oh, I give up. I'm sorry. I said the wrong thing about your dress, dear.
It is a horrible-looking dress, isn't it?
Am I supposed to say yes?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Well, I'm so glad you think so, dear, because now you see I couldn't possibly wear it to the party, so I'll just have to buy a new one, won't I, huh?
No.
Oh. George, I can't go to the party in an old dress. The other women will talk about me, and I'll become moody and depressed. During the evening, I'll get so despondent, I'll just jump off the roof. Let me off your lap, you murderer.
Oh, Liz.
After all, George, the least you could do is buy me a new dress to be buried in.
My little heart is bleeding for you, but the answer is still N-O.
Oh, George Cougat, you make me so M-A-D.
Well, you'll get over it in T-I-M-E, dear.
Did it work? No. Now what? Well, George will skin me alive if he finds out, but I'm going to buy a new dress without telling him. Well, how can you do that? By turning to a girl's dearest and closest friend, the charge account.
Good morning, Mr. Atterbury.
Oh, morning, George boy. Going to be able to make it to our little party?
Yes, sir. We'll be there, Mr. Atterbury. Of course, Liz will be dressed in rags.
Oh, I get it, boy. I had the same trouble. Iris wanted a new dress, too. But I put my foot down. I said, what do you think I am, the president of a bank?
But you are.
What? Oh, yes, that's right, I am. Well, I wouldn't mind buying clothes for Iris if she were normal size, but she's so darn big. Well, it'd be cheaper to have her reupholstered.
I guess she is sort of pleasingly plump, sir.
Pleasingly plump? Listen, boy, around the holidays, it's dangerous for her to lie down with an apple in her mouth.
It must be some job supplying her with clothes.
Job? It's a project. And she has so many of them. You should see her clothes closet. It looks like a long row of pup tents. I'll bet she has no idea of what's in there.
Well, Liz is the same way. You know, I'll bet I could wrap up one of her old dresses and give it to her, and she wouldn't even recognize it.
Cougat, boy. You've given me a great idea. Look, we'll take one of Liz's old dresses and give it to Iris. And then we'll take one of Iris's old dresses and give it to Liz. And I'll bet they'll never know the difference.
Oh, you mean they'll think we bought them?
Why, sure.
You know, that might work.
Yeah.
But wait, they aren't the same size.
Oh, listen, Iris will be so flattered at getting a small size she won't say a word. Now, she'll have a dressmaker fix it.
But what about Liz?
Well, we'll give her a real old dress of my wife. So old it's back in style again. One that Iris wore about 10 years ago, before the dam broke.
I'll do it, Mr. Atterbury.
Good. Now, let's be cagey about this. Now, you go to Sylvester's, that's the swankiest store in town, and get a couple of empty boxes, you see. Then we'll put the dresses in.
Hi, Marge. I finally made it. Oh, where have you been? You're an hour late. Oh, I'm sorry. Have you been waiting long? Oh, no, I just got here. That if I'd been on time, Liz, you should be ashamed of yourself. Well, I had to run an errand. Oh. What's that thing over your arm? That? Oh, it's sort of a kind of a dress. I made it myself.
For Halloween?
No, it's a real dress. I took it to the dressmaker's to see if she could do anything with it.
What'd she say?
I don't know. She couldn't stop laughing.
Well, come on, Liz, let's go shopping. Where'll we start?
Oh, I don't care. I just want to buy a gown.
Liz, let's go in here. Sylvester's salon.
Sylvester's? Oh, no. That's too snooty and so expensive, Marge.
Well, let's just go in and look around. I've never been in there.
Well, I guess that won't hurt. My, it's impressive in here. Ooh, and look at the rugs. They're so thick and gooey.
You sink right into them.
My goodness, what was that?
Liz, look. The walls are opening. There's a man standing there.
Oh, no, not with a spotlight on him.
Gee, I wonder who he is.
I am Sylvester.
I am Liz.
I'm Marge.
Well?
We'd like to look at some dresses.
You mean creation.
All right, I mean creations.
Before I can show you a thing, I'll have to give you a loyalty test.
A loyalty test?
Yes. Raise your right hand and answer this question. Are you now, or have you ever been, a shopper in Macy's basement?
No.
I haven't either.
Welcome to Sylvester's.
Oh, thank you.
Now, what kind of a dress did you have in mind?
Well, what do you have for around $75?
Take a good look around the store.
All right.
That will be $75.
Oh, well, we want to see something more expensive, really. I was only joking.
I hope so. Now, here's one of my latest. A dinner gown by Sylvester.
Oh, what kind of material is that?
The French call it l'étoffe fromage.
Oh, cheesecloth.
It suffers in the translation. It's priced at $450.
Must have been imported cheese.
The price comes from the fact that I, Sylvester, created it. Without my label, the dress is worth 50 cents.
Well, rip out the label. Here's 50 cents.
Perhaps you'd be interested in this green gown with the sequin top. It's marked down.
Oh, are you having a sale?
No, but it's been damaged. The clerk carried it from the stockroom without wearing her glove.
No.
Yes.
But, gee, it is sort of pretty. How much is it?
Well, I wouldn't want it to get around that I'm selling anything this cheap. But it's $375.
Oh, well, I won't tell a soul. It's too much.
But the green goes so beautifully with your red hair.
No.
And it'll make your gorgeous figure even more alluring.
No.
To say nothing of the lines, which would make you look 10 years younger.
Yeah. No. I didn't think I'd make it.
Well, I have a gown you can't possibly resist. I'll be right back.
Oh, Marge, I hate these exclusive shops.
Well, you pay for the label.
Well, whoever sees it. You can't walk along with your head bent down holding the label up for people to see. Why don't they put it on the outside if it means so much?
Oh, Liz, you're so silly.
You know, I'll bet Sylvester could put his label in this monstrosity that I made and sell it for a huge price.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Liz, what are you doing? Quiet. I'm taking the label off this cheesecloth creation of his. I'm going to pin it on my dress and just see how much Sylvester thinks it's worth.
Well, hurry up, because here he comes.
Yeah.
Ah, here we are. Now, isn't this just devastating?
Yes, but, I'd like to ask you about this little number here. This one with the purple skirt. How much is it, please?
Let me see. Oh, that's one of my masterpieces.
It is?
Oh, naturally. No one but Sylvester could create such a dress.
Want to bet?
Yeah, notice the clever way the blouse is made from genuine antique tablecloth.
That's very interesting. What's that spot? Strawberry jam?
I should say not. That's there to break up the monotony of the white. It's a print.
Oh, really? That's the first print I've ever seen with seeds on it.
They're hand applique.
Oh.
That's a very interesting belt, too.
Is the belt? Yes, it's cleverly made of, men's garters.
It's a French import, Marge.
It is? Yes, it is. But how did you know?
Oh, it's right here. See, on the garter, it says Paris.
That's so amusing.
Oh, Sylvester, I played a joke on you. Do you know who really made that dress?
Sylvester, creator of the world's finest dresses.
No, Cougat, creator of the world's finest messes. Liz, look, coming in the door. It's George. George, my goodness, what's he doing here? Oh, I can't let him see me. Is there a back door here?
Oh, yes.
Come on, Marge, let's get scared.
Well, what about your old dress?
Oh, who cares? Let him keep the thing. Come on, let's get out of here.
Wait, come back. This would look stunning on you. Tourist.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, you frightened me.
Sorry. Say, I'd like to buy 2 empty boxes.
Empty boxes? Well, all right. Here are 2 right here. That'll be $25 apiece.
Say, I've got a surprise for you. I'll give you $1.
Yeah, I got a surprise for you. I'll take it. Business is lousy.
Oh, he's home, Mrs. Cougat. He just got out of the car.
Katie, does he have a box from Sylvester's?
Yes.
Oh, the darling. Just as I thought. He bought me a new dress for the party. Oh, Katie, he's such a wonderful husband.
Liz, where are you?
Oh, hi, dear. You're home early.
Here, I've got a surprise for you. A present.
Oh, George, from Sylvester's.
Yeah, you know, that snooty, expensive dress salon.
Yes, I've heard of it. I can hardly wait to see what it's like. Oh, it's so exciting. Oh, George, it's lovely. It's stunning. It's Iris Atterbury's old dress.
What makes you say that?
I've seen her wear it.
When?
Thursday night, May 12th, 1938.
Oh, now, Liz.
She walked into the country club dance at 8:33 p.m.
Well, how can you remember that?
How can I forget it? She walked in the door with Alice Sturm, who was wearing a blue taffeta formal with a pink jacket and some tiny cerise flowers tucked into the yellow sash.
I give up. Oh, it was a joke, Liz. Mr. Atterbury and I were trying to prove that women don't remember each other's clothes. See, I was going to give him one of your dresses to give to his wife.
Oh, and I thought you were being so wonderful. And now I have no dress to wear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I just can't go to the Atterburys, that's all.
Well, we've got to go.
No.
Well, it's my fault, Liz. I disappointed you, so I guess I'll have to buy you a new dress.
Well, George, if you insist. There's one I like at Sylvester's.
Sylvester's?
Yes, it's green with sequins. Hurry up now before they close. Hurry up, George, hurry up.
Honey, I'm back.
Oh, let me open it.
I didn't get you the green dress. Sylvester helped me pick out a prettier one.
Oh, I can hardly wait to see it. Oh.
Well, how do you like it?
Why, it's lovely. Just what I've always wanted. A purple dress with strawberry jam on the blouse.
Oh, honey, don't cry. I know it's the dress you made. Sylvester just wanted to get even with you.
Very funny.
I bought the dress you wanted, too.
Oh, you did? Oh, George, you're wonderful. Oh, George. Oh, you know, you're my favorite husband.
Liz and George will return in just a moment.
Our Constitution is a flexible document. It has changed with the changing years to meet changed conditions. An example is the way in which we elect our United States senators. When the Constitution was ratified, and for 125 years thereafter, the people could not elect their own senators. Instead, the senators were chosen by the state legislatures. The Founding Fathers believed in democracy, but they did not want their new republic to be wrecked by irresponsible mob rule. Democracy was a new form of government. Most of the voters had little knowledge and less experience in governing themselves. And so the Constitution provided that while the people could elect their representatives to Congress, they could not elect their senators directly. A century and a quarter of experience in self-government made such a safeguard against mob rule obsolete. And by 1912, the people were ready to demand the right to elect their senators by popular vote. They received this right in the 17th Amendment to our Constitution. This amendment illustrates how our Constitution lives and grows in our changing world, to the end that this country of yours and mine shall be our country under God.
George, are you asleep yet?
Yes, I am.
Well, wake up. I want to ask you something.
What is it?
George, what are you giving me for Christmas?
I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, come on. Can I have 3 guesses?
Okay. But just 3, no more.
All right. Mink coat, mink coat, mink coat.
You know, I had a hunch that was what you wanted.
Well, what made you think that?
Well, when I looked in the bathroom mirror this morning, somebody had squeezed out toothpaste to spell mink.
No.
Yes. So you know what I'm going to get you?
What?
A new tube of toothpaste.
Oh.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler. This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Why, today we're going to venture into a fantastic and little-known field, the human mind. It's a story I call Mind Over Murder. On a stretch of green lawn, at the top of high cliffs looking over the Atlantic Ocean, the great Ricardo, who claims to be the world's greatest mind reader, is practicing his art. He's preparing for the vaudeville tour he's soon to begin. Assisting him are his lovely young wife, Ellen, and Carl Garza.
That's it, Carl. Tie the handkerchief tightly over my eyes. Now, are you sure I can see nothing? Nothing whatever?
I know positive you can't, Mr. Ricardo. I'll bet my month's wages on it.
You are quite right. My eyes are in darkness. But my mind is not. Ellen,
Yes, Ricardo.
did you bring out the basket of books I asked you to?
Yes, I have them here.
All right, Carl, go pick a book out of the basket. Any book at all.
Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Ricardo. Now what?
Now open it to a page, any page. Have you done this?
Yeah.
Good. Now concentrate on the book. Think about the title and the number of the page. Think about it now. Ah, yes, it is coming to me. The title is Murder by Expert, and the page, you have opened it to page 27.
That's right, Mr. Ricardo. Gosh, I don't know how you do it.
That is very simple, Carl. With the eyes of my mind, I read your thoughts. Now, I want to try something else. Ellen?
Yes, Ricardo.
Sit in the wicker chair over here on my right. Turn your back to both me and Carl.
You aren't going to...
Please do not argue. Do as I say.
I just can't. Yesterday, my head ached for hours. Please don't make me.
It would come easier in time. Sit down.
All right.
Now make your mind free of all thoughts. Yes, I want you to look with your mind into Carl and to read there what his eyes see on the page before him.
Must I read?
I have said that you must.
All right. I'll try.
Now, Carl.
Yes, Mr. Ricardo?
Take another book, open it to the first page of a story, and concentrate on it.
Right. I get you.
Now, Ellen, read the page at which Carl is looking. I command you, by the powers of the mind, read.
My head hurts so. It's so little going to split.
Read.
I see something. Words, title, vision, judgment, by H. G. Oh.
Continue. Read.
No, I can't make it out. It's all blurred. I can't see anything clearly. Oh, my head.
Carl, was she correct?
Yes.
Well, that's all I want to know. You can leave now.
Okay, Mr. Ricardo. The roses need watering. I better tend to them right away. Yes, right away.
That's the innocent. He's afraid of me. How do you feel, Ellen?
My head hurts.
There, my dear. It will quickly pass. And in no time you'll find the whole thing as easy as powder in your nose.
Ricardo, I can't. I just can't help you in your act when you tell me to try to read something in Carl's mind. I feel as if my brain were going to split.
You will help me, my beautiful one. You will see. Now, I'm going into the house. You may sit here and look at the ocean until your head feels better. Oh, you will have company. I see my handsome young press agent coming forward. You must be nice to him, Ellen. He's really a very good press agent.
Oh, there you are, Ricardo. I was looking for you.
It's too bad your mind is one of the few I cannot penetrate, Tom, or I would have known that. Was it about something special?
Oh, just about these advanced stories to go out to the Boston editors. I have them all written.
Oh, excellent. I'm going up to the house now, and I'll read them right away. Stay and keep Ellen company, Tom. I'll see you both presently.
All right, Ricardo. What's the matter, darling? What's he been doing?
That's nothing, Tom. I just have a little headache.
Been making you work with him in his act again, hasn't he?
Please, Tom, I'm all right.
Ellen, listen to me. You know things can't go on the way they are. You've got to leave Ricardo, do you hear? Leave him and divorce him.
No, Tom, I can't. I just can't.
You're scared to death of him, but there's no reason to be. He's just a phony mind reader.
No, Tom. He's not phony. He can read minds. Sometimes he tells me just what I've been thinking. Oh, Tom, it's I can think. I wish I could read it, but he won't let me. If I tried and I'd do something terrible.
No matter what I'm going to get you away from Ricardo. I'll kidnap you if necessary.
Here he comes back.
Oh. Well, I'm glad to see you're feeling better, Helen. Is it Tom who has put that sparkle in your eye and that flush in your cheek?
Of course not.
I would not like it if I thought so. I should be very angry if my beloved had eyes for anyone but me. But of course, You haven't? Have you, Ellen?
No. No, of course not.
For you love me devotedly, do you not?
I love you devotedly.
You always will in this world and in the next.
I always will. In this world and the next.
You see, Tom? You see why I dare leave my lovely Ellen alone with you? I have perfect faith in her. When we start our tour week after next, I will be quite busy much of the time, and I hope you won't mind keeping Ellen from being lonely. I'm sure the trip won't bore you. I expect it to be most entertaining.
Ellen?
Come in.
Ellen, the train's just coming into Bridgeville. Ricardo's still in the diner. Are you ready?
Yes, I guess so, except for putting on my hat and coat. I didn't pack anything because you said not to, but... Oh, Tom, I'm frightened.
Ellen, you've got to get hold of yourself. Ricardo's not superhuman.
No, sometimes I think he is, Tom. I'm positive that he knows everything we think. He's just playing with us. He seems so amused ever since the tour started. He seems to have been deliberately throwing us together just to see what happens.
Stop worrying. In a minute, you'll be through with him forever. The bus for Chicago leaving Bridgeville 5 minutes after we get off. In Chicago, you can stay with my mother until you can get a divorce. Then you're going to marry me.
Tom, I'm afraid.
Listen. That's the whistle for Bridgeville. We're going for the station. Quick, get your coat.
All right, Tom, help me with it.
Here, I'll give you a hand here. You got it on? What?
Ricardo!
Yes, my dear. I was worrying about your headache, so I left my lunch to come and see how you were.
Well, I'm feeling a little better. I was going to take a walk on the platform and get some fresh air.
Yes, I see you have your coat out. Oh, but alas, we only stopped for a minute. Hardly long enough for a walk.
No, I suppose not.
So this is Bridgeville. The pretty town. On the main bus route to Chicago, I understand.
Is it?
Someday I shall show you Chicago, Ellen. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yes. I would like that.
Ricardo, stop torturing.
Torturing? Ellen? Why, Tom, what a curious idea. I would give my life for Ellen. And she for me, wouldn't you, darling?
Yes. I'd give my life for you.
To most people, that is an empty phrase, but Ellen means it. I will prove it to you, Tom.
I'm not interested.
Oh, but you are. Ellen, my love.
Yes, Ricardo.
Ellen, I'm taking a revolver from my pocket. Here, now you take it from me.
Yes, Ricardo.
What are you up to? Point the revolver at your heart, my dear, and pull the trigger.
Yes, Ricardo.
Ellen, stop! Stop!
No, Tom.
Let go of my wrist.
You shall not interfere.
Oh.
Ellen, pull the trigger.
Yes, I'll pull it.
Ellen, you... Nothing happened.
No, of course not. The gun was empty. But Ellen didn't know that, did you, my darling?
No, I didn't know that.
So she would have died just because I asked her to. Such devotion is very rare. It is the kind that lasts through all eternity, as ours will. For we shall always be together, Ellen and I, while we live and after we die. Nothing will ever separate us. Nothing whatever.
And so the great Ricardo's triumphal tour continued. Newspaper stories told of his amazing feats, and of the feats almost as marvelous performed at his direction by his pale and lovely wife. Twice Tom urged Ellen to flee with him, but both times Ricardo appeared upon the scene, smiling as though knowing every word that had been said. So at last Tom changed his tactics. Waiting until one evening when Ricardo was in the midst of his performance, concentrating on holding a great audience spellbound.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, someone among you is thinking of the initials E.N. Somebody quite close to me.
Tom listened for a moment until he was quite sure that Ricardo's attention was fully absorbed. Then he left his place in the wings and slipped swiftly backstage to knock on a door marked with a gold star.
Ellen.
Oh, yes, Tom.
I want to talk to you.
You shouldn't be here, Tom.
Never mind Ricardo. Put on your coat.
My coat? But the performance won't be over for half an hour.
Ellen, I've got a plan to fool Ricardo. Will you trust me?
But if he catches us, he might kill you.
This is one time he's not going to be clever enough. Just put on your coat and come along without asking any questions.
But where are we, Tom? We've been driving for an hour, turning this way and that, and I haven't any idea which way we've come.
You're not supposed to have, Ellen. Don't you see, if you don't know where you are, Ricardo can never know either, even if he can make contact with your mind from this distance.
I never thought of that.
But I did. So this time I made my plans without telling you.
The Hillview Inn. Oh, what a quaint little place, Tom. And what a lovely view over the hills.
Yes, it's a funny little place. I found the ad in the papers. I've engaged a room for you and one for me. We'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow, Ricardo will be in Buffalo, and we'll be heading in the opposite direction.
Tom, there's someone standing in the shadow beside the porch.
That's probably the manager waiting for us. Is that you, Mr. Adams?
No, Tom. This is I, Ricardo.
What?
Yes, my beloved. I've been waiting for you. What took you so long, Tom?
How did you get here? How did you know we were coming here?
Why, Tom, it was I who told you to bring Ellen here.
That's a lie. No one knew we were coming here but myself.
Did you think this was your idea? On the contrary, I put the thought into your head, every bit of it.
That's impossible.
I even suggested to you to look in the paper where you could find the advertisement for this delightful little inn.
I don't believe it.
Yes, Tom, at last, after painful effort, I have succeeded in forcing my thoughts into your mind. And now I have another little matter to settle with you. Your undesired attentions to my wife.
Ellen isn't your wife anymore, Ricardo. She's left you for good.
Ellen, is that true?
No, Ricardo. I love you.
Ellen, he's making you say that.
Ellen, my dear, tell Tom just how you feel toward him.
I've been playing with you, Tom, to amuse myself. You've been very stupid not to realize it.
I'm not impressed by your tricks, Ricardo. Ellen is leaving here with me now.
Ellen is not leaving, but you are. You see that railing behind you? Beyond it is a 50-foot drop to a rocky ledge.
What of it?
In a moment you are going to fall accidentally over that railing and be killed. You see, there are only the two of us, and I am far stronger than you. Oh! Now, I will show you a trick of Oriental wrestling.
Tom, look out! He's walking back the railing.
Maybe I know some tricks too, Ricardo. Now, how do you like this one?
Tom, look. He's lying down there on the ledge. His body's all twisted.
Yeah. I'm afraid he's dead.
No, he isn't. He's alive. He's in pain. He's making me feel pain, too. No, Ricardo. No. Stop it. Stop it.
No, the great Ricardo, mind reader extraordinary, was not dead. For weeks afterwards, he hovered on the borderline between life and death. And then, as if pulling himself back to life by the sheer strength of his will, he slowly won his fight. But though he lived, his fall had paralyzed his body, leaving only his mind truly alive. He lay in a hospital bed, still breathing, but unable to move, to speak, or even to open his eyes.
So he's definitely going to live.
There's no longer any doubt of it. It's almost a miracle. I didn't think any man could survive such an injury.
He wouldn't let himself die.
Well, most of us want to live, I've discovered.
I mean, he deliberately refused to die. He kept saying to himself, I will not die. I will not die.
You could hear him? But he's paralyzed. He can't speak.
I could hear his voice in my mind.
Oh, I see. Yes, he's going to live. But he'll never move, nor speak, nor see again.
Yes, he knows that.
I beg your pardon?
Ricardo knows that he'll never recover. He wants to go home. I have to take him there. I will look after him.
Ellen, you
I
can't.
have to. Tom, don't you see? I'm his prisoner again. A prisoner of his mind. And this time I'll never escape.
And so the great Ricardo returned home, a living dead man. There in the house on the cliffs, aided only by a nurse who relieved her at night, Ellen cared for him. Tom stayed close by to help her in any way he could, and did his best to persuade her to turn Ricardo's care over to professional nurses.
Ellen, listen to me. You can't ruin your life like this just to care for a man you hate.
I have to. I can't go away. He won't let me leave the house. If I do, I find myself turning back without knowing what I'm doing.
But, Ellen, you
My
can't...
mind isn't my own. He controls it. Lying in his bed in that room there, never moving. Ricardo controls my mind.
Oh, Ellen, I'm sure that's just a delusion. A psychiatrist could prove it to you. Ricardo was injured, helpless.
But his mind isn't. More powerful than ever. All his strength is concentrated in it. If it weren't for the power of his will, he'd die. He doesn't want to die. He's planning something.
Planning what?
I don't know. But he still hates you and wants revenge.
Now, you are letting your imagination run away with you. What can a man in Ricardo's condition do?
I don't know, but he has something in his mind.
Helen, you're overwrought. You need sleep. Look, darling, why not take a sedative and go to bed? In the morning we can talk again.
I have to wait until the night nurse gets here.
All right, I'll stay with him until then. Now, go on. Get to bed.
All right, Tom. I do need rest. But you better wait in the room with him.
I'll go in now. Good night, Ellen.
Good night, Tom.
So, there you are. The great Ricardo. A man who was better than anyone else in the world. And now you're a living dead man. I wish you were a dead one.
Then why don't you kill me now?
What?
Why don't you kill me? Just put your hand over my mouth for a moment and you'll be rid of me.
Ricardo. You can't be talking. You're paralyzed.
I can speak to you, Tom. I speak with my mind, not with my voice.
No, I don't believe it.
You always were stubborn. Listen. Just now you were trying to get Ellen to leave me. But she never will. Ellen and I are joined together for all eternity.
I'm going to free her from you somehow. Do you hear, Ricardo?
Oh, now you're threatening me. That means you do believe my mind can speak to yours. Good. We'll have many interesting conversations in the days to come. Now, I'm going to rest. Good night, Tom. I shall see you tomorrow. You won't want to come, but you will. Ah, Tom. It is good of you to pay me another visit. I was hoping you would come today. In fact, I might say I was willing it, and you came.
So trying to convince myself. I'd imagined this.
Stubborn, stupid Tom, always fighting against the inevitable. You tried to stay away today, didn't you? But you couldn't.
No, I couldn't.
And you're convinced now you're not suffering from a delusion.
All right. Not a delusion. So what, Ricardo?
I have some interesting information for you. But first, sit down.
I think I'll stand.
Sit down.
I won't.
You see, you are seated.
Are you?
Yes, I forced you to seat yourself because my mind understands control over your mind. So sit quietly and hear what I have to say.
All right. What is this information of yours?
I am dying.
You don't think that makes me sorry, do you?
Doctors do not know it, but my heart is weakening. If I relaxed my willpower for an instant, I would go out like a candle in the wind.
Oh, no, the better.
Perhaps so. I had great plans, but no matter. In your mind now I read the thought, Ellen will be free, but you are wrong. Ellen is coming with me.
What do you mean? What do you mean, coming with you?
I have said that we would be together in life and in death, and so we shall. Ellen and I will die together.
Devil, if I thought you could hurt Ellen, I'd kill you myself.
No, Tom, you won't kill me. You are going to kill Ellen.
No, that's impossible.
There is a drawer in that table beside you. Open it.
No.
Open it.
No. You.
In the drawer is my revolver. Pick it up.
No.
Pick it up. There.
Well?
With that gun, you are going to shoot Ellen. You will be executed for it as a murderer, and thus I will have my revenge. Because we shall die almost at the same instant, my soul and Ellen's will be forever joined.
No. You can't force me to hurt Ellen. That's one thing you can't do.
Stand up.
No, you...
There. You see, my mind does control yours. Though I lie here helpless, but I command you must do.
I'll shoot you instead.
You see, you cannot even lift the gun. Now listen to me. Behind that screen, across the room, is a couch. There Ellen lies asleep at my orders. You will walk over there. You will point the gun at her forehead, and you will pull the trigger.
You can't make me do that.
Walk, Tom.
No, I...
Keep on. Another step. There. Now, move the screen aside.
No.
Move the screen.
Ellen.
She's dreaming of you, Tom. Aim the gun well. Fire.
No, Ellen, wake up.
She will never wake again in this world. Pull the trigger.
I won't.
Pull the trigger.
No. Ellen. Oh, Ellen.
Yes, her mind has gone blank. I can no longer sense it. You have killed her.
Ellen, I tried not to do it. Ellen, speak to me.
She is dead. And when the police come, they will arrest you, and you will die for her murder.
I don't care. Now that Ellen's dead, I don't want to live. But first, I'll make sure that you die too, Ricardo.
That is not necessary. I am going now of my own accord. I am relaxing. I will letting myself slip into the dark silence of death, where Ellen is waiting for me. She's there. She's just across the threshold, waiting for me. She's eager for me. No,
Huh?
Tom.
Helen.
Where are you?
Helen.
Tom, what's happened? My head is... That's so strange.
Oh, Helen, my darling, you're not dead. But I shot you. I thought I killed you.
Huh? Killed you?
Yes, but I didn't. I only wounded you. Careful.
Oh, I don't understand, Tommy. Where's Ricardo? Strangest feeling that he's gone.
He is gone. He's gone. Oh, I see it all now. I thought I'd killed you. Because I thought so, Ricardo thought so, too. But I was wrong. And because I was wrong, he was wrong, too.
No. He's dead?
Yes, Helen. Free of him forever. Ricardo made a mistake and let himself die believing that you were already dead. Oh, yes, my darling. This time he's gone for good. Ricardo was clever. But in the end, he outwitted himself.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? What became of Tom and Ellen? Why, Ellen's wound was serious, but far from fatal. Not nearly as fatal as Ricardo's mistake. Tom and Ellen are very happy now. But I wonder if they're as safe as they think they are. When you're dealing with a mind like Ricardo's, can you ever be quite sure, even though he is dead? I knew a man once everybody thought was dead, and he... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. You see, I take the same train every week at this time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's cast were Maurice Toplin, James Van Dyke, Jan Miner, Ian Martin, and Rod Hendrickson. Original music was played by Charles Paul. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death and the Devil.
Another strange and terrifying tale of the Mysterious Traveler. Mysterious Traveler. Mysterious Traveler. Mysterious Traveler.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, presented by Army in Europe magazine, the monthly feature magazine for the use of a soldier and civilian. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Chester.
was you saying something, Mr. Dillon?
What is that?
Oh, this is a duck call. I ordered all the way from St. Louis. It just come in the mail.
Doesn't sound like any duck I ever heard.
Oh, it's guaranteed, Mr. Dillon. See, any duck that hears this comes right at you.
You better be careful. We don't want the jail overrun with them.
Oh, well, they ain't none around yet, but they're just about due. When they start coming through, I'm going to get down there in them bushes along the river with a shotgun and this thing. And, Mr. Dillon, we're going to be eating roast duck every day for 3 months.
I'm glad to hear that, Chester.
It takes kind of a knack to blowing it.
Oh?
It takes a little bit of practice, and I ain't got it down exact yet, but I will.
Gentlemen. Come in, mister.
You're Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, that's right.
I am Cyrus Taggart, Marshal. Possibly you've heard of me.
Oh, I'm afraid not, but what can I do for you, Mr. Taggart?
You can give me your complete cooperation.
Oh?
I have here a photograph of a young lady. I have reason to believe she is in Dodge City.
Well, Mr. Dillon,
go on, Mr. Taggart. Suppose she is here.
She's my daughter, Evie Taggart. She ran away from home nearly a year ago, and she has made it very difficult to find her.
Oh, and if you do find her?
I shall take her back to New York with me, naturally. I assume from your partner's exclamation that you do know her.
Not by that name.
Yes, well, she has used a number of false names during the past year. Very well, you will take me to her at once.
How old is your daughter, Mr. Taggart?
24.
And then she's of legal age. Suppose she won't go back with you.
Marshal, the Taggart enterprises include railroads, several banks and finance companies, along with mining and cattle interests. I, with my father and my grandfather before me, did not acquire them by tolerating interference with our wishes.
Now, why did she run away in the first place?
Because she's a willful, headstrong little fool. Marshal, we're wasting time.
Mr. Taggart, I'm not going to take you to her. Not just yet.
May I remind you...
Your enterprises, sir, don't include the United States Marshal's Office.
I imagine my influence could extend that far, if you compel me to use it.
You do as you like. But I'm going to talk to the girl first. I'm going to find out what she wants to do.
What she wants is of no importance.
Good day, Mr. Taggart.
She keeps pretty late hours, Mr. Dillon. Maybe she ain't up yet.
Yeah, maybe not.
Hello, Marshal. Chester.
Morning, Patsy. Or, I guess it's Evie Taggart now, isn't it?
Oh. He's here, huh?
Mm-hmm. Over at the Dodge House. He says he's come to take you home.
What is it? It's all right, Burl. Come on in.
No, thank you.
Wouldn't do any good to run. Not now.
I thought I heard you talking to some... Oh.
You know Burl Alden, don't you, Marshal?
Yeah, you deal blackjack, don't you, over the Golden Horn part-time?
That's right. What's the trouble, Marshal?
My father's here, Burl. Finally caught up with me.
Well, what of it? You're over 21. He can't do nothing.
You don't know him.
What can he do, Marshal? She's got a right to live her life the way she wants, ain't she?
Yeah, as far as the law's concerned. And he may try other ways.
He will. He'll do anything. I know him.
You'll be sorry if he tries anything. I'll stick with you. You know that.
I know, Burl. But I know how he can be. That's why I never wanted him to find me.
Are you sure that you don't want to go back with him, Evie?
Of course I'm sure.
That's a rough life you're leading here, working in a long branch, having to put up with any man who comes along who's got the price of a drink.
Anything would be better than going back home. You don't know what it was like, Marshal. I don't really matter to him. I never did. Just the family name he cares about. He's afraid I'll disgrace it. I'm not going back.
He says you are, Evie. And I'd say he's used to getting his own way.
No matter what I have to do, I'm not going back. No matter what.
run back at the faro table one another round when you get a chance.
All right, Kitty.
Let Margie take it back to him, huh?
Okay. Hello, Kitty.
Oh, Matt, I didn't see you come in.
Oh, you look busy, so I kept quiet.
You know, I'd just as soon you hadn't come in tonight, Matt.
Oh? Well, I can always have a beer up the street.
No, it's just that I did something this evening that I hate myself for.
Oh? Well, what do you mean?
Come on, let's sit down.
All right. There you are. Oh, what's it all about?
Well, that girl, Patsy, who's been working here the last few months. You know who she is, Matt?
Yeah. Her name's Evie Taggart. Their father came out from the east yesterday.
Yeah, I know. I met him. Do you know he's trying to force her to go back to New York with him?
Uh-huh.
Oh, he didn't waste any time going into action. He just sent a few telegrams east, and that did it.
Oh, did what?
Well, Mr. Botkin came over from the bank this afternoon. He was real apologetic, but he had orders from the big bank back east that holds part of his stock.
Oh, one of Taggart's banks.
Yeah. Either I fired Evie or Botkin had called in our loan. And just a half hour later, I got a telegram from our wholesaler in Kansas City. Fire Evie or pay up all our consignment accounts immediately. I let it go, Matt. I had to.
You couldn't do much of anything else, could you?
I got my partner to think about. The girl. You can't fight an army barehanded.
Now, there's no reason to feel guilty, Kitty. You didn't have much choice.
Well, I don't claim the life she's leading here is very good, but good or bad, at least what she wants to do, and she ought to have the right.
You know, rights are pretty hard things to hang on to sometimes.
Well, if there'd been any other way.
Well, there you are.
What?
Oh, he scared you off, huh? You started the ball rolling, now nobody will hire you.
Take it easy, Burl.
Well, whose side are you on anyway, Marshal?
There's no law against what Taggart did, Burl, and Kitty didn't have any choice. She had to go along with it.
The word's out all over town. Nobody will give her a job. They're afraid of his money.
Well, I got reason to be.
He's trying to starve her out. He thinks he'll get her back home that way.
Well, it's worked before.
Well, it won't this time. We'll figure some way to beat that old buzzard.
Why don't you support her, Mr. Alden? I assume you are Burl Alden.
I guess you're Taggart.
That's correct. As I said, why don't you support her? I understand she's been supporting you for several months.
That's a lie. I got a job.
Yes, part-time. But you've been taking money from her, haven't you?
Them was loans. What are you getting at anyway?
The fact that you're an utterly worthless loafer who lives off the earnings of a woman.
Why, you dirty old...
All right, hold it, Burl. That's enough.
Who does he think he's talking to?
Can I give you a hand, Mr. Taggart?
No, thank you. It would seem to me that it's your job to prevent such occurrences, Marshal.
You can sign a complaint if you like.
No, thank you. I have something rather more drastic in mind. Good evening, gentlemen.
That's a cold fish.
What's he talking about, Marshal? He can't do nothing to me.
I wouldn't bet on that, Burl.
Good morning, Mac.
Oh, hello, Doc. Come on in.
Oh, Chester, for heaven's sakes, put that thing away.
Now, there's some coffee on the top of the stove. I don't guarantee it, though. Our duck made it.
Well, then I pass.
You drunk your plenty times before, and it never hurt you none, Doc.
Well, a man's luck runs out, Chester.
Pull up a chair, Doc.
No. Having a good time, man. I don't have a plush line seat at the public trough, like some people I know.
Oh, is that so?
A professional man like myself has to get out and scramble if he wants to keep body and soul together.
Doc, the only time I ever seen you scramble is when Sam Noonan says, have one on the house, boys.
Oh, is that so? For 2 cents, I wouldn't even tell you what I know.
All right, what do you know, Doc?
Oh, yes. Now, you got your ears off, ain't you? Yeah, you're starting to sing a different tune now.
Doc.
It's a fine thing when I have to do your job alone with my own. Just out of the kindness of my heart.
Doc.
There's going to be a killing.
Killing? How do you know?
Because I keep my mouth shut and my ears open. You know a gunman named Bill Jacks?
Yeah, he's been around town for a month or so. Why?
Well, they say that old man Taggart's hired him to kill Burl Alden.
Oh. So that's what Taggart meant about something more drastic.
Yes. Well, anyway, I've done all the brain work for you. Now, go on out and arrest them.
On what charge, Doc? They'll both deny it.
Well, you're not just going to sit there and let it happen, are you?
And I'll listen to suggestions, Doc, but in the long run, it'll probably come to just that. Matt Dillon, let me in.
Evie ain't here, Marshal. She went down to the Chinaman's to bring some grub.
Now, you're the one I want to see, Burl.
All right. Come on in. What is it? What do you want?
Burl, you made a bad enemy when you knocked old man Taggart down.
I'll knock him down 7 days a week if he don't stay away from us.
Oh, he'll stay away, all right. But the man he's hired to kid you won't.
What are you talking about?
Well, the word's out that he's offered Bill Jacks $2,000 to put you on Boot Hill.
Well, you got to do something, Marshal. I know about Jacks. You got to arrest him.
I got no proof, Burl. All I can do is warn you.
Well, then I got to get out of here. I got to get out of town right now. I'll get a horse from Moss Grimmick and head south.
Well, what about Evie?
Evie? What? She'll be better off back home anyway.
Oh, I see.
Well, hitting the trail on the run, that ain't no kind of a life for a woman.
You think the Long Branch is any better?
And you got no call to talk like that.
What's going on?
Evie, you tell her, Marshal.
Burl, where you going? Burl!
No use, Evie. He's gone.
Going where? What do you mean?
Hey, your father hired a gunman to kill him.
So Burl's getting out. Running away, leaving me.
Well, I guess a lot of men would act that same way under the circumstances.
Don't try to make excuses for him, Marshal. I know the kind he is. I've known all along.
Oh?
The life I've been living the last year isn't a very pretty one. I admit it. I guess I've done it on purpose. Sunk as low as I could. It's a way of hitting back at my father.
Yeah, it works that way sometimes.
Wasn't a very pretty life at home either, Marshal.
No, I guess not. Or it wouldn't have turned you to this.
I'd kill her. Well, at least I'll get that stopped. Burl doesn't deserve dying. He's just what he is, and that's all he claims to be. There's no reason he should pay. But my father's going to. I'm going to see that he pays.
Pays how?
I don't know exactly. But he's going to. He's going to pay for things once and for all.
To me like neither one of them ain't going to show up, Mr. Dillon.
They might not, Chester. All I know is Taggart bought 2 tickets back east on this afternoon's train.
I swear I never thought Evie'd give in and go back with him.
Well, he's a hard man to beat.
It's just a doggone shame the way he goes around treating people and gets by with it.
He won't get by with it forever, Chester. If you keep pushing people around, sooner or later you're going to push one of them a little too far.
Oh, speak of the devil, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, and by himself, too.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Nice of you to drop around to see us all.
Us, Mr. Taggart?
Oh, my daughter is just looking after some detail of her luggage. She'll be along. As much as I hate to disappoint you, Marshal.
Why would it disappoint me? It's none of my business.
No, not officially, of course. But I imagine you did hold a certain personal opinion.
Yeah. I still do, as a matter of fact.
Indeed. Such as?
Such as, I think you're making a big mistake taking that girl back against her will.
Oh, I assure you I am using no straitjacket or manacles.
It amounts to that, though. Why don't you give her a chance, Mr. Taggart? You can get her out of Dodge if you want, away from what she's been doing, but why don't you let her live her own life?
She will live precisely as I tell her to live, Marshal.
Won't work that way, Mr. Taggart. You can't treat people like horses. You can't own people.
Marshal, I've built an empire on the principle of owning people. I own hundreds of them, body and soul, lock, stock, and barrel. I call the tune, and they dance, and she will dance with them.
You ready, Father?
Quite ready, my dear.
Then let's go.
Good day, gentlemen.
Goodbye, Evie. Good luck.
Thank you, Marshal. But I think we may meet again soon.
Come along, Evie.
Yes, Father.
Just looky there. Just look how he broke her spirit, Miss Young. She's going along neat to the line.
Yeah, it looks that way. Now, what's he doing here?
That's Bill Jacks.
I want to talk with you, Taggart.
Come on, Chester.
Look here, Jacks. There's nothing for us to talk about.
All right, hold it, Jacks.
You stay out of this.
What are you up to? Don't try it, Jacks. You drop your gun or I'll fire and I'll drop it!
You got him, Mr. Dillon?
Your father's dead, too, Evie.
Father.
So this is how he was supposed to pay, huh?
I don't know what you mean, Marshal. Father had a disagreement over the price on Burl's head.
What price did you put on your father's head, Evie? How much were you going to pay Bill Jacks for this?
I can't prove a thing, Marshal. Not a thing.
Well, we'll let the judge decide that.
I don't care. As long as he finally lost.
What?
Father. Sure doesn't own anybody now, does he?
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Why, today we're going to venture into a fantastic and little-known field, the human mind. It's a story I call Mind Over Murder. On a stretch of green lawn, at the top of high cliffs looking over the Atlantic Ocean, the great Ricardo, who claims to be the world's greatest mind reader, is practicing his art. He's preparing for the vaudeville tour he's soon to begin. Assisting him are his lovely young wife, Ellen, and Carl Gardner.
That's it, Carl. Tie the handkerchief tightly over my eyes. Now, are you sure I can see nothing? Nothing whatever?
I know positive you can't, Mr. Ricardo. I'll bet my month's wages on it.
You are quite right. My eyes are in darkness. But my mind is not. Ellen?
Yes, Ricardo?
Did you bring out the basket of books I asked you to?
Yes. I have them here.
All right, Carl. Go pick a book out of the basket. Any book at all.
Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Ricardo. Now what?
Now open it to a page. Any page. Have you done this?
Yeah.
Good. Now concentrate on the book. Think about the title and the number of the page. Think about it now. Ah, yes, it is coming to me. The title is Murder by Expert, and the page, you have opened it to page 27.
That's right, Mr. Ricardo. Gosh, I don't know how you do it.
Well, it's very simple, Carl. With the eyes of my mind, I read your thoughts. Now, I want to try something else. Ellen?
Yes, Ricardo.
Sit in the wicker chair over here on my right. Turn your back to both me and Carl.
You aren't going to...
Please do not argue. Do as I say.
I just can't. Yesterday, my head ached for hours. Please don't make me.
It would come easier in time. Sit down.
All right.
Now make your mind free of all thoughts. Yes. I want you to look with your mind into Carl and to read there what his eyes see on the page before him.
Must I read?
I have said that you must.
All right. I'll try.
Now, Carl.
Yes, Mr. Ricardo?
Take another book. Open it to the first page of a story and concentrate on it.
Right. I get you.
Now, Ellen, read the page at which Carl is looking. I command you, by the powers of the mind, read.
My head hurts so. It's so little going to split.
Read.
I see something. Words. Title, vision, judgment, fire, H, G, L.
Continue, read.
No, I can't make it out. It's all blurred. I can't see anything clearly. Oh, my head.
Carl, was she correct?
Yes.
Well, that's all I want to know. You can leave now.
Okay, Mr. Ricardo. The roses need watering. I better tend to them right away. Yes. Right away.
That's the innocent. She's afraid of me. How do you feel, Ellen?
My head hurts.
There, my dear. It will quickly pass. And in no time you'll find the whole thing as easy as powder in your nose.
Ricardo, I can't. I just can't help you in your act when you tell me to try to read something in Carl's mind. I feel as if my brain were going to split.
You will help me, my beautiful one. You will see. Now, I'm going into the house. You may sit here and look at the ocean until your head feels better. Or you will have company. I see my handsome young press agent coming forward. You must be nice to him, Ellen. He's really a very good press agent.
Oh, there you are, Ricardo. I was looking for you.
It's too bad your mind is one of the few I cannot penetrate, Tom, or I would have known that. Was it about something special?
Oh, just about these advanced stories to go out to the Boston editors. I have them all written.
Oh, excellent. I'm going up to the house now, and I'll read them right away. Stay and keep Ellen company, Tom. I'll see you both presently.
All right, Ricardo. What's the matter, darling? What's he been doing?
It's nothing, Tom. I just have a little headache.
Been making you work with him in his act again, hasn't he?
Please, Tom, I'm all right.
Ellen, listen to me. You know things can't go on the way they are. You've got to leave Ricardo. Do you hear? Leave him and divorce him.
No, Tom, I can't. I just can't.
You're scared to death of him, but there's no reason to be. He's just a phony mind reader.
No, Tom. He's not phony. He can read minds. Sometimes he tells me just what I've been thinking. Oh, Tom, it's frightening. I wish I could read it, but he won't let me. If I tried, he might do something terrible.
No matter what you do, I'm going to get you away from Ricardo. I'll kidnap you if necessary. I'll...
Here he comes back.
Well, I'm glad to see you're feeling better, Helen. Is it Tom who has put that sparkle in your eye and that flush in your cheek?
Of course not.
I would not like it if I thought so. I should be very angry if my beloved had eyes for anyone but me. But of course, you haven't, have you, Ellen?
No. No, of course not.
For you love me devotedly, do you not?
I love you devotedly.
You always will in this world and in the next.
I always will. In this world and the next.
You see, Tom? You see why I dare leave my lovely Ellen alone with you? I have perfect faith in her. When we start our tour week after next, I will be quite busy much of the time, and I hope you won't mind keeping Ellen from being lonely. I'm sure the trip won't bore you. I expect it to be most entertaining.
Ellen?
Tom, come in.
Ellen, the train's just coming into Bridgeville. Ricardo's still in the diner. Are you ready?
Yes, I just thought for putting on my hat and coat. I didn't pack anything because you said not to, but... Oh, Tom, I'm frightened.
Ellen, you've got to get hold of yourself. Ricardo's not superhuman.
No, sometimes I think he is, Tom. I'm positive that he knows everything we think. He's just playing with us. He seems so amused ever since the tour started. He seems to have been deliberately throwing us together just to see what happens.
Stop worrying. In a minute, you'll be through with him forever. The bus for Chicago leaving Bridgeville 5 minutes after we get off. In Chicago, you can stay with my mother until you can get a divorce. Then you're going to marry me.
Tom, I'm afraid.
Listen. That's the whistle for Bridgeville. We're going for the station. Quick, get your coat.
All right, Tom, tell me what it is.
Here, I'll give you a hand here. You got it on? What?
Ricardo!
Yes, my dear. I was worrying about your headache, so I left my lunch to come and see how you were.
Well, I'm feeling a little better. I was going to take a walk on the platform and get some fresh air.
Yes, I see you have your coat on. Oh, but alas, we only stopped for a minute. Hardly long enough for a walk.
No, I suppose not.
So this is Bridgeville. The pretty town. On the main bus route to Chicago, I understand.
Is it?
Someday I shall show you Chicago, Ellen. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yes. I would like that.
Ricardo, stop torturing.
Torturing? Ellen? Why, Tom, what a curious idea. I would give my life for Ellen. And she for me, wouldn't you, darling?
Yes. I'd give my life for you.
To most people, that is an empty phrase, but Ellen means it. I will prove it to you, Tom.
I'm not interested.
Oh, but you are. Ellen, my love.
Yes, Ricardo.
Ellen, I'm taking a revolver from my pocket. Here, now you take it from me.
Yes, Ricardo.
What are you up to? Point the revolver at your heart, my dear, and pull the trigger.
Yes, Ricardo.
Ellen, stop! Stop!
No, Tom.
Let go of my wrist.
You shall not interfere.
Oh.
Ellen, pull the trigger.
Yes, I'll pull it.
Ellen, you... Nothing happened.
No, of course not. The gun was empty. But Ellen didn't know that, did you, my darling?
No, I didn't know that.
So she would have died just because I asked her to. Such devotion is very rare. It is the kind that lasts through all eternity, as ours will. For we shall always be together, Ellen and I, while we live and after we die. Nothing will ever separate us. Nothing whatever.
And so the great Ricardo's triumphal tour continued. Newspaper stories told of his amazing feats, and of the feats almost as marvelous performed at his direction by his pale and lovely wife. Twice Tom urged Ellen to flee with him, but both times Ricardo appeared upon the scene, smiling as though knowing every word that had been said. So at last Tom changed his tactics. Waiting until one evening when Ricardo was in the midst of his performance, concentrating on holding a great audience spellbound.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, someone among you is thinking of the initials E.N. Somebody quite close to me.
Tom listened for a moment, but he was quite sure that Ricardo's attention was fully absorbed. Then he left his place in the wings and slipped swiftly backstage to knock on a door marked with a gold star.
Ellen.
Oh, yes, Tom.
I want to talk to you.
You shouldn't be here, Tom.
Never mind Ricardo. Put on your coat.
My coat? But the performance won't be over for half an hour.
Ellen, I've got a plan to fool Ricardo. Will you trust me?
Oh, but if he catches us, he might kill you.
If there's one time he's not going to be clever enough. Just put on your coat and come along without asking any questions.
But where are we, Tom? We've been driving for an hour, turning this way and that, and I haven't any idea which way we've come.
You're not supposed to have, Ellen. Don't you see, if you don't know where you are, Ricardo can never know either, even if he can make contact with your mind from this distance.
I never thought of that.
But I did. So this time I made my plans without telling you.
The Hillview Inn. Oh, what a quaint little place, Tom. And what a lovely view over the hills.
Yes, it's a funny little place. I found the ad in the paper. I've engaged a room for you and one for me. We'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow, Ricardo will be in Buffalo, and we'll be heading in the opposite direction.
Tom, there's someone standing in the shadow beside the porch.
That's probably the manager waiting for us. Is that you, Mr. Adams?
No, Tom. This is I, the cop.
Oh.
Yes, my beloved. I've been waiting for you. What took you so long, Tom?
How did you get here? How did you know we were coming here?
Why, Tom, it was I who told you to bring Ellen here.
That's a lie. No one knew we were coming here but myself.
Did you think this was your idea? On the contrary, I put the thought into your head, every bit of it.
That's impossible.
I even suggested to you to look in the paper where you could find the advertisement for this delightful little inn.
I don't believe it.
Yes, Tom, at last, after painful effort, I have succeeded in forcing my thoughts into your mind. And now I have another little matter to settle with you. Your undesired attentions to my wife.
Ellen isn't your wife anymore, Ricardo. She's left you for good.
Ellen, is that true?
No, Ricardo. I love you.
Ellen, he's making you say that.
Ellen, my dear, tell Tom just how you feel toward him.
I've been playing with you, Tom, to amuse myself. You've been very stupid not to realize it.
I'm not impressed by your tricks, Ricardo. Ellen is leaving here with me now.
Ellen is not leaving. But you are. You see that railing behind you? Beyond it is a 50-foot drop to a rocky ledge.
What of it?
In a moment you are going to fall accidentally over that railing and be killed. You see, there are only the two of us. And I am far stronger than you. Oh! Now, I will show you a trick of Oriental wrestling.
Tom, look out! He's walking back to the railing.
Maybe I know some tricks too, Ricardo. Now, how do you like this one?
Tom, look. He's lying down there on the ledge. His body's all twisted.
Yeah. I'm afraid he's dead.
No. No, he isn't. He's alive. He's in pain. He's making me feel pain, too. No, Ricardo. No. Stop it. Stop it.
No, the great Ricardo, mind reader extraordinary, was not dead. For weeks afterward, he hovered on the borderline between life and death. And then, as if pulling himself back to life by the sheer strength of his will, he slowly won his fight. But though he lived, his fall had paralyzed his body, leaving only his mind truly alive. He lay in a hospital bed, still breathing, but unable to move, to speak, or even to open his eyes.
So he's definitely going to live.
There's no longer any doubt of it. It's almost a miracle. I didn't think any man could survive such an injury.
He wouldn't let himself die.
Well, most of us want to live, I've discovered.
I mean, he deliberately refused to die. He kept saying to himself, I will not die. I will not die.
You could hear him? But he's paralyzed. He can't speak.
I could hear his voice in my mind.
Oh, I see. Yes, he's going to live. But he'll never move, nor speak, nor see again.
Yes, he knows that.
I beg your pardon?
Ricardo knows that he'll never recover. He wants to go home. I have to take him there. I will look after him.
Ellen, you
I
can't.
have to. Tom, don't you see? I'm his prisoner again. A prisoner of his mind. And this time I'll never escape.
And so the great Ricardo returned home, a living dead man. There in the house on the cliffs, aided only by a nurse who relieved her at night, Ellen cared for him. Tom stayed close by to help her in any way he could, and did his best to persuade her to turn Ricardo's care over to professional nurses.
Ellen, listen to me. You can't ruin your life like this just to care for a man you hate.
I have to. I can't go away. He won't let me leave the house. If I do, I find myself turning back without knowing what I'm doing.
But, Ellen, you
My
can't...
mind isn't my own. He controls it. Lying in his bed in that room there, never moving. Ricardo controls my mind.
Oh, Ellen, I'm sure that's just a delusion. A psychiatrist could prove it to you. Ricardo was injured, helpless.
But his mind isn't. It's more powerful than ever. All his strength is concentrated in it. If it weren't for the power of his will, he'd die. He doesn't want to die. He's planning something.
Planning what?
I don't know. But he still hates you and wants revenge.
Now, you are letting your imagination run away with you. What can a man in Ricardo's condition do?
I don't know, but he has something in his mind.
Helen, you're overwrought. You need sleep. Look, darling, why not take a sedative and go to bed? In the morning, we can talk again.
I have to wait until the night nurse gets here.
All right, I'll stay with him until then. Now, go on. Get to bed.
All right, Tom. I do need rest. But you better wait in the room with him.
I'll go in now. Good night, Ellen.
Good night, Tom.
Oh, there you are. The great Ricardo. A man who was better than anyone else in the world. And now you're a living dead man. I wish you were a dead one.
Then why don't you kill me now?
What?
Why don't you kill me? Just put your hand over my mouth for a moment and you'll be rid of me.
Carter. You can't be talking. You're paralyzed.
I can speak to you, Tom. I speak with my mind, not with my voice.
No, I don't believe it.
You always were stubborn. Listen. Just now you were trying to get Ellen to leave me. But she never will. Ellen and I are joined together for all eternity.
I'm going to free her from you somehow. Do you hear, Ricardo?
Oh, now you're threatening me. That means you do believe my mind can speak to yours. Good. We'll have many interesting conversations in the days to come. Now, I'm going to rest. Good night, Tom. I shall see you tomorrow. You won't want to come, but you will. Ah, Tom. It is good of you to pay me another visit. I was hoping you would come today. In fact, I might say I was willing it, and you came.
So it's true. I was trying to convince myself I'd imagined this.
Stubborn, stupid Tom, always fighting against the inevitable. You tried to stay away today, didn't you? But you couldn't.
No, I couldn't.
And you're convinced now you're not suffering from an illusion.
All right. Not a delusion. So what, Ricardo?
I have some interesting information for you. But first, sit down.
I think I'll stand.
Sit down.
I won't.
You see, you are seated.
Are you?
Yes, I forced you to seat yourself because my mind has established control over your mind. So sit quietly and hear what I have to say.
All right. What is this information of yours?
I am dying.
You don't think that makes me sorry, do you?
Doctors do not know it, but my heart is weakening. If I relaxed my willpower for an instant, I would go out like a candle in the wind.
Sooner the better.
Perhaps so. I had great plans, but no matter. In your mind now I read the thought Ellen will be free, but you are wrong. Ellen is coming with me.
What do you mean? What do you mean, coming with you?
I have said that we would be together in life and in death, and so we shall. Ellen and I will die together.
Devil, if I thought you could hurt Ellen, I'd kill you myself.
No, Tom, you won't kill me. You are going to kill Ellen.
No, that's impossible.
There is a drawer in that table beside you. Open it.
No.
Open it.
No. You.
In the drawer is my revolver. Pick it up.
No.
Pick it up. Yeah.
Well?
With that gun, you are going to shoot Ellen. You will be executed for it as a murderer, and thus I will have my revenge. Because we shall die almost at the same instant, my soul and Ellen's will be forever joined.
No. You can't force me to hurt Ellen. That's one thing you can't do.
Stand up.
No, you...
There. You see, my mind does control yours. Though I lie here helpless, but I command you must do.
I'll shoot you instead.
You see, you cannot even lift the gun. Now listen to me. Behind that screen, across the room, is a couch. There Ellen lies asleep at my orders. You will walk over there. You will point the gun at her
You can't make me do that.
Walk, Tom.
No, I...
Keep on. Another step. There. Now, move the screen aside.
No.
Move the screen.
Ellen!
She's dreaming of you, Tom. Aim the gun well. Fire.
No, Ellen, wake up.
She will never wake again in this world. Pull the trigger.
I won't.
Pull the trigger.
No. Ellen. Oh, Ellen.
Yes, her mind has gone blank. I can no longer sense it. You have killed her.
Ellen, I tried not to do it. Ellen, speak to me.
She is dead. And when the police come, they will arrest you, and you will die for her murder.
I don't care. Now that Ellen's dead, I don't want to live. But first, I'll make sure that you die too, Ricardo.
That is not necessary. I am going now of my own accord. I am relaxing. I will, letting myself slip into the dark silence of death, where Ellen is waiting for me. She's there. She's just across the threshold, waiting for me. She's eager for me. No, you've tricked me. I won't die.
Dead. Huh?
Tom.
Ellen.
Where are you?
Ellen.
Tom, what's happened? My head is... That's so strange.
Oh, Ellen, my darling, you're not dead. But I shot you. I thought I killed you.
Huh? Killed you?
Yes, but I didn't. I only wounded you. Careful.
Oh, I don't understand, Thomas. Where's Ricardo? Strangest feeling that he's gone.
He is gone. Oh, I see it all now. I thought I'd killed you. Because I thought so, Ricardo thought so, too. But I was wrong. And because I was wrong, he was wrong, too.
No. He's dead?
Yes, Helen. Free of him forever. Ricardo made a mistake and let himself die believing that you were already dead. Oh, yes, my darling. This time he's gone for good. Ricardo was clever. But in the end, he outwitted himself.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? What became of Tom and Ellen? Why, Ellen's wound was serious, but far from fatal. Not nearly as fatal as Ricardo's mistake. Tom and Ellen are very happy now. But I wonder if they're as safe as they think they are. When you're dealing with a mind like Ricardo's, can you ever be quite sure, even though he is dead? I knew a man once everybody thought was dead, and he... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. You see, I take the same train every week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's cast were Maurice Tarplin, James Van Dyke, Jan Miner, Ian Martin, and Rod Hendrickson. Original music was played by Charles Paul. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death and the Devil.
Another strange and terrifying tale of the Mysterious Traveler. Mysterious Traveler. Mysterious Traveler. Mysterious Traveler.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, presented by Army in Europe magazine, the monthly feature magazine for the use of a soldier and civilian.
Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Was you saying something, Mr. Dillon?
What is that?
Oh, this is a duck call. I ordered all the way from St. Louis. It just come in the mail.
Doesn't sound like any duck I ever heard.
Oh, it's guaranteed, Mr. Dillon. See, any duck that hears this comes right at you.
You better be careful. We don't want the jail overrun with them.
Oh, well, they ain't none around yet, but they're just about due. When they start coming through, I'm going to get down there in them bushes along the river with a shotgun and this thing. And, Mr. Dillon, we're going to be eating roast duck every day for 3 months.
I'm glad to hear that, Chester.
It takes kind of a knack to blowing it.
No?
It takes a little bit of practice, and I ain't got it down exact yet, but I will.
Gentlemen.
Come in, mister.
You're Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, that's right.
I am Cyrus Taggart, Marshal. Possibly you've heard of me.
Oh, I'm afraid not, but what can I do for you, Mr. Taggart?
You can give me your complete cooperation.
Oh?
I have here a photograph of a young lady. I have reason to believe she is in Dodge City.
Why, Mr. Dillon,
Go on, Mr. Taggart. Suppose she is here.
She is my daughter, Evie Taggart. She ran away from home nearly a year ago, and she has made it very difficult to find her.
Oh, and if you do find her?
I shall take her back to New York with me, naturally. I assume from your partner's exclamation that you do know her.
Not by that name.
Yes, well, she has used a number of false names during the past year. Very well, you will take me to her at once.
How old is your daughter, Mr. Taggart?
24.
And then she's of legal age. Suppose she won't go back with you.
Marshal, the Taggart enterprises include railroads, several banks, and finance companies, along with mining and cattle interests. I, with my father and my grandfather before me, did not acquire them by tolerating interference with our wishes.
Now, why did she run away in the first place?
Because she's a willful, headstrong little fool. Marshal, we're wasting time.
Mr. Taggart, I'm not going to take you to her. Not just yet.
May I remind you...
Your enterprises, sir, don't include the United States Marshal's office.
I imagine my influence could extend that far, if you compel me to use it.
You do as you like. But I'm going to talk to the girl first. I'm going to find out what she wants to do.
What she wants is of no importance.
Good day, Mr. Taggart.
She keeps pretty late hours, Mr. Dillon. Maybe she ain't up yet.
Yeah, maybe not.
Hello, Marshal. Chester.
Morning, Patsy. Or, I guess it's Evie Taggart now, isn't it?
Oh. He's here, huh?
Mm-hmm. Over at the Dodge House. He says he's come to take you home.
It's all right, Burl. Come on in.
No, thank you.
Wouldn't do any good to run. Not now.
I thought I heard you talking to some... Oh.
You know Burl Alden, don't you, Marshal?
Yeah, you deal blackjack, don't you, over the Golden Horn part-time?
That's right. What's the trouble, Marshal?
My father's here, Burl. Finally caught up with me.
Well, what of it? You're over 21. He can't do nothing.
You don't know him.
What can he do, Marshal? She's got a right to live her life the way she wants, ain't she?
Yeah, as far as the law's concerned. But he may try other ways.
He will. He'll do anything. I know him.
You'll be sorry if he tries anything. I'll stick with you. You know that.
I know, Burl. But I know how he can be. That's why I never wanted him to find me.
Are you sure that you don't want to go back with him, Evie?
Of course I'm sure.
That's a rough life you're leading here, working in a long branch, having to put up with any man who comes along who's got the price of a drink.
Anything would be better than going back home. You don't know what it was like, Marshal. I don't really matter to him. I never did. Just the family name he cares about. He's afraid I'll disgrace it. I'm not going back.
He says you are, Evie. And I'd say he's used to getting his own way.
No matter what I have to do, I'm not going back. No matter what.
Back at the faro table, want another round when you get a chance.
All right, Kitty.
Let Margie take it back to him, huh?
Okay. Hello, Kitty.
Oh, Matt, I didn't see you come in.
Oh, you look busy, so I kept quiet.
You know, I just as soon you hadn't come in tonight, Matt.
Oh? Well, I can always have a beer up the street.
No, it's just that I did something this evening that I hate myself for.
Oh? Well, what do you mean?
Come on, let's sit down.
All right. There you are. Now, what's it all about?
Well, that girl, Patsy, who's been working here the last few months. You know who she is, Matt?
Yeah. Her name's Evie Taggart. Her father came out from the east yesterday.
Yeah, I know. I met him. Do you know he's trying to force her to go back to New York with him?
Uh-huh.
Oh, he didn't waste any time going into action. He just sent a few telegrams east, and that did it.
Oh, did what?
Well, Mr. Botkin came over from the bank this afternoon. He was real apologetic, but he had orders from the big bank back east that holds part of his stock.
Oh, one of Taggart's banks.
Yeah. Either I fired Evie or Botkin had called in our loan. And just a half hour later, I got a telegram from our wholesaler in Kansas City. Fire Evie or pay up all our consignment accounts immediately. I let it go, Matt. I had to.
You couldn't do much of anything else, could you?
Got my partner to think about. The girls. You can't fight an army barehanded.
Now, there's no reason to feel guilty, Kitty. You didn't have much choice.
Well, I don't claim the life she's leading here is very good, but good or bad, at least what she wants to do, and she ought to have the right.
You know, rights are pretty hard things to hang on to sometimes.
Well, if there'd been any other way.
Oh, there you are.
What?
Oh, he scared you off, huh? You started the ball rolling, now nobody'll hire you.
Take it easy, Burl.
Well, whose side are you on anyway, Marshal?
There's no law against what Taggart did, Burl, and Kitty didn't have any choice. She had to go along with it.
The word's out all over town. Nobody'll give her a job. They're afraid of his money.
Well, I got reason to be.
He's trying to starve her out. He thinks he'll get her back home that way.
Well, it's worked before.
Well, it won't this time. We'll figure some way to beat that old buzzard.
Why don't you support her, Mr. Alden? I assume you are Burl Alden.
I guess you're Taggart.
That's correct. As I said, why don't you support her? I understand she's been supporting you for several months.
That's a lie. I got a job.
Yes, part-time. But you've been taking money from her, haven't you?
Them was loans. What are you getting at anyway?
The fact that you're an utterly worthless loafer who lives off the earnings of a woman.
Why, you dirty old...
All right, hold it, Burl. That's enough.
Who do you think he's talking to?
Can I give you a hand, Mr. Taggart?
No, thank you. It would seem to me that it's your job to prevent such occurrences, Marshal.
You can sign a complaint if you like.
No, thank you. I have something rather more drastic in mind. Good evening, gentlemen.
That's a cold fish. What's he talking about, Marshal? He can't do nothing to me.
I wouldn't bet on that, Burl.
Good morning, Mac.
Oh, hello, Doc. Come on in.
Oh, Chester, for heaven's sakes, put that thing away.
Now, there's some coffee on the top of the stove. I don't guarantee it, though. Our duck made it.
Well, then I pass.
You drunk it plenty of times before, and it never hurt you none, Doc.
Well, a man's luck runs out, Chester.
Let's pull up a chair, Doc.
No. Having a good time, man. I don't have a plush line seat at the public trough, like some people I know.
Oh, is that so?
A professional man like myself has to get out and scramble if he wants to keep body and soul together.
Doc, the only time I ever seen you scramble is when Sam Noonan says, have one on the house, boys.
Oh, is that so? For 2 cents, I wouldn't even tell you what I know.
All right, what do you know, Doc?
Oh, yes. You got your ears off, ain't you? Yeah, you're starting to sing a different tune now.
Doc.
It's a fine thing when I have to do your job alone with my own. Just out of the kindness of my heart.
Doc.
There's going to be a killing.
Killing? How do you know?
Because I keep my mouth shut and my ears open. You know a gunman named Bill Jacks?
Yeah, he's been around town for a month or so. Why?
Well, they say that old man Taggart hired him to kill Burl Alden.
Oh. So that's what Taggart meant about something more drastic.
Yes. Well, anyway, I've done all the brain work for you. Now, go on out and arrest them.
On what charge, Doc? They'll both deny it.
Well, you're not just going to sit there and let it happen, are you?
And I'll listen to suggestions, Doc, but in the long run, it'll probably come to just that. Matt Dillon, let me in.
Evie ain't here, Marshal. She went down to the Chinaman's to bring some grub.
You're the one I want to see, Burl.
All right. Come on in. What is it? What do you want?
Burl, you made a bad enemy when you knocked old man Taggart down.
I'll knock him down 7 days a week if he don't stay away from us.
Oh, he'll stay away, all right. But the man he's hired to kill you won't.
What are you talking about?
Well, the word's out that he's offered Bill Jacks $2,000 to put you on Boot Hill.
Well, you got to do something, Marshal. I know about Jacks. You got to arrest him.
I got no proof, Burl. All I can do is warn you.
Well, then I got to get out of here. I got to get out of town right now. I'll get a horse from Moss Grimmick and head south.
Well, what about Evie?
Evie? What? She'll be better off back home anyway.
Oh, I see.
Well, hitting the trail on the run, that ain't no kind of a life for a woman.
You think the Long Branch is any better?
And you got no call to talk like that.
What's going on?
Evie, you tell her, Marshal.
Burl, where you going? Burl?
No use, Evie. He's gone.
Going where? What do you mean?
Hey, your father hired a gunman to kill him.
So Bill's getting out. Running away, leaving me.
Well, I guess a lot of men would act that same way under the circumstances.
Don't try to make excuses for him, Marshal. I know the kind he is. I've known all along.
Oh?
The life I've been living the last year isn't a very pretty one. I admit it. I guess I've done it on purpose. Sunk as low as I could. It's a way of hitting back at my father.
Yeah, it works that way sometimes.
Wasn't a very pretty life at home either, Marshal.
No, I guess not. Or it wouldn't have turned you to this.
I'd kill her. Well, at least I'll get that stopped. Burl doesn't deserve dying. He's just what he is, and that's all he claims to be. There's no reason he should pay. But my father's going to. I'm going to see that he pays.
Pays how?
I don't know exactly. But he's going to. He's going to pay for things once and for all.
To me like neither one of them ain't going to show up, Mr. Jones.
They might not, Chester. All I know is Taggart bought 2 tickets back east on this afternoon's train.
I swear I never thought Evie'd give in and go back with him.
Well, he's a hard man to beat.
It's just a doggone shame the way he goes around treating people and gets by with it.
He won't get by with it forever, Chester. If you keep pushing people around, sooner or later you're going to push one of them a little too far.
Speak of the devil, Mr. Jones.
Yeah. And by himself, too.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Nice of you to drop around to see us off.
Us, Mr. Taggart?
Oh, my daughter is just looking after some detail of her luggage. She'll be along. As much as I hate to disappoint you, Marshal.
Why would it disappoint me? It's none of my business.
No, not officially, of course. But I imagine you did hold a certain personal opinion.
Yeah. I still do, as a matter of fact.
Indeed. Such as?
Such as, I think you're making a big mistake taking that girl back against her will.
Oh, I assure you I am using no straitjacket or manacles.
It amounts to that, though. Why don't you give her a chance, Mr. Taggart? You can get her out of Dodge if you want, away from what she's been doing, but why don't you let her live her own life?
She will live precisely as I tell her to live, Marshal.
It won't work that way, Mr. Taggart. You can't treat people like horses. You can't own people.
Marshal, I've built an empire on the principle of owning people. I own hundreds of them, body and soul, lock, stock, and barrel. I call the tune, and they dance, and she will dance with them.
You ready, Father?
Quite ready, my dear.
Then let's go.
Good day, gentlemen.
Goodbye, Evie. Good luck.
Thank you, Marshal. But I think we may meet again soon.
Come along, Evie.
Yes, Father.
Just looky there. Just look how he broke her spirit, Miss Jones. She's going along neat to the line.
Yeah, it looks that way. Now, what's he doing here?
That's Bill Jacks.
I want to talk with you, Taggart.
Come on, Chester.
Let's look here, Jacks. There's nothing for us to talk about.
All right, hold it, Jacks.
You stay out of this.
What are you... Don't try it, Jacks. You drop your gun or I'll fire and I'll... Drop it!
You got him, Mr. Jones?
Your father's dead, too, Evie.
Father.
So this is how he was supposed to pay, huh?
I don't know what you mean, Marshal. Probably had a disagreement over the price on Burl's head.
What price did you put on your father's head, Evie? How much were you going to pay Bill Jacks for this?
I can't prove a thing, Marshal. Not a thing.
Well, we'll let the judge decide that.
I don't care. As long as he finally lost.
What?
Father. Sure doesn't own anybody now, does he?
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program. Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack sick in bed, suffering from the shock of last week's harrowing event.
How do you feel, boss?
Oh.
It's a whole week now, and the police still haven't found the man who robbed you.
Quiet. Quiet, Polly. This is all Steve Bradley's fault, a fine press agent. Rochester, hand me my sympathy soothing syrup. Please.
Your sympathy soothing syrup?
Yes, it's in that bottle over there. The label reads you tap 'em as. Sympathy spells backwards as you tap 'em as.
I know. Doggone, boss, I think you're taking too much of those spell-backward medicines.
Why?
You're the only man I know who sleeps with his feet on the pillow.
Well, I just thought the change would do me good. Turn on the radio, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, there's a happy man in Hollywood tonight. Oh, yes, Jack Benny, star of radio and movies, still has most of the $646,000. True, he may have been robbed of the trifling sum of $10,000. But despite his tightwad reputation, Jack Benny has taken his loss like a genuine sport. So there's a happy man in Hollywood tonight.
Turn it off, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
If I told Steve Bradley once, I told him 1,000 times I only dreamt I won that money. He made a big publicity stunt out of it. So what happens? I get robbed. That's what happens. I get robbed.
There's a happy man in Hollywood tonight. Happy man.
Polly, quiet. Gee, Rochester, it's awful to be sick in bed. It's so boring.
I'm sorry, boss. I've done the best I can to keep you entertained.
I know. Here, Rochester, blow me some more bubbles. Go ahead. Huh?
It's me, man. It's Steve Bradley.
Oh, now look, Steve.
Isn't this the greatest thing that ever happened? Your picture's in every paper in the country. Why, the whole nation's talking about you. What other guy would have the good luck to be robbed of $10,000?
Good luck?
Why, I've given you a whole new personality. I've made you the new Jack Benny. You're no longer Benny the tightwad, Benny the skinflint, Benny the miser.
Benny the miser, Benny the miser.
Quiet, Polly. Rochester, give him a cracker or something.
I'll give him a caramel. That'll keep his mouth shut.
Now, what were you saying, Steve?
I was telling you, with all the publicity you're getting out of it, this robbery was the best thing that ever happened to you.
It is?
Why, certainly. You're getting more publicity out of this than if you were signed up to fight Joe Louis.
Joe Louis? I wouldn't fight Joe Louis.
You better grab him now while he's out of condition.
Oh, stop, will you?
Well, I got to run along now, Benny. Just dropped by to tell you that a reporter from the United Press will be dropping in on you for an interview.
A newspaper man?
Yes, and remember, Benny, not a word about that dream. Everybody thinks you won that $646,000. You got to keep them believing it now, no matter what happens. So long.
Well, maybe he's right. But that other silly thing about wanting me to fight Joe Louis. I'm not in condition either. Gee, if I... Polly, please be quiet. Please. Daddy's sick. Rochester, get me my... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Gee, you look bad.
Thanks. Fine thing to say to a poor, sick man.
Oh, Jack, don't be so irritable.
Well, my goodness, Mary, you'd be irritable, too, if you were robbed of $10,000.
But it's only money. You don't have to be so upset about it.
I'm not upset.
Then why don't you take that wreath off your door?
I didn't put it there.
Anyway, Jack, you're still ahead $636,000. Why worry about $10,000?
I'm not worrying. Rochester, go in the kitchen and get some plates so we can serve the fruit Miss Livingston brought.
But, Jack, I didn't bring any fruit.
You knew I was sick. So, Rochester, bring some fruit anyway. What have we got?
Grapes.
Grapes? Good, I'll have 6. How many will you have, Mary?
I'll have...
They're the large ones. Go ahead, Rochester. Bring him in.
Okay, boss. I better bring a couple of spares.
Oh, Jack, I got a letter from Mama this morning.
You did? Well, what does the baby schnook of Plainfield have to say? Go ahead, Mary. Read it.
My darling daughter, Mary, the whole family listened to Gabriel Heater's program the other night and was so thrilled to hear about Jack winning all that money. Please send us all the details, as we didn't hear the finish of the program. The owner came back and made us get out of his car.
Serves him right for sitting in Mildred's Pierce. Oh, boy, Mildred's Pierce. Oh, boy, that's a good one. Gee, Mildred's Pierce. I must save that for the program.
I'll have Rochester put it on ice.
Go ahead with the letter.
Your sister Babe has given up her job in the tuna cannery and gone back to her first love, the stage.
Oh, fine.
She's working at the local theater, and when she heard about Jack winning all that money, she got so excited she fell off the runway.
I knew she could do it.
Your Uncle Lou would like to know if Jack would invest some of his winnings in his new invention.
Invention?
Your Uncle Lou has developed an explosive more powerful than the atomic bomb and has had one successful experiment. However, he needs money for a new factory, as the old one hasn't come down yet.
What a guy.
We'll close now with love from your mother, Leilani Livingston. We pay track odds.
We pay track odds?
Mama used her business stationery.
Oh, what a corny letter. Say, Mary, turn on the radio and see what's on, will you?
Okay.
Mildred Pierce. Oh, boy, that was a humdinger, wasn't it?
I'm as restless as a willow in a windstorm. I'm as jumpy as
was a puppet on a string, I'd say that I had spring fever. But I know it isn't spring. I am starry-eyed and vaguely discontented, like a nightingale without a song to sing. Oh, why should I have spring fever when it isn't even spring? I keep wishing I were somewhere else, walking down a strange new street, hearing things that I have never heard, and a girl I've yet to meet. I'm as busy as a spider spinning daydreams. I'm as giddy as a baby on a swing. I haven't seen a crocus or a rosebud or a robin on the wing, but I feel so gay in a melancholy way that it might as well be spring. It might as well be spring.
Mildred Spears. Oh, boy, that was a dilly, was it?
Say, Jack, that sounded like Larry Stevens.
Yeah, probably one of his records.
How you feeling now, boss?
Oh, just about the same.
You want me to get some more ice?
No, I've got plenty.
You want me to call the drugstore for some more medicine?
No, I got plenty.
You want me to call the Red Cross for some more blood?
No, I don't want to wear out my welcome. I guess I'll be all right if I rest.
Oh, by the way, boss, a telegram just came for you.
Who's it from? Read it, Mary.
Okay. It's from Fred Allen.
Oh. What does Smellbound have to say?
It says, Dear Jack, just learned that you were robbed of $10,000. If you find the dirty crook that did it, please let me know, as I would like to have him as a guest star on my program. We'll do the broadcast from San Quentin if necessary.
What a smart aleck. I can't wait till I do my next broadcast so I can beat him to that Mildred Spears joke. Mildred Spears, that's a goodie. Yes, sir. Rochester, answer the door.
Answer the door, answer the door.
I heard the man! Doggone, that parrot sure gets on my nerves shooting off his mouth. I wonder if a Mickey Finn works on birds. Oh, well. Well, hello, Mr. Harris, Mr. Wilson.
Hello, Rochester. Hello, Roch. How's the high command?
He's feeling a little better, I think. Here's his room, gentlemen. Now, don't excite him.
Well, hello, boys.
Hello, Mary. Hiya, Livy. Hello, Jackson. Feel any better since you lost that $10,000? Hey, Jackson, you better watch that cough. You might get pneumonia.
Pneumonia?
Yeah, I had to leave school once on account of pneumonia. I couldn't spell it. Oh, Harris, you ought to be twins. You bring such joy to these shut-ins. You...
Phil, I'm sick enough. Mary, pull the cover up a little, will you? I feel like I'm getting another chill.
Say, Jackson, if you're having chills, I know the very thing for you.
What?
A rum flip.
No, Phil, I don't think I want anything.
Well, they're really great. You see, the egg in it gives you strength, and the sugar gives you energy.
What does the rum do?
It gives you ideas about what to do with the strength and energy.
There's someone in the door, Rochester. I'll get it, I'll get it.
Why don't you sit down, fellas?
Say, Jack, why don't you give him your Mildred's Pierce joke?
I will not. I'm saving that baby for myself. Leave me.
Oh, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
There's a detective here, and he wants to talk to you alone.
A detective?
Yes, sir. Here he is.
Oh.
Come on, kids. We'll go out in the kitchen and make some coffee.
Okay. Did you want to see me, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Benny, I'm Inspector Flanagan. You was robbed Saturday night, so they put me on the case to ask you some questions.
Oh. Well, come right over here, Inspector, and sit down by the bed.
Thanks.
It must be tough for you to follow anybody. Now, what do you want to know, Inspector?
Wait till I get out my pencil. There. Now, where was you on the night of June the 23rd?
June the 23rd? What's that got to do with it?
I don't know. We always ask that question.
Oh.
Now, this mug what stuck you up, what did it look like?
Well, he had one cauliflower ear, his nose was broken, a big scar across the right side of his face, and a large mole on his chin.
Any identifying marks? Look, Mr. Benny, one more thing. That you...
Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Hello, is this Benny?
Yes.
Now listen, Benny, if anybody's there, don't let on who you're talking to.
What?
This is the guy that stuck you up.
Holy cow!
And I'm calling to warn you, don't say a word, see?
But look,
Hey, have any cop has been nosing around asking you questions?
Well, yes. In fact, there's one here now.
What?
I said there's one here now.
Well, you better not tell him what I look like or anything else. You do, I'll fill you so full of lead you'll need 35 pallbearers.
35? My goodness, I only have a few friends.
So remember, keep your mouth shut, Benny, or your life ain't worth a plug dime.
Yeah, well, thank you. That's a deal. It's nice of you to call. I will. Goodbye.
What was that?
A friend of mine called to cheer me up.
I thought I heard you say there's one here now.
One here now?
Yeah, what was that?
Oh, that was my Chinese laundry man. One here now. You know, he's got that little place on 3rd.
I thought Greenberg was on 3rd.
No, look, this is Main and 3rd.
Oh. Well, I got all the dope I need. I'll be getting along now, Mr. Benny.
You know, that description I gave you of the bandit wasn't exactly accurate.
No?
No, I remember now. He didn't have a mole on his chin or a broken nose or a scar. In fact, this mug, he looked a lot like Roddy McDowell.
Oh, well, I gotta go, but you can rest assured, Mr. Bennington, I'll be on the case day and night.
Well, don't work too hard, Inspector. Goodbye. Oh, what an awful mess I'm in now. All because I dreamt I won $646,000. Oh, well, I gotta go through with it. Mary, will you take my temperature? The thermometer's on the table.
All right, Jack. Now open your mouth.
Ah.
Wider.
Ah.
No use, Jack. It won't go in your mouth. I'll have to take the thermometer off the calendar.
Never mind. Just hand me an aspirin, will you?
Well, I think I'd better say goodbye now, Jack. I've got to get home for dinner.
Why don't you stay here, Mary? We're just going to have a little broth and some rice.
We're running out of rice, boss.
We are? Well, Rochester, tomorrow you better go down to the market and get another 100 pounds.
Okay, I'll take the rickshaw.
Well, I'm I'm going, Jack. I hope you feel better.
Thanks. So long, Mary.
Chop, chop.
Before I go down and fix dinner, is there anything you want me to do up here?
No. Say, Rochester, how come we're so low on... Oh, Rochester, that's probably the newspaper man, Steve Bradley, sending over for an interview. Have him come right up.
Yes, sir. I'm coming!
Good evening. Is Mr. Benny in?
Yes, sir, but he's sick in bed.
Oh, that's too bad. You think I could talk to him for a few minutes?
Yes, sir, he's expecting you. You're the newspaper man, aren't you?
Newspaper man? No, my name is Rainey. Lloyd Rainey. I'm from the Income Tax Department.
Well, Mr. Benny's pretty sick. I don't think he
I'll
can...
only take a minute of his time.
Yes, sir, right this way. Here's his room. This is Mr. Rainey, boss, from the...
Well, have the gentleman come in.
But, boss, he's from
I know. I've been waiting for him. Come right in, Mr. Rainey.
But, boss...
Rochester, go out and close the door.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad you came over, Mr. Rainey. Sit down.
I'm sorry to see you're indisposed, Mr. Benny.
Yes, the experience was such a shock to my nerves, but not that I mind losing the measly $10,000. You see, I'm still ahead $636,000.
Yes, so I understand. Tell me, Mr. Benny, how did you ever come to bet $85,000 on that horse?
Well, you know the old saying, Mr. Rainey. When you've got a hunch, bet a bunch. Hunch, bunch. Yes, sir. That was almost as good as Mildred Spears, sir. Oh, yes, I sure knocked him over for a lot of dough.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Benny, when you won that $600,000, you certainly stirred up a lot of interest down at the office.
Well, it is a lot of money, but you can tell your readers I'm still the same old Jack Benny.
My reader?
Yes, you're from the United Press, aren't you?
No, I'm from the Income Tax Department. Mr. Benny, are you all right?
Yes. Just help me get back in bed.
There you are.
Thanks.
Now to get back to business, Mr. Benny. You understand, of course, that this visit is purely unofficial. We just like to keep abreast of things. And that $600,000 you won is taxable income.
It is? I mean, is it?
Yes, you see, a lot of people are under the false impression that they don't have to declare money won at gambling.
Yeah, but this is all a mistake, Mr. Rainey. You see, I didn't really win any money. You know, it was all a publicity stunt, you know, so your trip here really wasn't necessary. You see?
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Benny.
Wait a minute, yeah.
Everybody had it on the radio, including Gabriel Heater, Erskine Johnson, Bill Stern.
Yeah, but what do they know? I'm the fellow who won the money. I mean, I'm the fellow who dreamt you when I dreamt it, you know. It was only a dream, you know.
Now, Mr. Benny. Mr. Benny, you can argue all you want.
I know.
But when March 15th comes, you'll have to pay the tax on $646,000.
I got it.
Oh, Mr. Benny, it's only money. It isn't as though we were taking your life's blood.
Mr. Rainey, let me be the best judge of that. And besides, I haven't...
Well, have it your own way.
But look...
But down at our office, we use the old saying, Mr. Benny, when you win on a hunch, you gotta pay a bunch.
But Mr. Rainey! Oh, my goodness. All this trouble just because I dreamt I won $646,000. This is all Steve Bradley's fault. Why did Rochester let that man in the house?
Mildred Spears.
Shut up, Polly. It ain't funny now.
Every day evening, when the sunlight's beginning to fail, I ride the slumbering shadows along the Navajo Trail. When it's night and crickets are calling and coyotes are making a wail, I dream by a smoldering fire along the Navajo Trail. I love to lie and listen to the music when the wind is strumming a sagebrush guitar. When over yonder hill the moon is climbing, you'll always find me wishing on a star. Well, what do you know? It's morning already. There's the dawning, so silver and pale. It's time to climb into my saddle and ride the Navajo Trail. It's time to climb into my saddle and ride the Navajo Trail.
Hello?
Hello, boss. This is Rochester.
Rochester, where are you?
Next door in Mr. Ronald Coleman's house.
What?
Don't open your mouth. That man in there with you is from the income tax department.
Well, thanks for calling, Rochester, but you're too late.
Well, I tried to warn you, boss.
Warn me? Why did you let him in the house?
I don't argue with men that size.
Rochester, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. When somebody comes to the house, find out who it is. Get their names, get their cards. Don't let them in till you know who they are.
Jack Benny Show is rebroadcast especially for you soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen of the United Nations.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Joan Blondell, Alan Ladd, and Laird Krieger in This Gun for Hire. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I was looking the other way when Paramount released This Gun for Hire. I thought it was just another gangster picture. Then I heard people talking about it at lunch in the studio commissary. Letters began to come in from you, asking why we didn't broadcast it. In self-defense, I saw the picture and discovered that it is not just another gangster picture. It's a prime example of how to maintain suspense in a motion picture or any other kind of drama. I discovered, too, just why This Gun for Hire made a new star overnight. His name is Alan Ladd. He's here tonight to co-star with Joan Blondell, and he brought another gifted member of the film cast with him, Laird Krieger. Alan Ladd has just finished a new picture at Paramount called Lucky Jordan, but he won't make another for some time to come. We'll tell you why later. This Gun for Hire casts Joan Blondell as a hostage, a very lovely hostage, held prisoner by a gangster named Raven. That's the part Alan Ladd plays. As an adventure story, it's on the top rung of the ladder, and as a drama of character, it's sprung a few surprises on Hollywood. It takes all kinds of plays, from comedy to drama, to make a good theater. But good plays all have one thing in common. They get as much applause from a housewife in Omaha as from a stenographer in New York. And it's that transcontinental appeal that this theater depends on, both in plays and in Lux toilet soap. Beauty is among the products of every state in these United States, even though it may not be listed in the geography books. If you examine the list of hometowns, where all of Hollywood's lovely stars come from, it proves the point. They cover the country from the Atlantic to the Pacific. And since Lux toilet soap always follows in beauty's footsteps, you'll find that from ocean to ocean, too, and at most of the crossroads in between. Now the curtain goes up for a thrilling drama, This Gun for Hire, starring Joan Blondell as Ellen, Alan Ladd as Raven, and Laird Krieger as Gates, with Jack LaRue as Michael. In a shabby rooming house on the San Francisco waterfront, a man climbs the creaking stairway to the second floor. On the dimly lighted landing, he stops for a moment and glances back down the stairs to make certain he's not been followed, then moves slowly toward a door. His finger reaches for a bell. At last, the door is opened on a chain. A half-hidden face peers at him through the opening.
Yes? What do you want?
Is your name Baker?
What do you want?
I was told to come here. You were supposed to give me a letter.
Who sent you?
A fellow named Gates.
Wait a minute. All right. Come in, my friend. Just wanted to make sure there was no mistake. Sit down, friend.
Oh, we got company?
Yeah, get the gentleman a drink, Pearl.
Sure. What'll you have, mister?
Nothing.
We're having some coffee ourselves. Bring another cup, Pearl.
All right.
What is this, Baker? You're supposed to be alone.
Oh, Pearl's my secretary. Don't worry. She's all right. Well, did you bring the money?
It's in the briefcase.
$10,000?
$10,000. Where's the letter?
I've got it. Don't be so impatient. What did you say your name was?
I didn't say.
Well, I'm funny. I always like to know who I'm dealing with.
It's Raven.
Thank you, Mr. Raven. You know, it's lucky they sent you today. By tonight, that letter would have been on its way to Washington. That would have been too bad for your boss, wouldn't it? Especially that little part about the formula. But for $10,000, I'm willing to forgive Mr. Gates anything. Even that nasty little word he used about me. Blackmail.
I don't know anything about it. You wanted a letter.
You mean you don't know what's in it? Oh, you should. Then maybe you could get $10,000, too. Here you are, see? Addressed to Senator Burnett in Washington. Subject, the preparation of bromine. Formula attached, and a few remarks concerning Mr. Willard Gates. I even had the stamps on it. Airmail.
Give me the letter.
The, money, please?
I was told to get the letter first.
Very well. Here.
Okay.
You're not a very trusting soul, Mr. Raven. But I am, you see.
Yeah? Well, that's great.
Oh.
What happened? What? You shot him. You killed him.
He said he'd be alone. Too bad he wasn't.
No. No. No, don't. No.
Evening paper, chemist and woman murdered, 2 dead in mystery killing, murderer at law.
Chemist and woman murdered, 2 dead in mystery killing. Yes, it was nicely handled, my boy. I compliment you.
Yeah? I'll take my cut now, Gates.
Taught Mr. Baker a lesson in morality, didn't you? Ugly people, blackmailers, only one way to pay them off. Sure you won't have a Sunday with me, Raven? Marshmallows. Very good.
All I want is my cut. I'm broke. You got the letter you wanted? I want money.
Oh, yes.
You through with this, mister?
Now, just a moment, young lady. There's still some marshmallow left, if you don't mind. Just leave the dish, please.
I will if you'll let go my hand.
Oh, it's a lovely hand. Dainty and sculptured.
Yeah? I'll bet you read palm.
I'm an expert. How'd you guess?
I guess.
Yes, Raven, my boy, my client is most grateful. He really needed that letter.
I need $1,000. Where is it?
I have it. It's in this envelope. But I don't advise your counting it at the soda fountain.
Your boss must have plenty of letters, Gates. Who is he?
Oh, he's very shy. I couldn't discuss him.
Hey, what is your line anyway? You're not a finger man.
I'm shy, too. You have a peppermint?
No.
My boy, I suggest you don't open that envelope here.
Is there $1,000 in this?
Certainly.
They're all tens.
You didn't expect 1,000 ones, did you? What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Who trusts anybody?
Direct from the bank, as I promised.
And all new, huh?
Yes. Though I see your point, of course. If the bills were bad, you couldn't very well complain to the police, could you?
I'm my own police.
What do you mean? What would you do?
First, I'd find out who you're stooging for. The shy boy. Then I'd give him what I gave Baby.
Dude, I can't stand violence.
Then I'd whittle off a little of that blubber you carry around on your stomach.
Such a warped sense of humor. Oh, I forgot. Here, Raven, a little gift from me. 2 orchestra seats to the best show in town. I ought to know. It cost me plenty. That's my one vice, backing leg shows. Here, 2 on the aisle.
No, thanks.
Oh, go ahead. Take your girl. You must have a girl or a friend.
Why?
No. Live alone, work alone. Have a peppermint?
No.
Excellent for the digestion. Raven, tell me something. How do you feel when you kill a man?
I feel fine.
Really? Well, I'll have to be going. Goodbye, Raven. Be good.
Yes?
Lieutenant Crane, there's a man named Willard Gates with me.
Gates.
From Los Angeles.
Oh, send him in.
Lieutenant Crane.
Yeah, sit down.
I'm Willard Gates, Nitrochemical Corporation of Los Angeles. My firm wants to know what the police up here are doing, if anything, about the man who robbed our paymaster.
We're working on it, naturally.
He's been reported here in San Francisco. Don't you know that?
Yes, of course, we know it. That's why I'm on the case. I'm from the Los Angeles force up here on my vacation until this happened.
Well, I hope you can get some results. It's been a week now since the robbery. The stolen bills are all new and all tens. Why hasn't an arrest been made?
I'll tell you why. Because the man may not even be here. All we can do is wait for him to pass one of those hot bills. Now, if he does that, we've got him.
I hope so. You know that Mr. Brewster, the president of Nitro, has offered a reward.
Oh, yeah. 5,000 for a 20,000 bundle. That's kind of unusual.
Is it? Well, it's just because Mr. Brewster is so upset over it.
Well, it's his dough.
Remember, we want him. Dead or alive. Preferably dead after what he did to our paymaster. And quickly, too, or we'll go higher up. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Go milk a duck.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Brewster. This is Gates. No, I'm still in San Francisco. I have the letter you wanted, Mr. Brewster. And the formula. Yes, I think our troubles are over. A man named Raven got it for me. Oh, no. I wouldn't worry about him. The police here are very cooperative, Mr. Brewster. I don't believe he'll even have a chance to talk. Yes, I'm coming back tonight. Well, there's someone I'd like to see here first. Well, it's a girl. A theatrical agent wants me to see her act for my club in Los Angeles. Oh, but I'll be in the office in the morning, Mr. Brewster. Goodbye, sir.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Gates? The girl can dance, can't she?
She's very clever and very lovely.
She'd fit right into your Neptune Club, Mr. Gates. You can hire her for 150 weeks. What do you say?
I say yes, by all means.
Now you're talking. All right, Miss Graham, that's enough.
How'd you like it, Joe?
I'm your agent, honey. I always like you. What's more important, Mr. Gates here likes you. You're hired, Ellen.
Yeah, what for?
Neptune Club, Los Angeles.
I'm Willard Gates, Miss Graham. I own the Neptune Club. Your act is very charming.
Thank you.
I wonder if we two might have dinner together tomorrow night in Los Angeles.
Dinner? Well, I don't know.
Now, if you're going to work for me, Miss Graham, I think we ought to get acquainted.
Well, all right, Mr. Gates.
Here's my card. I'm leaving for Los Angeles tonight. Oh, call me in the afternoon sometime.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Fletcher, for digging her up.
For 10%, I'd dig up my wife's mother.
Tomorrow night, then.
Tomorrow night in L.A. Goodbye, Mr. Gates.
Bye. Bye, Mr. Fletcher.
So long. All right, Miss Graham. He's hooked. Go change your clothes.
Look, Mr. Fletcher, I don't get this.
Come on, we've got to see somebody right away.
Now, wait.
You're no agent, I know that. All of a sudden, you take a big interest in me and tell me I ought to work for Gates. Well, that's all right with me, but I want to know what goes. What's it all about?
Talk takes time. We haven't got it. Hurry up, get dressed.
Come in, Fletcher. Right on time, I see.
How are you, Senator? This is the young lady I told you about. Miss Graham, Mr. Senator Burnett.
Senator? Oh, so you're the mystery.
Oh, no mystery about me. Just a hick lawyer the voters got stuck with. Did Miss Graham get the job, Fletcher?
Yeah, and I think Gates is hooked.
I shouldn't wonder. I am, too.
Oh, now, Senator, I have a boyfriend.
She doesn't mean me. Well, goodbye, Senator. I don't think you need me any longer.
Oh, thanks, Fletcher.
So long, Miss Graham.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Graham, you look a little puzzled by all this.
I am, and it's not just a little.
Well, I'll try to clear it up for you. Do you know about my committee?
Hmm?
Do you read the papers?
Well, yes, but
Well, how about your history books? Remember Benedict Arnold?
Sure. The All-American heel.
Yes. Well, there's a handful of those heels in this country today. We are trying to expose them.
It's okay by me.
My committee thinks Gates is one of them.
Him? The nightclub angel?
Well, in the daytime, he's an executive of the Nitrochemical Corporation in Los Angeles. In between times, he's been seeing men who are suspected of being foreign agents. Yet our investigators can't turn up anything definite.
And that's where I come in.
Yes. Will you give it a try?
Well, it isn't exactly like deciding to go to a beauty parlor.
Oh, worried about the boyfriend?
Well, I don't know what he'll think when he sees me with Mr. 555.
I don't either. By the way, who is your boyfriend? Is he here in San Francisco?
He is now, but he's from Los Angeles. As a matter of fact, he's in the police department there. Lieutenant Michael Crane.
A police lieutenant?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Miss Graham, this might seem strange, but if you go through with this, I wouldn't want you to tell anybody, not even your lieutenant.
Well, that might be tough. He's a pretty fresh guy.
You think you can handle him?
Sure. What do I do, Senator?
Yeah, who is it?
It's me, Annie. You want me to clean up your room, Mr. Raven?
Yeah, come in.
It's after 2 o'clock, Mr. Raven. I tried all morning to get in here.
Well, you're in here now. Go ahead and clean up.
That cat don't help me any.
Here, cat. Come on. Come on, here's your milk.
There ought to be a rule against cats in a boarding house. Now look what he's done. He knocked over the milk. Get out of here, you dirty cat, you.
Let that cat alone.
Oh, take your hands off me.
Don't ever touch that cat, do you hear?
You're hurting me. Let go.
Go on, beat it.
Cat, look at my dress. You ripped it, you see.
Beat it, I said.
Ought to buy me a new one.
Shut up. Here. Here's $10. Now get out.
It's the least you can do. You and your cat.
Get out. Get out. Come on, cat. Come on, I'll get you some more milk.
Oh, listen, Ellen, what's this about a new job? I don't have to leave San Francisco yet for a week, maybe. Why, it's perfect.
Except for one thing, Mike. I'm going to Los Angeles.
But I don't. Hello?
Lieutenant Crane, Sergeant Wilson is here, and he wants to...
I'll see him later, and don't bother me. What do you have to go to Los Angeles for?
I told you, Mike, a job. That was my good news. I thought we'd be down there together.
Well, how long are you going to be there?
I'm not sure yet. I'm leaving tonight.
Look, sugar, what does it take to get you to darn my socks and cook my corned beef and cabbage and sort of confine your magic to one place and one customer?
Oh, Michael, I would have died if you'd let me go away without saying something. I want my guy, Mike. I want a home and some kids.
Well, honey, you've got your guy, but I understand kids take time. Well, we'll get married Sunday. How about it?
Mike, I'd love to, but my job, I can't quit on them.
Why not?
Listen, darling, it isn't... Well, it's not really the job. It's something else. I'll marry you the minute you get to Los Angeles, but it must be there.
Why?
I can't tell you why.
Well, this is a fine start.
Michael, listen.
Hey, Mike.
Look, Wilson, not now, please.
This can't wait. One of those hot bills was just passed.
A new 10?
Yeah, in a dress shop.
Who passed it?
Some girl. A guy named Raven gave it to her. He lives at the place she works.
Got the address?
Sure.
We'll get some men over there quick.
Okay.
Hello?
Michael.
Hello, get me Dolan. Hurry up.
Michael, I'm leaving on the 7 o'clock. Southern Pacific. Now, please.
Yeah, if I can. So long, Ellen. Hello?
How'd they find out?
Please, Mr. Raven, let me alone.
How'd they trace me here?
You're hurting my arm.
Cops all over the place. You got them after me, didn't you?
Mr. Raven.
Come on, get out in the hall.
Take the second floor, Dewey. Okay. The rest of you stay here.
Now get in that phone booth.
Mr. Raven.
Get in that phone booth. All right, now stand in front of me so they can't see. You hear?
Yes.
Now lift the receiver. Pretend you're talking to somebody.
Yes, sir.
Say hello. Say hello, Miss Stewart.
Hello, Miss Stewart.
Louder. Tell her what's up.
They're after Mr. Raven.
Why?
Because he passed a stolen bill in a dress shop.
What do you mean stolen?
You ought to know.
Talking to the phone? How'd they know it was stolen? Did they have the number of the bill?
Yes, Mrs. Stewart. The dress shop had the number from the police department.
Gates. Stolen from where?
I don't know.
You do know?
I don't remember it. It was some chemical company in Los Angeles, a payroll.
All right, now listen. Hang up here. Go out to the booth down the hall. When you get to the window, look down the street and yell, "There he is." You understand? The back window.
Yes, sir.
All right, now go ahead. I'm going out the front way. You get them all back here. Remember this. If they get me, I'll get you.
Yes,
go on.
There he is! There he is! Down the street!
Barton, bring those men around to the back, quick.
A ticket to Los Angeles, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Compartment to Los Angeles.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gates. Leaving us?
Yes, for a while.
One ticket to Los Angeles.
Yes, sir. Well, new bills, huh? Haven't seen
Never
any
mind
new
the bills. Give me a ticket to Los Angeles.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
In just a moment, Alan Ladd, Joan Blondell, and Laird Krieger will return in Act Two of This Gun for Hire. Now, let's look in at a party where the guests are being entertained by that most popular of pastimes, fortune-telling. A young lady is listening to hers.
Now, let's see. You were born between January 22nd and February 19th. Then you are under the sign of Aquarius. That means progress ahead. And looking at you, my dear, I'd say it means romance ahead, too.
Well, would that all fortunes were as easy to tell as a Lux girl. A girl with the charm of smooth, radiant skin. The kind that makes keen eyes linger and admire. Yes, a lovely Lux complexion makes any woman attractive. And if your skin isn't as fresh, as soft and smooth as you'd like it to be, why not make this test? Try regularly for 30 days the Lux Soap Active Lather facials that famous Hollywood screen stars use. Here's what they do.
Just smooth the creamy active lather well in. Rinse with plenty of warm water, then splash with cold. Pat the face dry with a soft towel. This beauty facial leaves skin softer, flower fresh.
Yes, you'll discover this simple Lux soap care really works. Active Lather, you see, removes stale cosmetics thoroughly. Every trace of dust and dirt. Screen stars say it's like smoothing beauty in. To use Lux Soap's gentle, creamy lather. Why not get some fine white Lux toilet soap tomorrow? You'll be delighted with the new loveliness this real beauty soap will give your skin. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of This Gun for Hire, starring Joan Blondell as Ellen, Alan Ladd as Raven, and Laird Krieger as Gates, with Jack LaRue as Michael. Southbound from San Francisco, the night train speeds toward Los Angeles. Ellen Graham is on this train, and Willard Gates, and Raven. The girl has been asleep in the coach. When she wakes up, she reaches for her purse, glances through it quickly, and then stares at the man in the opposite seat.
Are you that broke? Come on. I know you're not asleep. Hand it over, mister.
What do you want?
You know what I want. My $5. It was in my purse, and it was the only $5 I had. One corner was torn off.
I don't know what you're talking
Now,
about.
look, mister, don't make me call the conductor. Just hand it over, and we'll forget it.
All right. Here.
Thanks.
I'm no pickpocket. Gotta find somebody in L.A., and I'm short of cash. I wouldn't have taken it.
Oh. Well, that's too bad. I can break this. You want to borrow $1?
I'll get along.
Well, I hope your friend owes you something.
No. No, I owe him something.
I don't get it. If you're broke, how can you pay him?
Oh, I can pay him. He's a fat man who likes peppermint.
You're going to pay a debt with peppermint?
Yes. First I find out who his boss is. Then I pay both of them, see?
No, I don't see.
Forget it.
Yeah, I will. Night.
Night.
Hello, long distance. I'm calling Raymond Brewster in Los Angeles. Person to... What? Hello, Mr. Brewster. This is Gates. Listen, I haven't much time. I'm in Salinas on my way down. Mr. Brewster, listen. Raven is on this train. I just saw him. I don't know. You better call the police. Tell them to pick him up at the station. They can identify him. He has a deformed left wrist, like it was broken. Yes, he's traveling alone.
Train number 6 from San Francisco on time.
Let me see your left wrist, please. Okay. Let me see your left wrist, please. All right, go ahead. Let me see your left wrist, please. Okay.
Are you sure you don't want that $1?
I don't need it.
That's right, I forgot. You're going to collect from the guy you owe the peppermints to.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So long.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
See those men? The cops. They're looking for me for a job I didn't do, and they're not going to get me. You're going to help.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Take your coat and fold up in your arm.
What for? I'm not...
Do what I tell you. Hold up your coat and carry it like you were carrying a baby.
Listen, I'm no sucker.
You hear me?
Yeah. You can take that gun out of my back. Makes me uncomfortable.
All right. Now go ahead. Walk. I'm with you. We're together, see?
Okay.
They won't stop a guy with his wife and kid unless you tip him. Don't.
I won't. Don't worry.
All right, just look straight ahead and keep going.
Your left wrist, please. Okay. Your left wrist, please. Okay. Let's see your left wrist, please. Okay.
Well, you made it all right. Sorry, I can't have breakfast with you, but I've got a rehearsal. You won't be needing the baby anymore, will you?
Wait a minute. I got a job to do.
Well, you don't need me. Nobody knows you're here. Go ahead.
Somebody does know. You know, and I don't like it.
What are you going to do?
Stick with me for a while. See?
What for?
I want to know where you are.
Listen, I'm... Patsy! Patsy!
Shut up!
Patsy!
Come back here! Come here!
Hollywood, quick!
Nitrochemical Corporation, good morning. Mr. Brewster? I'm sorry, but you can't speak to Mr. Brewster just now. He's in conference. Nitrochemical Corporation, good morning. Just a moment.
Bungling idiot, Gates. Oh, but Mr. Brewster,
I gave you a job to do, Gates. A job involving millions of dollars, and you botched it.
I didn't botch it, sir. Here's Baker's letter and the formula.
Raven got those, and then you let him slip through your fat fingers. Is that all?
Well, there's one thing. I don't know whether they're working together or not, but there was a girl on the train with Raven.
You said he was alone.
I didn't see her until this morning.
You know anything about her?
She's a performer I just hired for my nightclub.
Apparently, you want to commit suicide.
I didn't know that when I hired her. And now I'm afraid to turn her over to the police. They wouldn't believe anything Raven said, but they might believe her.
You're a fool. Get down to that club of yours and take her out somehow. Find out all about her and get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Ruby?
Murray.
Hi, Ruby.
Swell. When'd you get back from Frisco?
Oh, this afternoon. Say, is Ellen around?
Well, no, she isn't.
Well, where is she?
She went out to dinner about 2 hours ago.
2 hours ago. I don't get it.
Well, neither do I. She went out with Willard Gates.
Gates?
Yeah, that fat wolf.
Where'd they go?
Well, she didn't say.
Well, that's great. That's fine. Thanks, Ruby.
lights on yet?
No, Mr. Gates. I just called the company. The lights are off all over Hollywood.
Well, bring some candles, will you, Miss? Yes, Mr. Gates. Cocktail, Miss Graham?
No, thank you.
You know, Miss Graham, when I was a little boy and it thundered like that, my mother used to say, God is angry at someone. He couldn't be angry at you, could he?
I don't remember breaking any commandments.
No. You're a very intriguing girl. I want to know all about this.
That's a big little word, all.
Well, practically all. Have a peppermint.
What?
A peppermint. Good for the digestion. Try one.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, I will.
You know, I looked for you on the train last night. Thought we might be in the same car. I tried the observation car, the diner, the full...
I was in the chair car.
Oh, really? Isn't that uncomfortable?
Not for an old trooper. That is, of course, unless you're unlucky and your neighbor snores.
Were you unlucky?
Oh, no. I sat with a very charming old lady. She told me all about her farm in Iowa and how her grandmother came out in a covered wagon, and she said... What's the matter?
So you do know him?
What?
You know him.
What are you talking about?
You were with Raven on that train. I saw you.
What have you got to do with him?
He's after me. And you're helping him. He'll use that gun, the gun he used on Baker. Why did you get mixed up in this? I hate violence. But don't think I won't protect myself. Mason! Mason!
Yes, sir.
I'll have to leave now.
Oh, no, not yet.
I'm sorry,
Did
but
you
I...
want something, sir?
Yes, my coat and purse, please. I'm leaving.
Is she leaving, Mr. Gates?
No, I don't believe she is.
Now, get away from me. Get away! Let me go!
That'll hold her for a while.
What did you do, Mason?
I tied her up and put her on the couch.
You didn't hurt her?
No, never even scratched her. We're a cinch, boss. In a couple of hours, the bridge over the reservoir will be deserted. And now look...
Don't tell me. I don't want to know anything about it.
But this is a work of art. You see, the ropes come off. I tie sash weights to her ankles with soft catgut.
Please. That's a horrible word.
Now get the angle on this. She disappears 2 weeks, maybe 3. Then the catgut dissolves. And she floats up. No marks on her anywhere. A suicide. Now, isn't that beautiful?
Oh, it's loathsome. Be sure no one sees you.
Don't worry, I'll take the other car. And when they find her...
Don't tell me.
Okay. It's just between me and the reservoir.
I'll wait down at the Neptune until you come. No, I wish she had stayed in San Francisco.
You know, you're all upset over nothing, boss. Eat a good dinner. It'll calm you down.
Such a lovely young girl. It's revolting. Come to the club as soon as you can.
Yes, sir. What is it?
I want to speak to Willard Gates. Does he live here?
Who shall I say is calling?
Nobody.
Mr. Gates isn't at home. There's no one here but me.
Yeah? I'll take a look around.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't let you in.
Come on, get out of my way.
You can't come in.
This gun says different.
Oh.
All right, now come on, back up. Oh, so there's nobody home but you. What's his pocketbook on the table?
Mr. Gates had a guess. She left it there.
Who's that?
Stay out of that room.
I'm giving the orders. Open that door there.
Listen, you can't walk in here and...
All right, sister. Just a minute. There.
I was afraid that gag was going to choke me.
All right, come on, take it easy. I'll get these ropes off you.
Oh, gee, I never thought I'd be glad to see you again.
What are you doing here? What's Gates got against you?
He saw us on the train. He thinks I'm your girl.
How'd he catch up with you?
I work at this nightclub.
Yeah? Where is he now?
He went back there to wait. They were going to get rid of me.
Yeah? You got a dressing room down there, haven't you?
At the club, sure.
All right, come on.
What for?
I want to talk to Mr. Gates alone.
Wait,
Now, look, I'm not going to hurt you. You treated me okay, but you do what I tell you. Come on. All right, just keep walking. Go right to your dressing room. Don't speak to anyone.
What are you trying to do? I can't help you.
Which one is it?
This one here.
All right, go on in.
Oh, here you are.
Michael.
Well, where have you been? Who is this guy?
Michael, don't. Don't hit him.
Watch it, mister. I shoot awful straight.
Michael, it's Raven. Do what he says.
Stay where you are, mister. I'm leaving, and I'm taking her out of here.
Raven, huh? Well, there's a dragnet out for you, Raven. It won't do any good to hurt her, so use your head.
You better stay put. Don't move out of this room until we get clear. All right, sister, back up. Back up.
Hello, this is Crane. Raven just left here. The doorman said he was heading south. Send a call out, but tell him to be careful. He's got Ellen with him.
We're right here, Mike. Somebody reported a man and a woman headed toward the gasworks. Must be them, all right.
Is he in there now?
He must be. We've had the whole works surrounded since 10 o'clock. Nobody's come out.
How many men have you got?
About 20. But there's a lot of buildings and things inside those works. We go in.
Oh, no. Just watch the outside. We'll have to wait until it's light before we can do much.
Well, that's what I figured.
Meanwhile, send for a searchlight, just in case he makes a break. Oh, and get a sound truck so I can talk to him.
Okay. Charlie, call headquarters and get a sound truck.
Why don't you let me go?
You're going to help me find Gates.
If I yelled just once, they'd come in here and get you. Even in the dark.
If you do yell, it'll be just once.
Okay. Look, I've been thinking. We both took a beating from the same guy, didn't we?
Yeah, Mr. Gates.
I think I know where he'll be in the morning.
Where?
But you got to tell me something first. I want to know what you've got against him.
I did a job for him. Paid me off in hot money so he could put me where I couldn't talk.
What was the job? Well...
It's your turn to talk now.
But you haven't told me.
Your turn now. Where is he?
He's a nitrochemical.
Thanks.
Well, is that a cat?
Yeah. Hey, cat. Here. Come here, fella.
What's a cat doing in this place?
Oh, you're hungry. Yeah, it's hungry. But we ain't got nothing for you, Tuffy.
Listen, Raven.
It's the cops.
Raven, I want to talk to you. You're trapped. You can't get out. We're moving in when it's daylight, so we don't want to shoot unless you make us. Come on, talk it over. Raven, do you hear me? Raven!
Yeah, I hear you. That your boyfriend?
Yes.
Why don't he lay off on me? I don't want to knock off a friend of yours.
He's a policeman, and you're wanted for murder.
Yeah?
You killed Baker. Gates told me. That's the job you did for him. But who's the man behind Gates?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, maybe I can help you. You must have some idea who it is. How much do you know about the job you did?
Baker was blackmailing the guy behind Gates. He was going to send a letter about him to Washington. He gave it to Sweet Tooth.
What was in it?
Piece of paper with some kind of arithmetic on it, a formula, he called it.
Like a chemical formula?
Now, how do I know?
Was the letter going to Senator Burnett?
Huh? Yeah, that was his name. Hey, I'm glad this cat came in here. Cats are good luck. Hiya, fella.
You like cats, don't you?
Yeah, they're on their own. They don't need anybody.
Well, this one could do with a friend. So could you.
You're trying to make me go soft. Well, you can save your oil. I don't go soft for anybody.
Okay. I've been figuring something. That chemical formula.
Yeah?
I bet I know what they're going to do with it.
What?
They're selling it to the enemy.
So
tomorrow, maybe they'll ship it back in bombs.
Hey, is there somebody outside?
Listen, do you hear what I said? It's important. This war is everybody's business. Yours, too.
Mr. Gates is still eating his peppermints. That's my business.
Why don't you stop thinking about yourself for a minute?
Who else is going to think about me? They're coming in. Keep down and don't move.
Hey, Charlie, how'd you like to be worth 5,000 smackers, dead or alive?
I wouldn't care for him dead.
Hey, hear that?
What?
That's me, Alan.
Quiet, fella.
Oh, it's a cat, so what?
Yeah, but what they're doing in there?
How do I know?
Maybe we ought to go see.
Come on, they don't pay off on cats. Anyway, it stopped. Probably gone by now.
Yeah. Hey, you know what I'd do with 5,000 bucks?
What?
You can let the cat go now. They've gone. What's the matter with you? Let it go.
Choked it. Couldn't help it. It's dead. It's dead, and I killed it. Killed my luck.
Station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Alan Ladd, Joan Blondell, and Laird Krieger in Act 3 of This Gun for Hire. Haven't you often heard people say something like this?
I haven't met her, but I certainly like her looks.
Yes, we'll consider him for the job. His looks impress me.
Yes, looks are important. And as a matter of fact, you can usually tell by a person's appearance a great deal about the qualities of that person. And, you know, that's true of soap, too. Lux toilet soap, for instance, attracts the eye with its charming, distinctive sampler wrapper. Then when you unwrap it, you notice its whiteness. And if you run your fingers over the fragrant cake, you'll find it smooth and firm to the touch. Lux toilet soap is hard-milled, you see, made to last and last. And you need never worry that Lux soap won't live up to its fine appearance. That smooth, fragrant white cake is a promise of rich, creamy lather. Active lather that's quick and abundant, even in hard water. Lather so gentle that Hollywood stars say it's like a caress on the skin. And they use Lux toilet soap daily for their million-dollar complexions. Yes, you can trust your precious complexion to Lux toilet soap and know that you simply can't buy a finer toilet soap at any price. It's pure and mild as only the best of ingredients can make it. And it costs you so little because millions of cakes are sold every year. 9 out of 10 screen stars use it. So don't miss out on a real beauty bargain. Get some luxurious white Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Remember, lovely screen stars say,
it's a real beauty soap. Here in Hollywood, we've used Lux toilet soap for years.
Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the curtain, we'll put our stars on the witness stand. But now here's Act 3 of This Gun for Hire, starring Joan Blondell, Alan Ladd, and Laird Krieger, with Jack LaRue. The police searchlights play on the steel frame of the gasworks, and dark figures roam the outer fringes of the deserted buildings. Somewhere, deep in the shadows, are Raven and the girl he is holding as a hostage. The killer kneels on the ground, gazing at the limp and silent form of the cat.
You got the brakes on, didn't you? I'd like to crawl down there with you and sleep.
Why don't you get some sleep?
No good. I'd only dream. Every night I dream. I read somewhere about a kind of a doctor, a psycho something. If you tell your dreams, you don't have to dream it anymore.
That's right.
You wouldn't laugh if I told you, would you?
No.
Oh, it's a woman. Dream about a woman. She used to beat me. Whip the bad blood out of me, she said. My old man was hanged. My mother died right after that, and I went to live with that woman. My aunt. She beat me from the time I was 3 till I was 14. One day, she caught me reaching for a piece of chocolate. She was saving it for a cake. A crummy piece of chocolate. She hit me with a red-hot flat iron. Smashed my wrist with it, see? She grabbed a knife. I let her have it. She stuck a label on me. Killer. Shoved me in a reform school, and they beat me there, too. But I'm glad I killed her. Only I don't like to dream about it. Oh, it's the use. There's nothing I can do about it.
There is something you can do. Don't kill anymore. You're just killing her all over again. That's all you're doing. Look, you don't really want to get Gates. You don't want to kill him.
What do you want me to do? Send him some peppermints?
I want you to make him spill the whole works. Who's behind him, names, everything. I want a signed confession. That's more important than killing him. It's important to your country, don't you understand me?
Come on, take your hands off of me.
No, please.
Get away from me. Go on. Go on, get away.
All right.
Raven, listen. Are you coming out? Raven, we can see now you haven't got a chance. Are you coming out? All right, then we'll come in and get you.
Come ahead, Copper.
He's right. You haven't got a chance. There's too many of them.
Listen, I got a proposition for you. You still want that stuff in Gates?
Of course I do.
All right, help me out of here and I'll get it for you.
Help you?
Oh, it was that hot air last night. That flag waving. All right, come on, make up your mind. Okay, I'll shoot it out with him, and I hope your copper gets the first slug.
No, wait a minute. Promise me you won't use that gun anymore. Don't kill. If you promise that, I'll help.
All right.
It's a deal. What do I do?
You go out first, across the yard. Don't run or they'll know it's a woman. Here, take my hat and coat. Wait till they spot you, then get under something, stall as long as you can, and come out with your hands up.
You want me to go now?
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You, gonna marry that copper?
Yes.
Is he the right guy for you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead now.
Get over that way, Ed. Straight out, you man. Here we come, Raven. This is your last chance. Are you coming out? Right out, come out.
He's coming out, Mike.
Hold your fire. Keep coming, Raven. Keep your hands up.
He's moving awful slow, ain't he?
Yeah, it's funny. Quit the stalling, Raven. Keep moving.
If he drops his hands, Mike, let him have it. Don't take any chances.
Stay out in the open, Raven. Raven, get away from that pile of lumber. Hey!
He's stuck behind it, Mike.
All right, men, close in.
Watch out, you men! Careful!
Get the tear gas ready. We may have to smoke him out.
There he is. He's laying down on the ground.
Don't move, Raven. Don't lift a finger. Quick, Ed.
All right, Raven. Stick your hand in here.
Oh, wait a minute.
Come on.
Wait a minute.
Hey, it's a girl.
Michael.
Oh, Ellen. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, but listen.
Where is he? Where is he? Where did he go?
Michael.
Don't stall. You're helping him get away. Where did he go?
I don't know.
Hey, keep the boys moving. Cover every foot of this place.
Okay.
Now, look, Ellen. What's going on? Are you going to talk? Why did you help him? Where did he go?
I can't tell you.
Well, use your head, darling. That guy's a killer. How did you meet him? What were you doing with him?
I can't tell you.
This isn't a cop asking, darling. It's me.
He saved my life.
Where?
At Gates' house.
Oh, Gates. What was he doing there?
I don't know.
Oh, Gates, huh? So that's who he's after. Then he's headed for Nitro. All right? So are we.
Hello, yes, this is Gates. Mason, where are you? Well, have they got him yet? Have they got Raven? Escaped. But they had him surrounded. Well, get down here right away. I need you.
Mr. Gates.
One moment. Yes, Mason, I'll be expecting you. Come at once. Well?
Mr. Brewster wants to see you right away.
Oh, yes, I'll be right there.
Mr. Gates, what's the matter? You nervous about something?
Nervous? No, I'll be there in a minute.
All right.
Hello, Miss Bailey.
Yes, sir.
Cancel all my appointments. I can't see anyone.
Yes, sir.
Don't move.
Miss Bailey.
Get away from that thing.
Yes, sir.
Don't answer.
Yes, sir.
Throw that key, cut it off.
Did you call me, Mr.
Get away from that desk.
Listen, you can't kill me, Raven. I'm not to blame. You wouldn't kill an innocent man, would you? It's all his fault. I was only acting as an agent.
Oh.
Mr. Brewster. He's the one.
Is he the boss of this outfit?
Yes.
Where is he?
It's in that office over there.
All right, come on. I want to see him.
It was his fault. He wanted it done, I swear.
All right, shut up. Open that door.
Yes.
Well, come in, Gates. What delayed you?
Is that him, Brewster?
Yes.
What is this, Gates? Who is this man? What do you want?
My name's Raven.
Raven.
Mr. Brewster, the police are outside.
Close that door.
What?
Close the door, I said. Now lock it. Close the door. All right, Gates, you lock the other door.
Yes.
What were you saying about the police?
They're outside. They want to see Mr. Brewster.
They will, but not yet. We got business to do. Are you a secretary or something?
Yes, I am.
Sit down and write.
Write what? What do you want him to write?
The things you're going to tell me, Brewster, so you can sign it.
Don't be a fool. Incidentally, you can put that gun down. There's no necessity for it.
I'll hang on to the gun. What was in that letter I got from Baker?
Letter?
Come on, talk.
You'll have to tell him, Mr. Brewster. He'll kill you.
Shut up. Suppose you tell me, Gates.
It was a formula. A secret formula. Baker knew we were making it.
Be quiet.
He was writing to someone in Washington to tell them.
Write that down, you. Senator Burnett, huh?
Yes.
You fool.
Were you selling that formula, too?
Now, wait. You look like a young man who knows a good thing, Raven. Now, why don't you...
Come on, talk.
Answer him. Tell him he'll kill you.
Stop whining.
I'll tell you. The new formula. Brewster sold it to the highest bidder.
You've just committed suicide, Gates.
You got that down?
Yes.
All right, give me the pad. Now, sign, Brewster.
I will not sign it.
You'll sign. Go on.
Wait, listen. How much do you want, Raven? I'm a rich man. Name your price.
Take that pen and sign while you still got a chance.
Very well. Very well.
All right. You're next, Gates.
I'll sign it. I'll sign.
Mr. Brewster, put down that gun. Mr. Brewster. He's killed himself. He's killed himself.
One final double cross. Now, that's one out of the way. But you're still left, aren't you, Gates?
No, I told you. I was only an agent. Believe me, it was Brewster.
There's something else. You tried to kill that girl.
No.
That girl's my friend.
She's not your friend. She told the police about you.
Shut up.
They called me up.
You lie.
Oh, why are they here, then? She told them you were here.
I promise I'll never kill again. You're the one exception.
No, you can't. I'm innocent. Don't.
There he is.
Let him have it.
Well, here it is. A full confession signed by Brewster and Gates. So this was it. This is what you were trying to get, Ellen.
Yes.
Not much use moving this guy, Mike. He's through.
Okay.
Can I speak to him, Michael? Can I?
Sure, go ahead.
Is it very bad?
No. No, it's kind of nice. Gonna rest now?
Yes. Yes.
You didn't tell the cops I was here, did you?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so. You know, when they came through that door, the cops, I didn't shoot.
I know.
Did I? Did I do all right for you?
Yes. You did fine.
Well, that's good. That's good, I'm glad.
Michael, he's...
Come along, darling.
Michael. Look. He's smiling.
This gun is no longer for hire. But for the kind of acting that makes any audience applaud, we'll bring Joan Blondell, Alan Ladd, and Laird Krieger back for a curtain call.
Well, thank you, Mr. DeMille. Last week you had Dick Powell here. This week, Joan Blondell. Lux kind of runs in the family, doesn't it?
If you need a few actors for next week, Mr. DeMille, I have a suggestion.
I never have enough of those, Joan.
We have 2 children that aren't working.
Do they take direction well, John?
I refuse to answer on the grounds that they might be listening. I never know what they'll say when I get home. When I came back from touring the camps in Newfoundland last month, Ellen said to her brother as I came in the door, "Hooray, Mommy's home from war."
Well, Joan, I think this would be a great time for us all to wish Alan Ladd the very best of luck in the adventure he begins tomorrow morning.
Yes, by this time tomorrow, he'll be Private Alan Ladd of the United States Army.
Well, thanks, everybody.
Give us your address, Alan. We'll write you one of those new V-mail letters.
Well, I'll have to wait till I get overseas, Joan.
That V-mail's certainly a swell idea for speeding up the mail, Alan.
Yeah, and All you need is a special kind of stationery, which you can get free at the post office or buy at any stationery store. Write your letter on this, and then the government photographs it along with a lot of others and sends the film abroad. There it's blown up to readable size again.
Well, the Army and Navy recommend it because it saves a fantastic amount of cargo space. 1,800 letters converted into V-mail are only about as large as a cake of Lux soap. Out of 10 million letters already sent, not one has been reported lost because the original is kept here until the film reaches the other side safely. V-mail is fast, too. It's generally sent by air at no extra charge.
Well, let us know when you get to camp, Alan, and I'll send you a package. Let's see, I'd better put some Lux soap in it. Everybody likes that. Men like the lather, and women like it because it's so kind to their skin. We use it at our house all the time.
Confidentially, Joan, we have Lux soap in our house, too.
Assuming that you haven't got a play that fits Joan's children for next week, Mr. DeMille, what are you going to have?
Next week, lad? Well, next week we have a very unusual offering in the Lux Radio Theater and a very unusual star. You've heard of him on this radio program, on his own radio program, and with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. You've seen him in the...
Break it up, boys. Break it up. Hot stuff. Coming through.
Here, just a moment.
Well, here I am, Mr. DeMille. Hope I'm not late. To be or not to be, that's the question. A horse, my kingdom for a horse.
Just a moment, please. Who are you?
Oh, Juliet, wherefore art thou, Juliet? How's that, Mr. DeMille? I think I'm going to be all right in this dramatic stuff. Where's the script, please? When do we begin?
Wait a minute. You're not. Oh, no, you couldn't be. Yes, I'm afraid you are. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Gildersleeve.
Well, where's the script, Mr. DeMille? What kind of a part am I playing?
Did you come here tonight to act?
Well, I didn't come here to wash my face, as Lux would have it. Lux. Yes. To be or not to be, a horse. My kingdom for a horse.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I ought to let you in on something, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
You are on this program next week.
Oh, little early, huh?
Yes, but I've got a great part for you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, something dramatic, huh? That's my strong point, CB. Heavy drama. The heavier, the better. I see myself as a lover. I hold the heroine in my arms. She looks at me. I look at her. I kiss her. I kiss her again, and I smother her face with kisses. You sure I'm a week early, CB?
Well, don't worry. We'll give you plenty of rehearsal.
Rehearsal? Oh, fine. Say, tell me, this part that I'm playing, what is it? Charles Boyer stuff or Gable stuff?
Well, no, it's Gildersleeve stuff. We're going to give you a part that really fits your personality.
Oh.
Shy, retired, unassuming, a shrinking violet.
Yeah.
You're playing the title role in the show-off.
Oh, this is going to be one of my bad days. Good night, CB.
Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve. Good night. Now, Joan, where were we?
You were going to tell us who the star is for next week.
Well, something tells me that won't be necessary right now.
Well, let me review the facts. Next week, our play is George Kelly's great comedy, The Show-Off. And our stars are the great Gildersleeve, alias Harold Perry, Una Merkel, and Beulah Bondi.
Well, if I can find a radio wherever the Army puts me, Mr. DeMille, I'll be listening. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. And good luck to you, Alan. Ladies and gentlemen, this week brings the birthday of the President of the United States. As in recent years, there will be a public celebration of the day, with all proceeds being used in the fight against infantile paralysis. This epidemic disease is a greater enemy than ever in wartime. So won't you join the March of Dimes tonight? Give a dime or a dollar or as much as you can afford, and send it direct to the White House in Washington. our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents the great Gildersleeve, Una Merkel, and Beulah Bondi in The Show-Off. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Starring with Joan Blondell tonight were Alan Ladd, who is currently seen in Paramount's Star-Spangled Rhythm, and Laird Krieger, who appears in the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production, Hello, Frisco, Hello. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, who was also in charge of music for the picture Powers Girl. Heard in tonight's play were Charles Seal as Wilson, Gloria Blondell as Annie, Norman Field as Brewster, and Arthur Q. Bryan, Vicki Lang, Paula Winslow, Jane Bierce, Leo Cleary, Jeff Corey, Fred Mackay, Boyd Davis, and Earl Keane. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear the great Gildersleeve, Una Merkel, and Beulah Bondi in The Show-Off.
A word about food shortages.
The government says that 3 out of 4 of us didn't get enough vitamins and minerals even before the war.
Science tells us people who don't get enough vitamins and minerals become tired, nervous, low in resistance.
So don't take chances. Take Vims, the amazing low-cost tablets that have the 6-vitamin formula doctors endorse. 3 vital minerals also. Remember Vims. It's VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Get that Vims feeling.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. But tonight's story began when one man tried to destroy another with the strangest weapon of all, darkness.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
When your job is to walk into the darkness and discover what makes a city tick, you pick up some mighty strange friends. The winos dreaming of a muscatel paradise in cold, dark doorways. The petty larceny boys with their fast deals. The painted little dames defying the world with their brassy laughter. The homeless, the hopeless. In the city, night is for the lost. And sometimes you feel a hunger to be with someone of the everyday world, some nice, well-adjusted soul who's got a reason for waking up tomorrow morning. I guess that's why I dropped in to see Bessie Chatfield tonight. Bessie's a little gray-haired librarian who has charge of a small storefront library on Huron Street. No one around this time of night but Bessie and a young fellow in a gray raincoat alone at a reading table.
Mr. Stone, well, we haven't seen you, in such a long time.
Well, since Forever Amber, you haven't had the kind of high-type literature that interests me.
And when you finally do drop in, look what time you get here. 10 o'clock. Right when I have to go over and start turning out the lights.
I timed it that way so I could get you behind those bookcases, away from that fellow with the reading desk.
Well, I'm afraid your timing is about 35 years off, Mr. Stone. These light switches. Why do they always put them up so high?
Aren't you going to tell that fellow it's time to go home?
This is the way we tell them. We flick off the lights and then flick them on again. First off, like this.
No, don't do that. No!
What?
Turn the lights on quick. Let me handle him.
What's the idea of doing that, mister? That's supposed to be smart or something.
Oh, take it easy, fella. Take it easy.
Or did he pay you to do it? Is that the deal?
Huh?
You tell George Brewster that the game doesn't amuse me anymore. You tell him if he keeps that up, I'll kill him.
Oh, wait. I turned the lights out. It's closing time.
What? Closing time? Oh. Yes, of course.
What's wrong with you, buddy? You sick or something?
Sick, yes, that's me, sick. Only mine's a childhood disease. Childhood.
Now, what in the world was that?
I don't know. Ever seen him before?
He's come in a couple of times this week. Spent all his time reading some reference books at the table. Seemed to be such a nice, polite young man. Considerate, kindly.
Let's take a look at those books.
Oh, my heavens, my heart is beating a mile a minute. And did you see his face? It frightened me.
He was even more scared than we were.
Of what?
These the books he was reading?
Yes.
The Mind in Limbo, Abnormal Psychology, Modern Psychiatry.
Why would he want books like this?
Maybe he was looking for somebody in these books.
Who?
Himself, Bessie? Probably himself. Bessie was pretty upset, so after she locked up for the night, I started walking her toward the elevator station over on Lake Street. We'd walked a couple of blocks through the dark, empty streets when suddenly Bessie grabbed my arm.
Mr. Stone, that man down the street, looking in that store window. That's him.
Oh, yes, same gray raincoat, same lad.
And look, Mr. Stone, what's that in his hand?
That's a piece of pipe or something.
He's breaking that store window.
Yeah, you wait right here, honey.
Be careful, Mr. Stone, be careful.
The fellow was reaching through the broken window glass for whatever it was that had struck his fancy. He heard me coming and turned toward me. The wan streetlight did something to his face. It seemed twisted and torn. Blood was running down his hand where the glass had cut him. Then I saw what he'd taken from the window. A gun. What's the idea, pal? He spun around and started running for the elevator station down the block. And in the best tradition of the Rover boys, I stayed right on his tail. He turned back to see how I was doing. He stumbled over a trash can and hurt. I caught up with him, grabbing his arm.
Let go of me. Leave me alone. Let go of me.
He slashed the gun across my face and began running again. I stopped long enough to take a quick inventory of my teeth. Up above, I heard the elevator train coming into the station. The young fellow had reached the station steps and was going up fast, trying to make that train. I reached for one of his legs. He turned and gave it to me right in his stomach. I folded up, and I just sat there. I listened to the train pull away with the fellow on it, and remembered what Bessie had said about him being such a nice, polite young man. After a while, I began to feel somewhat human again. I notified the police what had happened, and they sent a squad car out. After they left, I remembered something, a name this nice, polite young man had been throwing around, George Brewster. I found a phone book in a cigar store. There were 3 George Brewsters. The first number didn't answer. I tried the second.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to George Brewster.
Oh, he's not in right now. Is there any message?
Who is this?
I'm his sister. Is anything wrong?
Well, if this is the right George Brewster, something is wrong. Is there any reason why a young fellow should want to kill your brother?
Oh, that would be Morrison. Oh, I warned George.
Morrison, huh?
Tom Morrison.
Where does he live?
Our old apartment, 612 Hamlin Avenue. What makes you think he wants to kill George?
Well, this character broke into a store tonight and stole a gun. I sort of think he had your brother in mind when he did it.
Oh, no. What am I going to do?
Well, lady, I know what I'm going to do. As fast as I hang up and get another nickel into this phone, I'm going to call the police.
Oh, I feel so bad. It's not really Morrison's fault, poor man.
Oh, no. He's just a prince of a fellow. Goodbye, lady. I've got to make a call. But then it turned out that I didn't have a nickel. And on the way to the counter for change, I started wondering why the sister of the man he was going to kill felt sorry for Morrison. And why Bessie thought he was such a sweet character. And, well, the night was young, and 612 Hamlin Avenue couldn't wait, and I could call the cops later. 612 North Hamlin was a second-floor flat on the north side. I got there a few minutes after 11 that night. All the windows were lit up. I rang the bell, and I waited. I felt a little bead of sweat zigzagging down my face like it didn't have any place to go.
Yes? Oh, it's you.
No, let's not close the door just yet. In fact, let's push it open all the way.
What do you want?
My 2 front teeth and a few ribs.
Get out of here.
Now, look, pal, don't tempt me. I came against my better judgment to listen to what you've got to say. If I leave now, the only place I'm going is the nearest police station.
Police station. I guess maybe that would be the best.
What?
Otherwise, I don't know what's going to happen. I guess you better call the police, mister.
What do you think you're doing, calling my bluff?
The phone's right behind you.
Okay, buddy, you asked for it. Sure this is the way you want it?
It's better this way. I'm at the end of my rope. I don't want to kill him.
George Brewster?
Yes, George Brewster. I know how it'll end if he doesn't stop.
Stop what?
Call the police, mister. You'd be doing me a favor.
Since when have I got to do you favors?
Well, why aren't you calling?
I'm an Eagle Scout in good standing. I haven't done my good deed for today.
You can't help me, mister.
Stone is the name. What makes you so sure I can?
Thanks for even wanting to. After that bad time I gave you.
Bad time? That's the understatement of the year.
Well, I was panic-stricken. He got me half crazy.
Well, what have you got to lose if you tell me about it?
No.
Okay.
Wait. I don't know. I'm like a drowning man grasping at straws. Look, maybe if you talk to Brewster, told him what he's doing to me, maybe he'd leave me alone.
Well, you never can tell. But I'd have to know what I'm talking about.
It's quite a story, mister. These lights. Look at them. Bright as the sun, aren't they? Lamps. Overhead chandeliers. Look at them.
I'd hate to see your light bills.
Like some men need drugs. That's how I need these lights.
Come again?
My sanity depends on it. My very sanity.
On these lights?
It's a sickness. You've even got a name for it. Noctophobia, it's called. Fear of darkness.
Fear of darkness? That's for kids. No, I take that back. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I quite agree. Kids. Or neurotic women. But in a man of my age, it's quite ridiculous. And when the day starts drawing to a close, when the night starts crowding in.
Have you been to a doctor?
Sure, I've been to doctors. They tell me I shouldn't feel too badly. Plenty of people with my trouble. A hangover from childhood. An illness. Like heart trouble is an illness. I'll take the heart trouble.
Maybe you haven't gone to the right kind of a doctor. Maybe psychiatry could help you.
Nothing's going to help me. George Brewster's going to see to that.
What about this, Brewster?
He's trying to destroy me. With the strangest weapon of all.
The strangest weapon of all?
Yes. His weapon is the night.
You are listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy. In a moment, we'll return to Night Beat and Randy Stone. But first, we'd like to call your attention to another great NBC mystery adventure program. Every Sunday, you'll want to hear the exciting new Christopher London series with screen actor Glenn Ford in the title role. Stories for Christopher London are furnished by Earl Stanley Gardner, one of the most famous mystery story writers in America. There is no doubt about the greatness of Gardner's stories, and with the superb acting of Glenn Ford, Christopher London should be must-listening for every mystery fan. Make a listening date now to hear the exciting adventures of Christopher London every Sunday over most of these same NBC stations. And now, back to Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone in Night Beat.
It was a weird feeling standing in Morrison's brilliantly lighted parlor listening to him tell me about his terror of darkness. A sturdy, healthy-looking man trapped by a childhood nightmare. I felt guilt listening to him like I was eavesdropping into a dark corner of his mind that was nobody's business but his own. And yet he had to tell me because he needed help. Because George Brewster was using Morrison's fear to destroy him.
I was sent to Chicago by our company to replace Brewster, Stone. Till he found out why I was here, he couldn't do enough for me. He even got me this apartment.
Greater love has no man.
Then he found out what the setup was. He changed fast enough.
How did he find out about this fear of yours?
Well, I'm telling you how. The other night, the two of us were working alone in the big vault down at the office, working on some old account on it. The overhead light. It blew out.
Uh-huh.
Well, it was so sudden, I couldn't help myself. I tried to keep calm, but... Well, it's like something tearing me to pieces inside. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't... Finally, I had to run.
So he found out...
No, he wasn't sure, but it started him thinking.
Yes, I see.
Next afternoon, he came over to my desk. He was jovial, friendly, like he'd been in the beginning. Saying we'd been at each other's throats long enough. Inviting me to have dinner with him that night. Right from work, we went to his favorite spot on the north side, a place called the Catacombs. I began feeling uneasy the moment I entered.
How do you like this place, Tom?
That's okay, it's fine.
It's been a favorite of mine for years. One spot in particular, the wine cellar. How do you feel about wine?
I like it all right.
Come along with me. I'm a wine man from way back.
Say, George, I wanted to talk to you about that little outburst last night.
They have a different wine cellar here with a different temperature for each type of wine.
I haven't been sleeping well, you see.
Me, I prefer Riesling myself. Well, here we are.
Huh?
At the white wine cellar. We'll select our own brand for our supper. Here, I'll open the door. Yeah, this is a privilege only an old customer like me can get away with. Come on.
Dark down there.
That's why they've got this candle here on the ledge. Got a match?
Why,
A match, Tom.
Yeah. Here.
Okay. I'll get this candle going. Good. Now, let's go downstairs.
George, you think we should do this on our own?
Done it hundreds of times. Been coming here for the last 10 years. Well, now let's go down these stairs. Careful.
George, I was explaining about last night.
Candle casts funny shadows, doesn't it? You notice how cool it is? 20 feet below street level here.
Look, I want to talk about last night. I don't want any misunderstanding.
Huh?
It's just that I've been working pretty hard.
Look, Tom. Will it make you feel better if you showed me you're not afraid of the dark? Okay, you can show me. I'll blow out the candle.
What are you trying to prove, Brewster?
Nothing at all. It's your idea.
Where are those matches I gave you?
You gave me some matches? Well, I must have lost them.
It's not going to work, Brewster. I'm not insane, you know. I can stay down here until you're quite satisfied.
Funny, isn't it, about the darkness? The way it seems to close in on you. The way you start thinking you can't breathe. I know, I can see how someone could... What's the matter, Tom?
This is ridiculous.
Something so suffocating about a dark room.
Stop it. Stop it.
Only the heavy, smothering blackness.
Stop it.
Where are you going, Tom? Anything wrong? Anything wrong? Anything wrong?
Ran out of that cellar like a kid scared to death, Stone.
It was a rotten thing for him to do.
Well, he's fighting for his job, Stone. He's not too young anymore. He can't start all over again, so he'll do anything.
Oh, great.
I'm sure he's told the people down at work. I'm sure they're all laughing at me behind my back. You don't know what that does to me.
I can imagine.
Today I found a new desk lamp on my desk, courtesy of George Brewster. Every day, something like that.
Did you ask him why he's doing it?
He won't admit he's doing anything. Says it's all my imagination. Maybe I ought to see a doctor. Or better still, maybe a change of climate would help. Well, I'd leave town in a minute. Only my future's at stake, too. Before I let him drive me crazy, I'll kill him.
Well, I'm going now. I'm going to talk to this bird. Where does he live?
Out in the suburbs, Lake Forest. He lives with his sister.
All right, I'll give you a ring as soon as I've seen him.
Mr. Stone, I hope you can do some good.
Yeah. Oh. Say, I almost forgot something.
What?
That gun you made off with.
Well,
Maybe if we're lucky, we can talk the store owner out of pressing charges. I'll try it.
That was a crazy thing to do. I was so desperate.
Wouldn't have done you much good when they put them in the window. They never loaded. I'll let you in on a secret. If I hadn't known that, I wouldn't have been such a hero coming here tonight.
I'll let you in on a secret, Mr. Stone. You can get bullets without a license. The gun's loaded now.
Oh, great. All right, go and get it for me.
All right. Yes, I want to give it to you. It's in my bedroom.
He started for the bedroom. And then it was almost like a comedy routine where after the big build-up, the punchline comes right out on cue. The moment he entered the other room, every light in the house suddenly went out.
What happened to the lights?
Take it easy. Where's the fuse box?
I don't know. Never had any occasion to use it. Besides, if it was a fuse, all the lights wouldn't go out. It wasn't you.
Use your head. How could I do it?
I'm getting out of here. All lights out, too. Stone.
Well, maybe something went wrong with the central wire.
But why should it happen exactly now?
Wait, huh?
The downstairs apartment. Their lights are on. If it was the wire...
All right. Let's ask them where the fuse box is.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Morris.
My lights went out. It might be a fuse. Where are the fuse boxes for these apartments?
Out in the back. I'll get a flashlight and show you. Here we are. The fuse box is right here below our meters. Whenever the people from the light company come out, they have a dickens of a time finding it.
Will you hold the flashlight steady and let me take a look?
Wait a minute, Stone. Lower the flashlight just a little.
Huh?
It's not the fuse. Look at the master switch on my meter. Look at the one of Mrs. Graham's.
Why, somebody pulled your switch down to off.
Yes. Yes, someone surely did.
Well, here, let me push it up. There.
And look upstairs. All your lights are on again.
That's probably some kids playing a joke.
How do you suppose the rascals ever found it? It's so well hidden.
I've got a theory that all kids come equipped with a special radar for finding things like this.
Mrs. Graham, tell this gentleman who used to live in my apartment before I did.
Why?
Tell him.
Why, you know. He even got the apartment for you. Your friend, Mr. Brewster. But what is that?
Tom, that doesn't prove he did it.
For me, it does, Stone. For me, it does.
Morrison went around to the front of his house and up the stairs to his flat. I waited in the hallway until he came down again. He looked different. His face was hard and set. His eyes were like chunks of glass punched into the flesh.
What are you waiting for, Stone?
When we were so rudely interrupted, you were going for the gun.
I've got it now.
Ah, yes. Hand it over. I'll bring it back.
No, thanks.
Now, where are you going and what are you going to do?
I'm fighting for my sanity, my life. He's never going to do this to me again. Never.
I can't let you do that.
You're not going to have to.
The minute you leave, I'm going to call every cop in the book.
Yes, that's what you do, isn't it?
Yes.
Then I'd better give you the gun.
This could become habit-forming. I dropped to my knees in the hallway, and then the hallway subdivided like something under a microscope, and there were 2 hallways, and then there were 4. And then everywhere I looked, there were hallways. Morrison tried to push me aside and get by me, only it was a whole circle of Morrisons. I grabbed at his legs to hold him back, and it was like grabbing at a centipede. Then all the Morrisons in all the hallways brought all their guns down on my one poor head. And that was it, brothers and sisters, that was it.
Feeling better, Mr. Stone?
Oh, if I felt any better, I'd call an embalmer. Oh, what a business.
I heard a commotion, and I came out, and you were lying here.
Oh, is this my head, or is it a cantaloupe?
Oh, how did it happen, and where's Mr. Morrison?
Oh, Morrison, yes. How long ago did you hear this commotion?
Oh, just a couple of minutes ago. You came out of it real fast.
Yeah, I've got an iron constitution. Have you got a phone?
Well, yes, but don't you think you
Come on, lady. Grab my head, put it back on nice and neat, and let's get to that phone. Hello, this is the fellow who called you before, Miss Brewster, about Morrison and your brother.
Oh, yes.
He's not there yet, huh?
No, my brother's...
I don't mean your brother, I mean Morrison.
What? No, is he...
Oh, yes, he sure is. Now, give me your address, and the minute you hang up, get away from your house as fast as you can. Morrison's got a gun, and he's half crazy.
Maybe we should call the police.
Well, maybe we should, but I'm not going to. They'd throw the book at him 10 years for attempted murder. I think I can stop him before he does anything.
Oh, I can't tell you how sorry I am about this.
Lady, you and your brother should be. The cab got me out to their Lake Forest house in less than 20 minutes. The house was on a hill, and a flagstone path wound round and round for a city block until it reached the front porch. As I ran up the walk, my head started rattling like a handful of pennies in a tin cup. I felt weak and tired. All the time I tried not to think about what I'd find when I reached the house. Now I was at the end of the path, walking toward the front porch. A nerve deep in my throat started jangling like a burglar alarm. The house was in darkness, and Morrison was standing beneath a little porch light, his gun pointed right at me. You won't quit, will you, Stone? What have you done with him, Tom?
He hasn't done anything with him yet, Mr. Stone.
Huh? Who is...
I'm sitting over here at the end of the porch. I'm George's sister.
Oh. I didn't see you in the dark. Why didn't you get away like I told you?
I won't hurt her. It's him. He'll be coming along soon.
George would never have done that. I begged him not to. Take advantage of a man's weakness.
Well, Mr. Brewster is coming home.
What?
His car is stopping at the bottom of the hill. Now he's starting the long climb.
Morrison, listen to me.
You just sit there, the both of you. And I must insist that you be very quiet.
Please, listen to me. Please. Please.
Keep coming up that path, Brewster. It's a long, long way.
You must listen to me.
Morrison.
You don't know what you're
waiting
doing.
near the porch light, the gun in
George
his
hurt
hand.
you. He shouldn't have done that.
Far below the small
What
figure
you're
of George
doing is
Brewster
so
making a long, slow
You
climb.
realize that you're going to kill George because he found out about your fears. But don't you see, George is afraid, too. Of bigger things. Of being 53 and seeing his whole life going down.
Brewster had stopped at the first landing to
That's
catch
why
his
he
breath.
hurt you.
Now he was climbing up the path again.
He was fighting.
Maybe 100 steps from his death. I found myself counting steps.
Why are you afraid of the dark this night? Don't you see? If you weren't afraid, George couldn't hurt you anymore. Please, listen to me.
Keep your voice down. If you try to warn him, you both die, too. Keep coming, Brewster.
Yes, he kept coming. No more than 70 steps now.
What is there to fear about the dark?
The girl's voice going on and on.
Nothing.
Brewster getting closer.
All it does is hide the world.
Less than 50 steps now. 40 steps. 30 steps.
If you believe in God, if you believe in your own soul, how can you fear the night? What is there in the darkness that can hurt you? There's such peace in the darkness. After the heat of day is gone, the rush, the tumult, the struggle, you can breathe easy again. You can let the tightness inside unwind.
He's almost closer.
Listen to me. Please listen.
It's not going to work, Miss Brewster. I'm going to try and...
Wait.
Miss Brewster.
There we are, Miss Brewster.
No. You must see me in the light.
I tell you, stay with...
Tom. Look at her.
I didn't realize.
I'm not afraid. What right have you to fear?
Julie, is that you on the porch?
What right have you to fear, Mr. Morrison?
What right?
Oh, what a long climb. Must be getting old. Well, what are you doing here, Morrison? And who's this?
Oh, don't mind me. I just came along for the ride.
What's this all about?
I just came to say goodbye, Brewster.
You're leaving?
Yes. I'm going back and tell them you've done a good job here. It's not fair to replace you after so many years.
You're sure nobody scared you away, Morrison?
Look at him, Brewster. Does he look like he's afraid? I don't know if Julie cured Morrison of his fear of darkness. Cure is a pretty strong word. But maybe she helped. I kind of think so. I do know this. It's going to be mighty hard for Tom to fear the darkness, knowing Julie is not afraid. But neither Tom nor I will ever forget what we saw as the porch light lit up her face. Julie Brewster, who did not fear the darkness, was blind. And now that part of the story they always print in heavy type, a moral. And don't smile so indulgently. Morals are very nice things. Some of my best friends have morals. You know, seriously, Julie's whole life is a moral in itself. And trying to top it is like trying to follow Al Jolson with a Mammy song. The best you can do is tip your hat to the fellow who wrote, "Out of the night that covers me, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul." He must have had someone like Julie in mind. Well, 4 o'clock in the morning, stale cup of coffee, a tired sandwich, and a story to dictate, and I worry about my unconquerable soul. Ah, me. Give me a rewrite.
Night Beat, a new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Night Beat is written by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music by Frank Worth. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. Stay tuned for Brian Donlevy and Dangerous Assignment on
Mayor of the Town is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I hope you enjoy it.
Noxima's two famous products.
Noxima Skin Cream for a smoother skin.
And Noxima Shave Cream for a cooler shave. Presents The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore. Help to softer, smoother, lovelier-looking skin. That's Noxima's promise to you girls with facial problems, like rough, dry skin or externally caused blemishes. You see, Noxima is a medicated formula, a real aid to healing. Noxima helps smooth and soften rough, dry skin, helps heal ugly, externally caused blemishes quick, and I mean quick. Prove it for yourself. Apply Noxima night and morning. It's greaseless, non-sticky, quickly vanishes into the pores to form an ideal base for powder. And what a thrill when you discover how quickly Noxima helps your skin become lovelier to look at, softer to touch. So don't wait. Get Noxima Skin Cream right away. And now, The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore, with Agnes Moorehead as Marilli and Conrad Binion as Butch. Well, it's a fine Memorial Day morning in Springdale. The sun has risen bright and warm, and the mayor and his housekeeper, Marilli, are in the kitchen. His ward, Butch, is just coming in the back porch door.
Gardener!
Oh, yeah, Marilli?
Can you throw that screen door just one more time?
Oh, now, look. What do you expect him to do? Snub the door with his nose like a steel?
Oh, bang in, bang
Well, he's only got two hands, you know. And you've had him lugging in armloads of those peonies all morning.
Peonies.
I said peonies.
Well, you can say peonies till you run out of breath, but my mother grew 'em and my grandmother grew 'em, and what they raised was peonies, Mayor.
Is that a fact?
Yes, that is a fact.
Well, sometimes I think how much more peaceful life would be around here if your mother had confined herself to raising posies.
Oh, where'll I put these, Marilli?
In the sink, Roscoe, in the sink.
Oh, I got 24 red peonies and 22 white peonies and 18 pink peonies.
Now, wait a minute. Let's not speak in foreign tongues.
Oh, that's what Abby Peters calls them, Mayor.
No.
Oh, well, Abby Peters is practically illiterate. He can't add 7 and 5 and get 11.
Can you?
Well, didn't you just hear me? Why?
Never mind.
Well, anyhow, the correct pronunciation is Piney.
No.
You want me to get the dictionary, Well, no, that wouldn't prove anything, Roscoe. It was written by a man, and men always stick together. No matter what Mr. Webster and his family choose to call them, we Joneses will still say Piney.
There, I got your mason jars all washed.
Oh.
Where do you want them?
In the market basket with the throne.
Ah.
And my land, that's all.
Oh, I'll get it, Marilla. It's probably old Abby Peters wanting to know what time we're going to start.
Oh, doggone, Marilla. Did you promise to take Abby and her mother to the parade?
Well, I was just forced to, Mayor. He hinted and hinted.
They're two of the world's greatest backseat drivers.
Well, Abby doesn't have much joy and jollity, you know. Won't hurt you to spare her a few drops of the milk of human kindness.
Oh, I would gladly give her a whole gallon of Gray A homogenized. Every time the car goes over 20 miles an hour, she wouldn't yell, "Look out, the boiler's going to bust."
Well, as I told you before.
I know. Abby learned to drive 30 years ago in a Stanley steamer.
Well,
it's like I guessed, Marilla. It was old Abby Peters, and she wanted to know what time we'd be coming by.
Oh, well, I do hope you can find us a nice shady spot to watch the parade, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
It always makes Abby's mother faint to her stomach when she perspires,
Oh,
you
that's
know.
it. That's right. Say, look.
Huh?
Why don't we stop at Tony's and pack our bustle with dry ice?
Oh, Roscoe, you might as well carry these things out to the car on your way.
Oh, okay.
My camp stool and my rubber cushion and
yeah.
my umbrella, my thermos bottle and my flag to wave and my sunglasses.
Now, aren't you going to take your wading boots and your snowshoes?
Oh, there's no need to put in a sarcastic or, Mayor. These are small necessities that allow me to enjoy the parade in comfort.
Yes.
Now, go along, Roscoe.
Yes, gosh, it's really getting hot out.
Roscoe, God, if you slam that screen door one more time,
Oh, doggone it, Marilla. There's no sense in picking on him all the time.
Well, if you could see how that banging sets off my whole nervous system.
Oh, sure.
Bang from the top of my head right down to my toes.
Fine. So why don't you enter your name as Miss Atom Bomb in 1946?
Oh, you may laugh. You may wax ironical, Mayor, but you won't think it's so terrible funny on the day I fly to pieces and they deliver my straitjacket.
Well, you better get your order in now.
Well.
Or didn't you know there was a clothing shortage? You might reserve one for me if they have size 42 with an extra pair of pants.
Oh.
Mayor?
Yeah, Butch?
Hey, one of the tires looks kind of soft. Will you unlock the back so that I can get the pump?
I'll be right out.
All right.
Here, Merle. I guess you'll have to take over pruning these posies.
Oh, now don't go and get yourself dirty. Don't forget you have to be in the parade, you know, and you don't want to ride up the main street looking like an oil gorilla.
The term, I believe, is grease monkey. And it's a noble calling. Each man is master of his pit, pouring oil on the troubled joints and differentials of outrageous fortune.
What?
Never mind, Rose, never mind. Come on out to the car whenever you're ready to start.
Oh, Mayor, it's the right back tire.
Yeah.
And with old Abby Peters and her mother both in the back seat.
That's a load, isn't it? But why pump it? Can't we stop at a service station?
Oh, we might miss the parade. You know what always happens. They both head for the ladies' room to look at their faces, and we don't see them for 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right.
Good morning, Mayor.
Hey, good morning, Mrs. Atkinson. Here's keys, Butch.
Oh, thanks, Mayor.
The way you've been keeping yourself. I don't think you've been here in months.
Oh, I haven't been much of anywhere except home, Mayor.
But
today I left the baby with Mother and decided to take a long walk.
Aren't you going to parade?
No.
Well, quite a few of Charlie's friends will be marching.
Yes, I know. And if Charlie were with them, I'd be standing on the curb watching for him, proud as all the other wives. But he won't be. So there's not much sense in my going, is there?
Well, maybe not, Mrs. Atkinson.
Instead of standing on the curb and envying other wives, I'm going to walk out toward Blueberry Hill.
Yes.
We used to go out there a lot. Picnics, wiener roasts. Charlie often mentioned it in his letters. Once the Army censor took it out. Guess he thought it was code or something. Well, it was, in a way. Blueberry Hill meant, gee, I wish I was back. Gee, I'm homesick. Gee, I love you.
Oh, sure. I know, Mrs. Atkinson. I know because I knew Charlie.
Well, I mustn't keep you. Goodbye, Mayor.
Goodbye, Mrs. Atkinson. Goodbye. Sir, please stop and see us whenever you're passing this way. Will
Thank you, Mayor. I will.
Roscoe? Yeah, Roy? Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm just doing the wash my hair.
Well, go right in and do it. It's getting late. Mayor?
Yes, Marilla, right over here.
Abby just called again, and we've got to pick her up before she has nervous prostration. What in the world are you doing out here?
Nothing at all, Marilla. Just looking at the rose bushes.
Oh, aphids?
Now, come on. Let's load up and get started for the Memorial Day parade.
Mister, if you think you have a tough time shaving, listen to the story of Harold Schaefer of Sayreville, New Jersey, as written up by Mrs. Schaefer.
My husband works in a plant where they use acid. Sometimes the fumes are so strong his face burns terribly and his skin becomes dry, tender, and sore-looking. Imagine the torture of shaving over a skin like that. His razor just pulled and burned. Well, one day my druggist wrapped a jar of Noxema shave cream.
Well, the Springdale Memorial Day Parade is now moving slowly along the route of march to Greenwood Cemetery. A band is playing. And now and then, scattered hand-clapping or cheers are heard as some particular group of veterans pass by. The mayor is riding in a car draped with red, white, and blue bunting. And as he sits there, the May sun warm on his uncovered head, his thoughts run like this.
Well, now, here we are. Going up Main Street again on another Memorial Day. Let's see now. How many times have I done this? 19 from 46. Good Lord. This is my 27th Memorial Day parade. Too many years. Too many wars. Too many dead. I used to like Memorial Day when I was a kid, but not anymore. Too many people I used to know aren't marching. It's funny, I can't seem to get that Mrs. Atkinson out of my mind. Now we're swinging into Maple Street by Barman Park. That signboard with Springdale's Roll of Honor looked white and clean against those new green leaves. People don't stop to look at it anymore. Before VJ Day, they used to stand and watch whenever a man appeared to paint a new gold star. 12 gold stars. A stranger would say that was a reasonable price to pay for victory. But a stranger wouldn't know the men and boys those gold stars stand for the way I knew them. Yeah, I certainly knew them well. First star is Charlie Atkins. Charlie taught mechanical drawing and coached the basketball team at Springdale High. He was married to Sandra Holmes, and they went on picnics and wiener roasts at Blueberry Hill. It was very clear in Charlie's mind what he was fighting for.
Like it or not, it's a job that has to be done, Mayor. It's got to be done so the kids growing up can have the same things we had.
Yeah. And gold star number 2 is Fred Baker, police reporter for the Morning Pariah. Tough, hard-boiled, disillusioned about the human race at the ripe old age of 24. Yet people down on their luck called him the softest touch in town. I remember Fred stopping to say goodbye.
Well, it's like this, Mayor. No mug's got the right to push little punks around. So I don't like it. So I joined the Army. So long, Mayor.
Sure. And our 3rd and 4th gold stars stand for Art Casey and Johnny Erickson, soda jerks at Grayson's drugstore. Well, you'd hardly expect a couple of kids to trade their jalopy for a Jeep or their hot trumpet for a bazooka. But as Johnny explained it sounded reasonable.
Look, Mayor, if a guy likes Harry James or Bing Crosby or Red Skelton, that's his own business, see? And when anybody thinks he can tell people what they can hear or read or say, nuts to it.
Yes, sir. Then Joe Green was awarded our 5th gold star. Joe Green, ne'er-do-well, jack of no trade, lived in a shack down by the Coon River Dam. He never owned a thing that could be stolen, borrowed, or taxed. I didn't think Joe owned anything he wanted to fight for either, but it seems he did.
Well, I figure it this way, Mayor. We can't have a lot of hoodlums running wild through the world's backyard, tearing down clotheslines, trying to scare fellas that never wore no man's collar into wearing a black or brown shirt. You just keep the fish bite until I get back.
Sure. And then comes Ben Jones. Yeah, Ben Jones, our Gold Star number 6. Ben refused to carry a gun and was referred to as our conscientious objector. He went away to serve as a stretcher bearer and was mentioned several times in dispatches for bravery under fire. And now, still unarmed, he sleeps honored and at peace under a cross in some far-off island. Yeah, it was Ben who said to me,
War isn't right, Mayor. No, war's never right. But when it comes, a man's got to do what he can, the very best he can. The Lord's got a bad job ahead with all the hurt and dying. Even 2 hands as weak as mine can help him out.
Yep. Then Gold Star 7, 8, and 9 stand for T. Koisu of the Satsuma Nursery, Carl Ottermeyer of the Frankfurt Market, and Tony Rico of the Neapolitan Cleaning and Pressing. 3 names that emigrated in friendly years from Japan, Germany, and Italy. But Koiso, Ottermeyer, and Rico traded in their pruning shears and butcher's cleavers and pressing irons for 3 gold stars painted on a white board in Barman Park. What did they do it for? Well, as Mrs. Ottermeyer told me,
I just gotta go and fight, Mama. That's what Mancal said to me, Mayor. I just gotta show that Adolf fella he don't speak for all the people ever there. But he don't talk for you and me and all us now Americans.
Well, that brings us down to Gold Star number 10. That's Joe Regan, boy who lived just across the street from me. I watched him grow out of rompers into overalls and into his first long pants. Yeah, Joe was in his last year at high school, and he planned to be an electrical engineer. And he dreamed of marrying a girl named Louise. Yep. And the sniper couldn't possibly know when he pressed the trigger that it wasn't a soldier he killed at all. It was only a red-headed kid in a sweatshirt and corduroy pants. Well, why did Joe leave the green leaves of Elm Street to die on the beach of a coral island? Well, I don't know. Maybe you can figure out for yourself.
Gee, I couldn't really tell you why I got to get in it, Mayor. I hear a lot of stuff and I read a lot of stuff. You know, fancy talk from the big shots. But it ain't that with me. I guess it's... Well, I guess it's just a feeling I'm on the right side. And that side's got to win, regardless.
Yeah, and our Gold Stars 11 and 12 belong to Carlos Santana, section hand of the CS&O Railroad, and Wilhelm Van Dorn, chairman of the board of the Springdale State Bank. Well, death doesn't inquire your professional, financial standing, or marital status, color, or religious preferences. Death has no prejudices at all, no intolerance, and no class distinction. Well, here's Greenwood Cemetery just ahead. The real end of our Springdale Memorial Day Parade.
It was a real nice Memorial Day, Mayor.
Yes.
Yes,
It certainly was, Marilla, sure.
Oh, am I tired? My goodness, I must have walked 20 miles around that cemetery.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'll go in and lie down and listen to the radio before I go up to bed.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm going to sit here and smoke a while.
Oh.
Too nice a night to be inside.
Yeah. Well, good night, Mayor.
Good night, Molly. Good night.
My goodness, the house smells real stuffy. Mayor?
Huh? is it?
Mrs. Atkinson.
Oh, sure. Come on in for a few minutes, won't you?
Thank you. How was the parade?
Oh, fine. Very nice. How was Blueberry Hill?
Very peaceful.
Yeah,
Mayor,
Mrs. Atkinson.
I've been walking and
Yeah?
thinking, do you believe my baby will ever have to go to war and die like his father?
Well, that all depends on us, Mrs. Atkinson.
On us?
Yup. On all of us who belong to those thousands and thousands of men who died in this war.
I don't think I understand.
Well, they gave their lives because they'd been promised that this was to be the last war, final war, to bring the lasting peace forever. Those boys believed that promise, and they died for that promise.
Yes, but...
Yeah, we won the war, all right. Never in all history has there been a more complete, decisive, and unconditional victory. Now it's our job to hold the world to its part of the bargain. Now, it's got to be made to hold to its promise of everlasting peace as made to those boys. And if one man, any man, tries to go back on that promise, somehow, in some way, we've got to destroy him.
Yes. Yes, you're right, Mayor. Remember that speech of Lincoln's that we learned in school? That from these honored dead, we take increased devotion to the cause for which they gave their last full measure of devotion.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. And that these dead shall not have died in vain. Yeah, well, no more wars, Miss Atkinson. No more wars ever. And no new recruits for our future Memorial Day parade.
Have you written us your Noxema experience? Remember, if we read your letter on this program, we'll say thanks with a grand gift jar of Noxema. Here's a letter that sent a gift jar of Noxema skin cream to Mrs. A. Cahill of Chicago, Illinois.
I use Noxema both as a night cream and powder base. Noxema helps my powder stay on all day. My face looks as nice when I come home in the evening as when I leave in the morning. I especially like Noxema because it's greaseless, non-sticky.
You'll be thrilled with Noxema, too, once you see what Noxema can do for your skin. Noxema quickly helps smooth and soften rough, dry skin. Quickly helps heal externally caused blemishes. So get Noxema skin cream right away. Be sure to be with us next week at the same time when the makers of Noxema again present The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore, in a chapter called 2 Votes for Marilli. Our script tonight was written by Charles Caswell, music by Bernard Katz. Mr. Barrymore appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Two Sisters from Boston, starring Katherine Grayson, June Allison, Lauritz Melchior, Jimmy Durante, and Peter Lawford. Stay tuned in now for Ned Calmer and the news over most of these stations. Now, this is Ken Peters wishing you all a very pleasant good night for two famous products.
Noxema skin cream for a smoother skin.
Noxema shave cream for a cooler shave. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The Columbia Network takes pleasure in presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in the second of a unique new summer series of 9 dramatic productions. The first time in its history that radio has brought to the country an entire theatrical institution. Columbia is proud to welcome Orson Welles to its roster of stars and to give him the opportunity of bringing to the air those same qualities of vitality and imagination that have made him the most talked of theatrical director in America today.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles speaking. If there's anything bloodthirstier than a werewolf, it's a pirate. And the Mercury Theater is playing safe. Now, if vampires and their ilk leave you as uncannily cold as old Dracula himself, who was staked down firmly, and it is to be hoped permanently, in his own family plot last week, then there are figures to prove that you are susceptible to buried treasure. We calculate that no decent, law-abiding citizen is immune to pirates. There are cowboys and Indians, there are gangsters and G-men, but these delights are inconstant like the short skirt. I don't care how young you are. Nothing charms, nothing ingratiates, nothing wins like a one-legged, double-barreled buccaneer with earrings, a handkerchief on his head, and a knife in his teeth. What could be more appropriate on the starboard rail of your four-masted brigantine? If you haven't a four-masted brigantine, you have Treasure Island. It's in your library because it's a great English classic, and this evening, because it's a great story, it's on your radio. That's what I mean by playing safe. Once there was a small boy who asked his stepfather, who had written a number of books, please to write something interesting. The stepfather, seeing his point, immediately contributed a serial to something repugnant called Young Folks, a periodical circulated among that section of the English nation known as Tiny Tots, who were very prevalent in the 80s. The name of the serial was The Sea Cook by Captain George North, and if the Tiny Tots didn't think it was interesting, they should have been boiled in oil. The story was begun, the stepfather says, on a chill September morning by the cheek of a brisk fire and the rain drumming on the window. The small boy himself helped a lot, even though Captain North got the credit, and so did a third and equally incurable small boy, the author's father. They drew a map first, the chart of an island showing very queer and wonderful attractions, Spyglass Shoulder, for instance, and Skeleton Island, and the North Cache with the bar silver, and then, on that chill September morning by that brisk fire of theirs, the three plotters buried their plunder, doubloons and louis d'or, gold and silver and rich jewels and pieces of 8. That's why the story was finally called Treasure Island. It's foolish to guess who's tuned in on this broadcast, but if in some way, while we were retelling this story, hoped devoutly that he, who the Samoans laid to rest in the hills of their own faraway Treasure Island and who is still known out there only as the great teller of tales, would not wish tonight as he did so unaccountably first to suppress the real name of Captain George North. The small boy, of course, should have been decorated. It's a better world because he asked for something interesting. But then he was lucky. There are millions and millions of small boys. But only one of us had Robert Louis Stevenson for a stepfather.
Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson, with Orson Welles as Long John Silver and as Jim Hawkins, who tells the story. Treasure Island.
Squire Trelawney, Dr. Livesey, and the rest of the gentlemen having asked me to write down the whole particulars about Treasure Island from the beginning to the end, keeping nothing back but the bearings of the island, and that only because there is treasure not yet lifted, I take up my pen in the year of grace 1783 and go back to that time 19 years ago when my father kept the Admiral Benbow Inn and the brown old seaman with a saber cut first took up his lodging under our roof. I was 14, but I remember him as if it were yesterday. Mother called to me from upstairs.
Yes, Mother?
Jim, there's a man coming up the road. Go out and see what he wants.
He came plodding to the inn door. his sea chest following behind him on a hand barrow. A tall, strong, heavy, nut-brown man, his tarry pigtail falling over the shoulders of his soiled blue coat, his hands ragged and scarred with black broken nails, and the saber cut across one cheek, a dirty, livid white, singing that old sea song that he sang so often afterwards.
Open up in there. Now then, boy.
Yes, sir.
What do you call this place?
The Admiral Benbow Inn, sir.
Admiral Benbow, eh? Nice, lonely-looking, pleasant-situated grog shop. Folks don't come here much, do they, boy? Not much company?
No, sir. More's pity.
No? Well, then it's the berth for me. I'm a plain man, rum and bacon, eggs, all I want, and that head up there for to watch ships off. I have a mind to stay here a bit. Here, you matey. You with the wheelbarrow. Bring up alongside. Help up my chest. You two boys, heavy.
Yes, sir.
Call me Captain, boy. Captain.
Yes, Captain.
Just one thing more.
Yes, Captain?
You ain't seen him, have you?
No, sir. Who do you mean?
Along the road, maybe. You might have seen him somewheres you can't tell. Let me know if you do, boy. A seafaring man.
Yes, sir.
With one leg.
Yes, sir.
Captain!
Yes, Captain.
Bring me a noggin of rum, boy.
And so he came to live under our roof. We never knew his name. We called him the Captain. He was a very silent man by custom all day. He hung around the cove or upon the cliffs with a brass telescope staring out to sea. All evening he sat in a corner of the parlor next to the fire and drank rum and water, very strong. And every day when he came back from his stroll, he would ask the same question.
Jim?
Yes, Captain?
Any seafaring men go by today along the road?
No, Captain.
And Jim?
Yes, sir.
You're a good boy, Jim. You wouldn't lie to me ever, would you, Jim?
No, sir.
You haven't seen him, have you, Jim? Jim, there's a silver fourpenny for you on the first of every month if you'll keep your weather eye open for a seafaring man with one leg. Let me know the moment you see him, won't you, Jim? A seafaring man with one leg.
How that personage haunted my dreams. On stormy nights when the wind shook the four corners of the house and the surf roared along the cove and up the cliffs, I could see him in 1,000 forms. Now the leg would be cut off at the knee, now at the hip. Now he was a monstrous kind of a creature who had never had but one leg, and that in the middle of his body.
You'll keep your weather eye open, won't you, Jim? For a seafaring man with one leg. A seafaring man with one leg.
Months went by. The captain bade fair to ruin us. We kept on staying week after week, month after month.
And never a penny of money, Jim. Not a penny has he paid us since the day he came here. And me, a poor widow woman.
Mother, why don't you ask him for some?
Well, I'll tell you the truth, Jim. I'm afraid to ask him. I'm afraid of the man. Now, if your father was...
In all that time, none of us ever saw him open the great sea chest that was in his room. There were nights when he took a deal more rum and water than his head could carry. Often I heard the house shaking and all the neighbors joining in for dear life.
Drink and the devil has done. Quiet, amidships! Quiet!
He would force them all to listen to his stories. Dreadful stories they were, about hanging and walking the plank and storms at sea and the dry Tortugas and wild deeds in places on the Spanish Main. By his own account, he must have lived his life among some of the wickedest men that God ever allowed upon the sea. The captain had been living with us almost a year when there occurred the first of the mysterious events that rid us at last of his presence. It was one January morning, very early, a pinching, frosty morning, the captain had risen earlier than usual and set down the beach with his telescope under his arm. My mother was upstairs, and I was lying at the breakfast table against the captain's return when the parlor door opened and a stranger stepped in.
Sonny, come here, Sonny. Is this table for my mate Bill?
I don't know you, mate Bill. I'm laying this for a man who stays in the house. We call him the captain.
Well, my mate Bill would be called the captain like as not. Now, we'll put it for argument like that your captain's got a cut on one cheek. And we'll put it, if you like, that cheek's the right one, eh? Well, God save me, there he is now. There's my mate Bill. That's him with a spyglass under his arm. Bless his old heart, to be sure. You and me'll just get back behind the door, Sonny, and we'll give Bill a little surprise, we will. Bless his heart, I says again.
On a dead man's chest. Yo.
Hello, Bill. Come, Bill. You knows me. You knows an old shipmate, Bill, surely.
Black dog.
Black dog as ever was. Bill. We've seen a sight of times, us two.
So you run me down. Here I am. We'll speak up. What is it?
That's you, Bill. You're in the right of it, Billy. I'll have a glass of rum from this dear child here, what I've took such a liking to. And we'll sit down, if you please, and talk square like old shipmates. Sit down, Bill. And you, Sonny, get out.
Yes, sir.
And none of your keels on me, do you hear?
For a while, I could hear nothing but a low gabbing. Suddenly, the voices began to grow higher.
No. And an end on it. If it comes to swinging, swing all. Say aye!
I saw Black Dog streaming blood run off down the road. Presently, the captain returned, alone.
Give me some rum.
Captain, are you hurt?
I must get away from here. Get away, that's what. I must get away from here.
What's happened, Jim? What's happened?
It's the captain, Mother.
The captain?
Oh, dearie me, what a disgrace. I've been afraid of something like this ever since he came into the house with that old chest of his.
I got the rum and tried to put it down his throat, but his teeth were tightly shut and his jaws were as strong as iron. An hour later, our friend Dr. Livesey came.
Doctor, what shall we do?
Where is he wounded, Doctor?
Wounded? A fiddlestick's end. No more wounded than you or I. The man's had a stroke.
Where's Black Dog?
Black Dog? There is no Black Dog except what you have in your own back. You've been drinking rum, man, and you've had a stroke. Now, listen to me. One glass of rum a day won't kill you. But if you take one, you'll take another and another, and then you'll die. Die and go to your own place like the man in the Bible, and the world will be rid of a very dirty scoundrel. Do you understand that? The name of rum for you is death.
About noon the next day, I stopped at the captain's door with some medicine.
Who is it?
It's me, Jim.
Come in, Jim. Come in.
He was lying very much as we'd left him.
Jim, you're the only one here that's worth anything. You know I always been good to you. Never a month but I've given you a silver fourpenny for yourself. Now you see me, I'm pretty low and deserted by all. Jim, you'll bring me a noggin of rum, won't you, matey?
But the doctor...
Doctors is all swabs! Don't have a drain of rum, Jim. I'll have the horrors. I've seen some of them already. I've seen old Flint in the corner there behind you, as plain as print. I've seen him. Jim, I'll give you a golden guinea for a noggin.
When I brought it to him, he seized it greedily and drank it out.
That's some better, sure enough. Now, matey, did that doctor say how long I was to lie here in this old berth?
Why, a week at least.
Thunder, a week! I can't do that. They'll have the black spot on me by then. The lovers is going about getting the wind of me this blessed moment. Lovers couldn't keep what they got. And what a nail, what's another's? It's in my old sea chest, Jim. The thing they're after. They'll tip me the black spot, I know it. I was first mate, I was. Old Flint's first mate. And I'm the only one as knows the place he buried it. He gave it me at Savannah when he lay a-dying.
What's the black spot, Captain?
A summons from old Flint's crew. A summons. And them as gets it, Jim, is lucky when they're dead.
So, a week went by. And then, about 3 o'clock of a bitter, foggy, frosty afternoon, I saw someone drawing slowly near along the road. He was plainly blind, for he tapped before him with a stick. And he wore a great green shade over his eyes and nose. And he was hunched as if with age or weakness, and wore a huge old tattered sea cloak with a hood.
Christian friends, take pity on a poor blind mariner as has lost the precious sight of his eyes in the gracious defense of his native country, England, and God bless King George. Where or in what part of his country he may now be?
You were at the Admiral Benbow Inn, sailor.
Eh?
Black Hill Cove.
I hear a voice, a young voice. It's here where I miss me deadlights. Will you give me your hand, my kind young friend, and lead me into the captain?
I held out my hand, and the horrible, soft-spoken, eyeless creature gripped it in a moment like a vice.
No, boy. Take me into the captain.
Sir, upon my word, I dare not.
You heard me. Take me in straight.
Oh!
Will you take me into the captain?
Yes, sir.
Good. And when I'm in view, say to him, he's a friend for you, Bill Bones. If you don't, I'll twist your arm right out of your body. Do you hear?
Yes, sir.
Stash, you passer, damn you. Now, forward march.
Here's a friend for you, Bill Bones.
Now, Bill, sit where you are. Business is business. Hold out your left hand, Bill. Boy, take his left hand by the wrist and bring it near to my right. Here's a little bit of paper for you, Bill Bones. Now that's done, I'll be going. Goodbye, Bill. Goodbye.
Jim?
Yes, Captain?
What time is it, Jim?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, 6 hours. We'll daddle 'em yet, Pew and Black Dog and Long John Silver. The whole crew of 'em will.
Captain. Captain. Captain! Captain!
The captain was dead. And there we were, my mother and I, a woman and a boy of 14, alone at night in the house with the dead captain's body on the parlor floor.
You know this money he does. A whole year, never a penny from him. And me a poor widow.
But, Mother, if Black Dog comes back or the blind man...
Black Dog fiddlesticks. There's something in that old chest of his upstairs that's rightfully mine. And we'll have that chest open if we die for it.
Mother.
Close the blinds, Jim. We don't want anybody watching us from the outside. We have to get the key off him.
Look, Mother. Look.
On the floor, close to the dead man's hand, there was a little round of paper, blackened on one side.
The black spot.
I took it up and found...
You have till 10 tonight. 4 hours.
Now, Jim, find that key.
I felt in his pockets one after another.
Perhaps it's round his neck. Get open his shirt.
There, sure enough, hanging on a bit of tarry string, we found the key. Then my mother got a candle in the bar, and holding each other's hands, we went upstairs to his room.
Give me the key, Jim. Now then. Oh, nothing in here. Not a thing of value, not a penny.
Mother, look.
There, before us, lay the last things in the chest. A bundle tied up in oilcloth looking like papers, and a canvas bag that gave forth at a touch the jingle of gold.
You see, Jim, I knew we'd find it. But I'll show these rogues that I'm an honest woman. I'll have me doing not a farthing over. Here, Jim, hold this bag.
The coins were of all countries and sizes. Doubloons and louis d'or, and guineas and pieces of 8.
Mother.
What is it, Jim?
Mother, listen. Come, Mother. Mother, take the hold and let's be going.
No, I'll have me do, Jim, and no more.
But, Mother, you heard him. That was the blind man.
I know what I'm doing. I know the right.
But, Mother, you don't know.
Oh, dear. I'll take what I have.
And I'll take these papers. Quick, Mother, quick. Take my hand.
Next moment, we had opened the door and were in full retreat toward the village.
Look, Jim. Over the hill. There they come.
Run, Mother, run.
Oh, Jim. Jim, I'm going to faint. Oh, Jim. Take the money and go on.
Mother.
Oh.
Mother.
She had fainted. I managed somehow to drag her down the bank into the shadow of the ditch. A moment later, the house was surrounded.
Bones! Bones! Bill Bones! Will you answer me? Down with the door, then! In, you lovers! Loot the house and find it! Bill's dead! What's you? Bill's dead! Let him, you shirking lovers, and the rest of you locked and get the check.
It was a good thing my mother had fainted, or she would have had to watch with me while our poor house was pulled apart and smashed. Whatever it was they were after, they did not find it.
Well, is it there?
The money's there!
Jim, what is it, Jim? What are they after?
The map, Mother. Flint's map.
Right, you. That's the signal. Tell him that. Hold on, you sneaks. It's in the house. You know it is. Shiver my soul if I had my eye. The signal, too. The signal. You dogs. You had your hand on hundreds, on thousands. Are you giving up now? You'd be as rich as kings if you can find it, and you know it's there, and you stand there skulking. There wasn't one of you there, face Bill, and I did it. A blind man, and I had to lose my chance for you. I'm to be a poor crawling beggar spongy for rum when I might be rolling in a couch. If I had the pluck of a weevil in a sea biscuit among the lot of you.
That's the last signal.
Doc! Black dog! Johnny! Dirk! You won't leave old Bill Mace. Not
old Pew. Johnny. Black Dog. Don't leave old Pew. Not old Pew, not old dog.
When they picked him up where he lay on the road on his side, Pew was stone dead. The horsemen, as it turned out, were revenue officers with some news of a strange lugger in Kit's Hole, and they set forth that night in our direction. They took my mother to a neighbor's house.
So, Hawkins, they got the money, you say? Well, what in fortune were they after? More money, I suppose.
No, Sergeant. Not money, I think. In fact, sir, I believe I have the thing in my breast pocket. And to tell you the truth, I should like to put it in safety.
To be sure, boy, quite right. I'll take it.
I thought perhaps Dr. Livesey...
yes, Dr. Livesey. Perfectly right, perfectly right. A gentleman and a magistrate. Doctor?
Yes, sir.
You have a good horse. Take this slide up behind you.
Yes, sir.
We rode hard all the way till we came to Dr. Livesey's door.
Dr. Livesey, the doctor's stopping tonight at the Squire's. Squire's? So there we go, boys.
We'd arrived at the Squire's. He rose to meet us very stately and condescending.
Come in, gentlemen.
Good evening, Squire. Good evening, Dr. Livesey.
Good evening to you, friend Jim. What good wind brings you here?
Then the officer stood up straight and stiff and told his story.
Sergeant, you're a very noble fellow. This lad Hawkins is a tramdiver thief. Hawkins, ring that bell. Sergeant must have the mail.
And so, Jim, you have the thing that they were after, have you?
Here it is, sir.
You've heard of this Captain Flint, I suppose, Squire?
Heard of him? Heard of him, you say? He was the bloodthirstiest buccaneer that sailed. Blackbeard was a child to Flint. The Spaniards were so prodigiously afraid of him that I tell you, sir, I was sometimes proud he was an Englishman.
Important to me is, had he money?
Money! One of those villains after but money.
That we shall soon know. What I want to know is this. Suppose I have here in my pocket some clue to where Flint buried his treasure. Will that treasure amount to much?
Amount, sir? It'll amount to this. If we have the clue you talked about, I fit out a ship in Bristol Dock and take you and Hawkins here along, and I'll have that treasure if I search a year, sir.
Very well. Now, if Jim is agreeable, we'll open the packet. A map of an island with latitude and longitude and writing. Tall tree, spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the north of northeast. Skeleton Island, southeast by east, 10 feet. The bar silver is in the north cap.
Dave, you'll give up this wicked practice at once. Tomorrow, I start for Bristol. In 3 weeks' time, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 10 days, we'll have the best ship, sir, and the choicest crew in England. Hawkins shall come as cabin boy. You live as ship's doctor. I am admiral.
I'll go with you, Squire. So will Jim. And be a credit to the undertaking. There's only one man I'm afraid of.
Who's that? Name the dog, sir.
You, sir. For you cannot hold your tongue.
In a few moments, we shall be bound for Treasure Island with Dr. Livesey, Squire Trelawney, and Jim Hawkins. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Tonight, the Columbia Network is bringing you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in Robert Louis Stevenson's Treasure Island. As Jim Hawkins was telling us, we are eager to leave the Benbow Inn behind and set out for the docks in Bristol.
It was longer than the Squire imagined ere we were ready for the sea. Weeks passed on. Then, one fine day, there came a letter from the Squire, from Bristol.
Here, Livesey. The ship is moored and fitted. Lies at anchor ready for sea. It was the crew that delayed me, till the most remarkable stroke of fortune brought me the very man that I required. I was standing on the dock, when by the merest accident I fell in talk with him. He had hobbled down there that morning with a parrot on his shoulder to get a smell of salt, he said. Out of pure pity, I engaged him on the spot to be ship's cook.
Long John Silver, he is called, and has lost an egg. Well, sir, I thought I'd only found the cook, but it was a crew I'd discovered. Between Silver and myself, we got together in a few days a company of the toughest old sorts imaginable. I declare we could fight the frigate. Seaman ho! Hang the treasure! It's the glory of the sea that has turned my head.
On the 16th of April, the schooner Hispaniola set sail from Bristol Harbor. It was more than 19 years ago, but I can remember it as if it were yesterday.
Me and my new blue cabin boys were
19 years ago.
leaning over the rail, waving goodbye to my mother, and doing my best not to cry. For at the last moment, it sort of hurt to leave her, and it was the first time I had been away from home. Then, a little before noon, Captain Smollett gave an order. The boatswain sounded his pipe, and the crew began to man the capstan bar. Soon, the anchor was short up. Soon it was hanging dripping at the bars. Soon the sail began to draw, and the land and shipping to flit by on either side. The Hispaniola had begun her voyage to the Isle of Treasure. On the second day out, I made the acquaintance of our one-legged ship's cook, Long John Silver.
Hey there, boy. Come in. Come on into Long John's galley.
To tell you the truth, at the very first mention of Long John Silver in the squire's letter, I had taken a fear in my mind that this might be the very one-legged sailor that I had watched for all those months at the Benbow Inn. But one look at him was enough. I had seen Captain Bones and Black Dog and Blind Pew, and I knew what a buccaneer looked like. Very different from this clean and pleasant-looking sea cook. His left leg was cut off close to the hip, and under the left shoulder he carried a crutch, which he managed wonderfully, hopping about on it like a bird.
Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight.
Are you Mr. Silver, sir?
Yes, me lad, such is my name to be sure. And you're Hawkins, eh? Nobody more welcome than yourself, me lad, in old John's galley. Sit down, hear the news. Your first trip to sea, Hawkins?
Yes, sir.
Well. Well, there's a lot of things you're going to learn before this your voyage is over. What do you think, Hawkins? And if there's anything you want to know, Hawkins, you just come to old John Silver and ask him, see? He'll tell you.
His galley was as clean as a new pin. The dishes hanging up burnished, and his parrot in a cage in one corner.
Yes, Captain Flint. I call my parrot Captain Flint. Yeah, the parrot after the famous buccaneer. Yes, Captain Flint, predicting success to our voyage. Wasn't you, Captain? Yeah, she's a powerful old bird, is Captain Flint. 200 years old if she's a day, and if anybody's seen more wickedness, it must be the devil himself. She sailed with England, the great Captain England, the pirate, on the old Walrus. It's Flint's old ship. But I've seen her muck with the red blood and fit to sink with gold. She's been at Madagascar and at Malabar and Suriname and Providence and Portobello. To look at her, you'd think she was a baby, Hawkins, but you smell powder, haven't you, Captain?
Stand by to go about.
And blood, eh, Captain?
Order amidship. Animal hands.
And pieces of eight, eh, Captain?
Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight.
At the end of the third week, we left Madeira behind us. The ship proved to be a good ship. The crew seemed to be capable seamen. There was only one man aboard who was not satisfied, and that was the ship's master, Captain Smollett.
I'll speak plain. I don't like it. I don't like this cruise. I don't like the men. I don't like me officers. That's short and sweet.
But nobody paid much attention to him. Every man on board seemed well content. Double grog was served on the least excuse. There was duff on odd days, and always a barrel of apples standing broached in the waist, for anyone to help himself that had a fancy.
Never knew good come of it yet. Spoil folks' lands, make devils. That's my belief. We're not home again yet.
But good did come of that apple barrel. It was about the last day of our outward voyage. Sometime that night, or at latest before noon of the morrow, we should sight the Treasure Island. Just after sundown, when all my work was over, I thought I should like an apple. I ran on deck. The watch was all forward, looking out for the island. I got into the apple barrel. Suddenly, I heard voices on deck.
Look here, Barbecue. How long are we going to stand off and on like a blessed bamboo? By thunder, I want to go into that cabin, I do. I want their pickles and wine and their...
How long? By the powers, the last moment I can manage, and that's how long. How many tall ships, think you, have I seen laid aboard? And how many brisk lads drying in the sun at Execution Dock? And all for this same hurry, and hurry, and hurry. He's a first-rate seaman, Captain Smollett. Sails the blessed ship for us.
They're all seamen aboard here, I should
All
think.
forecastle hands, you mean? I know the sort you are. You're never happy till you're drunk.
It's your Long John.
I don't know what his treasure is, do I? No more to use as you, and here's this squire and doctor with a map and such. Well, then I mean this squire and doctor shall find the treasure for us and help us to get it aboard by the powers. After that...
After that, what do we do with them, Don Silver, after that?
Well, what would you think we does with them? Put them ashore like maroons? Or cut them down like that much pork? Duty is duty, mate. Wait. Wait is what I says. When the time comes, why, let her rip.
Land ho! What's that? What's that? Land
Away to the southwest of us, we saw it. Treasure Island. 10 minutes later, we were gathered in the cabin. The squire, Dr. Livesey, the captain, and myself.
Now, Hawkins, you have something to say. Speak up.
I did as I was bid. I told them the whole story of Silver's conversation. When that was done, all three, one after another, and each with a bow, drank my good health. Then the squire rose.
Captain Smollett, you were right and I was wrong. I own myself an ass. I await your orders, sir.
Silver is a remarkable man.
Here's the way I see it. We must go on because we can't turn back. And what I propose is that we don't wait for them to surprise us, but that we come to blows at our own time and when they least expect it. There must be some faithful hands left. Well, we must find out who they are.
Jim Shear can help us more than anyone. The men are not shy with him, and Jim is a noticing lad.
Hawkins, I put prodigious faith in you.
In the meantime, talk as we please, there were only 7 out of 26 on whom we knew we could rely. And of these 7, I was a boy, so that the grown men on our side were 6 to their 19. Next morning, there was not a breath of air moving, nor a sound, but that of the surf booming half a mile away along the beaches. A peculiar stagnant smell hung over the anchorage. The heat was sweltering, and the men grumbled fiercely over their work. Mutiny, it was plain, hung over us like a thundercloud. Around noon, Captain Smollett came up on deck.
Hey, lads! We're not saying we're all trying another sort. Quick turn ashore and let nobody, so you can take the gig. As many as please may go ashore for the afternoon.
Hey, wait a minute, man. What's the hurry?
John Silver suspected a trick. He hopped around the deck on his one leg.
What's the hurry? Wait a bit, will you, man?
Soon the party was organized. 6 fellows were to stay on board, and 13, including Silver, began to embark. Suddenly, I had a mad notion to go ashore, too. In a jiffy, I had slipped over the side and curled up in the foresheets of the nearest boat. No one took notice of me. The crews raced for the beach. No sooner had we touched shore than I leaped out and plunged into the nearest thicket. Behind me, I could hear John Silver's voice.
Hey, Jim! Jim, my boy! Hey, Jim! 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 Jim!
John Silver was quick at his work. 2 faithful members of the crew were murdered on the island that afternoon. Only an hour after we landed. The second killing I saw with my own eyes. From where I lay hidden among the trees.
Will you tell me you let yourself be led away with that kind of a mess of swabs?
As soon as God sees me, I'd sooner lose me hand than turn to give me duty.
Mate, it's because I think's gold dust of you. Gold dust.
John Silver, you're mate of mine no more. If I die like a dog, I'll die in me duty. You've killed Alan, have you? Kill me too if you can. But I defy you.
He started to walk away.
Try this, then.
Long John whipped the crutch out of his armpit and sent it hurtling through the air. It struck him in the back and killed him. Then Silver brought out a whistle. I didn't wait. I ran. I ran as I never ran before.
Daddy
I looked up the side of a hill. Far above me, I saw something leap behind the trunk of a tree. It seemed dark and shaggy. I turned and began to run. Suddenly, the thing appeared in front of me, and running forward, threw itself on its knees before me, and held out its clasped hands in supplication. Who are you?
I'm poor Ben Gunn, I am. I haven't smoked with Christian these 3 years.
3 years? Were you shipwrecked?
No, mate, marooned. 3 years. Lived on goats since then, and berries and oysters. Mate, my heart is sore for Christian diet. You mightn't happen to have a piece of cheese about you now? No? Well, many's a night I've dreamed of cheese, toasted mostly, and woke up again, and here I was. What'd you call yourself, mate?
Jim.
Jim? Jim. Yeah. Well, now, Jim, you wouldn't think I was rich to look at me, would you now?
I know not in particular.
Oh, well, but I am, Jim. I'm rich, powerful rich. Oh, Jim, you'll bless your stars, you will. You was the first that found me.
Suddenly his eye fell on the Hispaniola lying far below it. Between it and the land was the jolly boat, with 5 men moving toward shore. But I could not tell if they were our men or the mutineers.
Jim, tell me true. That ain't Flint's ship?
It's not Flint's ship, and Flint is dead. There are some of Flint's hands aboard, worse luck for the rest of us.
Not a man with one leg?
Silver?
Whoa! If you were sent for Long John... Oh! I'm as good as pork, I know it. I was in Flint's ship with John Silver when old Flint buried the treasure. He and 6 along, 6 strong seamen. They was ashore nigh on a week. And then one day here come Flint by himself in a little boat, and the 6 all dead. Dead and buried along with the treasure. How he done it, not a man of us could make out.
I told him the purpose of our voyage and the predicament in which we now found ourselves.
Oh, that Long John, he's a bad un. And you're all in a clove hitch, ain't you? Well, you just put your trust in Ben Gunn. Ben Gunn's the man to help you. You tell that to your squire, Jim. Ben Gunn's the man, that's what you say. And Ben Gunn says you has ideas of his own. Ah! Look at that.
Far below us, we saw a Union Jack fluttering in the air above the woods.
There's your friend, sure enough.
More likely it's mutineers.
No, mate, Silver Fly, the Jolly Roger. That's your friend, sure enough, ashore in the old stockade made years and years ago by Flint. Whoa! What's that?
That's the ship's cannon. They're shooting at the stockade. Come on.
Wait a minute, Jim. Wait. Ben Gunn is spy. Rum wouldn't bring me down there. But remember, Jim, Ben Gunn's the man to help you. And when Ben Gunn is wanted, you knows where to find him. Just where you found him today.
He started to run towards the flag.
Hey, Jim! Jim!
Yes, sir?
Yeah, you won't forget that piece of cheese, will you, mate?
It was less than a mile to the stockade. It was heavy running through the woods. The shooting was getting louder. Suddenly before me, I saw a clearing. The smoke of muskets fired nearby. Hey there!
Who goes there?
Hey! Don't shoot, it's me!
Who's me?
Me! Jim Hawkins!
It's Jim!
A moment later, I was over the stockade among my friends. And soon afterwards, the firing ceased. The mutineers were saving their powder. The stockade was a good place, with a paling 6 feet high all around it. We could have held it against the regiment. And here Captain Smollett decided to stay and await our enemy's next move. I told Dr. Livesey and the squire about Ben Gunn.
Hey! Flag a truce! Flag a truce!
Who's that? It's Silver. Keep indoors, men. 10 to 1, this is a trick. Who goes? Stand or we fire.
Flag a truce!
Doctors, watch on the lookout. Dr. Livesey, take the north side, if you please. Yes. Jim, the east. Gray, west. The watch below, all hands to load muskets. Lively men, and careful. What do you want with your flag of truce?
Captain Silver, sir! Come to my term! Captain Silver? Why, you black-hearted scoundrel!
Silence, sir! Silence. If you wish to talk to me, you can come, and that's all. If there's any treachery, it'll be on your side, and the Lord help you.
That's enough, Captain. A word from you's enough. I know a gentleman, and you may lay to that.
You'd better sit down.
You ain't gonna let me inside, Captain? It's a main cold morning, to be sure, sir, to sit outside upon the sand. Oh, there's Jim, the top of the morning to you, Jim. Well, there you're all together like a happy family in a manner of speaking.
If you've anything to say, my man, better say it.
Right you were, Captain Smollett. Duty is duty, to be sure. Well, here it is. We want that treasure. We'll have it. That's our point. You just soon save your lives, I reckon, and that's yours. You have a chart, haven't you?
That's as may be.
Oh, well, you have. I know that. What I mean is, we want your chart. You give us the chart to get the treasure by, and I'll give you my affidavit upon my word of honor to clap you somewhere safe ashore.
Is that all you have to say?
Every last word, by thunder. Refuse that, and you've seen the last of me but musket balls.
Very good. Now you lay me. If you'll come up one by one, unarmed, I'll engage to clap you all in irons and take you home to a fair trial in England. If you won't, as my name's Alexander Smollett, I've flown Miss Sovereign's colours, and I'll see you all to Davy Jones. You can't find the treasure. You can't sail the ship. And you can't fight us. I stand here and tell you so. And at the last good word you'll get from me. Now, tramp, me lad.
Laugh! Laugh, by thunder, laugh. For an hour doubt, you'll laugh on the other side. And then the die will be the lucky ones.
10 minutes later, nothing remained of the attacking party but the 5 who had fallen. 4 on the inside and 1 on the outside of the palisade. The mutineers did not come back that night. They had got their rations, as the captain put it. The next day was stifling hot. After dinner, Dr. Livesey sent for me.
Jim, was it cheese you said Ben Gunn had a fancy for?
Yes, sir, cheese.
Well, Jim, just see the good that comes of being dainty in your food. You've seen my snuff box, haven't you? And you never saw me take snuff. The reason being that in my snuff box I carry a piece of Parmesan cheese. A cheese made in Italy, very nutritious. Well, that's for Ben Gunn. Oh, goodbye, my lad.
Then he took up his hat and pistols, girt on his cutlass, put the chart in his pocket, and set off briskly through the trees. That afternoon, the blockhouse being stifling hot, and the little patch of sand inside the palisade ablaze with midday sun, and so much blood about me, and so many poor dead bodies lying around, a new idea came into my head. This was to swim out under cover of the night, cut the Hispaniola adrift, and let her go ashore where she fancied. The mutineers, after their repulse of the morning, had nothing nearer their hearts than to up anchor and away to sea. This, I thought, would be a fine thing to prevent. It was evening when I reached the east coast of the island. I could see the Hispaniola lying at anchor offshore. And there was the Jolly Roger, the black flag of piracy, flying from her peak. As the last rays of daylight dwindled and disappeared, absolute darkness settled down on Treasure Island. The next night, I was back on land. I was proud of myself, and with good reason. I had grounded the Hispaniola, beached her up tidily in the North Inlet with no harm done, safe from the mutineers. I had no trouble finding the stockade. Coming in from the shore, keeping close in shadow where the darkness was thickest, I crept into the blockhouse. I could see nothing. The doctor and the squire must have worried about me. I should lie down in my own place, I thought, and enjoy their faces when they found me in the morning. I felt for a place to lie down.
Pieces of eight! Pieces of eight!
Now go!
Pieces of eight!
Now go! Bring a torch, Dick. Well, shiver my timbers. Jim Hawkins. Dropped in like, eh? Quite a pleasant surprise for poor old John. I've always liked you, I have, Jim, for a lad of spirit. I picked you my own self when I was young and handsome. Always wanted you to join my camp and take your share and die a gentleman. And now, my cock, you've got to. You can't go back to your own lot.
Where are they?
Now, where do you think, my son?
Have you killed them?
What do you think?
Well, I'm not such a fool, but I know pretty well what I have to look for. But there's a thing or two I have to tell you. And the first is this. Here you are in a bad way. Ship lost, treasure lost, men lost. And if you want to know who did it, it was I. I was in the apple barrel the night we sighted land. And I heard you, John, and you, Dick Johnson, and Hans, who is now at the bottom of the sea, and told every word you said before the hour was out. And as for the schooner, it was I who cut her cable. And it was I who brought her where you'll never see her more, not one of you. I no more fear you than I fear a fly.
I'll put one of that in here, go, you sneaking son of a truck. So would I. Come on, sir.
Who are you, Tom Morgan? Maybe you thought you was captains here, perhaps.
Only that I killed the boy.
Did any of you gentlemen want to have it out with me? Him that wants it shall get it. You won't fight, then by thunder you'll obey. You may lay to it. I like that boy now. Never seen a better boy than that. He's more a man than any para-ratty in this here house. What I say is this, let me see him that'll lay a hand on him, that's what I say. And you may lay to it. Seem to have a lot to say. Pipe up and let me hear it, or lay to.
Yeah.
What?
We got something for you, Jordan.
Step up, I won't bite you. Hand it over, lubber. The black spot. I thought so. What's on it? Deposed. Deposed, that's it, is it? Very pretty wrote, to be sure. Like print, I swear. But it ain't one bit prettier wrote than this.
What's that?
And what does it look like, lads? A chart, that's what it is. A chart! A chart of this island, old Flint's chart. Now, what do you say to that?
Yes, that's Flint, sure enough. That's it. Say, and a clovage to it. So he done ever. Silver's the man. Silver. Silver about Captain Leg. Barbecue for them. Barbecue for Captain. John Silver, the
That was the end of the night's business. Only much later, I woke up suddenly and felt someone beside me.
Jim, my boy.
Yes, Long John?
I saved your life here tonight, Jim. Now, you and me stick close, Jim, back to back like in case of trouble. And talking of trouble, Jim, why did those friends of yours leave that shot behind when they cleared out of here? They did, though. I came in here this morning and found the place empty and the chart lying there on the table where I couldn't miss it. And there's something under that. Something under that. Good or bad.
The next morning, we set out after the treasure.
Tall tree, spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the north and northeast. Skeleton Island, east, southeast, and by east, 10 east.
Hey, over there! Come quick!
At the foot of a pine, half covered with green creeper, a human skeleton lay on the ground.
A skeleton, by God!
It lay perfectly straight, the feet pointing in one direction, the hands raised above its head like a diver's, pointing directly in the opposite.
It ain't natural. It ain't natural, but you know, lads, I've a notion in my old numbskull. Now, here's the compass. There's the tip-top point of Skeleton Island sticking out like a tooth. Just take a bearing, will you, along the line of them bones?
East, southeast, and by...
I thought so. There's a pointer. Right up there's our line for the Pole Star and the Jolly Dollars. This is one of Flint's jokes, and no mistake. Him and these six was alone here. Alone, he killed 'em. Every man. And this one yawled up here and laid down by the compass, yes. 6 they were, and 6 we are. And bones is what they are now.
I saw him dead, old Flint. There he laid with penny pieces on his eyes.
Dead, aye, sure enough he's dead. But if ever spirit walked, it'd be Flint's. He had heart, but he died bad, did Flint.
Oh, that he did.
May not it were. And the windy was open, and I hear that old song of his coming out clear as hell. And the death hole on man already.
Listen. Do you hear what I hear? That's Flint again. Old Flint. Oh, Lord. It was his last words. Old Flint's last words about board.
Oh, Lord, have mercy on me. Shipmates! Shipmates! That's 750,000 pounds, not a quarter of a mile from here. When did a gentleman of fortune show his star to that much dollars for a boozy old seaman with a blue mug? And him dead, too?
Hello there, John. Don't you cross his spirit.
Spirit? Well, maybe. You know whose voice that was? It was like a somebody else's. It was like a... By the powers! Ben Gunn!
Aye?
Aye.
So it were. Ben Gunn it were. Why, nobody minds Ben Gunn. Dead or alive, nobody minds him.
Spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the northeast Skeleton Island, southeast and by east, 10 feet.
Hey, mate, here's the tall tree.
The first of the tall trees was reached, and by bearing proved the wrong one. So did the second. So the third.
Here it is! Aye! From God! Betty! Here it is!
Before us was a great excavation. In this was the shaft of a pick broken in two, and the boards of several packing cases strewn around, all branded with the name Walrus, the name of Flint's ship. The treasure had been found and rifled. The 700,000 pounds were gone. We turned and saw above us on the edge of the pit Ben Gunn, Dr. Livesey, Gray, and the squire, all with muskets. The doctor's plan had worked. The pirates had fallen into his trap.
Silver, you're a prodigious villain and an impostor, sir. You saved this boy's life, and I'll not prosecute you. But the dead men, sir, hang about your neck like millstones.
Thank you kindly, sir.
I dare you to thank me. It's a gross dereliction of my duty. Stand back!
It took us 3 days to move the treasure from Ben Gunn's cave on board ship. On the 8th day of December, the Hispaniola reached Bristol. 5 men only of those who had sailed returned with her.
Well, that was 19 years ago. All of us had an ample share of the treasure and used it, wisely or foolishly according to our natures. Captain Smollett is now retired from the sea. As for Ben Gunn, he got 1,000 pounds, which he spent or lost in 19 days, for he was back begging on the 20th. Silver vanished on the voyage one night off the coast of Mexico, and we heard no more of him. The bar Silver and the arms still lie, for all I know, where Flint buried them. And certainly they shall lie there for all of me. Oxen and wain ropes would not bring me back again to that accursed island. The worst dreams that ever I have are when I hear the surf booming about its coast or start upright in bed, with the sharp voice of Captain Flint still ringing in my ears.
Pieces of eight, 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 pieces of eight.
been listening to Treasure Island, starring Orson Welles as Long John Silver in his own radio version of Stevenson's great adventure story. This is the second in a series of 9 special broadcasts presented by the Mercury Theater. And here is Orson Welles himself, writer, director, and star of these programs, to tell you about next week's production. Orson Welles.
First of all, I'd like you to meet Jim Hawkins, Jr. Our leading man is 14 years old. Last season, he made a really startling contribution to the stage history of Shakespeare's plays. This was during the course of some experiments with the Mercury Theater sprinkler system. As a consequence of what must certainly have been extensive research in that field, he caused it to rain, actually to rain, and copiously to rain, where in more than 300 years it has never rained in Julius Caesar before. It rained on Brutus. It rained all over Brutus. In the Forum, I was Brutus, and I ought to know. Now, as dramatic criticism, I found this telling and even final. There's a surprise item in the funeral scene. I can assure you that the unexpected appearance on the stage of so many gallons of real water created in us all an impression that was almost overwhelming. Our popular leading man says that he did it all with a match. I don't dare think what he'll do. He's old enough to run for president. But meanwhile, no matter what happens to the plumbing, he can always work for the Mercury. As you've probably discovered, he's something more than a very gifted performer. And as I told you, he's something less than 15. His name shall not be withheld. I refer to that fine old actor, Arthur Anderson. Mr. Anderson is not new to the microphone nor the Mercury. He was prominent in Shoemaker's Holiday and in Julius Caesar as Brutus's boy Jeeves, the sleepy-eyed, silver-throated Lucius in brass buttons. He was at least unforgettable. As to our celebrated Mark Antony, George Coulouris, who has always somehow cleverly escaped Rainmaker Anderson, he played Captain Smollett tonight. Eustace Wyatt, late housebreaker of Heartbreak House, was the squire. Ray Collins is responsible for Ben Gunn, among other things. And that was Alfred Shirley as Blind Pew. Then you heard Stephen Fox and Agnes guess what she played, Moorhead, and a Mercury roundup, William Allen and Richard Wilson inclusive. Jim Hawkins Sr. will bear no comment. Next week, we offer you the ominous and authentic click of the world's most famous knitting needles. Madame Lafarge's needles and Madame herself, Dr. Manette, Sidney Carton, and the entire French Revolution, same time, same station. It is a far, far better thing that I do than I've ever done. Charles Dickens, that is correct. That is absolutely correct. Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities. There is at this moment a disturbance in the sub-control room, and if it isn't a tumbril, it's Arthur Anderson. It's a good thing the program's over. Good night, everybody. Thanks. Please write me the stories you'd like to hear, and goodbye till next week.
Remember, 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time next Monday night for the Mercury Theater on the Air with A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. On tonight's production, Bernard Herrmann composed the original music and conducted, and Davidson Taylor supervised for the Columbia Network. Dan Seymour speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. When treaties were signed with the Indians after the close of the Civil War, the frontier looked forward to peace and security. But renegade white men worked on the superstitions of the red men and roused them to rebellion. It was the masked rider of the plains who realized the cause of these fresh outbreaks, and was he more than any other man who made possible a permanent peace between the Indians and the settlers. Return with us now to the thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Thundercloud's tribe is on the warpath. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
A great waterfall cascaded into a deep pool set among huge trees. Suddenly a drum sounded. It seemed to come from the water itself, and knee-deep in the swirling water, Chief Thundercloud and his braves stood waiting.
This is not good, my people. There is no evil spirit of the water. It is some trick of the wind and waterfall that make the drums beat. Hear me. I am Thundercloud, your chief. There is spirit in water. Adota, speak not words when your chief speaks. There is drum in water. It is new spirit. Look, the water bubbles. This is superstition. There is no spirit. It cannot be. The spirit of water.
Braves,
It speaks.
braves, hear me. I am the spirit of the water. I have come to rule over you.
We hear and obey, Great Spirit.
You must cast out your chiefs. Cast out all who do not believe in me.
Aye! Chief Thundercloud does not believe.
You must cast out all who do not believe.
Braves, hear me. I am Thundercloud, your chief. This thing is evil. You must not do as he commands. Silence, Thundercloud. When Great Water Spirit speaks, we must listen.
Drive him out. Drive Thundercloud out. Let him roam with the buffalo. He is old. Drive him out.
We hear, Water Spirit. Drive out, old chief. No, no, my people, no.
Drive him out.
Look, the Spirit of Water has disappeared. He's vanished beneath waves. He is Great Spirit. He commands magic. We must obey him. Stop! I am your chief. Water Spirit is spoken. I am your chief. Go. I am Thundercloud. You must go. Water Spirit commands it. The Water Spirit has taken the tribe from your hands. Thundercloud must go. Spirit has spoken. Anota is right. Thundercloud will leave the tribe. We are no longer his tribe. He must go.
Is there more wood, Cantor?
Oh, plenty of wood. Oh, yeah.
Hey, it's good to be back here, Cantor. Not many know this place. Just those friends of ours, Missouri, Thundercloud, and the others.
Oh, this good place.
Cantor, what was that?
Me hear it.
There it is again. Someone's coming. It's a horse walking through the woods.
That bad. Me put out fire?
No, never mind. The fire must have been seen already. This way, back out of the clearing. It's dark enough so we can stay hidden until we see who this is.
Not good. Maybe a bad man.
This is all right. Down behind this windfall. Keep your gun handy.
Me do it.
Quiet. That horse is coming.
I have come a long way. My white friend is not here.
Stay on that horse. Come on, Tonto. I'd like to get a look at Thundercloud.
At last I have found you.
Oh, what's happened to you, Thundercloud? What is it?
Thundercloud has traveled long. He is very tired.
Here, give me a hand, Tonto. Help him off his horse. Here you go.
White friend, Thundercloud comes to you for help.
You can count on that always, Kimosabe. Tonto, Thundercloud needs food. I'll wager he hasn't eaten in a week.
Me get it. Quick.
Why aren't you with your tribe, Thundercloud?
My tribe has sent me away from the council fires.
What? You mean your brave don't call you their leader anymore?
A spirit has arisen from the water. An evil spirit. My tribe has taken the words of the spirit to be honest words.
I come to you, white friend, for help.
Thundercloud.
I am weary. My tribe runs like the wolf in the crazy moon.
Easy, Thundercloud. You're in no condition to talk. You're worn out. Here, lie down beside the fire.
You must save my tribe.
No more talk, Thundercloud. Not now. First, you must rest.
You will help?
Anything you say, old friend. Tonto and I will go out and do what we can. You must stay here and get your strength back.
I must tell you.
Time enough for that. First, you must eat. Then, when we hear what you have to say, you can count on us to ride on the trail.
That is all. There is an end of words. You have heard what there is for me to tell. Now Thundercloud can rest for the first time in a long while.
Him sleep.
Yes, Tonto. And he needs it. Did you hear his story?
It's bad.
A spirit that appeared out of the water. What do you make of that, Tonto?
Me not know.
That's not the worst of it. From what Thundercloud said, one of the braves, Cadota, has taken charge. Cadota obeys any command the spirit gives.
Not true.
Even this last command, the one Chief Thundercloud heard when he circled back to the waterfall after his tribe had turned him away.
About trader wagon?
Tonto, that wagon is full of rifles, new rifles. Those Indians get hold of rifles with an unscrupulous leader to command them. They can make trouble.
Not true.
The water spirit is the main thing, Tonto, but there's more time for that. Right now, we've got to save those rifles. Chief Thundercloud will be asleep for a long time, Tonto. We'll go without waking him.
Thundercloud, him won't come long.
And there's no time for it. He's old. He'll need sleep. He can follow our trail later.
Not right, Kemosabe.
Come along. Put plenty of wood on the fire so Thundercloud will be warm until morning.
You fix that.
Fine. This way, Tonto. Forget Scout. Here, Silver. Here, old fellow.
Here, Scout.
Steady, old fellow. All right, Tonto. Into the saddle. Get me ready. Get up, Silver. Come on, boy.
Get him up, Scout.
This way, Tonto. Follow me. Stop, Tonto. Look there, across the valley.
You see.
Thundercloud was right. It's a war party from his tribe. You can see the feathers.
That's right. Thundercloud tribe wear feathers that way.
And down below. Isn't that the trader's wagon?
That wagon.
He's got a good pair of horses there. We can warn him before he gets to that narrow neck. We may be able to turn him back.
What good that do?
It's only a few miles back to the nearest town, Tonto. That raiding party won't dare trail him too far.
That good. We go fast, Kemosabe?
If we stay behind the shoulder of this hill, the braves may not see us.
Maybe driver him shoot.
Either way, it's a risk, Tonto. We've got to surprise him before he has a chance to shoot at us. All we need is a moment to make him understand. If he shoots before he finds out, well, that's a risk we've got to take.
We go now. Braves, them get ready.
Yes, this way, Tonto. Round the curve of the hill. Come on, Silver. Stretch those legs.
Get him up, Scout.
Green grow the rushes, oh, green grow the... Get along there, you horses. No, you don't, you ornery mare. This here's a two-horse team. You gotta pull your weight. You stop lolling and lean into them traces. Green grow the rushes...
Pull up there.
What the hell?
Pull up.
Tarnation, a masked man.
Gotta get the reins. Pull up, Kelvin.
Get away, masked man, or I'll put a bullet through you.
No, you won't.
Steer clear, masked man. Steer clear around. What?
Sorry I had to do that.
Jehoshaphat, you jumped clean off your horse and onto my wagon. You got my gun.
I had to stop you. It was the only way.
What in thunder's going on here? That there engine is turning my team around. If you're after them rifles, I got you.
We're not after them, Kelvin. Look up there.
Huh?
Look on the hillside.
It's a raiding party. It's them rampaging Indians under Cadota.
Head your wagon back to town. Hurry.
Masked man, I don't know who you are, but you sure come at the right time. Get up there, horses.
Them come fast. Go ahead, Kelvin. We'll trail you. Here, Silver.
You say Silver, masked man? Glory, you must be the Lone Ranger.
No time for talk now. Pull in all those horses. We'll see you back in town.
Get up there. Come on, you mare. Hit for town.
That's Cadota, all right.
Keep close behind the wagon, Tonto. Shoot over their heads. If we can make them keep their distance, there's a chance. A long chance. Pull up now, Kelvin.
What about them engines?
They aren't following us anymore. Too close to the town.
Ho up there. Ho, steady. Ho. Well, I sure want to thank you, masked man. If you and your engine pard hadn't come along, I'd rid right into ambush.
They were after your rifles.
Darn good thing they didn't get them. Them's new Sharps repeaters, newest guns in the country. I shiver to think what them scalp-lifting eagle feathers could have done with them.
Tell me, Kelvin, has that tribe given you any trouble lately?
Trouble? Listen, mister. Since old Chief Thundercloud left, they've been a roaring, raving mess of trouble. They've been ranging all over the countryside.
You hear that, Tonto?
Me here.
I understand a brave named Cadota has taken over the tribe.
Yeah, we've been hearing some crazy talk about a spirit that comes out of the water, too. Sort of eggs them braves on. Say, how come you knew my name?
We heard your wagon was going to be attacked, Kelvin.
But you ain't been in town.
We heard it from someone else, from Chief Thundercloud.
No.
Him good friend, the Lone Ranger.
Well, it sure does beat the dickens. Old Thundercloud himself.
We're trying to help him get back control of his tribe.
Yeah?
You don't think it can be done?
I wish him luck, but I sure wouldn't place my bets on him. That water spirit, or whatever it is them braves of his hog-tied and rootin' wild.
Have any of the townspeople gone near the spot where this spirit is supposed to appear?
No, sir, mister. That's Indian country. Besides, it's all fired spooky that way. Lots of big, tall trees. So thick the sun don't hardly get through. No, sir.
Are you doing anything to stop the braves?
Well, we are. Couldn't do much by our lonesomes, but a passel of the boys sent a petition to the governor of the territory. And
asking for soldiers, huh?
We're going to get them, too. Only thing is, it's a mighty big territory. Maybe a couple of months before they get around to taking care of it.
Look, some of them come from town.
Well, that's Bradford.
What's all the ruckus, Kelvin? Seems they heard shooting out this way.
A raiding party of Indians attempted to ambush Kelvin for his rifles.
Yeah.
Bradford, if it hadn't been for this stranger
Since
here...
when are you playing along with a masked man, Kelvin? An outlaw and a savage.
Easy there, Bradford. This hombre's a Lone Ranger.
Huh?
Never mind that. If your team's rested, Kelvin, we'd better go the rest of the way into town.
Yeah, I reckon so.
You aim to stay along, mister?
We've heard a lot about this water spirit, Bradford.
That's right.
They're friends of old Chief Thundercloud.
That's so. He ain't near the town, is he?
Not yet, but he will be soon. When he arrives, we're going to do a little investigating.
You mean this here nonsense about that water spirit?
Perhaps.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I got to be getting along.
Not coming back to town, Bradford?
Nope, I'm heading the other way. Be seeing you.
He seemed anxious to leave us, didn't he? I wonder where he's going.
Luke, where are you? Come out behind the waterfall. Luke. I got news.
Yeah, well, wait till I shake some of this water out of my ear.
You can hear plenty good already. Luke, we're heading for trouble.
You mean somebody knows about the waterfall and the spirit?
No, not yet.
What's the trouble?
Hey, let me finish. I said no one knows, not yet. But there's a masked man getting mighty suspicious. A friend of old Chief Thundercloud.
A masked man?
Yeah, Luke. It's a Lone Ranger. I think maybe we'd better start figuring how to make sure he don't learn nothing.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now, to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto waited for Chief Thundercloud at Kelvin's cabin in town.
You waiting for old Thundercloud, masked man?
Yes, Kelvin. Chief Thundercloud knows the way to that waterfall.
So do plenty others. But they ain't going there.
We not afraid.
From what I hear, it ain't healthy.
We'll worry about that when the time comes. It's getting dark outside.
You see something?
Not yet, Tonto. I hope nothing has happened to Chief Thundercloud.
Him, old man.
You left plenty of food for a masked man?
Plenty.
What that?
Huh?
Listen. There it is again.
Well, I'll be. It's a coyote. I'll fix a consarn critter.
Wait, Kelvin, that's not a coyote.
You telling me what a coyote sounds like? I'll learn it to keep its distance.
Put up that gun before you hurt somebody.
That's not coyote. That's Chief Thundercloud.
Huh?
That's the signal we agreed upon. Here he comes now.
Well, tie me to a tree stump. You're right.
I have come, white friend. When shall we three go to the haunted waters?
We've been waiting for you, Thundercloud.
We all ready.
You going right now, masked man?
We want to be there by morning. You'll hear from us later.
You're making a mistake heading for trouble.
It's the only way to solve it. Yes, Sylvie.
Steady, Scout.
Show the way, Chief. Goodbye, Kelvin.
Adios, masked man. Good luck. You're gonna need it.
We near water. Want to hear sound.
Not a very cheerful place, is it, Tonto?
Oh, it's bad.
We stop.
So that's where the spirit appears.
From the water?
Yes, Tonto. No wonder Thundercloud's tribe regarded it with superstitious awe.
You can help Thundercloud?
We'll have to ride into the water and take a closer look, old friend. I'm certain there's some trickery here. The question is what and who.
White friend.
What is it, Tonto?
Look, there.
I see. Braves in war paint.
Those are my people. I am sorry I have led you into a trap.
We fight Kemosabe?
No, Tonto. There's too many of them. It would only make matters worse. Tonto, Chief, let yourselves be taken prisoner. Don't try to resist.
What you do?
I'm diving Silver into the water. And don't be surprised no matter what happens.
White friend has a plan?
I'll return to get you away from the Braves. Don't worry. No time now. Just trust me, Kemosabe.
You go. Braves come.
Take them alive! It is Commander Water's spirit!
Come on, Silver. Jump, Silver. Into the water.
The masked one has jumped into the water.
What will do the others?
We take them. Water spirits say we tie them up in village.
You get us, not White friend.
Where is White friend?
He does not come up. Spirit has taken him.
Masked one has been swallowed by great spirit of the water. You see, Chief Thundercloud, the spirit is mighty. Take them prisoner. Take them.
Sounds like that rider's stopping here. The latch string's out. Come in with your hands up. The masked man.
Kelvin, I want your help.
Where you been? Where's Thundercloud, your Indian friend?
They've been captured by Cadota.
What? Say, how come your clothes are wet?
They were waiting for us at the waterfall. I jumped Silver into the water.
You didn't desert them?
No, Kelvin. It was the only way I could find out about the spirit of the water. Does this spur belong to you?
Huh?
Cadota was told we would be at the waterfall this morning. Very few people knew we were going there.
You don't think I done it?
I'm asking you about this spur.
Let me see.
Well?
Ain't mine, no, sir. Looks sort of familiar, though.
Who in this section wears gold spurs with a design in silver on them?
That's what I'm puzzling over, stranger. Bradford.
Who?
Bradford, that's it. He's the hombre who owns this here spur. Sure, I remember now.
Have I met him, Kelvin?
Oh, I don't reckon so. Hold on. Sure you met him. Recollect the man who rode out from town after we slipped away from that raiding party?
That was Bradford?
Yeah. Him and Luke are two men that's going to end up dangling from a rope. They're no good.
Bradford and Luke, huh?
They've been staying out of jail lately, though. I can't figure it neither. Them two's got plenty of money. And yet there ain't been no stage holdups, and nobody complaining about being cold-decked.
Kelvin, that's what I've been trying to find out. Can I count on you for help?
Shucks, didn't you save my rifles and my scalp? Anything you say.
I want you to keep an eye on those two men. Keep your horse saddled, ready to ride. And let me know when they leave town.
Where are you going to be?
I'm going to save my friends.
Huh?
You know where the tribe is camped?
Sure. About a mile from the waterfall. Right in the valley below Eagle Rock.
I'll be on the rock above the valley. When Bradford and Luke leave town, you let me know, understand?
Yeah.
I'm heading for Eagle Rock now.
Say,
yes?
Master, where'd you find that there spur?
I found it under the waterfall, Kelvin.
Under the... You take me for a maverick?
I haven't time now, Kelvin. I'll explain later. Remember, Eagle Rock.
Maskman! Hey, Maskman!
Here I am, Kelvin.
I come just as fast as I could.
Bradford and Luke left town?
Yeah, they packed some grub with them, too.
How long ago?
5, maybe 6 hours. I don't know which way they was heading. You told me to hightail as soon as they pulled stakes.
All right, Kelvin, that doesn't matter. I'm going to get Tonto and Chief Thundercloud away from those Braves.
You can count on me, Maskman.
Not this time, Kelvin. Those Braves have sharp ears. I'll handle this alone.
Thundercloud, someone come.
I hear.
Him cut through back of wigwam.
Tonto.
Me know you come.
Quick, hold out your hands. I'll cut your bonds.
You hurry, white friend. The sun comes up soon.
There. Now you, Thundercloud.
Me free.
Help me get Thundercloud loose. That's it. Out this way. Through the rip in the wigwam.
Get out.
Careful. Don't make a sound.
You got horses?
Behind this clump of brush. I got Scout and Thundercloud's horse from the picket line. The Braves weren't even guarding them. And that's not all. I got something else, Tonto. Look.
Cadota.
Yes. We're going to need him, Tonto. That gag stays in your mouth, Cadota, until we mount. Here, Silver. Yep. All right, Tonto. Lift him up in front of me. Silver can easily carry double.
You do it.
That's fine. Now listen to me, Cadota. You believe in the spirit of the water. You drove Chief Thundercloud out of the tribe. You've gone against all the teachings of your medicine men.
That is true, white friend.
You're going to be shown that you were wrong, that you allowed superstition and falsehood to lead the braves into wrongdoing. Tonto, Kelvin is waiting at Eagle Rock for me to return. You ride on ahead. Tell them to be ready to join us.
What you mean?
I'm going to rouse the braves.
No.
I want them to come after me as fast as they can. I want to make sure I have all the braves with us when we reach the waterfall. Go ahead.
Tonto, do it. Get him up, Scout.
White friend will be in danger.
The braves won't shoot you, Thundercloud. Nor will they shoot Cadota. Now, I've taken the gag off. Shout for your braves, and I'll help rouse them by shooting in the air. Ride, Thundercloud. Get up, Silver. Come on, Silver. Here they come. Ride, old friend. Come on, Silver. Stop! Rein up! Oh, Silver!
You make mistake, masked man. My braves soon be here.
Yeah, Cadota's right, masked man. Maybe 5 or 10 minutes. That's all you got before them Indians get here.
That's long enough, Kelvin. Tonto, I want you to stay here with Thundercloud and Kelvin.
Me do it. And where you go, Kimasabi?
I'm taking Cadota into the pool below the waterfall where I went the other day. But this time I leave Silver here on the shore. Dismount, Cadota.
No, this is home of water spirits.
Come along.
No.
You saw me dive in and live. Why are you afraid?
Where we go?
We're swimming under the waterfall, Cadota, and up on the other side.
No.
Take a deep breath. You'll need it. Ready. Dive.
We got them Indians eating out of our hands, ain't we, Lou?
Don't forget, Bradford, it was me discovered a man could swim under the waterfall and couple under a nice, dry shelf of rock.
Yeah, but it was me what used the brains, Luke. Get that suit all stained black and stain in my face. Putting on this act about a spirit coming from the water. That's what's bringing in returns.
How much we got now, Bradford?
Well, last time I counted, there was maybe 100,000 in gold dust. Them redskins throws plenty of the water. Sacrifices to the water spirits.
Yeah. But once in a while, them gold folks ain't closed up tight. We lose plenty of dust when it washes downstream.
We still got plenty of it.
What was that? Sounded like a rock falling. I sure hope this rock ledge ain't caving in.
No, it's your crooked scheme that's caving in.
A masked man.
Cadota, you heard?
I heard, masked man.
Oh, you got onto our little scheme, huh? Well, it ain't gonna do you no good. Your guns are wet, masked man. You can't burn powder. Let him have it, Luke.
Come on, Cadota.
Let go. I'll
go.
Let go of my arm, you...
I don't need a gun for you.
The masked man has strong right arm.
Cadota, are you ready to swim back to our friends?
I am ready, masked man.
Good. You take Luke. I'll take Bradford. Hurry.
Good thing Indians are naturally careful, Chief. You braves ain't rushed us yet.
They will come soon.
Wherever the masked man took Cadota, I sure pray he hurries back. I can feel my scalp getting loose already.
You wait. White friend, say him come back. Him come back.
Look, well, I'll be. It's a masked man and Cadota. They got a couple of men with them.
Drop Luke on the shore, Cadota. They won't bother us.
Me glad to see you back, Kimasabi.
Hey, what's been going on? That there's Bradford and Luke.
You'd better take charge of them, Kelvin. You can deliver them to the sheriff.
It'll be a pleasure. But what in time...
If you want an explanation, listen to Cadota. He's going to talk to the braves.
Braves! The masked man has uncovered a wrong we have done to our chief, Thundercloud.
Me glad to see you alive, Kimasabi.
It was the only way, Tonto. I think we can go now.
There is no water spirit. It was these white men, Bradford and Luke, who trick us. They are bad. Chief Thundercloud, can you forgive?
Cadota, you and my braves are mine once more. You have seen the wrong path you were taking. You have worshipped a false spirit. You must make amends to the Great Spirit. But you will be forgiven. My people are on the right path once again.
Masked man, you sure saved this territory a heap of trouble, but... Well, I'll be hog-tied. Look at him. He's halfway to the next county already.
You've just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
State's prison evidence on Nick Carter and the mystery of the midnight robbery.
Pardon me, could you let me have a line?
Certainly. There you are.
Swell night, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. It's a pleasure to walk on a night like this.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Not at all.
Good night.
Good night. Yes, even in a big city like this, the stars are just as...
Help!
What? I wonder what's wrong with her. I beg your pardon, but is there anything I can do? Can I help you? Is something wrong?
Murder!
Murder? Who is it?
My uncle.
When did it happen?
I don't know.
Well, where is he?
In the library.
In this big house right here?
Yes. Oh, it's awful.
Now, you shouldn't be out here in your night clothes. It's too chilly. Come, let me take you back to the house. Come on.
Yes. Back to the house.
Did you call the police?
No, I just saw him lying there in a pool of blood. Then I came out here to get help.
Well, I'm Nick Carter, the detective. I'll be glad to help you if I can. Now, careful going up the steps. There we are. Now, if you'll show me the library.
He's in there.
Oh, yes, I see. He's dead, all right. Who found him?
The housekeeper. She came in late and saw a light still on in here. And she looked in to see if he needed anything and saw...
Then she called you?
Yes.
And you are...
I'm Ella Jarbeau, his niece. I've lived here with him for the last 5 years since my mother died.
I see. Has anything been touched since the body was found?
No. Nobody's been in here at all.
Good. Uh-huh. Shot through the head at close range. Well, it looks as if he did it himself.
No. No.
Well, here's the pistol that was used, right beside him. Did you hear the shot?
No. I sleep at the opposite end of the house. Oh, Mr. Carter, please find whoever killed my uncle.
What makes you think he didn't kill himself?
He wouldn't do a thing like that. I know it.
Well, that's hardly evidence, Miss Ella. Did you see this note?
Note? I know.
Your uncle apparently left it propped up here in his desk. It's addressed to Mrs. Sarah Jarbeau, 7 Dunner Street, City. You know her?
I never heard of her. What does it say?
Let's see. My dear madam, you've been a widow, in fact, ever since the hour following our marriage. But before day breaks, you will be a widow in name also, for I shall be dead. I have at last learned the truth. The one who told me right after our wedding ceremony that you were everything evil has at last confessed that you were really as good as I believed you to be. It's too late for me to ask you to forgive me for the great wrong I've done you. So I'm taking this way of making what amends I can. The upper drawer of my desk is my will, which leaves everything to you, your repentant husband, Enos Jarbeau. Well, that's a remarkable document. Did you know anything about your uncle ever having been married?
No, I never heard that before.
Well, that note would seem to prove it was suicide.
I know better. May I see that note?
Of course. Here.
I knew it, Mr. Carter. My uncle didn't kill himself, and he didn't write this note either.
Isn't that your uncle's handwriting?
It looks very much like it, but he didn't write it. Uncle didn't use this kind of pen.
What do you mean?
Uncle Enos was very proud of his handwriting, and he never used anything but a special type of old-fashioned steel pen point. It has a very fine point.
I see. Yes. This note was undoubtedly written with a stub point.
Another thing, Mr. Carter. Uncle never wrote anywhere except at his desk here. And this desk has been locked since yesterday morning, and I have the key.
How long have you had it?
I borrowed it yesterday morning because I had some letters to write, and I've had it ever since.
Is there another key to this desk?
No. Uncle would never write anywhere else.
You're quite a convincing detective, Miss Ella. And if you're right, this can't be suicide, in spite of the other evidence.
I know I'm right. Uncle would never have taken his own life.
I believe you. And I'm just curious enough about this to do a little investigating myself. If I'm as good a detective as you are, I'll find your uncle's murderer in short order.
You think this Mrs. Sarah Blake is the woman you want, Nick?
I'm not sure, Patsy. But when the maid told me that she never heard of Mrs. Sarah Jarbeau, but that Mrs. Sarah Blake lives here, I thought I'd better talk to her. She might be Mrs. Jarbeau using her maiden name.
Here she comes now.
You wish to speak to me?
I'm looking for Mrs. Sarah Jarbeau. Do you know her?
I do. I am Sarah Jarbeau.
You were right, Nick.
My name is Bill Peters. I'm a reporter. I'm writing a story on the sudden death of your husband, Enos Jarbeau.
Oh, the poor man. He died to make up to me for my years of heartbreak.
Yes, I saw the note he left. Would you please tell me what happened?
Well, I met him one summer on the coast of Maine. We were married in the fall. We took a train for Boston, and on the way he went into the smoking car to smoke a cigar. I never saw him again.
Why, that's terrible. Why didn't he come back?
I only know that when the train reached the station, a messenger gave me $500 and a note.
Oh.
It said that he had learned I was not a good woman, and that I should never see him again.
But didn't you try to clear it up?
No. If he believed it, I would never seek to persuade him otherwise. I've worked as a governess ever since.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Jarbeau. Come along, Patsy.
Goodbye, Mrs. Jarbeau. I hope you'll be happy now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
She certainly got a tough break.
You know, Patsy, I was prepared to doubt everything she told me, but somehow I'm inclined to believe her story, even if it does spoil my theory that she's part of an elaborate put-up job.
Which way are you going from here?
Well, I think I'll...
Pardon me, would you let me have a light?
Yes, of course. Here you are.
Thanks. Nice day, isn't it?
Yes, very pleasant.
Thanks. So long.
So long. Well, come along, Patsy. Wait a minute. I've met that man somewhere before. He asked me for a light just that same way. Where was it? Well, of course. It was outside Jarbeau's house last night, right after the murder.
You mean you think he...
Wait a minute, watch a minute. I want to see if he... Yes.
He's going into the house we just left.
Right. If he and Mrs. Jarbeau know each other, the chances are her story is a phony.
Oh, but Nick, she seems
I know what I know, Patsy, but this changes things. Patsy, I want you to find out what you can about old Enos Jarbo's past. Find out about that marriage, if there ever was one. But first, call Scubby and tell him to get here right away.
Okay.
If that man leaves before Scubby gets here, I'll follow myself. Otherwise, Scubby can tail him. But I've got to know where he goes and what he does. Right now, he's our one positive clue.
Is it all right to talk in here, Nick?
The lobby of a big hotel is probably the safest place in the world to talk in, Scubby. Well, what'd you find out?
Well, I followed him over to a saloon over on 3rd Avenue.
Yeah?
There was a fellow waiting there for him. I tried to hear what they talked about, but all I could get was the name Jarbo. Yeah, I heard that several times.
I thought so.
But just as I was really getting in close, a couple of plainclothes cops came along and pinched him.
Pinched him? What for?
Well, it seems he broke out of State's prison 3 days ago. I heard the cops call him Barney McCoy.
Barney McCoy.
Yeah.
Jailbird from State's prison. Pardon me, Scubby. Want to speak to the desk clerk?
Oh, sure, Nick, but what do you have to...
Oh, clerk, I'd like to speak to the governor's suite, please.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Use booth number 2 right over there, please.
Thank you.
Oh, Nick, what in the world do you want to talk to the governor for?
Just happen to remember, Scubby. He's stopping at this very hotel for a few days. I want him to do me... Hello, Mr. Secretary. Well, this is Nick Carter. I'd like to speak to the governor a moment, if I may. Thank you. Hello, Governor. This is Nick Carter. Fine, thanks. Governor, I want to go to State's prison. Oh, no, not as a visitor. I want to go as a convict.
Nick, are you nuts?
No, I mean it. If you can spare me 5 minutes, I think I can convince you. Thanks. I'll be right up. Ella, I asked you to meet me here at my office because I'm going to be out of town for a few days, and I want to have everything straight before I leave. Has anything further happened?
Nothing, Mr. Carter, except that Mrs. Jarbo has installed herself in the house as its mistress. She's very unpleasant to me, and I know she'd like me to leave.
Oh, you stay right there. Did the will leave anything to you?
No, Mr. Carter. Everything went to her. I can't understand it.
I can. That will is forged.
But the will is in Uncle's handwriting, and both the witnesses to the will have identified their signatures as genuine. And the will was found where the note said it would be.
Nevertheless, I'm convinced the will's a fake. Betsy, what did you find out?
Enos Jarbo and Sarah Blake were married right enough. I found the record in a little church on the south side.
Sarah really is his wife. Forged will doesn't make sense. And neither does a suicide note, which Jarbo didn't write.
Maybe he did kill himself after all, Mr. Carter. Maybe he just forgot about me.
No, I don't believe it, Ella.
I don't either. And Ella, I'm going to prove I'm right, even if I have to go to jail to do it.
Oh, you're the new man.
Yeah, Warden.
What's your name?
Max Herbert.
Where were you born?
Buffalo, New York.
How old are you?
33.
Nationality?
American.
Married?
Nope.
Crime?
Housebreaking.
Very well. The guard will take you to the photographers and then to the laboratory.
Well, fella, you've been here 3 days. How do you like working in this shoe shop?
I don't like it. Not cut out for it.
What are you in for?
Second story job. What'd I get you for?
Cracking a safe. There's 4 of us. 2 of them got away. Me and McCoy was nailed cold.
McCoy? Hey, you wouldn't mean Barney McCoy, would you?
Yeah. Yeah, you know him?
Sure, know him well. Great guy.
Yeah, sure is. And you know his wife?
Yeah, some.
She's a darn smart woman, Addie is.
Addie?
Yeah.
Thought her name was Sarah.
No, his wife's Addie. Sarah was his sister. Yeah, they look so much alike you couldn't tell one from the other.
Yeah. Well, what became of Sarah?
I don't know. She married some rich guy for his money, but he left her flat. I don't know what happened after that. Addie's still in town waiting for Mac to get out.
Yeah, he did break out a few days ago. We just caught him and brought him back here.
Yeah. They got him on the rock pile for trying to escape.
Hey, cut out that talking, you guys. Get back to work.
Okay.
So Barney McCoy's on the rock pile now. I rather think I'd like to be transferred to the rock pile myself. Hey, Barney.
Yeah?
Look, known me now for almost 2 weeks.
Yeah. So what?
You know I wouldn't give you a bum steer, don't you?
What are you leading up to, Max?
I'm working on a way to get out of here. Before I come up here, I heard you on the level. I'd like to let you in on it.
Where did you ever hear of me outside this place?
A big town. A girl named Sarah told me about you.
What?
You married her sister, Addie.
You know Sarah?
Sure. About 5-6 years ago. Haven't seen her since, though.
Sarah's in Europe now.
Yeah.
When are you planning on getting out of here?
As soon as I get the necessary people lined up.
If I had some dough, we could get out of here tomorrow.
How much do you need?
About 200 to start with.
Okay. I'll have it for you tomorrow.
Okay, Max. You get that stuff and we'll be out of here in 2 days.
All right, you get 5 minutes to talk.
Hey, Nick, why don't you...
Scubby, hold it. I'm Max Herbert in here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have remembered. How in the world did you ever get in this place?
Well, the governor fixed it so that I was caught red-handed robbing the home of a friend of his. Yeah. When they caught me, I had the family silver in one hand and the family jewels in the other. It was easy. And I arranged to be transferred to the gang where McCoy's working.
Well, have you found anything?
Yes, but it's all circumstantial. But Barney McCoy and I are breaking out of here day after tomorrow. And I'm hoping to get some proof then.
Are you sure you're getting out of here?
Yes. One of the keepers is working with us.
Oh.
I think this same keeper fixed McCoy's getaway last time. And I also think, from what I've heard, that he may have helped in Jarbo's murder.
Yeah?
I've learned positively that he was absent from the prison on leave that day.
But isn't there danger if you're getting hurt if you try to break out of here?
Of course there is. I have to take that chance. I've got to stick to McCoy. Don't worry, Scubby. I'll be all right. I hope. You all set, McCoy?
All set. Everything's fixed.
Good.
You see that delivery truck over there, Max?
Yeah.
Well, that's going to break down when it tries to start.
I get it.
We'll have to help it get out of the yard here.
Right.
Listen. He's trying to start it now.
The guard all set?
Sure. Mike's with us all the way, same as before.
Hey, you over there.
That's us.
Put
Come
that
on.
gab and give us a hand with this truck.
Okay. What's the matter?
Motor won't start. Have to give him a push. You two get a hold here and give him a start.
Okay, Mike.
The rest of you guys get back to work.
All right, get your shoulder behind it, Max.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right.
Heave. All right, again. Heave.
Once more.
Oh, come on, get it going. We ain't got all day. Heave.
As soon as the motor starts, jump on the truck.
Right, I got you. Okay, again. There.
Come on, Max.
I'm in. Get down so they can't see you.
Look, bridge over the railroad tracks is just ahead. When we get over the tracks, be ready to jump.
Be right with you.
All right, now, come on.
Right behind you, Barney.
Jump on the tender of that engine below us. Now, okay.
You all right, McCoy?
Yeah. Come on, engineer. Give her all the steam you got. Don't stop to talk. You, fireman, feed the coal to her. I don't want to use this gun unless I have to. Watch out, Max. The outside wall of the prison is just ahead. You'd better duck. There's going to be shooting.
Right, McCoy. All okay so far?
Oh, here it comes. Watch it.
Look at him pour it on.
Well, we're out of jail now. And for good.
It's good to see you back in your office again, Mr. Carter.
Yes, it's good to be back here, Ella. Now tell me, have you learned anything interesting since I last saw you?
I think so, Mr. Carter.
Now, let's have it.
A few months ago, our housekeeper spent about a month visiting her son in California. Before she went, she put an ad in the paper for a temporary housekeeper. Several women answered the ad, and Mrs. Martin was given the job. She had light brown hair and wore dark glasses. I disliked her on sight, and I'm sure she disliked me. When our housekeeper returned, this Mrs. Martin left, and I never saw her again until the day my uncle was buried.
What do you mean, Ella?
On that day, she presented herself as my uncle's widow.
Your uncle's widow?
Yes, Mr. Carter. When she first came to live in the house after the funeral, I thought there was something very familiar about her. But not until a few days ago did I suddenly realize that Mrs. Jarbeau was Mrs. Martin, with black hair instead of brown and without her dark glasses.
Ella, could you swear to that?
No, but some of her little mannerisms, certain tricks of speech, a funny way of walking, all make me positive.
And that explains the mystery of how the fake will was forged. While Mrs. Martin was substituting for the housekeeper, she could have found out about the will, taken it out, had a new one forged, and then returned it. The night your uncle was murdered, the forged will was substituted for the original one in the desk drawer by using a duplicate key that had been prepared in advance.
And it might interest you, Nick, to know that when Ella told me this the other day, I checked at the house where we first met Mrs. Jarbeau. The woman there told me that Mrs. Jarbeau was away on a visit during the month that Mrs. Martin took the place of Ella's housekeeper.
Good work. That settles it, Betsy.
Just a minute, Mr. Carter. There's another thing you better know.
Something else?
Yes, Mr. Carter. Last evening, a strange man came to the house. He and Mrs. Jarbeau were apparently old friends because she called him Mac.
Barney McCoy.
She took him up to her room where I heard them talking for a long time. I tried to hear what they were saying but couldn't get close enough. But I did hear him say it was time to get that girl out of the way for good. And then Mrs. Jarbeau said that now that Mac was back, it was time to wind up the job.
Well, Ella, if everything goes as I hope it will, we'll be the ones to wind up the job, not Mrs. Jarbeau.
Anything else you want me to do?
Yes. Meet me in the rear of your home tomorrow night at 11 o'clock. We'll make our final arrangements then. In the meantime, sit tight and keep your ears and eyes open.
Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter?
That you, Ella?
Yes. Come into the living room here. We can talk better.
Okay. Sure there's no one around?
Not now. That man Mac was here earlier, but he left quite a while ago. Mrs. Jarbeau has gone up to her room. We can talk safely here.
All right. Don't turn on the light. Maybe seen. We can talk just as well in the dark.
Whatever you say.
Now tell me, does Mrs. Jarbeau know you've ever seen this man, Mac?
Oh, no. I've kept out of the way whenever he's been around.
Good. Do you know what he came here for this evening?
There was talk about chloroform and poison. And then she told him the lawyer for the estate was here this afternoon and said that she would be in full legal possession of the estate in another few days.
I see.
And then he said that if that was the case, it was the time to act before it was too late.
Well, it's time for us to act, too. I think we'd better... Quiet.
Somebody's unlocking the door through which we came.
Maybe they won't come in here.
Who's in this room? I can't see you in the dark, but I know you're there. Who's there?
Who are you?
None of your business. Speak up or I'll shoot.
If you do, you'll never live to see another day.
What's going on in here? Why isn't the light on?
Mrs. Jarbeau.
Ella, what are you
Barney
doing here?
McCoy, you...
Max Herbert, by all that's holy. What are you doing here?
Why, Oh, you see, Barney,
Yeah?
He's here because he loves me.
Don't you know this man is an ex-convict? You ought to be serving a sentence in state's prison right now.
Yes, I know that.
Well, that's why we had to meet like this, Barney.
Is this true, Ella?
Yes, Mrs. Jarbeau, it is.
Look here, you. You interviewed me a couple of weeks ago, said you were writing a story for your paper. You said then your name was Peters. Now you say it's Herbert.
Well, my real name is Herbert Peters, ma'am. You see,
And you? What are you doing here?
I'm a night watchman on duty in this neighborhood. I saw this man come in here and followed him. Recognized him as a suspicious character.
You're both lying. Get out of here, both of you, immediately. And as for you, Ella, get upstairs at once. I'll deal with you later.
Yeah, that's all the thanks I get for trying to protect your place against thieves. I will get out. Come on, you.
Go ahead, Barney. I'm coming. Good night, Ella, dear.
And see that you never come back. Either of you.
Hey, Max.
Yeah?
Was that story about you and the girl straight?
Why, sure, Barney. Wasn't your story on the level?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was going to see if I could find a few things I could swipe. I'm flat broke. You haven't got a few bucks on you, have you?
Sure, Barney. I can let you have a 10 spot.
What?
Here.
Gee, thanks, pal. I won't forget you for this.
Forget it. Yeah, we sure were lucky to get out of there so easy.
Yeah.
I thought the old dame was going to have us pinched.
You're under arrest, both of you, so don't try and have it.
Right, there you go.
Let me. Stop, or I'll shoot.
No, you don't.
You let go of my arm. You made me miss him.
So what?
Yep. Well, I got you anyway. You won't get away. You're going back to state's prison again, Mr. Max Herbert.
Oh, you know my name, do you?
I sure do.
And I know yours, Ben Lyons.
But, what? You know me? Hey, let me look at you.
Gladly. Come over under the streetlight.
All right.
You know me now?
Well, Nick Carter. Well, I'll be... Well, gosh, I'm sorry, Mr. Carter, but a woman just called the station, said she'd passed 2 escaped convicts in front of her house, and if we hurried, we could pick them up. Even give us their names, too,
Well,
so
never mind
I
that now, Ben. Listen to me. I'm on the trail of something big. Have the lieutenant and 8 men meet me at 12 o'clock tomorrow night at the back of the Jarbeau place across the street where they won't be seen.
Okay.
Be sure to tell them not to fail me, because I expect to capture the murderers of Enos Jarbeau. Are all the men posted as we agreed, Scubby?
Yes, Nick. Outside and inside the house.
Good.
They have orders to let anybody come up here, but to let nobody go downstairs again.
Then we're ready for the finale in this case.
What's that you've got there, Nick?
It's a new type of microphone, Patsy.
Oh.
I've attached it to the wall between this room and Mrs. Jarbeau's room.
Mm-hmm.
Through the vibration of the wall, it'll pick up whatever is said in her room. Then whatever is picked up is amplified so that it's loud enough for us to hear it. The amplifier also has a recording device which makes a permanent record of the conversation on a wire tape.
Gosh, what will they think of next?
Quiet now. Let's listen. I'll turn it on.
But I tell you, Barney, we can't lose. In a few more days, the whole Jarbeau estate will be mine, legally.
I know, Addie, but can you handle that girl for a few days more?
Let's
well, if
make
I
for it.
can't, we'll give her what we gave the old man.
Do we have to?
If she's dead, we know she ain't gonna bother us.
Yeah.
So we bet...
Hey, what the devil's that?
Quiet. How do I know? The housekeeper's answering it.
Hey, somebody's coming up here.
Did you tell anybody you were coming up here?
Anybody here?
Mike! What are you doing here?
Well, that's a fine question to ask me. I'm here because you sent for me.
Who sent for you?
You did, McCoy.
Are you crazy? I did nothing of the kind.
I got your note this morning. Here it is.
What?
Come to Jarbeau House tonight, but not before 12. Everything okay. Very important. And it's signed Barney.
Listen, I never wrote that note.
Well, if you didn't, it means trouble for us. Somebody else knows about this business besides us 3.
You mean we're caught?
We ain't caught yet, but we will be if we don't watch our step. Even now,
I was afraid of this. I knew I should have kept down a bit.
Ah, shut up, you rat. You're not in jail yet.
But I'm going to be. I can feel it coming.
Don't shut up, Mike. I'll brain you.
You did it, McCoy. You fired the shot that killed the old man. I just...
Shut up, you stupid
Come on, kids. It's enough of that. Let's go.
Right with you, Nick.
Tom, you gotta get out.
I'll take it easy, Sarah. Wait a minute, will you?
I can't wait any longer.
Get your hands up, both of you. And no funny business.
Max, what are you...
No, McCoy, not Max. Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? You ain't got nothing on us. Oh, Nick's got enough on you 3 to send you to the chair.
Yes, McCoy, we know the whole plot from beginning to end.
Tell him what we found out, Nick.
What do you mean?
It means I know that Sarah married Jarbeau, and that shortly afterwards she died. You, Addie, her sister, married McCoy. When Sarah died, you found her marriage certificate and decided to use your resemblance to her to get the old man's money. McCoy was in prison then, but you arranged with the guard Mike here to help McCoy escape when the time was ripe. Then to pay Mike for his trouble, you cut him in the deal. Then you, Addie, got that temporary job here as a housekeeper, which was an unexpected break. While you were here, you had the fake will made. Then when all was ready, McCoy escaped as planned. Mike came with him, and between the 3 of you, you chloroformed old Jarbeau, and then shot him in such a way that it looked like suicide.
How do you know it wasn't suicide?
The suicide note you left for the old man. Whoever Addie got to forge that will for her did such an expert job that the witnesses recognized their own forged signatures as genuine. But whoever wrote that suicide note was so clumsy that he wrote it with a blunt-pointed fountain pen instead of the sharp-pointed steel pen that was the only pen Jarbeau ever used.
That ain't proof. That's guessing.
We've got plenty of proof, McCoy. And if that isn't enough, to top it all off, the conversation in this room between you 3 crooks has been recorded in full for the past 20 minutes. And if that isn't practically a confession and good legal evidence in any court, my name isn't Nick Carter.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called State's Prison Evidence, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Midnight Murder. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you regularly at the same time each week by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick, what about our story for next week?
Well, next week's story started off as a simple question of who stole the firm's funds.
But it ended up by being the very perplexing question of who killed two men and caused the death of a third.
And not the least puzzling part of the case was to find out who fired the fatal bullet which started off the murders.
Isn't that usually the most puzzling part of a murder story?
Well, yes, it is. But in this case, the man who was killed was standing by my side in the corridor of a large office building. And there was no one around at the time who could have fired the gun that killed him.
I'm afraid I'm getting more mixed up all the time.
That's exactly how we felt about it. But Nick cleared it all up in spite of everything.
And we'll tell you all about it next week. So long.
So long, folks.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. See you next week. In the strange adventure you've just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, and Scubby by John Kane. Original music was played by Lew White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
An Angle on Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Mutilated Bullet.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Monday evening at 9:30 Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case history.
To give even his Confederates and the girl who loved him a square deal, but who found that an old-fashioned square dance was his own undoing.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Lynn Bomar, Commissioner of Safety, State of Tennessee, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Commissioner Bomar, you were telling me before the program started that Ray Ernest was one of the most cautious criminals you ever ran into.
That's right, Les Griffith. And in his caution, he appeared to be quiet and pleasant-mannered. For instance, in a small Tennessee town one night about 2 years ago, an old-fashioned square dance was being held in the volunteer firehouse to raise money for new uniforms for the school band. Nearly every citizen was there, and not a few strangers dropped in for the fun. Everyone was in the spirit of the thing. Even the night marshal, who comprised the entire police force after 9 o'clock, was no exception. He had for a partner the prettiest girl on the floor.
You see? We could have a party here, too. Just as good a party as you've ever been to in Nashville.
Oh, right now, Marshal Riggs, I don't feel like I ever want to go back to Nashville.
Why should you? Did you ever have any more fun than you having right now?
No, Marshal, I didn't. I'm sure glad the school band needs new uniforms.
Oh, we just had to have an excuse for this shindig. They don't really need them. How'd you like that?
Oh, fine, just fine.
You learn fast, Miss Laws. You'll have this square dancing down to a T before the night's over.
Now, folks, let me have your attention.
I wonder what old Mifflin got on his mind.
Now, quiet, please, folks. We up here who've been entertaining you get thirsty just like everybody else. So we're going to take a little recess while we get back to the rear of the firehouse where refreshments is on sale. Now, in the meantime, you can do the other kind of dance. We're going to put on a fine dance record for you. Now, don't go away. We'll be back in 5 minutes for good old Virginia Reel.
It doesn't seem right to play swing music here, does it, Marshal?
No, it sure don't. Say, Miss Lois, you must be awful thirsty after all that workout.
Oh, well, I...
Suppose I go back and get you a Coke or sarsaparilla or something.
Oh, well, I'd sure like one, but I hate to bother you, Marshal.
Bother? No bother. Now, don't go away. I'll be right back.
All right.
Nice work, Lois.
Ray, you finished?
Not yet. Give us a chance. I told you this would take us a long time.
You better hurry. The Marshal has to start on another round in about half an hour.
All right, we'll be out by then. We'll be out in 20 minutes.
Does it look like a lot?
A lot for a post office. Keep this hick cop occupied. I've got to get back.
Ray.
What?
It's awful risky. Everybody in the state looking for you in the post office being right next door to the dance here.
I knew what it was. It'll be okay. Now, don't worry.
Be careful, Ray.
I'll be careful. You just keep that Marshal busy. That's your job. I'll see. Let's get back to it.
Right. Oh, this tops some more, Ray. Knocking off the post office safe right under the nose of everybody in town.
Okay. You don't have to scream it to the rafters. Get the door.
Well, you're not leaving us so early.
No, just going out for a breath of air. We'll be back.
Good. There's lots coming up yet.
Fine. We'll see you. Go on, Goldie.
I guess Mitch ought to have the safe about ready to place the suit now, Ray.
We ought to. He's got plenty of time.
Oh, this should be a good one.
It will be. And I sure wish I could stick around to see that Marshal's face when they open that post office tomorrow. He's square dancing himself right out of a job.
Good morning, Captain Jackson. One of your state highway patrolmen said you were here.
Yes, Riggs. We're taking over the investigation.
Well, I would have been here to see you sooner, Captain, but I was writing out my resignation to the mayor.
Well, don't be so hasty, Riggs. It wasn't your fault.
Well, it wasn't anybody else's. I'm getting paid to be marshal at night. I should be keeping a watch on the town instead of dancing the square dance.
You made your rounds when you were supposed to.
Yeah, I didn't stop him from breaking into the post office.
I spoke to Mayor Riggs. He understands the post office might have been burglarized even if there weren't a square dance at the firehouse. So just wait a couple of days with the resignation. Maybe we'll catch him.
And maybe we won't. Oh, I swear, Captain, I'll never again be taken in by a pretty face. How was I to know she was one of the gang?
Well, nobody could have known it. We think it was Ray Ernest again.
Huh?
He's pulled tricks like this all over the state. They've burglarized over 50 banks and post offices, so you're not the only victim.
Well, they sure are a slick bunch, Captain.
Well, this Ray Ernest is. The rest of them we don't know too much about.
Well, I'd sure like to get my hands on that fella. Just for 5 minutes, I'd like to get my hands on him.
So would we. But so far, we're not very close to him. The best information we have says they make their headquarters in Nashville. Where in Nashville, well, that's anybody's guess.
Captain, if I hold up on that resignation of mine, could I help out on the investigation?
Well, you're entitled to, Riggs. There's been a burglary in your jurisdiction. You've got a right to participate.
Well, I'm only a small-town marshal, Captain. I don't know too much, but I can work with you in the daytime and still do my job here in town at night.
Well, that's a lot of time to put in.
I reckon I owe the time.
All right, Riggs. If you feel that way about it, I'll be glad to have your help. And I think we can find plenty for you to do.
All right, Mitch. Right up close to the tracks. As close as you can get.
Okay.
That's good. Lights out.
Ray, there's Goldie.
Yeah, I see him. Okay, Lois, get up front with Mitch. If you see anybody that looks like cops, start necking.
It don't have to be no order.
Doesn't it?
As far as I'm concerned, it's got to be an order.
Then it is. If I need you, I'll send Goldie back here. Go on, Lois, get in front.
Where you been, Ray? Little bit's getting nervous. He wants to pull out.
So he wants to pull out?
Yeah. That's the shack you're in, Ray. Now, listen. This guy, Little Bit, knows what he's got. He's going to ask a lot of dough.
Well, he won't get a lot. The bum that lives in a shanty by the freight yards will settle for next to nothing.
Not this guy.
Go on, knock.
Yeah? What you want?
It's me again, Goldie. Open up.
Oh, yeah. Come in.
Boss, this is a little bit.
All right.
Make yourselves to home.
Get some light in here, will you?
I ain't got much oil left. I was saving it.
For what? Get that lantern lit.
Give me a match, Goldie.
For crying out loud, you're too tight to use matches?
I run out.
Here's a match. Now light the lantern.
I don't see no good reason, but...
That's better.
You think so? I don't believe ever I had the pleasure.
No, you didn't. And what's more, you're not going to get it.
Come on, a little bit. Show the boss the gimmick.
It's going to cost you a pocketful.
Let's see it.
Okay. I got it here. I got it here under my cot.
It's a beaut, boss. Never thought we'd get our hands on one like it.
Okay, quiet.
Here she is. Complete. Regular, genuine, high-horsepower drill. The 6 diamond-tipped drill bits.
Yeah.
I like that, boss.
What are you asking a little bit?
Well, seeing as I got an idea for what you're going to use it, I don't guess 500 be too much.
500?
Never mind what we're going to use it for a little bit. And 500 is out of the question.
I know guys that'll pay it.
Come on, little bit. You swiped it out of the roundhouse. Get reasonable, will you?
Goldie.
Yeah?
Go on to the car. Tell Lois and Mitch to come in here.
Hey, now, looky here. I can't go showing this thing to everybody. As hot as a jailhouse in July. Now, you want it, or don't you?
Yeah, I want it. Go on, Goldie.
Okay, I'll get it.
A little bit? I'll give you $10. Cash.
Oh, now, nothing doing. This drill's worth thousands to you.
$10.
Oh, go on, get out of here. We can't do no business.
You'll take $10 and be glad you got it.
Turn me loose.
I wanted to, I'd pick up that drill and walk out of here and you wouldn't say a word to anybody. But I'm giving you a break.
Yeah, but $10 ain't nothing for my trouble. And that drill can cut through anything you want it to, like churn butter.
A little bit. I'm being generous.
Oh, now, I went to a lot of bother for that bad drill. Almost got myself catched getting it. Ain't everybody can swipe something like that out of a roundhouse.
Lois, stand over there and be quiet. Goldie, Mitch, come here.
Come through. You're darn right it is.
Okay. Here, a little bit. I'll be kind to you. Here's a fast 20 for you.
Oh, that ain't enough.
It's plenty. Goldie.
Yeah?
You think you can find a through freight south?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, Little Bit's taking a vacation. Tie him up good and throw him in a boxcar.
Hey, now, I don't want no trouble.
Grab him.
Let go.
Get him out of here.
Hold him, bitch. Come on.
Get him out.
If he gets fresh, slug him over the head and take back the 20.
Go on, now get out.
Close the door, Lois.
Yeah. Well, you certainly took care of him. The 3 of you.
Forget it. I don't own around where he can answer questions if he's picked up.
What can he tell him?
If the cops know we got a drill like this, they've got an idea what we're after.
You mean you can cut through those burglar-proof safes with this thing?
You bet I can. And the first one's going to be the vault in that bank at College Grove. I've just been itching to get a look inside that box. And here's where that itch gets scratched.
And so, Les, while the police were desperately trying to get on his trail, the Tennessee safecracker Ray Ernest acquired a power drill with diamond-tipped bits and planned to expand his operations to even larger and stronger safes. But he didn't realize that the steel nerves of a safecracker are often more brittle than the vaults on which he works.
You were telling us, Commissioner Bomar, that the gang of burglars led by Ray Ernest was responsible for cracking the safes of more than 50 banks and post offices in small towns of Tennessee and bordering states.
That's right, Les. And the police were making a strenuous effort to track him down. But the investigation under Captain J.J. Jackson of the Tennessee State Highway Patrol was proceeding slowly because of the widespread character of the criminals' operations. In the meantime, Ernest had acquired a special power drill for the purpose of cracking heavy safes. Early one morning, he and 2 of his confederates were inside a small bank in Middle Tennessee hard at work on the safe.
Okay, cut them up. All right, set the cap in there. Okay. Mitch.
Yeah, Ray?
Come get this stuff out of the way. We're going to blow her.
It's done for me. We've been in here long enough.
All right, get the jump together. How's it going, Goldie?
It's about ready.
No. Set the cap deeper. Deeper.
Look,
Let me handle it.
Okay.
Goldie, grab the rug.
Right.
Tools all clear?
Just about.
Okay, make it snap.
Here you are, Ray. Here's the rug.
All right, come on. Put it over the front of the safe.
And don't rush me. I work cheap.
Okay, up with it. That's it. That'll muffle her some. All right, get back there. I'll light the fuse.
Come on, Mitch. Behind the desk.
Right, Mitch.
Here goes.
Get down, Ray.
Yeah.
It's a fast fuse.
Don't I know it?
What is it?
Okay, it ain't over yet. Hold it. Now hold it. Come on.
Beautiful.
Let's get busy. That noise could have been heard for a mile.
Yeah, right.
Mitch, signal Lois. We'll be out in 5 minutes. And keep a lookout at that door. And if anybody gets nosy, let them have it.
Right. Hello.
Briggs?
Yeah.
Captain Jackson.
Yes, Captain.
Ray Ernest and his mob have just knocked over the bank at College Grove.
Was that so?
Now, how about checking tourist cabins in your neighborhood for us?
Sure, Captain. I'll get right on it.
Wait a minute. When'd you get to bed?
Well, what time is it now?
4 a.m.
Oh, about an hour ago, but don't worry about it, Captain. I'll get right on it. I'll be okay.
Dig. All night long we dig to get in the safe. Now we dig a hole in the ground.
Go on, Mitch. That ain't near deep enough.
Yeah, take the shovel. You try it a while.
Thanks.
Go on, dig. Ray sees you laying down on the job. He's liable to bury you in a hole.
That ain't so funny.
No. It ain't, is it?
There was nearly 30 grand in that safe. Split 4 ways, it don't come to so much.
Yeah. I thought this was a screwy idea. Stop in the middle of getaway. Go over in the woods, he says. Dig a hole, bury the dough, bury the tools.
He and Lois could be out there in the car figuring out just how they're going to do the whole thing. We get the hole dug, Ray shoots the both of us, and we drop in the grave we dug.
Yeah. What's this stall of his about the whale? There's nothing wrong with that whale. If you ask me, Ray just wanted a chance to work this out with Lois.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Look, Goldie. If he makes a move.
I wait for him to make a move.
You mean?
Sure. I wouldn't mind getting rid of that rotten...
Watch it. Here he comes. Go ahead, dig.
Okay.
That's it. That's about got it.
How you boys doing?
Okay.
All right, that's deep enough.
You think so, Ray?
Plenty deep enough. Let's get busy. I want to be moving before it's late.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Look, Ray.
I don't want to hear any more about it. We bury the dough and the tools. When we need it, we come back. I'll get that stuff in there, Goldie.
Wait a minute, Ray.
Go on. Get it in there.
Okay.
I looked over that steering wheel. It's okay now.
Is it?
I said it was. Look, I got an idea how to play this safe. The cops know me. They don't know either you or Lois too well.
So?
You take the car, ride back to Nashville. You won't be bothered.
And what about you?
I'll hitchhike. I'll get there the best I can.
That's awful generous of you, Ray.
It's playing it safe.
What's Lois think about it?
I didn't ask her. She's sleeping in the car. It's the best way for all of us. Now go on, finish burying that stuff, then I'll get started.
You mean started walking?
That's what I mean.
What goes, Ray? This is a screwy deal.
I told you I wanted to play it safe.
Yeah. Safe enough to come back by yourself and dig up the dough?
Oh. So that's what's on your mind.
What else would be on our mind?
You're nuts. Now put the dough in there and get it covered up.
Not on your life, Ray. Something else goes in that hole.
Hey.
That's it. Don't move.
Oh, pulling a gun on me, huh? What kind of a double cross is this?
Same kind you were fixing to hand us.
Don't move, Ray. Don't move or you get it sooner than you expected.
Okay, if this is the way you want it. But you're nuts. How far do you think you'd get without me?
We'd get 30 grand worth of far.
Now, look. Be reasonable, will you?
I want him dead. Oh. Why'd you shoot him?
Why didn't you?
Because you had a gun, that's why. Go on, give it to him now.
Roll him over in a hole first. It'll be cleaner.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, look at him. The big boys. Got dirt in his face.
Come on, give it to him. Well, what are you waiting for?
Look.
Come on, shoot.
Mitch. What do we need a murder rap for?
He was going to bury us.
I don't know. The idea he had wasn't bad.
Go on, will you?
We'll have to kill Lois, too, you know. She's nuts about him. She'll run to the first cop she sees. This way, we could just kiss her goodbye in Nashville and have the whole $30,000 to ourselves.
What about him?
I'll fix him so he's good for a couple hours here. We'll take a long trip. He'll never find us. Why look for trouble with a murder rap when this is just as good?
Okay, maybe you got something. Go on, get to work on him.
Give me that show. Yeah, left. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Cross me.
Okay. Cut it out or you will kill him.
Come on, let's get moving.
Well, I don't get it.
We told you, Lois. Ray said the safest thing was for him to hitchhike and meet us in Nashville.
That's right.
There's something fishy about the whole deal.
What's fishy about it? We were digging a hole. He was fixing a wheel on a car. He comes to us and tells us the whole idea. We bury the dough. He goes off in the woods. That's all there is to it.
What'd you do to him?
What do we do to him? What are you talking about?
I mean, you guys are pulling a fast one.
Hey.
It's the law.
Come on, Goldie, drive.
Oh, brother.
Faster, will you? Faster.
They're catching up to us.
What's the bridge up ahead?
I see it.
Bridge is pretty narrow.
I'll shoot at him when I get closer. Hey.
What's the matter?
Well, this wheel, I can't hold it.
What's the bridge?
We're going over.
I can't hold it.
Waitress tells me your car broke down out of town a ways.
Yeah, that's right. I had a little wreck.
Oh.
Well, not much damage, except I got quite a bump on the head and my clothes full of mud.
Well, I'm working with the State Highway Patrol. Can I be helpful?
No, I called the wrecker from Nashville. They're coming out after the car.
Are you going to Nashville?
Yeah, as soon as I finish my coffee.
Well, I'm going there myself this morning. I'll give you a lift.
I'm much obliged, but I guess I can manage.
Well, you might have a little trouble, mister. There's quite a bit of excitement around. The bank at College Grove was broken into last night. The roadblocks all over.
No kidding.
You won't have no trouble with me, though. They know who I am. They let me right through.
You know, I think I'll take you up on your offer, if you don't mind.
Not at all. I'm glad to have the company. Riggs is my name.
Yeah, mine's Brown. Bruce Brown.
Okay, Mr. Brown, as soon as you finish your coffee.
Yeah, I'll be right with you.
No, a car went over the bridge on the pike early this morning.
Yeah?
Yeah, we think it had some of the burglars in it. They're still trying to fish it out.
Were they drowned?
Looks that way. They'll know for sure in a couple of hours.
Well, if it was the bank robbers, I guess they had it coming.
I guess they did.
Well, I'm all set.
Okay, then let's go. I'd like to make Nashville by noon.
Okay with me. Sooner the better.
Yes, sir. We've been having quite a little trouble with them safecrackers. Busted into more than 50 safes. Most of them in small towns like mine.
Is that so?
Banks, post offices, warehouses, everything. But I reckon this is the end of them.
Well, if they drowned, it must be.
They even broke into the post office in my town. Same night we had the square dance at the firehouse. A lot of nerve those fellas had. Post office is right next door to where the dance was.
No kidding.
Yes, sir. We were having a great time in there. All the while they were breaking open the safe in the post office. No, I almost lost my job over it.
That's too bad.
The mayor says it wasn't my fault, though. So did my friend, Captain Jackson, of the State Highway Patrol.
Well, you were... Hey, what's that up ahead there?
Oh, well, that's one of the roadblocks. We won't have no trouble, though.
I thought you said those criminals were drowned.
Well, we're not really sure yet. Can't take any chances.
I guess you're right.
I'll just slow down a little so they can see who I am.
Yeah, that'll be a good idea.
Howdy, Riggs. Hello there, Sergeant. Yeah, it's Sergeant Bailey of the State Highway Patrol.
Did you have to stop?
No, I didn't, but I'd just like to say hello to my friend, Captain Jackson.
Oh.
Make yourself comfortable, Mr. Brown. I won't be a minute.
Oh, take your time.
How's it going, Rick?
Fine, Sergeant, fine. Captain Jackson.
Oh, hello, Riggs. Anything doing?
Captain, you want Ray Ernest?
What?
Sitting in my car.
What? You're joking.
No, that's him, all right. Picked him up in the restaurant.
Oh, come on. Okay, Ernest, don't move.
Hey.
Come on. Get out of there.
Okay, I'm getting...
No gun on him, Captain.
She's lucky.
Well, I guess this is it, huh?
All except a few little details. You can tell us, for instance, why you tampered with the steering gear of your friend's car so they'd lose control.
You'll have a hard time proving that.
Maybe you wanted all that loot for yourself, and that's how you figured to get it.
Maybe. But you couldn't prove that either.
We'll see.
Well, Ernest, as far as I go, but if you want to go to Nashville, the captain will take you the rest of the way.
You bet your life I will, Ernest. I want you in the strongest jail in the state.
So, Les, that was the end of the criminal activities of Ray Ernest and his gang. Ernest, the sole survivor of the gang, is now serving a long term in the federal penitentiary at Atlanta, after which he'll have to account for similar sentences in the states of Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Bomar, and congratulations to all the officers, federal, state, and local, who participated in the investigation leading to the arrest and conviction of this troublesome criminal. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with John Larkin and Will Geer in leading roles. Les Griffiths speaking for Don Gardner. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Phillips H. Lord production.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
You say there are demons and spirits in your mind, 1,200 feet below the surface of the earth. For this much money, I'd like to see them. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
It is you, hey boy. You frightened Miss Wong.
Quick, you come here in the room.
Why are you so sneaky?
It's matter of great secret.
Does Mr. Paladin wish to see me?
No, he already left early this morning. Quick, you come inside.
Oh, lady in charge, tell Miss Wong to hurry this morning. Many rooms to make ready for new guests.
Come on in. Matter of great importance will take only 1 minute of precious time.
Oh, precious time.
Look.
Ah, papers with much American writing. That's all?
Papers belong to Hey Boy. We'll make him very rich Chinese.
Oh, what so?
American writings say Hey Boy owns 2 shares of stock in silver mine, worth very much money. In few months may be worth $100.
Oh, papers such as these very expensive to buy?
Oh, no. Mr. Paladin may gift it to Hey Boy.
Gift?
Mm-hmm. Very important man who is owner of mine give Mr. Paladin 50 shares of stock for do special job.
Oh, where is Mr. Paladin?
Mr. Paladin leave this morning to go to silver mine in Virginia City. And before he leave, he give me 2 shares of same stock. He's good?
Oh, he's good. Mr. Paladin, very generous.
Oh, yes. I keep stock papers locked in special drawer here in Mr. Paladin's room. It's big secret.
Why'd you tell Miss Wong big secret?
Oh, someday when stock worth much money, Perhaps, hey, boy, share with Missy Wong?
You mean, hey, boy, and Miss Wong?
Maybe, yes?
Maybe.
Oh, get up.
Everywhere you go, across the country trip or across the street party, you carry the fun with you when you own a Columbia stereophonic high-fidelity phonograph. There's a marvelous selection of 7 new portable models in smart new color combinations at your Columbia phonograph dealer from which you may choose. Each one is a masterpiece of design and beauty. More quality, more features, and more styling have been built into these sturdy portables than ever before. How much fun you'll have enjoying all the wonderful new sound of stereo records. Regular records take on new beauty, too, when played on handsome Columbia portables. You'll be amazed at the big console sound that is reproduced by Columbia portable stereophonic high-fidelity phonographs. You'll thrill to the excitement of Stereo One by Columbia, number 1 in the wonderful world of sound. And Columbia portables are economical, too. Prices start as low as $24.95. See them and hear them at your Columbia phonograph dealer.
Samuel T. Curry owned 2 of the largest silver-producing mines in the Comstock Lode. He had hired me to help him solve what he called a peculiar puzzle. I knew nothing of the details, but accepted the job on the strength of a generous fee and the chance to visit Nevada's mushrooming metropolis, Virginia City. It was almost sundown when I boarded Mr. Curry's private car in Reno on the Virginia and Truckee Railroad. His canary-colored coach was lavishly furnished with thick, bright carpeting, drawn silk shades, a crystal chandelier, and even a marble bathtub. Mr. Curry, his wife, and I enjoyed a festive dinner of quail and champagne as the train rounded the many curves on the crookedest rail line in the world.
Won't you have some more champagne, Mr. Paladin?
No, thanks, ma'am. I'm afraid I'm not much for drinking champagne.
Would you like some straight whiskey, Paladin? Irish?
Oh, that sounds mighty good, Mr. Curry. If you're going to have some, I'll join you.
It's right over here in the cabinet.
Oh, I just love champagne. Mr. Curry imported this specially for me. It came on a ship all the way from France around Cape Horn. Cases of it just for me.
Oh, well, that was very nice of him, Mrs. Curry.
Oh, he's good to me, all right. Lets me have everything I want, except what I want most.
Now, Emma.
He won't let me go and live in Paris like Mary Bowers does. She has a big home over there and everything. The toast of the continent.
Now, Emma. Mr. Paladin ain't interested in our little family squabbles. Him and me has got some important talking to do.
Now, I know what you're going to talk about. Ghosts. Do you believe in ghosts, Miss Paladin?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Oh, well, that's too bad. You're such a handsome man, too.
Oh, well, I know a lot of people who do believe in ghosts.
But
so.
Mr. Curry doesn't either. Looks like you hired the right man, Sam.
Yeah. Now, why don't you go in the bedroom and take a nap, Emma? You'll feel better when we get to Virginia City.
I feel fine. I'm going to have another glass of champagne.
Well, then, would you be so kind as to sit in that chair over there and read a book or something so as we can talk alone?
Oh, all right. Always talking business. Everywhere we go, always business.
Well, what's this about ghosts, Mr. Curry?
Well, it all started about a month ago, after the big fire in my consolidated Nevada mine. You hear about that?
No, I didn't.
It was a big one. We lost 45 men.
45? That's terrible. How'd the fire start?
Now, we don't know for sure. Probably one of the men left a candle stuck against the timber. Now, you've seen big fires on the surface of the earth, ain't you? I mean, big ones?
Yeah.
Then you know how frightful they can be. But a fire hundreds, thousands of feet below the earth in a mine, that's a terrible, terrible beyond words.
Well, I can well imagine.
Well, sir, it was a lucky thing we were changing shifts about the time it broke out, or we'd have lost more men than we did. I was down in San Francisco at the time. When I got up here, it was all over. What are you laughing at, Emma?
Celebrated jumping frog in Calaveras County. Oh, that Mark Twain sure is a funny man.
Have a cigar, Paladin.
Oh, thank you. I suppose the ghosts you mentioned came after the fire.
Yeah, but not at first. After a few days, we got some of the men to go back to work. Cleared out the charred wood, re-timbered most of the drifts and crosscuts. But then a peculiar thing happened. The men started complaining of ghosts.
What did these ghosts look like, Mr. Curry?
Oh, they never actually saw one, I guess, but the men said they heard somebody groaning and laughing. Sometimes all their candles would go out at once.
Well, a sudden wind blast could cause that.
Why, sure, but then one man said he felt somebody's hands around his neck. All kinds of crazy things. I just can't pay men enough money to go down and work in that mine.
I presume, then, Mr. Curry, that you hired me to look into this ghost business.
Well, if you're willing to do it and you clear this mess up for me, I'll pay you with 50 more shares of stock in Consolidated Nevada.
Now, how much do you think your stock will be worth when you get the mine working again?
I want to tell you something, Paladin. Only 3 people know about this. Emma, her brother Dan, he's my superintendent, and myself. Before that fire broke out, our main shaft had reached the 1,200-foot level. As soon as the men had cut adrift at that level, Dan and me went down to get some more samples. I think we tapped the biggest bonanza ever found under Sun Mountain. The highest assay says it's worth $600 a ton.
Wow. No wonder you want to get the men back in the mine.
Sam, did you know that Mark Twain used to live in Virginia City? Except his name was Sam Clemens then.
Yes, Emma. Paladin, when we start taking that ore up to the surface, your stock may be worth $500 a share. Are you willing?
Mr. Curry, you just bought yourself a ghost chaser.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should because
there's filter blend up front ahead of the filter, and the flavor you get in a Winston cigarette comes from filter blend. Filter blend means fine tobacco, filter blend up front, and the flavor you get in a Winston cigarette comes from filter blend.
Filter blend is a mighty good reason for you to smoke Winston, because it means tobacco specially processed for filter smoking. A Winston secret. You get Winston's own pure white modern filter, plus the rich, delightful flavor of fine tobacco.
There's filter blend up front ahead of the filter, and the fun you get in a Winston cigarette comes from filter blend, and makes Winston taste good like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
That night, I was the guest of Mr. and Mrs. Curry in their palatial Virginia City home. The next morning, we took a carriage to the Consolidated Nevada mine, located in the northeastern part of the city where most of the larger mines are found. Their main buildings resting above the richest silver deposits in the world. In the superintendent's office, I met Mr. Curry's brother-in-law, Dan Castleberry, who said that he would accompany me into the mine. We boarded the hoisting cage, and the engineer lowered us down into the main shaft.
You ever go down the mine before, Mr. Paladin?
No, not one this large.
We got 12 different levels in the Consolidated, 100 feet apart. The Humboldt mine next to ours, there's 14 levels.
Yeah. You know, if you could hoist this mine out of the ground and stand it on the surface, it'd make quite a tall building, wouldn't it?
It'd be the tallest I've ever seen.
Are there any men working down here today?
No, sir, not this morning. We only have 12 men brave enough to work for us at all. They come on in the afternoon.
Can't get much work done in a mine this size with just 12 men.
Just a little maintenance on the timber is all. We used to carry 300 men a day. Regular ghost town down here now, though. With real ghosts, too.
Have you come across any?
I've heard them. You'll hear them, too. Which level you want to stop at first?
Well, how about where the big fire started?
That'd be the next stop, 700-foot level. I'll ring the engineer. This is it. Keep your lantern high. You can see better.
Hey. Big tunnel.
Yeah, this drift's about 8 feet high.
The charred beams are sagging quite a bit.
They need replacing. When you don't keep the timbers up, the pressure of the earth puts a lot of strain on them. Don't hurt, though. You get a lot of warning from a cave-in.
Yeah. What's that noise?
Look down at your feet.
What? Rats.
Best friend of mine I ever had. See that one cock his head up to you? They think we brought him something to eat.
Where do they get food down here?
Mostly scraps from lunch pails.
Oh.
Picking's been kind of lean lately, though. Some of these little boogers are regular pests. They're real help to us when there's about to be a cave-in. They give us plenty of notice.
How's that?
Oh, the way they scamper about, uneasy like, looking for a place to hide. There's a crosscut up ahead. You want to walk through there, look around?
Well, how far does this main drift go back?
About 20-odd yards or so. It comes to a dead end. On the other side of the wall's the Humboldt mine.
Hey, listen.
Oh, that's one.
They're hoisting the cage up.
Somebody's signal engineer from down here.
And we're not alone. Somebody else is down here with us.
It can't be, Pallet, and there's only one entrance, the main shaft. And we're the only ones to come down since yesterday afternoon.
Quiet. Listen.
There they go.
Sounds like it's coming through that crosscut. Let's go.
Wait a minute, Pallet. If we go through there and our lanterns get blown out, we'll never find our way back. There ain't no telling what'll happen.
It won't be any safer here. Are you coming with me?
I ain't staying here alone.
All right, come on now. Wait a minute.
They stopped.
Yeah. All right. Come out. Show your faces. How you doing, Dan?
Well, if you ain't busy, give me a hand.
I'm with you.
Doctor can't see what I'm doing.
I got him. I got him out. All right, see if you can find the lanterns. Then we'll get these ghosts up to the surface and find out who they are.
Lately, we've been hearing a lot of talk about the new THI. THI stands for Temperature Humidity Index. It's a new wrinkle from the Weather Bureau. Here at CBS Radio, we have an LI, Laughter Index. The LI is at its peak every weekday evening in a great hour of comedy entertainment that reaches you right here on this station. Among the headliners on our LI are those veteran chortle champions, Amos and Andy. Every evening, Monday through Friday, hear Amos, Andy, the Kingfish, and all the other wonderful characters that people the Amos and Andy Music Hall. There's another Andy in CBS Radio's Laughter Index, Andy Griffith, star of the Broadway musical hit Destry Rides Again. On CBS Radio, Andy Griffith rides again and again over the strange doings of his fellow man in mischievously droll fashion. And rounding out the Amos and Andy Music Hall, and Andy Griffith laugh to the antics of Burns and Allen and Bob and Ray. You'll find them all on Evening Comedy Time, keeping CBS Radio's laughter index high as a dizzy kite.
Dan found the lanterns, and we made our way back to the main shaft. He carried the limp form of the man I had tussled with, and I forced the other one along with a hammerlock. The engineer had lowered the cage back to our level after he had found it empty on the false alarm hoist. On our signal, he brought us up to the sunlight and fresh air. Mr. Curry was still in the office when we got back. All right, you get on in there.
Who are these men, Paladin?
Your ghost, Mr. Curry. Throw him over on the bunk, Dan. Looks like he'll be out for a while.
Yeah.
As for you, have a seat in that chair. Mr. Curry, ever see this man before?
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
Have you, Dan?
No, they never worked for us.
Now, where'd you find them?
In the mine, yelling like banshees. Dan and I followed their voices and they jumped us.
Huh. Now, what's your name?
Speak up, mister. I'll work you over like I did your partner.
Well,
you heard, Mr. Curry. Now, what's your name?
Don't matter.
How did you get in the mine? Who sent you down there?
No, I can't tell them. They'll kill me.
They won't get a chance. I'll do it for them.
All right. I'll tell you.
All right. Now, who did it?
The Humboldt mine. I worked for them.
How'd you get over here?
Weeks ago, we drilled through your side at the 1,200-foot level. Mr. Belcher, the owner, came down and said he was going to look around. He waited till everything was quiet and went over. I guess he found you had a rich vein, because he took some samples. Then he had the connecting hole caved in with dynamite.
Yeah, I think I know the rest. That darn fool Belcher started the fire, too.
No, sir, Mr. Curry. We didn't start the fire. That's something that just happened. But after it was all over, we drilled through one of the upper levels and started our ghosting. Mr. Belcher had us do that. I guess it seemed to fit in after all those men were killed in the fire.
Yeah, Belcher knew I had a bonanza, so if he scared all my men off, he could take what he wanted. That cheating, fuzzy snake, I'll sue him for every penny he's got.
What do you want done with these men, Mr. Curry?
Send them back to Belcher.
No. Don't do that. He'll kill me, sure.
All right, I don't care. Turn them loose. I got no use for them. It's Belcher I'm going after. Now, right now, I'm going down to San Francisco and get my lawyers started on this. You care to go with me, Paladin?
I'd like that very much.
Oh, I almost forgot. Mrs. Curry told me to invite you to the big railroad ball tomorrow night here in Virginia City. Maybe you'd rather stay over for that.
Well, if it's all the same to you, Mr. Curry, I'd just as soon head back to San Francisco.
Don't say as I blame you. Oh, by the way, since Emma will be staying here, I'll see to it that we get steak on that train instead of that quail. And plenty of Irish whiskey.
Now, that's one trip I'm going to look forward to, Mr. Curry.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, welcome home.
Thank you, hey boy.
You leave the bags outside?
In the court. Would you get them for me, please?
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Yes?
Did you see silver mine in Virginia City? The one which belonged with stock papers?
The Consolidated Nevada? Yes, I did.
What you think? We making lots of money?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, hey boy. It could be in a month or so that your 2 shares, will be worth $1,000.
$1,000. $1,000. Oh, Missy Wong going to be very happy when Hayboard comes rich. $1,000.
Oh, hey boy.
Car owners, here's news about a revolutionary new product by the makers of famous Casite. It's new Casite 3C, a heavy-duty crankcase concentrate for use in all engines. Added to your motor oil, Casite 3C with Barryman quickly stops hydraulic valve lifter noises, cushions and smooths the engine. It cleans your engine and keeps it clean. Casite 3C gives protection against acid, rust, and corrosion, too. Add to the oil every 2,000 miles, and you'll have a tough oil that won't thin out. Oil that cushions the load on every working part, cuts down friction, wear, and noise. With Casite 3C in the crankcase, gas and oil mileage increases, and your engine has more pep and power. Remember, you get results with Casite 3C or double your money back. At your service station, garage, or car dealer now, only $1.50. Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris, and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Mr. Paris. Featured in the cast were Bart Robinson, Harry Bartell, James Nusser, and Helen Klebe. This is Hugh Douglas, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
It's Hop Along Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hop Along Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hop Along Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And now, another exciting story of the early West. 4 to go. A visitor to the Bar 20 Ranch is generally a very ordinary happening. But when the visitor turns out to be the new school teacher, well, that's a different thing. Hopalong is trying to hurry California a little as they repair a broken step on the back porch.
Oh, doggone it, Hoppy. Seems like we could wait till the darn sun went down before we fixed these steps.
Well, ordinarily we could. But we're going to have visitors, remember?
No, looky here, Hoppy. You mean the new schoolmarm is going to come out here a-looking and a-gaping?
Have to be hospitable, California.
Seems like you're carrying it a mite too far.
I thought you seemed mighty glad to talk to her yourself.
Shucks, just being polite is all. Why, there ain't a woman living who could make me give up. Hey, you ain't listening.
Isn't that a rider coming off the trail?
Rider? Yeah, sure looks like it.
A mighty good rider.
Sure beating the dust. That feller's in a mighty big hurry. Hoppy, hear that?
The rider's hit. He's falling.
Keep low, Hoppy. Might be more shots.
I doubt it. Looks like they finished their business.
He's a-laying there. Ain't moving. And there goes his horse in the brush.
I hope we're not too late.
He ain't moved a muscle. Looks bad, Hoppy.
Yeah. Nothing much we can do for him, California. out of our hands.
Dirty, sneaking dry gulchers.
Better let him lie till the sheriff gets here. Nothing we can do.
Just trying to place him. He's a stranger to me.
Me, too. See if he has any identification on him.
And what's he doing riding into the bar 20?
Maybe this is something. A paper folded.
Yeah? Well, what's writ on the paper?
4 names.
I'll be darned. Anybody we know?
Cooper, Farnsworth, Brock.
Well, what's wrong? You said 4 names.
Yeah, 4 names. The other name is Hopalong Cassidy.
Huh?
Yeah. Get Topper and make it fast. We got some riding to do. And now.
Riding? What for?
I want to check with Sheriff Bates. Maybe he can tell me why my name's on a dead man's list.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, 4 to Go. The dead man whose killing was witnessed by Hoppy in California was a stranger, and in trying to identify him, Hoppy found a written list with 4 names, one of which was his.
You, Sheriff Bates?
Right as rain. Welcome to Turkey Bend. Who might you be?
Hopalong Cassidy, and this is my pal, California Carlson.
Well, doggone it. Sure heard a lot about you, Cassidy. Here, sit down. What can I do for you?
Sheriff, do you happen to know a man by the name of Carl Cooper?
Carl Cooper? Why, of course I do. Know him well. Want to find him?
No, I know where he is, but I don't know why.
What do you mean?
Cooper's dead, Sheriff. Gunned down by a rifle bullet.
Cooper dead? Well, it can't be. I ain't heard about it.
It happened at the Bar 20 Ranch yesterday.
Well, who done it?
Don't know. He was dry gulched for fair.
I don't know why anybody'd want to gun down Carl, but I'll track down his killer if it takes me the rest of my life.
I'm hoping you'll count me in on that, Sheriff. I kind of got a stake in that deal myself.
You?
Yeah. I'm on a list of 4 men. I'd kind of like to meet them face to face instead of the way Cooper did.
4 men? Know who they are?
Yeah, I got the list right here. Carl Cooper, Goldie Farnsworth, and Lem Brock.
Why, of course I know him. Mining men. Was in with old man Benson on a mine. Sold out to him, and then he struck it rich. But I don't see what you got to do with a mine.
We ain't been over this way for 5 years or more.
Benson still owns the mine?
He sure does. Claimed the other fellas signed papers giving it to him for a small fee.
And now they want to get back in the gravy after Benson struck it rich, eh?
Yeah, that's about the size of it. But if you're going to see this Benson fella, watch what you do. He guards that cabin of his'n with an eagle eye and a Winchester.
Dangerous?
Of course he is. Imagines everybody's trying to either take his daughter away or going to jump his claim. Why, 2 weeks ago, me and the lawyer went out and took the rifle away from him. He'd give it back a few days ago when he swore he wouldn't use it.
Well, thanks, Sheriff. We'll pay a visit to this Mr. Benson. And by the way, for safety's sake, California and I are just a couple of visiting cowpokes, if anyone should inquire.
What was that bacon, Emmy?
I'm getting it.
You ain't eating nothing.
Ain't hungry.
Mooning around for that Carl Cooper?
I ain't mooning around for nobody. I'm mad.
Well, I don't see you got any reason for being mad.
Of course you don't. For 18 years, you've been telling me we'd move to the city, and you lied to me.
Ain't no such thing. I've been working myself to a shatter. Now I'm rich and you're rich.
And I'm still here in this rotten cabin,
just like nesters live.
We can't leave now, Emmy. Everybody's trying to jump my claim. Everybody's just sneaking around nights trying to find the gold.
Well, I ain't staying on no longer.
And you going to light out with that Carl Cooper?
Well, I don't know.
Get me some more cornbread. What are you doing with that Winchester?
Crow's in the corn again.
Bring me my $10. I'm showing you something.
I don't care what you're showing me. I'm going just like I planned.
Doggone funny. Emmy, I signed 3 papers when Lawyer Kilgore was here this morning. There's only 2 here now.
Meaning I took one?
Meaning one's gone.
Oh, wait. Someone's coming up the trail.
Bury the Winchester, quick. Maybe it's Brock or Farnsworth.
Tain't neither of them. It's a couple of strangers.
Stay right where you are and state your business and who you are.
I'm Along Cassidy, and I want to talk to you.
Along Cassidy? I heard of him. He's a good man, Pa.
Well, guess you can come on in.
It's mighty important I have a talk with you, Mr. Benson.
What brings you here? And what do you want to talk about?
You men folks had better come inside. I'll take the Winchester, Pa. Come in.
Much obliged, miss. Feel mighty good to sit a minute.
If you're here to meddle in my affairs...
It happens to be an affair of mine, too.
You mean you're in with that thieving crowd?
Well, if we are, maybe you can tell me why.
Me? I never set eyes on you before.
Then what's one of your partners riding to the Bar 20 ranch for, with Along Cassidy's name on a list?
It ain't no affair of mine. They can ride anywhere they want to, and the quicker the better.
Mm-hmm. The young lady's your daughter?
Yep.
She handles that Winchester like a veteran.
Yeah.
Takes after her father, I see. I just noticed those first prize ribbons on the wall for rifle shooting.
They ain't mine, they're hers. She won them.
Give me a bullet, Pa. Them crows is back.
There you are, catch.
I'd like to know why my name is on a list along with Farnsworth, Brock, and Cooper. I'd also like to know why Cooper was shot in the back.
Cooper?
That crow was lucky.
Missed it by 2 feet.
Carl Cooper?
That's the name, miss.
Well, I guess nobody's going to shed no tears over him.
Carl Cooper dead?
Well, if you stated your business, guess there's no need for you to stay any longer.
So you spent them 2 days back in the mine, huh?
Shut up. Hold your tongue, you ungrateful upstart.
We'll be seeing you again, Mr. Benson, I'm sure.
And you can tell Farnsworth and Brock I aim to protect my property from them and anybody else.
I'm sure you will. Come on, California.
I don't need no invitation.
What do you think of it, California?
He's sure Winchester happy. Guess he's kind of got you puzzled, too, huh, Huppy?
He doesn't puzzle me.
Yep, I guess he don't puzzle you?
That's right. What does puzzle me is a girl wins ribbons for sharpshooting and deliberately misses a crow by 2 feet 50 yards away.
Doggone if this darn hotel room don't smell musty. Wouldn't hurt to open a window.
Better not. Pull the shade down before I make a light.
Rifle shot, Hoppy.
Sounded close.
Must be back of the hotel.
Careful now in the dark. Let's get out of here where we can find elbow room.
Heard the shot and come running.
Rifle shot it was. Look, the back door of Lawyer Kilgore's office is wide open.
Hey, what's that lying there?
Stand back, boys. Stand back.
Legal papers scattered around, Sheriff. This here feller's been shot from somewhere.
He's gone. Dead. Never moved after he was hit.
Can I be of any use to you, Sheriff?
Oh, Cassidy. Thought for a minute it might have been you lying there. We was in the hotel.
Know who he is?
Reckon I do. You wanted to meet Farnsworth?
The Farnsworth who was on that list?
Yep, Cassidy. You're a-looking at him.
Before before we continue, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hop Along Cassidy and our story, 4 to Go. Hoppy's name appeared with 3 others on a list found on a murdered man. Since then, the second man on the list was shot in the back. This leaves a man named Brock and Hoppy.
I saw your light, Mr. Kilgore, and thought maybe Sheriff Bates was here in your office investigating the robbery and murder.
Nope, he ain't. You're Cassidy, I take it?
That's right, and this is California Carlson.
Howdy.
Howdy.
I'll feel a little better with this door closed. I'm expecting the sheriff. Come in and wait.
Was any important legal papers stole from you by that feller?
I can't tell yet. Things was pretty mussed up.
How well did you know Carl Cooper?
Knowed him for 10 years or more.
Got any idea why he should be coming to the Bar 20?
Well, now you got me there. Carl was kind of close-mouthed. All he told me was that he was going to see Cassidy pronto.
And this Farnsworth, the fellow who was killed tonight?
Another of the partners. Claimed he never signed his share over to Benson.
Did he?
Well, I don't know for sure. Benson brought in an envelope to put in my strongbox. It's all sealed up, and he said it was a signed statement of each partner.
Oh, and that's what Farnsworth was after, huh?
Well, I won't know what's missing till morning. I don't care so much about the papers, but the thieving coyote busted up my trinket collection.
Too bad.
I spend weeks making one of them. Here, like this little schoolhouse I made out of silver. It's a watch charm.
Well, doggone, Hoppy. Why, that's as pretty as any I ever seen in a catalog. How'd you get them little windows so perfect?
Oh, patience and a little square jeweler's punch.
I'd sure like one of them for myself, but that can wait. I have to find Sheriff Bates and get out to old man Benson's cabin.
At night?
There'll be no rest for anybody till we round up a cold-blooded killer.
Well, take a hint from me. You call to Benson before you step on his property. Why, I had to take his rifle away from him for a week until he cooled down.
Well, we got some riding to do, Hoppy.
Yeah, that's right. And we have to do it before daylight.
Just around this bend now, Cassidy. I'll be glad when this night's over.
There's a light in the cabin window yonder.
If old Benson done the shooting, you plan on having that daughter vouch for him.
I don't think she'd lie for him.
Well, we'll soon find out. Here's the path. Now, we're going to be exposed when we get to the top of this path. And Benson being trigger happy, I reckon we better call first.
Where does his claim start?
About 20 yards in from here. Come on.
You better be yelling to him. This moon sure makes a man stand out.
To the top of the rise here.
A confession is the only way we're going to finish this killing business, Sheriff.
I know how to get one of them. Put the daughter's story up against her father's. You say the gal won't lie.
Wait, Sheriff. Look beside the path.
A man. Yep, that's what it is. A man laying there.
Was a man, Hopalong.
Looks like he's shot through the back.
Just like them others.
Now, I guess there ain't no doubt about who we're looking for. Because this man's the third man on your list, Cassidy. This is Brock.
Yeah. Well, the old man's got backing, though, Sheriff. He had a right to protect his property.
Yeah, only one thing wrong with that. This ain't his property. It's public land. His line don't start for 10 feet yet. Well, Benson, you come to the end of your trip.
I warned him. I saw him coming over the rise, but he kept coming on. 'Twas me or him.
Well, according to law, you're guilty of murder, because that man weren't on your property.
He was, too. I seen him plain. I shot and he dropped, just like I'm a-doing to anybody who tries to take my claim.
Saw him coming over the rise. Shot him. Doesn't make sense.
Where's your daughter, Benson?
I don't know.
You mean she ain't here?
Well, yes and no. She left early in the evening. Come back about an hour ago, and I ain't seen her since.
Did she take the Winchester early this evening?
Couldn't say. And I wouldn't if I could. You ain't going to get Emma mixed up in this.
Well, it won't be hard to find out what we want to know. You just overplayed your hand, Benson, and now you better take your medicine real peaceful.
A man ain't guilty trying to protect his own place.
We explained that. Come on, Benson.
All right.
In front of witnesses, you said you shot down Brock, and them words will hang you.
I figure it's just the opposite, Sheriff.
Opposite, you say?
Right. What he told us is going to save him from the rope.
Well, Hopalong, reckon you can walk the streets now with nobody gunning for you. Benson is locked up tight back there.
He said anything about Cooper or Farnsworth? They sure weren't on his property, Sheriff.
He just ain't talking. But we don't need it once we find Emma, his daughter.
I think maybe Benson would tell me the truth, Sheriff.
I don't know why, but you can talk to him if you want.
Well, he's a simple man, proud of his Winchester. Let me have his rifle, Sheriff. Maybe he'll open up with something he loves near him.
Like as not, he'll shoot somebody, Hoppy.
I'll chance that, California.
Go ahead. Somebody's got to make him talk.
Thanks.
Well, hold on there, Hopalong. That's a live bullet you slipped in there.
I know. It's part of my plan, Sheriff. Benson.
I ain't talking. I'm just sorry I didn't get the whole gang of you.
Where's Emma?
I don't know. And that's honest answer. I'm worried. She ain't come near me since I was thrown in here.
You love her very much, don't you, Benson?
Well, I don't know. Was it time I'd have died for her? But lately she's changed. Since you met that Cooper and his crowd. Even the way she took one of the papers the lawyer signed with me on the claim.
Well, maybe she misplaced it.
Misplaced it, nothing. 10 minutes after they were signed, she said she couldn't find it.
Well, maybe it's in the cabin someplace. Or maybe she had a reason for hiding it.
Well, talking ain't helping me none. So there ain't no need of your asking me nothing more.
How long you had this Winchester, Benson?
Huh? Oh, gosh, I couldn't rightly say, but it's been by my side for nearly 15 years. Finest gun and truest shooting of any Winchester I ever see.
See that crow out the window there? Think you could hit him?
Hit it? Well, I could hit him with my eyes closed.
Good. I'm going to let you shoot your gun once more. At that crow. And no funny business, Benson. I have you covered.
Ever see so pretty a gun? It shines like the stars. Blue steel. Best in the world.
Better shoot, Benson.
Huh? Oh, here. Watch the feathers fly. Guess even old Winchester's turned against me.
Maybe. You might be a bit nervous, too, Benson. Anyone misses once in a while.
Clear out. Go on. It's a trick.
It's a trick, all right, Benson. But it's a trick you'll win.
Looks like you got some defending to do, Kilgore.
They haven't hung him yet, Parker.
Don't know how even you can save him now.
And there are ways of doing it.
Not if I'm on the jury, there ain't no way.
Well, thanks for the information. I'll see that you aren't on the jury.
When's this Cassidy leaving town?
Why?
Darn funny. 3 killings, and he's been on the spot at each one of them.
Want to hang Cassidy now?
Well, the general talk is that he ain't so lily white. And if he was smart, he'd get himself out of town.
I guess Cassidy can take care of himself. I'll have to have a talk with him.
You're plumb loco, Cassidy, walking around town with old Benson's Winchester.
Could be, Sheriff, but I have a feeling the old Winchester's going to clear up this mess.
But, Hoppy, as long as there ain't no more danger to you, why don't we get back to the Bar 20?
Well, now maybe California's right.
Meaning I am kind of in your way, Sheriff?
How do you mean that, Cassidy?
Just talking, Sheriff. You want to get the right man?
Well, yeah, of course.
Then I don't think you have long to wait. Let's go in the Gold Nugget Bar.
It'll just stir up the town folks.
Maybe that's what we need, huh, Hoppy?
That's right.
You know what you're doing, Cassidy?
I'm sure of it. Sheriff, when you come out of this bar, you'll have your man.
Have to have proof.
And I'll have that for you, too. Come on.
Them faces look mighty ugly, Cassidy.
We're backing you up, Hoppy.
Men, I want to talk to you.
Let's cut out the noise, fellas. Quiet.
There's a killer in Turkey Bend, and until he's behind bars, no one's safe.
Well, the killer's locked up.
Old man Benson's the killer.
Who's the best rifle shot in the house?
I guess I am.
Kilgore's the best shot in town.
That right, Kilgore?
It might be.
Feel like proving it?
Reckon so.
That's the stuff, Kilgore.
Get that Cassidy out of town.
What's the stakes, Cassidy?
My life and yours.
Hoppy, now look here.
Quiet, California.
Name your style, Cassidy.
We'll back to back with rifles. Sheriff counts 100 steps, we turn and fire.
Suits me fine.
This is murder, Cassidy.
You're a fair man, Kilgore, so we'll both shoot strange rifles.
I'm shooting my own rifle. You got Benson's.
Oh, you recognize it.
Sounds fair to me. Kilgore, you use Benson's rifle. That way you're both shooting strange rifles.
No, I'm shooting my own.
Cassidy's right.
Rifles don't make no difference to you, Kilgore.
Oh, no.
What's wrong, Kilgore?
Oh, nothing. All right. That's the way it is.
Now, look, Hoppy, doggone it, you can't do
I got a good reason, California. Don't worry. I'm ready if you are. Come on outside.
Come on, let's go.
Well, here's as good a place as any. You ain't gonna do it, Hoppy. You ain't got a chance with a strange rifle.
Back to back.
Right.
Quiet. I'm counting 100 steps. You turn and fire. Understand?
I do.
Sheriff, listen, maybe we...
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
He ain't gonna do it, Sheriff.
4, 5.
Now back to Hop Along Cassidy.
31, 32, 33, 34.
I won't go through it.
Got enough, Kilgore?
I quit. I'm through.
Hoppy, he's through. He's yellow.
I figured he was. There's your killer, Sheriff. Lock him up.
Well, Benson, you're a free man.
Let me have the rifle, Benson. I'll show you why I knew you didn't kill Farnsworth or Brock either.
But, Hoppy, Benson has confessed he shot Brock.
He thought he did. Remember Kilgore took this rifle away till Benson cooled down?
Yeah, we both thought it best.
Look closely there, Sheriff. You'll see that square mark on the side of that sight where Kilgore punched it over.
The same punch he used to make them little windows in the schoolhouse.
Well, doggone. He threw my sights out of line. That's why I couldn't hit that crow.
And that's why you missed Brock. I knew that all along, because you said you shot him as he came into sight. Still, the bullet entered his back.
But doggone it, Cassidy. What made you first think Kilgore done it?
He was the only one who knew Cooper had gone to my ranch. Probably followed him and shot him.
But what would he do that for?
For the same reason he shot Farnsworth, to eliminate the old mine partners.
But, Hoppy, what would that gain him?
Well, Benson told me his daughter took one of the papers he'd signed. She didn't do any such thing. Kilgore took the paper with him, and when you find it, it'll leave the mine to him.
And I acted like I did to Emma. And now I don't even know where she is.
Yeah, you'll find her home, cooking you a good hot dinner. She's all over that city bug.
But let me go. I got a lot of apologizing to do, and I'm in there.
Well, Sheriff, we can tear up this list now. All names accounted for.
And the killer ready to hang. I'll never forget this, Cassidy.
And to think, Hoppy, that your name was added to the list just because Cooper was coming to you for help.
Yeah. Well, there's a rumor around town that you might be the next owner of that Benson mine, Sheriff.
I don't know about that, Hoppy. Emmy's mighty sweet on some other fellas, too. There's Buck Peters and Oscar Myers and Jeff Brigley.
With them three, that makes you fourth on her list. And doggone it, it's a lot more dangerous to be fourth on that list than the one Hoppy was on.
This means it's so long from Hopalong Cassidy once again. If you'd like more of these two-gun adventures of Hoppy's, don't forget you can see him in the fine Hopalong Cassidy pictures at your local theater. Meanwhile, don't forget to tune in next time Hopalong rides the airwaves to bring you more action out of the thrilling Old West. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Four to Go was written by Howard Swart. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
Lights out, everybody. It is later than you think. This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now.
You, out there, listen to me.
I'm dead. No, don't twist your face in that foolish smirk. I tell you I'm dead. You say the dead don't talk. Don't be a fool. They're all around you, but you won't listen to them. If you hear me now, listen. You a match? Yes, a match. Take it out. Strike it. Look at the flame. Beautiful flame, isn't it? Beautiful flame. Throw it away. Throw it away. I say horrible flame. It cost me my life. Please listen to me, you out there. I want to tell you just what happened. My name was Arnie Douglas, and I was a very happy man. A very happy man. Arnie?
Yes, Sam? You know what I've been thinking about, sitting here in front of the fire?
No, Samuel, my friend. I haven't the slightest idea what you were thinking about, blonde or redhead.
No, Arnie, I'm serious. I was thinking that you ought to be just about the happiest man in the world.
And what made you come to that brilliant deduction?
Well, if happiness is based on satisfactions, you have the satisfaction of knowing you have a fine career, all the money you can use. Now, Barbara.
Barbara.
Yeah. You know, in spite of the fact that she's my sister, I think she's the loveliest girl in town.
In the world, Sam. In the world.
Listen to the fire. It agrees with you.
Or disagrees.
Say, talking of fire, reminds me.
What?
When are you going to grow up?
Uh-oh, I think I know what's coming.
I should think you would. I don't mind you risking your own neck, but think of Barbara. You look pretty funny coming to your own wedding dressed in a plaster cast.
Yeah, what does Emily Post say about that? White tie with plaster cast or black tie?
Now, let's get serious, Arnie. Chasing fire engines is a kid's trick.
Well, fires have always fascinated me, Sam, always.
So what? Fire fascinates most of us. But that doesn't mean we have to jeopardize our lives chasing them all the time.
Yes, I suppose it does look foolish, fire chasing, but... Look here, Sam. Don't flames get you?
What do you mean?
Look in the fireplace. Look at those flames curling around the log.
Well?
Orange and red, like small living things reaching out for life.
Ah.
Now look, Sam, that new flame that sprung up right there in the center of the log. Higher, higher. It sings with the joy of living. It's alive, Sam. It's alive.
Stop it.
What's the matter, Sam? Did I scare you?
Oh, but you were talking like a fool.
Was I? When the world's full of fools. Other men have said that same thing that I said.
What are you raving about now?
I said the flame's alive. Others have said that. Whole generations of men. They worship the flame as a living thing, a godlike thing. Can you say that we're any wiser than they?
Arnie Douglas, are you out of your mind?
I'm talking facts. That flame there. How can you or I or anyone else say that it isn't alive? How do we know it isn't alive?
Well, because it's a flame.
A flame. Do you know the encyclopedia definition of life? It says life is a living thing moving about. It says it not only moves by itself, but it feeds by itself on other matter.
So what?
There, that flame. Isn't it moving about by itself? Isn't it feeding on that log?
Yes, but
Well, then I've proved my point. That flame there fills every requirement of a living thing. Listen, when a man chokes to death, why does he die?
Because his air supply is cut off.
Exactly. That's just how you kill a flame, by stopping its air supply. Sam, I tell you, I've sat here for hours watching these flames in that fireplace. The more I think about it, the more I'm positive that a flame is a living, breathing entity.
Yeah. The more I sit here, the more I realize that you're talking out of your head. Now, come on, get your hat, and let's go out and buy a drink.
No, wait, Sam. There's something I want to show you. A book I just got. Huh?
Well, while you're getting it, do you mind if I throw another piece of wood on this living entity of yours? It's getting chilly in here.
No, don't touch that fire. I want it just the way it is.
Arnie, there is something wrong with you.
No, I'm all right, Sam. Just because a man's curious about the ways of life, must you think there's something wrong with him? Look, Sam, look at this book.
Well, what is it?
It tells of a race of fire worshippers who lived in medieval times. People who believed that every flame held its own godlike being to be worshipped by us mortals.
I still want that drink.
In here is a prayer with which these fire worshippers called up the spirit of the flame. It's a beautiful prayer, Sam. Let me read it to you.
Wait a minute, Arnie. They did what with that prayer?
conjured up the spirit of the flame so that they could see it and kneel before it and worship it.
You mean to say they'd recite some hocus-pocus and have something in the flame pop out at them?
Yes. And if I knew just how to read this prayer to that fire in the fireplace, just what inflections to use, I would be able to see the spirit of the flame, Sam. If such a thing exists.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing you had, if such a thing exists. By George, I'd have put in a hurry call for a straitjacket. Come on, Arnie. This is getting a little too morbid for me. Let's get out of here and go places.
No, thanks, Sam. I'm not going out tonight.
Okay. Go right ahead. Sit here and stew in your metaphysical juice. But don't let anyone who isn't a friend of yours hear all that nonsense about flame spirits and fire worshippers. By golly, you'll find yourself in front of a lunacy commission. Well, here's my hat. What's my hurry? Good night. Arnie.
Yeah?
All this nonsense you were talking, you were just kidding me along, weren't you? After all, you're going to marry my sister, and well, you know how it is. You didn't mean it, did you, Arnie?
No, Sam, of course not.
Good fella. Joke's a joke, huh? Well, good night, old boy. No, don't bother getting up. I know my way to the door by this time. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, Sam.
Good night.
Thick-headed fool. Beautiful flame. Look, I wonder where... Oh, yes. And I humbly give unto thee this sacrifice. Sacrifice. Barbara's ring. I had it here. Oh, yeah. And I humbly give unto thee this sacrifice, great Ormuzd, and I beseech thee to reveal to me the life within life, the life within fire, as I repeat the sacred word. Adar. What? Adar. 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 You. Who are you? Who are you?
The flame.
Yes?
Arnie, what's the matter? It's Barbara.
Barbara.
Arnie, what is it? Aren't you going to let me in? Darling, are you ill?
You can't come in, Barbara. You've got to go away, please.
You are ill. Stand aside, Arnie.
No,
Douglas.
please,
I'm
no.
coming in and you can't stop
No, Barbara,
me.
go away. Please go away. You can't be here.
Arnie, what's the matter with you? What's going on here?
Nothing. I'll explain it to you sometime. Just go. Go, dearest, please.
Absolutely not. There's something wrong here, and I'm not leaving until you tell me what it is. Arnie, your hands.
They're all right. Really, they are.
Bandages.
Burns. Just a few burns. They're all right.
Oh, it's so cold in this room, and you're ill. I'll light the fire.
No, not fire. As you love me, no fire.
Oh, Arnie, darling, what's happened to
Barbara,
you?
listen to me. If you love me, you'll go away. You'll get out of here and you'll never come back.
What?
You've got to listen to me. This that has happened to me is mine. My horror. Can't hurt you. I won't let it.
Too late, love. Too late.
Oh. Arnie, what are you looking at?
She cannot see me. Only you can see me.
Arnie, the air is getting so warm in
Barbara,
here.
go away quickly.
Too late. I touch her and she never looks upon you again.
Arnie, that horrible odor of burning. Oh, I'm frightened, Arnie.
You thing. What are you going to do?
Her eyes. I'm jealous of her eyes. I shall have them.
Arnie, who are you talking to?
Huh?
Who are you talking to?
I'll bargain with you, love. Do as I ask, and I will let her live.
Yes, I'll do it. I'll do it. Anything.
Get her out of here, for she dies.
Barbara, come on.
Oh, no, Arnie, I won't go. Darling, you're
Please
hurting my
go.
arm. Oh,
No,
you're
don't
hurting
struggle.
my
You
arm.
must come.
I
You must
go.
He said anything. Anything.
All right, Jim. It's your move.
Okay, Mac. I'll move when I'm good and ready.
Well, what's the use of sitting there staring at the checkers? You've lost anyway.
Oh, yeah? Well, now, what do you say to this, you old foghorn?
Oh, so you think you're smart, you? Well, now, watch this.
Well, for the love of...
So you thought you'd beat me here? Well, you'll have to be in the department a longer time to do that, me bucko.
How long have you been a fireman, Grogan?
Going on 20 years.
Well, if this is all there is to it, it's sure a monotonous job. Why, we haven't had a run out of this station in 2 weeks.
Now, don't talk like that, Jim. It's bad luck.
Oh, what's bad luck about it? You think I joined the department to sit on my tail playing checkers and talking ball scores? I want to do things. What?
Shut up.
It's a go.
It's a school.
Stay back of the line.
When my wife, my kids are in that hotel, let me.
The block. The whole block's aflame.
Can't get me water. All right,
Anything. He said anything.
Read all about it. City swept by mysterious fires. 100 killed. Paper, evening paper. Hundreds die in fires. Read all about it. Paper,
But, Commissioner, we must do something.
Look, Mr. Mayor, what could I do? I've got every piece of fire apparatus within 100 miles of the city.
Well,
50 alarms in the last hour. I tell you there's more than one maniac setting those fires. It's a dozen. It's 100 of them.
Yes, it's a plot. That's what it is. A plot, a revolutionary plot. I'll call up the governor. We'll get the militia out. It's a plot.
Oh, Sam, hurry.
Yes.
Sam, I'm so worried.
Don't get upset, sis. We'll be there soon.
What could have happened to him? Not a word since yesterday.
You know, I can't believe it yet. You're saying he threw you out of the house.
Oh, well, he didn't exactly throw me out, but he... Oh, Sam, what can be the matter?
You should have told me sooner.
Oh, I didn't want to. I didn't know what to think. Oh, Sam, what could possibly be wrong?
Don't ask me, Barb. There goes another fire engine.
Those terrible fires. It's as if the whole world were coming to an end.
It's going to be all right. I heard over the radio. The governor's sending the militia into town. That'll stop those firebugs.
Schools and hospitals and hotels.
Well, this is it.
Yes.
Barb, wait for me.
Oh, all right, but hurry, Sam.
After what you told me, I think I'd better stay right with you.
Oh, my poor Arnie.
Careful, dear. These steps.
Oh, Sam, he's not home. There's not a light in the house.
Well, let's try anyway. Huh. Where's that blasted bell?
Oh, it was out of order when I was here. I had to knock.
Oh.
Wait, Sam.
What?
The door.
By George, it's open. Something is wrong in here.
Oh, Sam, I'm frightened.
Arnie? Arnie? Are you in there, Arnie?
Oh, he is, Sam. I know he is.
Why doesn't he answer? Arnie! It's Sam and Barbara. Arnie, are you home?
He's sick, Sam. Let's go in quickly.
No. You wait out here.
No, I'm going with you.
All right. It's so dark. I haven't even got a match.
Oh, the light switch. I think it was somewhere along this wall.
I got it. Wow. Is this room a mess?
Oh, Sam, he must be sick. Arnie's always so neat. Quickly, the bedroom.
All right. Don't get so excited.
But he might be dying.
Don't talk nonsense. I'll bet he isn't even here. There. What'd I tell you? He isn't even home.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Walls.
Why, there. They're charred.
Sam, there's been a fire in here.
Oh, no. Well, that's impossible.
Oh, Arnie, where are you? What's happened to you?
This is unbelievable. These walls so terribly burned. Come on, Bob.
Where?
We'll go to the police.
Sam.
What?
The burnt walls. Maybe the same people who are setting fires all over the city did something to Arnie.
Hey, maybe you're right. That's it. They started to set fire to this place, and Arnie caught them at it. And he tried to stop them, and...
No, I didn't want to. I tell you, I didn't.
Arnie.
Arnie, where did you come from?
No, I didn't. I didn't want to. She made me. She did it.
Arnie, what's happened?
Good heavens, man, where have you been? Your face, your clothes. Here, sit down.
No, there's no time. She's following me, I promise.
Arnie, what are you talking about? What's the matter with you?
No, Sam, let me. Arnie, lift your face. What is it? Who's following you?
Those children this morning screaming, trapped up there, no one to help them.
What?
That man, his wife, his children, he went back into that burning hell. He went back. He didn't have a chance. He went back. God in heaven, what have I done? What have I done?
Barbara, the fires. Arnie's been watching them. Gone to his mind.
Oh, my poor darling.
I'll get a doctor. He needs it.
She did it. She, not I. They can't blame me. You, the dead kid. She killed you.
Arnie, in heaven's name, control yourself.
I did it. You hear me, Barbara?
What, Arnie?
I did it. All those fires of people dying. I did
Arnie,
it.
in heaven's name, what are you saying?
I did it, Sam. I did it. If not for me, she wouldn't have had life. She wouldn't have had power. It was through me. Through me, the fires got life. Me.
He's lost his mind.
Arnie.
No, I'm telling you the truth. I did it. Look, these papers, plans, every building I burned. She made me do it every step of the way.
Oh, no.
Arnie.
You believe.
Why did you do it? Why did you do it?
Both of you, listen to me. There isn't much time. She'll be here. She'll kill...
Arnie.
Arnie, what is it?
I'll do it. I'll do anything you say. I'll do it. Let them alone. Let them alone.
Arnie, come back here.
Sam, where's he going? Where's he running
I don't
to?
know. It's as if someone was chasing him.
Sam, look. On the floor.
What?
Right where Arnie was standing.
Footprints. Burned right into the wood. Oh, Father in heaven. What is this? I tell you, Mr. Mayor, I'm telling the truth. Every word I've told you is the truth.
My dear young man, the story's preposterous. How about it, Commissioner? Could any one man be responsible for all these fires?
Absolutely not. A physical impossibility.
But I tell you, he's confessed. Arnie's my friend. He wouldn't lie to me. I tell you, the man was driven to it by some horrible thing.
What are you talking about?
If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. But believe this much. As sure as we're all in this room, Arnie Douglas had something to do with those terrible fires.
But you heard what the Commissioner said.
I don't care what the Commissioner said. While you're just sitting here, more fires are being started. More lives are in danger. In the name of humanity, please listen to me and send out a general alarm to have the police pick up Arnie Douglas. I'll give you his description. I'll tell you just what he was wearing. You've got to catch him. You've got...
Man is suspected of being the pyromaniac responsible for the fire terror. Repeat, general alarm. Be on the lookout for a man by the name of Arnie Douglas, height 5 feet 10, weight 175 pounds, light hair, blue eyes. When last seen was wearing gray suit, white shirt, no tie, no hat. This man suspected of being the pyromaniac.
Please, Barbara. That won't help any.
Arnie, what will they do to him? Oh, tell me, Sam.
Nobody's blaming Arnie. It was some kind of madness, that's all.
Those horrible burning footprints.
No. Don't talk about them. We never saw them. We just imagined it, that's all.
Where have they got Arnie? What are they doing to him?
He's in the mayor's office, the fire chief, and about a dozen others. They're questioning him. They don't believe that he himself could have set all those fires.
I want to see him. I want to talk to him. Oh, it's a horrible dream that never happened.
Wait.
The mayor wants to see you in his office right away.
All right. Come on, dear.
All right.
Well, come right in, folks.
Mayor Halstead, where's Arnie? Where is he? What have you done with him?
Now, young woman, sit right here. Everything's going to be all right.
Mr. Mayor, what's happened? Where's Arnie Douglas?
Safe and sound, locked up in the next room.
What did he say? Why don't you tell us?
Oh, he confessed setting the fires, all right. Didn't he, Commissioner?
Yeah, there's the signed confession, but if you ask me, he didn't mean a thing. Oh, a young fella like that one never could or would set fire to as many places as burned down. I tell you, I don't believe he had a thing to do with it. It's somebody else. Somebody else.
You can't hear them talking in the other room, Arnie, my love. But I can. One of them is saying that he doesn't believe you did it, my love. But you did do it, didn't you?
Mercy. Have mercy.
Yes, my love. I will have mercy. Confessions. You signed confessions. They'll want to lock you away behind iron bars. Oh, but they'll never do that, my love. I'm taking you with me to be part of me. Always.
No.
Come close to me, beloved. Close.
No. Stay away from me. Stay away from me. Stay away!
What's that?
I don't know.
Arnie! It's Arnie!
Look, under that door. Smoke, Mother in heaven. There's something burning in there.
That young fella. He's locked up in there.
Arnie!
Let me in. Let me in. The key. Quick. Here's the key. Good.
Quickly, quickly.
There's no one in here. Only a flame. A little red flame.
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime, the fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
You know, there are two kinds of men who should be wary and suspicious of women. The serious businessman, because women can be so frivolous, and the frivolous seeker after pleasure, because women can be so serious. Now I, Harry Lime, am both a serious businessman of sorts and a seeker after pleasure, so perhaps I should avoid women entirely. But the trouble is, I just can't seem to do without them, for either. Sometimes life gets very complicated with business and pleasure. But interesting. Always interesting.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the Third Man, in today's story, Pleasure Before Business.
It was in Venice, not long after the war was over, that I found myself with a problem on my hands, and it wasn't the old Venetian one about finding a place to park my car. I had a very solid and sound business transaction all lined up, but I was sorely in need of what I called a partner, what the police of several countries would have been pleased to refer to as an accomplice. Accordingly, I was highly pleased while strolling about among the pigeons and people in St. Mark's Square one day when I espied Joan Willoughby, who was standing there scattering bounty to the birds. Why, Joan! Joan Willoughby! How are you?
Harry Lime, what are you doing in Venice?
That's a question I was going to ask you.
Oh, me? Holiday. And you?
Business.
I'm glad to hear it. Ought to be able to make a bob or two tipping off the coppers.
Always were a heavy tipper, weren't you, my love? I need a partner.
Do you now? Go?
Go.
Dangerous?
No, not very.
Fun?
Lots.
Money in it?
Quite a bit.
Well, holidays can be quite boring, don't you think? What's the game this time, and do I need much of a wardrobe?
I'll tell you privately. Let's get out in the canal. Do you mind if we use a boat?
All right.
We rented a gondola and floated slowly down the Grand Canal. It was a handy bit of luck meeting Joan. She was an English girl, and as delicately simple and unassuming as roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. As beautiful as the English bone china, but with as much bite as English mustard on the side. She had the realism and the sound business sense of a robber baron. In the gondola, she trailed her hand in the water and waited for me to tell her what was up.
Well?
Joan, have you ever heard of somebody called the Count della Robbia?
No.
Well, he's the usual Italian count, except that he's saved one or two things. Still has his palace, still has some valuable pictures, still has jewels.
And we're after the jewels?
We're after the jewels. He's a friend of mine. I've known him for at least 3 weeks.
He's still friends with you, Harry?
Mm-hmm. He likes me, trusts me.
But?
Exactly, but I can't find out where he keeps the jewels. Oh, I might be able to in time if it weren't for this Rico.
At which point I say who or what is Rico?
Who he is doesn't matter. What he is matters greatly. He is, or seems to be, 7 feet tall.
A big stumbling block, Harry. Perfect description.
He's the Count's bodyguard. He's killed several men who've tried to cheat the Count. He does not like me, Rico.
And that's why you need me.
Exactly.
Do I work on the Count
or
Rico?
You work on the Count.
That's good.
I'll be the second story man on the job and try and distract his 7-foot shadow. All you have to do is find out where the jewels are kept.
You'll probably discover that they're kept in Rico's pocket.
No, I think that's where Rico keeps the Count.
Oh, you've got a fence?
Of course. All I need to make me happy is a fence. Count's little ivy-covered palace, and you, my dear Joan.
What sort of split are you offering?
Shall we say 60-40?
We shall say 50-50.
Well...
50-50, Harry.
All right.
Fine. When do I meet the Count?
Tonight.
I can't wait.
I don't think you'll have to, my dear. So that was that. When I had the jewels in my hand, it would be time enough to inform Joan that the split would be 70-30. She was a sensible girl, and business, after all, is business. That night, I brought Joan to the cafe that I knew the Count frequented. He was there, all right, and so was Rico. We went directly to their table.
Ah, Mr. Lime, how are you?
Very well, thank you, Count. I'd like to present Miss Joan Willoughby, the Count della Robbia.
How do you do?
Charmed, Miss Willoughby.
And, Rico.
Hello.
Rico? Rico what?
It's just Rico, is enough.
Say it's enough.
You must sit down here, Miss Willoughby. You must share our table.
Oh, I thank you.
That's very good of you, Count.
Count della Robbia.
Yes, Rico?
Does this man have to be here?
Of course he stays, Rico. Miss Willoughby, you are visiting our city?
Yes, it's the first time. Oh, I love it. But you know, you Italians all look so sad.
Our recent history has not been happy.
When I see someone, well, like you, Count, with big, black, sad eyes like yours, I say to myself, I want to do something to make that man happy.
Yes. Well, I'm sure, Miss Willoughby, that I'm quite...
Yes. That's exactly what Joan is here for, Count. She just wants to lift all your cares.
Well, I mean it, Harry. Count de la Robbia, there's nothing I'd like better than to get to know this beautiful city, really know it, and, well, some of the people.
Well, I think it might be possible to arrange.
Perhaps it's not a time for Mr. Lime to leave, Count.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Lime, but he is my keeper, my confidant, my advisor.
I'm sorry, too, old man, but Miss Willoughby has already agreed to ride in the rumble seat of my gondola tonight.
The English lady has said she wishes the Count to show Venice to her.
But she has an engagement with me, little friend of all the world.
Oh, Harry, don't be stuffy.
Count, I appeal to you now.
I'm unable to control Rico, you know, Mr. Lime.
Yes, I'm afraid I wouldn't know know which button to push either.
Besides, Harry, I never met a count before. I'm just full of questions about all crests, coats of arms, and all that sort of thing.
Oh, just a moment. I have a suggestion. Perhaps even though I am showing the city to Miss Willoughby, perhaps Mr. Lyme can stay with us.
An excellent idea, Count. It solves all our difficulties.
No.
Oh. No, Rico?
Rico says no.
No, Count. If this man is along, it will ruin the pleasure you and Miss Willoughby want to have. He leave.
Oh, he leaves, eh?
See.
Well, it looks like Rico's got my evening all planned.
Oh, don't feel too bad, Harry, darling.
Come.
Well, why argue, Joan? He's bigger than both of us.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lyme, but with Rico I can do nothing.
I don't think I could do much either.
And I'm out of condition. Rico escorted me to the street with a grip on my forearm that wasn't cleared in my insurance policy. I didn't let the elation I felt show in my face until he'd gone back to join the others. Joan was punching away like Joe Louis, and the Count would be wide open for a sucker punch, but pronto. He called me the next evening. Yeah?
Mr. Lyme, this is the Count de la Robbia.
Oh, yes. Hello, Count.
I'm sorry you couldn't be with us last night, but Rico, has his prejudices.
Oh, I wouldn't cheat him out of one of them, old man.
That is a very charming girl, that Jola Willoughby.
I think she is, yes.
I'm wondering where I can get in touch with her.
You didn't ask her?
No. Confidentially, I tried to find out, but she was somewhat coy about it. Do you think she likes me?
Well, I don't know. Of course, old man, I was only there for the preliminaries. I missed the main bout, but it seemed to me that she did. After all, she was willing to break her date with me.
That is true. I like her so very much. I was afraid to press my luck. Is that how you say it?
Yes, that's how you say it. You want me to press on for you?
I would be indebted if you would.
I'll try, Count. I'll let you know if I find her.
Thank you, Mr. Lyme. Goodbye.
Goodbye, old man.
Was that the Count, Harry?
Yeah. We've got him where we want him, Joan. He's looking all over Venice for you.
Is he now? Oh, the old dear.
I've told him I'll try to find you. I think it might take me at least 2 or 3 days, don't you?
Well, don't let it take too long.
I'm as anxious to get the jewels as you are, honey, but I think, under the circumstances.
Yes, the jewels.
Dear lady, what do you mean, oh, yes, the jewels, with that tone of voice?
Nothing. He really was taken with me,
Of course he was. You'll let him stay until he's ready to be taken in style.
Oh, he's such a shy old dear.
Dear enough to wait 3 days for. The next night, at the same cafe, I ran into the Count once more. He was mournfully staring into a glass of Chianti.
And you cannot find her, Mr. Lyme?
Not yet. Of course, I don't know her too well, Count, but I'm still looking.
Look well, you. The Count has spoken. He wants you to see that girl.
I'm sure Mr. Lyme is doing all he can, Rico.
Looking high and low, my dear Rico. Not as high as you, of course, but low. Yes, indeed, low.
Mr. Lyme, this young lady means a great deal to me. You would not suspect it, but I am a lonely man. I have only Rico.
Well, personally, I think Rico is plenty.
Mind your tongue, Americano.
Considerate-minded, Tiny Tim.
She is so charming, and even though I am shy, she seems not to mind. Most girls do not like her when a man suffers from being shy.
Oh, Joan's a very sympathetic girl. She's suffered herself, you know.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. Her family was very wealthy, but during the war, when England was fighting for its very existence, she and her father poured their wealth into the war effort. Nothing mattered to them but patriotism.
Viva!
Viva, yes, you're so right. After the war, nothing was left but Joan's jewels. And though jewels meant everything to her, as they do to most women, she sold them without hesitation in order that her old father might eat.
Oh, that is very touching.
Yes, I have always thought so.
Jewels mean a great deal to her, eh?
Well, they did once, old man. She has none left now.
Jewels might win her heart?
They might.
Mr. Lyme, when you find her, I hope you will be able to persuade her to come to see me. No matter when it is, no matter what the time. Bring her to me even in the middle of the night, even to my palace.
The middle of the night, your palace. It's a date, old man. It's a date. I took him at his word, because there was nothing I'd like better than to have Joan in the Count's palace. First, of course, I briefed her on the little English history I'd invented about her. I let the Count ferment in his own grape juice. But finally...
See?
Mr. Lyme, Rico, I've Joan Willoughby with me.
The English girl?
Hello, Rico.
Joan Willoughby, open the door, Rico. Mr. Willoughby, it is such a pleasure. Hello, Mr. Lyme. Come in, come in. This way. We will go to the drawing room.
Oh, this is a lovely place.
You will like it. We have still a few things of value here, saved from the war, saved from Mussolini. See, this picture. Small, but beautiful, is it not?
Oh, it is very beautiful.
E Tintoretto.
That small but beautiful picture must be worth a small but beautiful fortune, Count.
Always you are interested in the price of things, my friend.
Scarcely worth
it. What do you say, Count? Go right ahead.
It's scarcely worth a fortune. About 2,000 English pounds, I
Oh.
should say. But come. Now, come this way.
Oh, dear.
Oh, why, what is the matter, Miss Willoughby?
This place.
I know, Joan. It reminds her of the home that she lost, Count.
Oh, Mr. Lyme has told me about your family, Miss Willoughby. He has told me, too, about your jewels.
Oh, yes, my jewels. I shall never see them again.
Perhaps tonight I could show you my jewels. Perhaps you would like to see them.
Yes, that would probably cheer you up a great deal, wouldn't it, my dear?
If you wish.
Count La Robbia.
Yes, Rico?
Oh.
If you are to show the jewels, this man must leave.
Our 7-foot duenna has spoken again.
In a way, Mr. Lyme, Rico is right. The jewels are most valuable. It would be wrong of me to allow everybody to see them or see where I hide them.
I see. Or rather, the idea is I shouldn't see. Of course, with Miss Willoughby, it's different. Jewels are for women, and a Joe like myself hasn't the slightest curiosity about them. Canaletto, landscapes, or Hispana Suizas. As a man, I have to be on the lookout for bigger things.
You leave now.
Yes, Rico, you're one of those bigger things I keep an eye on. And so I left, knowing that Joan was going to accomplish her mission this night, and that soon, very soon, the long hand of fate and Rico permitting, we would be all set, as they say in another popular sport, ready to take the count.
In a moment, Orson Welles returns as Harry Lime, the third man. And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, continues today's story, Pleasure Before Business.
Back in my hotel room, I waited for Joan to return from the Count's palazzo, tell me how and where those jewels were keeping. I didn't merely twiddle my thumbs, of course. I twiddled my fingers on a phone and made reservations on several different trains and planes, because after I got the jewels, a strategic retreat from Venice and from the long arm of Rico would be definitely in order. Finally, quite late.
Hello, Harry, darling.
Did you find out where the jewels are kept?
Oh, let the girl catch her breath, will you?
That's small pickings, my dove. What else have you caught?
I've had a very interesting evening, Harry.
You sound like the local ladies' aid. Hope you learned something you can take home with you.
The Count is such a sweet old duck. He seems lonely, Harry.
Well, that's what you're there for, my Duchess. Now, what did you find out?
Oh, he's so grateful for a little attention. He likes to talk to people.
Did he whisper that sweet something in your ear about where his jewels are kept?
Oh, the jewels. Well,
Yes.
keeps them locked in a safe.
And that he's not unique. Now, look, Joan, where is the safe?
In the drawing room. It's too bad you never got to see the drawing room, Harry, because it's got one of the loveliest...
Safes, I know. Is it on the ground floor?
Yes.
Good, I can get in the window.
The furnishings in that room, oh, Harry...
Don't be greedy, dear. The jewels will have to do. Where exactly is the safe?
Oh, it's on the floor. It's built into the floor under the carpet. You should see the designs he's got on that carpet.
You should see the designs I've got on that safe. Oh, what's the combination?
What's the funny thing about that? I didn't really notice the combination.
What?
I mean, consciously notice it, Harry. Consciously, yet... Well, the Count was talking, you see, while he opened it, and he was so interesting
His talk was interesting, so you didn't make an effort to notice the combination?
That's right. You see, he was telling me about how his family had always had that space in the floor as a hiding place for centuries back, and he himself installed the modern safe there, he and Rico, because this was while Mussolini was ruling the country, and Pucci didn't trust...
Pucci? Oh, brother.
I call the Count Pucci.
Oh, isn't that dandy?
You know, Harry, he didn't trust the black shirt artisans he would have had to hire because Mussolini...
Joan.
What?
Combination to the safe, honey.
Oh, that?
Yes, that.
Oh. Well, I didn't notice it consciously, but you see, I've trained myself so well that subconsciously, well, here's the combination.
Good. A little more of that kind of stalling, my sweet, and you'll be having trouble with your Uncle Harry. This does it, Joan. I'll get the jewels tomorrow night.
I see, and I keep Pucci away from the palace for you.
Not on your life. I want him in that mausoleum when I take the jewels.
Oh, but Harry...
If he's out, there's always the chance he may come back and catch me. If he's in, I wait until he's in bed, 2 stories above the drawing room, I'm pretty safe. 2 stories with me are as good as an alibi any time.
Oh, but Harry, I have a date with Pucci tomorrow night.
Joan, all I wanted you to do was to get the combination of the safe. You don't have to do any more work on Pucci Cucci. Counts.
Don't I, Harry? Don't I really?
No. Remember, on this job, you don't get time and a half for overtime. So I had to postpone the compounding of my little felony. I wanted the Count to be safely in bed when I tackled that safe. Dreamland was one place where he couldn't keep an eye on me. And if Joan had a date with him, it would be inadvisable for her to break it, that's all. Count mustn't be kept up at night worrying about Joan or anything else. Uneasy lies the head that wears a frown. Count must be kept in the mood for deep, happy slumber. So I let Joan keep her date, reflecting that one night more wouldn't matter. But the next night...
But I have a date with Pucci again tonight.
More smoochy with Pucci. Or was that the last date? Pucci, it seemed, wanted to be a regular fellow with Joan, and she, every curved inch of her a woman, seemed willing to oblige. Finally, I told her that she had to refuse one date. Just one.
But Harry, darling, he shows me such a good time.
She did, however, refuse him the date, saying that she had to catch up on some correspondence. I think she meant writing letters. The next night, I watched the windows of the palace till all the lights had been turned out, and for some time afterwards, just to be on the safe side, which is precisely where I was heading. It was nearly 2 a.m. when I jimmied open the window of the Count's drawing room. Joan had told me exactly where to turn up the carpet. I did turn it up, and there was the safe, embedded in the floor. I checked the combination and went ahead, avoiding a temptation to whistle as I worked.
Harry.
The devil. Oh, Joan.
Harry, you mustn't take those jewels.
Whisper, can't you?
Don't take the jewels.
What are you talking about?
It isn't fair,
What
Harry.
isn't fair?
Taking money from Pucci.
Pucci, schmoochie. Are you out of your mind?
You'd call it that, Harry Lime. I guess I'd call it love.
Call it anything as long as you whisper it. I'm getting out of here before friend Rico gets a crush on me.
You're not leaving like this, Harry Lime. You're not going to take those jewels.
No, I've heard everything. I think...
I don't care what you think. I love Pucci. Do you hear me?
Is everybody here, you English woman?
Rico, he's got the Count's jewels.
Stop where you are, Mr. Lime. I've used this gun before.
Okay. Hold your fire, Buster.
I think I will shoot.
No,
This was a plan that both of you had, wasn't it? You and the girl.
Yes, Rico, it's true. I found out where the jewels were kept, and, I love Pucci, and I don't...
Joan, you love me.
Oh, Pucci, darling.
Count de la Robbia, this woman and this man have conspired to rob you.
That doesn't matter now. You love me, Joan.
I will shoot both of them, Count.
Yes, I love you.
Glorioso. Put down that ridiculous gun, Rico.
Yes, you've done your work, kid Cupid. No need for those 38 caliber darts.
Oh, Pucci, we both tried to cheat you and rob you. I'm not what you thought I was. I've always lived on my wits. I'm a crook, and so is Harry.
Now, pardon me while I put a nickel on the drum.
Oh, stop it, Harry. Pucci, we're both guilty. You can kill us, or you can turn us out, or
I can take you in my arms.
Oh, Pucci.
Stay where you are, Mr. Lime.
Sorry, your slightest swish of that gun is my command.
Just a moment, Carissima. I must take care of your friend, Mr. Lime. I'm sorry I cannot oblige you in the matter of the jewels.
Oh, of course. Now, don't apologize, old boy. Your wife will be needing all this ice to cool her neck on hot summer evenings.
Even so. And now I think it would be best for you to leave.
I quite understand. No need to show me the door.
I will show you to the door just the same.
Count, I'm a relatively simple man. My wants are few. Could I, for once, leave your presence without having this gargantuan gargoyle making like a Boy Scout.
Mr. Lime, I owe you some gratitude. After all, you did introduce me to Joan. I would like to repay you. I fear I can't.
I know. It's not the principle, it's the money.
But perhaps I can show you the high regard in which, despite everything I hold you, by asking you to be best man at my wedding.
Count de la Robbia and Joan de la Robbia to be, and all the little de la Robbias to be. It will be a pleasure.
Oh, I'm so glad, Pooty, you don't hold anything against Harry.
Quite the contrary. Goodbye, Mr. Lime.
Arrivederci.
And I will go to the door with you.
Oh, no. Another compound fracture would be too much in one busy week.
No, Rico. This man has brought me great happiness. We must allow him to live like an honest man.
Well, at least like an able-bodied man.
Who knows? Perhaps such treatment will actually make an honest man of Mr. Lime.
Count de la Robbia, I'm tremendously touched, but I hope I'm never that touched. Goodbye, my dear friend. Goodbye, Joan.
Goodbye.
Until the wedding, then. Goodbye, Rico. You'll make a wonderful flower girl.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
That night, leaving Venice, traveling up toward Milan on the train, I felt almost sorry that I couldn't, after all, be the best man at the wedding of those two people. But it was unfortunately necessary for me to leave Venice immediately, because, you see, on my way out of the Count's palace that night, unaccompanied, you may remember, by the ruddy Rico, I stopped to admire the little Tintoretto hanging in the entrance hall, the little picture which the Count had said was worth £2,000. As a matter of fact, that picture was worth £2,250, and I think I still have the dealer's receipt to prove it. So long now.
here we are once again. I hope you enjoyed the stream. It is time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. The name of the state Nevada is an old Spanish word meaning snow-covered. That appellation refers to the white-topped Sierra Nevada mountains, which inspired early settlers to name the place after one of the area's most beautiful sights. There are only 9 counties when the state of Nevada was formed in 1861. The rest were only established in the next 50 years. Nevada was the first state to ratify the 15th Amendment on March 1st, 1969. The amendment gave African American men the right to vote. One day after it was ratified, Thomas Munday Peterson of Perth Amboy, New Jersey, became the first black person to vote under the authority of the 15th Amendment. The longest telegram sent in the U.S. is the state constitution of Nevada. The governor, James Ney, sent it to President Abraham Lincoln in 1864. There is no corporate or individual tax in Nevada. Based. And that was the Trivia Minute, and I hope you enjoyed this stream. And until I see you next time, have a great day, and God bless.